Chapter 211 The fourth branch office moves in. The relevant departments can buy the office provided by Bingda Culture and Tourism, or rent it, of course, if the relevant units are willing to build it outside the scope of Bingda Culture and Tourism's land. It is also okay. Hearing this, Su Hang looked at Zui Xuezhong. Yesterday, Zui Xuezhong had already told him the specific construction standards on the phone, and now the main question is the location. At present, the second floor of the office building on the east side of Bonfire Square is not actually used for office work, but is temporarily used as a temporary dormitory. If it is needed here, it can be vacated. I have already asked the heads of the relevant garrison units. The police station and the fire station are special units, so they hope to buy a piece of land from Bingda Cultural Tourism or rent a piece of land for a long time. Bingda Industrial and Commercial Branch and Taxation Branch want to rent an office in Bingda Cultural Tourism's existing office. Zui Xuezhong said again. The land bought by Bingda Cultural Tourism is too large, and it is not realistic for the four units to build their own buildings outside the scope of Bingda Cultural Tourism. Once built, there are several isolated units more than 40 kilometers away, and it is difficult for the staff to eat and drink. Not to mention other things. Oh, that's fine. Are the heads of the four branches in place now? Su Hang nodded. The decisions made by the units are similar to what he expected. In fact, he had already planned the location of the police station and fire station before coming. Placing them to the east of the vendor area is just right. This area has the largest and most complex floating population, and is also the most prone to fire. As for the land price, since these two units are special and important, some discounts can be given appropriately. In the end, they have their own construction standards and budgets, and Bingda Cultural Tourism and Economic Development Zone will not participate. Especially the facade. It is best to use the current conventional facade for the facades of the police station and the fire station, so that outsiders can see the nature of these two units at a glance. If it is made into an antique, it may sometimes cause trouble. Of course, this area has left the original core area of Bingda Village, and is not within the scope of the 3 horizontal and 3 vertical lines. It is not so important whether the facade is antique or not, and it will not affect the characteristics of the core area of Bingda Village. They are already in place. Except for the fire station, the other responsible persons are all first-level chief clerks. They will come to the office around 4:30 p.m. I will introduce them to you then. Zui Xuezhong raised his hand to check the time. Okay, I will talk to them first. After that, they will go to Mr. Zhong of Bingda Culture and Tourism. They will discuss how much space they need and how many offices they need. Su Hang said. I think so too. After the discussion, let them hurry up and implement it. The leader means that the people in these 4 branches must be in place before the Spring Festival. Zui Xuezhong nodded. All in place before the end of the year? The police station and the fire station may be too late. Su Hang paused. If construction could start in winter, Bingda Cultural Tourism would not have so many projects on hand now. It is definitely too late to build, but they should be required to come to Bingda Economic Development Zone once a week or 2 weeks, until the office space is completed. After all, they have been assigned to Bingda Economic Development Zone, and they have to start work. What's the point of staying in Jioga City every day? Zui Xuezhong waved his hand. That's possible. Hearing this, Su Hang understood. This way, if there are any activities in Bingda Village, they can be notified directly instead of hiring security guards, like last time. After these are done, at least the most basic functions of Bingda Economic Development Zone are complete. Maybe Bingda Economic Development Zone can go on stage for a roadshow at the next Western Investment Promotion Conference. Zui Xuezhong said again. Roadshow? Su Hang was a little surprised. The Western Investment Promotion Conference is held every 2 years, each time for 7 days. He knows this. Well, each city and county that participated in the Investment Promotion Conference had an opportunity to show all investment promotion companies their local advantages and policies. About 3 hours for each prefecture-level city. The order of roadshows was determined by drawing lots. This time, our Jioga City was from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on the 4th day. In total, each county and district leader took about half an hour to recommend on stage. Theoretically, the earlier the place is shown, the greater the advantage. Our Jioga City was on the 4th day, not too good but not too bad, at least better than the places that had roadshows on the last day. Zui Xuezhong explained to Su Hang very patiently. After all, Su Hang had not attended the preparatory meeting for the Investment Promotion Conference before, and he did not know many rules. It was normal. That's right. Su Hang nodded. Well, since your Bingdu Economic Development Zone is only here for observation, we did not give it roadshow time. I hope Director Su can understand. Swish Yuezheng said again. That's for sure. Our Economic Development Zone does not participate in the assessment. Such precious recommendation time should naturally be given to other counties and districts. Su Hang smiled. He really didn't mind this. Anyway, I still hope that our Geoga city will be lucky enough to attract 1 or 2 outstanding companies this time. Otherwise, all kinds of evaluations will be indirectly affected. Talking about the investment promotion conference, Swish Yuezheng's expression was obviously not as relaxed as before. It should be. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the air in the north has become cold, while some places in the south have just started to feel like early autumn in the north. In Hong Kong City, 3rd Ring Road, in a super high office building, Su Lang, chairman of Su's medical group, after listening to what his wife Tupei said, his originally solemn expression instantly relaxed a lot. Did Su really meet Xiaoxing? Yes. Su told her father that Xiaoxing is doing well in Bingdu village now, and asked us not to worry. Tupei nodded. That's good. I finally heard some good news during this period of time. Su Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Is the group still unstable? Tupei's expression tightened. The stock price has barely stabilized now, but it is still at its lowest level in history. And the additional issuance plan submitted by the board of directors has also passed the review of the exchange. If the strategic investor introduced does not support me, I am afraid that in the future. Su Lang shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, the shares he holds now are restricted shares, and he can't sell them. He can only take dividends according to the proportion every year. Otherwise, it would be better to be a rich man with nothing to do after selling them than now. Strategic investors? Is it a domestic consortium? Or? Tupei's face was more worried than before. It has passed the review of the exchange, which means that there is no possibility of turning back. It is settled directly. Have you heard of Longshan Group? Su Lang looked at Tupei. Longshan Group? Is it the company that does electronic product OEM? Why did they suddenly think of investing in Su's medical? Tupei's face was full of confusion. That's it. Su Lang nodded. But they. It is said that the chairman of the board of directors of Longshan Group is very optimistic about the development of microelectronic robots in the medical field, so he plans to make arrangements in advance, and later he also wants to cooperate with Su's medical to combine microelectronic robots with medical treatment. Su Lang explained. Then how many shares were issued this time? After hearing the whole story, Tupei said nothing more. Now microelectronic robot medical care is indeed a new track, and many investors want to get in. At 400 million shares. After a long breath, Su Lang reported the number. So many? Doesn't that mean the attitude of the Longshan Group behind is very important? Tupei was shocked. Not very important. But it has become a weight to balance the two. If I can win this strategic investor to my side, the voting rights of the board of directors will no longer exceed mine. Pa. Su Lang lit a cigarette. I don't know when. He has become addicted to smoking. Strive to get you? Is there any hope? The board of directors contacted Longshan Group first, so they must have a better relationship with them. After a long silence, Tupei looked at Su Lang. Originally there was no hope, but I heard some news recently. It seems to be an opportunity for us. After taking 2 puffs, Su Lang put out the cigarette but in the ashtray. Is there a chance? Tupei was delighted. Yes, Longshan Group's chairman Wang Minglei seemed to have some health problems, so he planned to hand over Longshan Group to his son. His son's ideas may not be the same as his father's. Su Lang raised his hand to check the time. You mean to win over his son? Tupei suddenly realized, finally understood what her husband was talking about. That's right. Old Kai said that Wang Minglei's son will represent Longshan Group to attend the investment promotion conference in Shanxi province in a while. I want to take this opportunity to go and have a good chat with the new president Wang. I don't dare to expect how deep it will be, but at least I can test the waters first. Su Lang nodded. Go to Shanxi province? Then why not go directly to Hai City? Tupei looked at the time. Go to Hai City? At present, Wang Minglei should still be guiding Hai City behind the scenes. Once Wang Minglei knows about it, the board of directors will definitely take action. But it will be different if we go to Shanxi province. It is Xiao Zhongwang who will go alone. Su Lang shook his head. Your words are a good opportunity. Tupei suddenly realized. After a while, Tupei asked again. When will you leave? How do you plan to talk to Xiao Zhongwang this time? I plan to go to Shanxi province around January 24th. As for how to talk, I haven't thought about it yet. After all, I don't know what style Xiaozong Wang is. I can only take it one step at a time. It's a pity that we don't have an intermediary to introduce us, otherwise things would be much simpler. Su Lang shook his head. Introduction by a middleman? Tu Pei seemed to be thinking. Well, Lao Kai has already gone to High City to inquire about Mr. Wang's circle, hoping to find someone who has a good relationship with Mr. Wang and can have a say. This will increase the chances of convincing Mr. Wang. Su Lang said. Does Lao Kai have any news? Hearing this, Tu Pei couldn't help but ask. Chapter 212 Start signing people. This morning, Lao Kai called and said that Mr. Wang does have a lot of friends around him, but not many of them have any weight in their words. Su Lang shook his head. Oh! Tu Pei felt a little disappointed for no reason. Okay, don't worry, it's better to have friends than not. If it doesn't work, even if I find an ordinary friend of Mr. Wang in the end, I'll ask him to introduce me as soon as possible, and then I'll find a way to talk to him myself. Getting up, Su Lang came to the French window, gazing at the traffic on the street, and fell into deep thought. Go and talk to them yourself. Alas! Tu Pei sighed, and also fell into deep thought. As the night deepened, at 10 p.m., Yi Yuan, Shui Yutian listened to what Niu Yin, the customer service manager, said, and suddenly showed an incredible look on his face. Song Liwei behind him was also surprised. So many people have made reservations? After a moment, Shui Yutian looked at Niu Yin again to confirm the news. It turned out that he and Zhong Ruofei had met last night. And finally, after considering various costs, they decided to launch a traditional wedding with a price of 1.5 million yuan, including accommodation for 300 guests and 15 tables. The idea was simple at the time. Although Binga Culture Media can make a lot of money by undertaking traditional weddings, it must not be too frequent. So the price was finally set at 1.5 million. From a certain perspective, holding traditional weddings should be the current largest business of Binga Culture and Tourism. Not only is it more expensive than team-building activities, it also makes more money. Of course, after booking 1.5 million, Shui Yutian and Zhong Ruofei felt that it was already very good to be able to take on 1 or 2 weddings a month, even if it was one every 2 months. What was the result? Niu Yin just said that. Ever since the wedding was posted on the official account, various consultation calls have continued. There are at least more than 30 people who want to discuss in detail. As a last resort, Niu Yin came to find Shui Yutian. How to collect the deposit and how to determine the time must be determined by Binga Culture Media. Well, they originally wanted to call Binga Culture Media, but we don't have a dedicated customer service here. Niu Yin said again. Manager Niu, then I know. I'll go over and deal with it later. Confirmed, Shui Yutian said hurriedly. Okay. Mr. Shui. I'll go first. Niu Yin nodded. Okay. After a while, after Niu Yin left, Shui Yutian returned to his room, packed up, and went to the office building. Yutian, doesn't Cultural Media have a dedicated customer service now? Raising her hand to check the time, Song Liwei couldn't help asking. No. Currently there is only one full-time accountant, and the troupe only takes care of opera matters, and does not participate in the management of the company. Shui Yutian shook his head. Do you want to find one? According to this situation, there will definitely be many people who call Binga Media directly in the future. This way, you don't have to deal with it yourself. Song Liwei said with some distress. Alas, in fact, having a customer service only reduces the process of passing messages. I still have to finalize many details myself. Shui Yutian said again. This kind of thing cannot be handled by a customer service alone. Although the wedding quotation is 1.5 million, the requirements of each family are different. The price will fluctuate more or less. But it's not a good idea for you to do it alone all the time. Not to mention the fatigue. It will also greatly limit you in the future. Song Liwei hesitated to speak. Sometimes it is not necessarily a good thing for a company president to do too much work. I know, but it seems that there is no other way now. We will slowly find a solution after the new year. As he spoke, Shui Yutian had already dressed and was about to go out. No other way. By the way, why don't you look for Lao Luo and Lao Yang? If they come, you don't have to do everything yourself. Lao Luo also presided over our wedding process, and he is very familiar with many things. Song Liwei thought about it, and then said, Looking for Lao Luo, Lao Yang? I have already asked them for help a lot. How can I have the nerve to call them again? Upon hearing this, Shui Yutian immediately shook his head. No, I mean why don't you sign Lao Luo and Lao Yang directly to Bingda Culture Media, so that they can earn money by singing at the campsite steadily and help you share a lot of things. The most important thing is that if they don't want to be singers or actors in the future, they can directly join the management of Bingda Culture Media. Song Liwei explained seriously. Ah, sign them? Shui Yutian was stunned. Well, their lives were not very stable before, especially Lao Yang. Since you invited them to help Bingda Culture Media, their income has gradually stabilized. It's better to continue here, Song Liwei said again. But are they willing? Besides, the people in Bingdu village know about the relationship between Lao Luo and Lao Yang and me. If they become the management of Bingda Culture in the future, I am worried. After thinking for a long time, Shui Yutian expressed his thoughts. Lao Luo and Lao Yang are definitely willing. It can be seen that they also like Bingdu village very much. As for your concerns, I think you can talk to Lao Shui or Xiao Su directly. And I feel that you think too much. Since Xiao Su has handed Bingda Culture Media over to you directly, he will not doubt you just because you have used 2 of his brothers. If that were the case, he might not have distributed so many industries. It would be better to hold them in his own hands, Song Liwei said. Old Zhong went to Lan City to get the property rights certificate today, and Xiao Su seems to have not returned from Jioga City yet. After Song Liwei's analysis, Shui Yutian was a little moved. If Luo Lin and Yang Jiang could join Bingda Culture Media, it would really solve many problems. The most important thing is that it is also good for Luo Lin and Yang Jiang. They don't have to worry about announcements and performances in the future. It's a win-win situation. Then wait until they come back tomorrow and ask. If there is no problem on their side, you can call Lao Luo and Yang Jiang, Song Liwei said again. Okay, then I will go over and call back the customers who are interested today. The rest will be discussed tomorrow. Yes, come back early after you finish. Don't worry. The next day, the sun rose, and the workers in Xiagua started another busy day. The same is true in Bingdu village. As the number of employees under Bingda Culture and Tourism increases, every morning, many employees will take the bus to the vendor area to buy breakfast. From a distance, the sense of déjà vu of squeezing on the bus to work is very strong. Swish, at 10 o'clock in the morning, at this time, a city SUV stopped at a Yuan campground. Soon the door opened, and Su Heng came out of the car. Speaking of which, after meeting with the heads of the 4 branches that will be settled in Bingdu Economic Development Zone yesterday, we talked for a long time and talked a lot. Various things, including accommodation for the staff of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Tax Bureau, meals, etc. Finally, we had a meal together. Since it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, we stayed in the office. Li Mei found a hotel for us. Since there were still many things to do in Bingdu village today, Su Heng returned to Bingdu village first, and Li Mei stayed in Jioga City to continue to handle the relevant procedures for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. After returning to the room and taking a short rest, Su Heng came to the reception desk again. Manager Niu. Is Mr. Zhong not back yet? Director Su. Mr. Zhong just called and said he would arrive around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing this, Niu Yin said hurriedly. Oh! Director Su, do you have something to talk to Mr. Zhong about? Do you want to tell him when he comes back, and let him come to you? Niu Yin said again. No, let Mr. Zhong have a good rest first. Su Heng waved his hand. He mainly wanted to ask Zhong Ruofei about the 4 branches moving into Bingdu Economic Development Zone, especially some details that had been agreed upon yesterday. As for the land price, rent and so on, Zhong Ruofei had to discuss it. Although Su Heng could decide on this matter at once, it was not so good. Okay, Director Su. Then you guys get busy. Nodding, Su Heng turned around and was about to leave the reception desk. But at this moment, another receptionist appeared at the door of the reception desk in a hurry. Looking up, Su Heng was also there. The receptionist was stunned at first, then happy, and hurriedly said, Director Su, you just happened to be here. 2 people came to Yuan and wanted to see you. 2 people? Su Heng was stunned. Yes. They said they called you once before. The receptionist said again. Did they call me? Su Heng's face flashed with doubt, thought for a moment, and said, Where are they now? Still at the gate of Yuan? Yes. I see, I'll be there in a minute. At the same time, High City, a corner of the 3rd Ring Road, the headquarters building of Longsheng Group, the vice president's office, Wan Long, dressed in formal clothes, was sitting at his desk processing documents, looking like a business elite. Knock. Knock. Boss Wang. Just then, a young female secretary holding a courier document appeared at the door. What's wrong? Hearing this, Wang Long stopped what he was doing and looked up at the female secretary. Boss Wang, it's like this, the office just received a courier, which seems to be related to the Northwest Investment Promotion Conference. What do you think? The secretary whispered. Related to the Investment Promotion Conference? Bring it here for me to see. Upon hearing this, Wang Long said, Okay. After a moment, Wang Long took the courier document bag, torn open the seal, and took out a stack of documents inside. This is the list of counties and districts in the 5 northwestern provinces participating in the Investment Promotion Conference. After taking a look at the notes on the document, Wang Long shook his head slightly. This list may be more necessary for some other physical companies. But for him, there is really no need to screen the advantages and disadvantages of these districts and counties one by one. When he goes to Shanxi province, there will naturally be introductions for him, which are many times more detailed than this list. Okay, you can go and get busy. Wang Long waved his hand, just when he was about to hand the list of districts and counties in his hand to the secretary to take it out, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a name, and immediately let out a light exclamation. Chapter 213 Mr. Wang. Please take me with you. Wait. This is... After a slight exclamation, Wang Long immediately looked at the last place on the list. Binggu Economic Development Zone? Binggu Economic Development Zone. Jiuge City. Suqing Province. After confirming the information on the list again, Wang Long was surprised, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just now, he seemed to see the words Binggu Village when he glanced at it. He thought he was dazzled. But now seeing the prefix, he was almost sure that this place was Binggu Village, because he would go to the northwest for a cycling trip every year. He knew the counties within Jiuge City. There was no such place as Binggu Economic Development Zone before. The most important thing is that there is a suffix after the name of Binggu Economic Development Zone, with the word village level written in brackets. He couldn't think of another place that met this condition except the current Binggu Village. Binggu Village has been upgraded to an economic development zone, and is also going to participate in the Investment Promotion Conference. This development is too. After sighing again, Wang Long raised his hand to check the time. I guess I'm busy now. Let's contact each other at noon. If it doesn't work, you can go to Binggu Village first, and then go to the Investment Promotion Conference with the new students. After thinking for a while, Wang Long put the information back on the desk, and then looked up at the secretary. You go and get busy. Mr. Wang Yu? The secretary didn't understand why his little Mr. Wang suddenly became so happy after seeing this list. During this period of time, he rarely saw his brows relaxed. Nothing. Wang Long waved his hand again. Okay. Call me if you need anything. After the secretary left the office, Wang Long took another look at the list of county-level units for the Investment Promotion Conference before he started working. Ding-ling-ling. But at this moment, Wang Long's cell phone rang suddenly. After a look, Wang Long immediately picked up the phone. What's the matter? What? Is it about preparing for the Investment Promotion Conference? Just now, my old man told me to go to the Investment Promotion Conference in the Northwest. Don't you think this is embarrassing? The next moment, a young man's voice came from the phone. You are going to the investment conference too? Wang Long's eyes flashed with surprise. My old man said that something happened overseas, and the time conflicted with the investment conference, so he asked me to go. Fortunately, this time we are responding to the call to support the Northwest, and my family only plans to invest in a third-level branch factory, otherwise, we really can't handle it. The young man said again. It means your old man trusts you. Wang Long said while looking at the documents. When are you leaving? How about we go together? Soon, the man's voice came again. Together? I might have to go to Binggu Village first, and then go to the Investment Promotion Conference with my new brother. Wang Long said again. Ah, you are going to Binggu Village? There was a hint of surprise on the phone. Yeah. Then I will go too. The wedding in Binggu Village a while ago made a sensation in the entire entertainment industry. The voice on the phone was happy, and said hurriedly. But after a moment, the young man on the phone seemed to suddenly realize something. Wait, you said that my new brother is also going to the Investment Promotion Conference? What do you mean? He asked. It's a long story. If you go, come along. I'll tell you when we meet. Wang Long said again. The person who called was not someone else, but his childhood friend, Fong Tong. His family runs a large clothing OEM factory, Tontai Clothing, which mainly accepts OEM commissions from brand owners, and is considered a leading company in the industry. The reason why Fong Tong also knew Bingdu Village was because he was one of the people who stayed overnight in Bingdu Village last time. It's just that he didn't contact them much after he came back. Okay. Take me with you anyway. We'll have more people then. And it will be more lively in Shanxi. Okay. At the same time, in Bingdu Village, in the office of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee, Su Heng looked at the man and woman in front of him and fell into deep thought. Just now, he saw the person the receptionist said had called him. After the introduction, Su Heng remembered that it was not the two people in front of him who had called him, but Xiaolong, the director of the Nanjia office, who had called him when Bingdu Village was still under the jurisdiction of Nanjia office of Ase County. I remember that a crew had taken a fancy to Bingdu Village and wanted to film in Bingdu Village. At that time, they directly rejected it because they had to prepare for Shui Yutian's wedding. As a result, the crew never gave up and found him again. Not only did they offer him a super high price of 10 million yuan for the venue fee. On Earth, this venue fee is already a sky-high price. Some film and television cities even specially offer a zero-fee policy in order to attract film crews to settle in. Of course, the wool comes from the sheep. The venue is free. And other services such as boxed lunches have to be paid to the film and television city. But this is not a professional film and television city after all. After a long time, Su Heng looked at the man and woman opposite. Director Su, we can guarantee that the normal life of the villagers in Bingdu Village will not be affected during the filming. Hearing this, one of the women hurriedly spoke up to guarantee. The man and woman were none other than producer Li Li and director Wang Sun. Li Li did not go back after watching the wedding in Bingdu Village last time. She stayed in Jioga City and asked about everything in Bingdu Village. The more she asked, the more determined she became, and the more pressure she felt. At the same time, they also understood why a street office did not dare to be the master of the village, but had to carefully ask the village party secretary for his opinion. Until today, they felt that they were well prepared, and they came to Bingdu Village again. Oh! Su Heng frowned, and said nothing more. However, it was Su Heng's simple frown that made Li Li and Wang Sun's heart tighten, thinking that Su Heng was going to refuse. After subconsciously looking at each other, Li Li spoke again. Director Su, although the venue fee this time is only 10 million, as long as there is a new building behind Bingdu Village, we can directly sign a contract with you for 3 plays. The venue fee for the next 2 plays will be paid by you at 15 million each. This is the bottom line policy they can come up with. After all, they are not a first-tier domestic production company. If they were a first-tier domestic film and television production company, she would dare to add more than 10 million. Let alone more than 10 million. 3 dramas? 40 million in total? Su Heng touched his chin. In fact, he frowned not to reject the 2 people in front of him, but just thought of the pawn system. When Bingda Culture Media was established, he had thought about whether to let Bingda Culture Media directly shoot TV series or movies. After all, there are still many classic good movies on the earth. But after searching in the system, I decided to give up, just because the system sells complete sets in addition to the script. There are also detailed shooting techniques, editing and even special effects, etc. After final calculation, as long as it is a TV series with good reputation and high box office, the cheapest one has a pawn value of 20 to 30 million. There are even many that exceed 100 million. In this way, it is unlikely that Bingda Culture will be able to produce TV series in a short period of time. Now that there is a crew coming to Bingdu Village, it can be accepted. Apart from anything else, at least we can reserve some funds for the projects to be started next year. We can pay you 15 million for the first installment. Li Li hurriedly said. Oh, when do you plan to start filming? After a pause, Su Heng looked at Li Li and Wang Sun. If there is no problem on your side, we are thinking that once the contract is signed, we will transfer the first payment to your account and officially start filming. The earliest should be a week later. Li Li rubbed her hands nervously. A week later? Su Heng nodded. Okay, in that case, it's fine for your crew to come to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone to shoot a TV series. But the same thing, the crew cannot affect the normal life order of Bingdu Village and cannot damage the existing buildings in Bingdu Village during the filming process. In addition, your crew's meals and accommodation will be solved by yourselves. You agree? Hearing this, Li Li was instantly overjoyed. You want to shoot a movie, we want to make money, Of course, I can assure you that Bingu Village will not only be the current scale in the future, there will be new buildings one after another. Su Hang nodded. Great. After confirming again, Wang Sun and Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Director Su, should the funds be transferred to the account of Bingu Economic Development Zone? After a moment, Lily said. No. This area belongs to Bingu Culture and Tourism, and the subsequent contract will also be signed with Mr. Zhong of Bingu Culture and Tourism, so the money must be transferred to the account of Bingu Culture and Tourism. Su Hang waved his hand. Bingu Culture and Tourism? Then I know. Yeah. Little did they know that, just when Su Hang had just finalized a filming contract with a crew, Yuan, Shui Yutian took a deep breath, and then picked up the phone and dialed Luo Lin's number. In the morning, he talked to Su Hang briefly about his ideas. As a result, Su Hang not only had no worries or resistance, but also gave him a lot of ideas, and even said that he could give Luo Lin, Yang Jiang some shares of Bingu Culture Media Company as dividends, because these two people are both talented people apart from their relationship. It's worth it. At this point, Shui Yutian no longer had any concerns, and there was a scene in front of him. The call was quickly connected. Hello, old Shui. Old Luo, what are you doing now? After taking a deep breath, Shui Yutian spoke. Nothing to do. I'm going to have a drink. The next moment, Luo Lin's voice came from the phone. Drink? Lao Luo. I want to talk to you about something. Shui Yutian said. You say? Why don't you and Lao Yang come to Bingu Culture Media? Go to Bingu Culture Media? Is that okay? Luo Lin's voice had a hint of surprise. He could understand what Shui Yutian meant. He said he was helping before. Not this. Of course you can. You can come here to work. Or you can be a signed artist. Of course. If you and Lao Yang come to Bingu Culture Media, you are not working for me. Your brother. You all know whose industry this is. We are all the same. Shui Yutian said again. Chapter 214, you are really good at picking. After hearing what Shui Yutian said, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and no sound came. Lao Luo, I just mentioned it if you are. Seeing that the other party did not respond after he finished speaking, Shui Yutian hesitated for a moment before speaking again. However, Shui Yutian had only said half of his words, when Luo Lin's voice came over. Lao Shui, to be honest, during the time I helped in Bingu Village, I got more compensation than the previous year. Then, Shui Yutian paused. I don't know about Lao Yang, I personally would definitely like to go to Bingu Culture Media, but... Luo Lin's voice sounded. Lao Luo, do you have any concerns? Shui Yutian was puzzled. Lao Shui, the villagers of Bingu Village know about our relationship, especially Director Su. Will he be at ease with Lao Yang and me joining Bingu Culture Media? Don't let it affect you later. After a pause, Luo Lin expressed his concerns. Ah, so that's what you're worried about? After hearing this, Shui Yutian felt relieved and smiled. What's the matter? Lao Luo. To be honest, Director Su wants to give you shares of Bingu Culture Media as dividends. Do you think he would mind? Shui Yutian said again. Ah? Director Su. Luo Lin's voice was full of surprise. Lao Luo. Director Su's vision is much bigger than we thought. Don't worry. If that's the case, then I would definitely like to stay with you. Lao Yang. At this point, Luo Lin no longer hesitated. Then I'll call Lao Yang later. And you pack up and come to Bingu Village as soon as possible. Shui Yutian breathed a sigh of relief and said, Well, I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. There's no problem with Lao Yang. He took the initiative to talk to me about this matter when he came back last time. In the end, he was worried like me. So he didn't talk to you. Luo Lin followed. This is better. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just when Bingu Culture Media had gained 2 more generals, ASE County, Government Office Building. In Sun Cheng's office, several people were sitting in front of the tea table and chatting. In addition to his deputy Zhang Yihai, Ming Yang, the head of Jinlu County, was also there. There was a document in front of him, and the cover clearly stated the list of companies participating in the investment promotion conference. Meng, what are your plans? After taking a look at the list, Sun Chung looked at Ming Yang. Since the province set the assessment indicators, they began to study the relevant companies. They dared not say that they would fight with Shanxi province for Longsheng Group, the standard enterprise, but they could still study those small companies. Plans? I think we can't wait for the 4th day of the roadshow. We have to start in advance. Ming Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Take action in advance? Zhang Yunhai touched his chin. The reason is simple. Our Geoga City's conditions are here. Not to mention the 4th day of the roadshow. Even the first day of the roadshow actually has few companies paying attention. Instead of that, it is better to select the weakest ones from the list of participants early. The ones with the least investment amount. This is not only realistic, but also has a great hope of success. Meng Yang glanced at Zhang Yunhai. That's right. Sun Chung nodded beside him. So, you can actually take action in the next 2 days, if you see a small business that suits you. Try to contact it first. If the other party has no intention, just give up and choose the next one. Meng Yang said again. Take action in the next 2 days? Zhang Yunhai hesitated. Yes, as expected. Some districts and counties will definitely think the same as us. If we act too late, they will be snatched away by other districts and counties. Meng Yang nodded. But these small businesses seem to be waiting for the investment promotion conference, and they don't give them any face at all. After a pause, Zhang Yunhai said helplessly, No face? That shouldn't be the case. This time. Except for that Standard Enterprise, and a dozen other large enterprises that may not give face to us. The heads of districts and counties. Other enterprises will more or less give us some face. Especially those with smaller scale. Meng Yang shook his head very confidently. They are all district and county heads now. If they have the opportunity to go further in the future, their future status will still be good. But when I got the list of companies that day, I felt that there was a company that looked good. A company with a small investment target. But the person in charge here said that he didn't have time and said that if there was anything, we could talk about it at the investment conference. The attitude was very cold. Zhang Yunhai couldn't help but look at Sun Chung. Impossible. Hearing this, Meng Yang and Sun Chung looked at Zhang Yunhai together, full of disbelief. Really? Zhang Yunhai said again. What is the name of this company? The next moment, Meng Yang directly picked up the list of participating companies. It's called Yunhai Clothing. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yunhai said, Ah, Yunhai Clothing? However, it would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, not only Meng Yang was stunned, but even Sun Cheng's eyes widened. Especially Meng Yang, who directly threw the list of participating companies he had just picked up back on the tea table. What's wrong? Seeing that the two people's reactions were a little strange, Zhang Yunhai said with a surprised look, You are really good at picking. Sun Chung couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. What's wrong? I saw that the investment target of this company this time was only about 10 million. Which is already very small. Zhang Yunhai said again. Old son. It's normal that old Zhang didn't attend the last briefing. Meng Yang shook his head, and then looked at Zhang Yunhai, who was still puzzled. Although the investment target reported by Yunhai Clothing at this investment promotion conference was only more than 10 million. It is only a subsidiary of Yunhai Clothing Group, which is the largest clothing processing factory in China. Garment OEM factories do not produce fabrics, so there is almost no environmental pollution. But they employ a lot of workers. In addition, with the background of Yunhai Group, it is possible that the scale will be expanded in the future. For this reason, a leader in the province once said that this company should be the most cost-effective company besides Longsheng Group. Some leaders even said that this company should be the second company that was snatched up and sought after at this investment conference. Ah, it turns out that I have such a deep background. No wonder others ignored me. Hearing this, Zhang Yunhai suddenly realized. At that time, he took a look at the investment target and felt that 10 million was definitely not a big company. So he didn't think about it anymore and directly called the person in charge. As expected, this time there may be more people looking for the person in charge of Yunhai Clothing than those looking for Longsheng Group. Because Longsheng Group only dares to compete with those strong regions. But Yunhai has many people who want to try. Meng Yang said again. Then Zhang Yunhai rubbed his hands. Let's forget it. Let's be more realistic and look for those smaller investment targets. As if seeing Zhang Yunhai's thoughts, Sun Chung couldn't help but say, Old son is right. Let's be realistic. The top 2 hot spots at the investment conference are just for reference. Even the provincial leaders have no confidence that the 2 companies will settle in Shanxi. How can we be more confident? Meng Yang took another sip of the teacup. Okay. That's what I just said. Zhang Yunhai shook his head and sighed. Well, let's study it later and come up with a list. If they are not interested in us, we will push them to Old Ming. If Old Ming is not interested, he can push them directly to us. Sun Chung glanced at the list of participants. Okay. Little did they know that just when Sun Chung, Ming Yang and others were racking their brains for investment, Binggu Village, Yuan, Su Heng looked at the property certificate in front of him and a trace of emotion flashed across his face. Just half an hour ago, Zhong Ruofei returned to Binggu Village and brought back the property certificate of Binggu Cultural Tourism Land. Just now, Su Heng opened it and took a look. The property certificate not only has the specific location of the boundary stakes, but also has a satellite aerial photo attached. It is very detailed. There are also satellite registration records, property registration records, etc. At this point, the surrounding 40 kilometers of the area are completely under the jurisdiction of Binggu Culture and Tourism. Xiao Su, it's a good thing that we bought it early, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get this place for 50 million now. Across the tea table, Zhong Ruofei also said with emotion. If Binggu Village had developed to this level and then bought land, it would probably not be sold for 500 million. Not to mention 500 million. The reason why I gritted my teeth and paid the deposit was actually because I was afraid of this. Su Heng nodded. Anyway, we saved a lot of money on this one. Zhong Ruofei said again. Yes, by the way, Brother Zhong, the person in charge of the fire substation and police station in Binggu Economic Development Zone, will come here tomorrow afternoon to discuss the purchase of land with you. Su Heng then told him about what happened in the city yesterday. What about the place? Nodding, Zhong Ruofei asked. The place is to the east of the vendor area, leaving an alley between the vendor area and the vendor area for the fire truck to enter. Su Heng glanced at the sand table next to him. Okay, what about the price? Zhong Ruofei picked up the teacup and took a sip. After all, these 2 units are very useful to Binggu Culture and Tourism. Let's give them the price of 1 million per acre, Su Heng said. In fact, this price is already very low. Now some small places on the edge of some towns are sold for hundreds of thousands. Besides, Binggu Village has become an economic development zone, and its development prospects are greater than those towns. Even people from the city can't find fault with selling 1 acre for 1 million. I understand. I guess they won't buy too much. Zhong Ruofei nodded. The fire station may be bigger. After all, we need to build a fire station garage and a dormitory for firefighters, Su Heng said. After a pause, Su Heng suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Brother Zhong, we talked about a play this morning. Ding-ling-ling. It was a coincidence that just when Su Heng was about to tell Zhong Ruofei that the crew was going to shoot in Binggu Village, his cell phone rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Heng was surprised. He nodded to Zhong Ruofei first, then stood up and walked to the window to answer the phone. Hello, Mr. Long. Chapter 215. Can you make red wine? Leader, are you going to the investment promotion conference in Shanxi province? The next moment, Wang Long's cell phone came directly from the phone. Yeah. Su Heng showed a trace of surprise on his face. Leader, you really can do it. In half a year, you quietly turned Binggu Village into Binggu Economic Development Zone, and you also started to attract investment. Wang Long's voice was full of emotion. In Wang Long's opinion, Binggu Village's development speed is really super amazing. There is no second one in the whole Xia country. It's just a coincidence. In fact, Binggu Economic Development Zone is a village. You know that? When praised, Su Heng immediately replied. In fact, Su Heng really didn't think that the current Binggu Village could bear the title of Economic Development Zone. If it hadn't been ranked in the top 100 of the top 100 villages in the country last time, Binggu Village really wouldn't have become an Economic Development Zone, especially when it went to participate in the Investment Promotion Conference. Coincidence? Do you believe it yourself? Wang Long's voice suddenly rose a lot. I believe it. A trace of helplessness flashed across Su Heng's face. Okay, I believe you and I believe you. By the way, I'm also going to Shanxi province to attend the Investment Promotion Conference on the 26th, so a friend and I plan to go to your Binggu Village for a stroll first. And then we go together. How about it? Wang Long's tone was full of the look of I'll just watch you pretend quietly. You want to go too? Su Heng suddenly realized. Some time ago, Wang Long did say that he would go to Shanxi province to attend a conference, and now he thinks he was talking about the Investment Promotion Conference. Yeah, that's definitely no problem. Coming back to his senses, Su Heng said immediately. He did not ask more about the specific investment promotion matters. First, he had long known that Wang Long's family background was not simple, so it was normal for him to attend the Investment Promotion Conference. Second, He was the county representative at this investment promotion conference, and asking too many questions would make Wang Long think too much. Okay, I'll call you when we get to Bingdu Village. Yes. Just like that, they talked about some other things, and then Su Heng hung up the phone and came to the tea table. Brother Zhong, and then we talked about a crew. After sitting down, Su Heng spoke again. The crew? Zhong Ruofei thought for a moment, and asked, Is it the crew of the ancient costume drama from another world that you rejected more than a month ago? At that time, the news that the village secretary of Bingdu Village rejected the crew in order to hold a wedding for the villagers was widely spread. There were even many people who said that the village secretary of Bingdu Village was short-sighted and did not focus on long-term development. Some people even secretly sent him text messages, hoping that he would persuade Su Heng. It is this crew. Su Heng then told Zhong Ruofei the results of the negotiation in great detail. Pay 15 million first? After hearing this, Zhong Ruofei's face lit up. Having just paid off the 38 million in arrears, there was only more than 2 million left in the public account. I thought it might take another week or two for the account balance to return to 10 million, but I didn't expect to receive a big gift package when I came back from a trip to Lon City. The producer is Li, and the director is Wang Sun. They are now staying at Welai Inn, waiting to sign a contract with Bingda Culture and Tourism. Su Heng nodded. Are they in the inn? Zhong Ruofei immediately raised his hand to check the time. Yeah, originally they wanted to stay at Guanxue Tower. But Guanxue Tower was full. It happened that 2 guests at Welai Inn had just checked out, so they moved in. Su Heng replied. Welai Inn had officially opened to the public the day before yesterday. There are now 2 front desks and 2 waiters there. There was almost no suspense, with the blessing of that wedding. The inn was booked out as soon as it went online on the official account. Then I'll go find Uncle Feng later. Zhong Ruofei picked up the teacup and took a sip. It looked like he was about to leave for the inn. That's fine. Let Uncle Feng draft a filming contract. No matter what. The existing buildings in our Bingdu village cannot be damaged because of filming. After hearing this, Su Heng followed up. He naturally knew why Zhong Ruofei wanted to find Uncle Feng. Don't worry, I will agree with them on the penalty for breach of contract. Okay. The sun rises and sets, 7 days have passed in a flash. There is only half a month left before the Shaanxi Province Investment Promotion Conference. At this time, whether it is Ase County, Jinlu County, or other counties and districts, the person in charge of the Economic Development Zone is already very busy. Almost every day. He is in contact with the manufacturers he likes and inquires about their intentions. Su Heng ignored anything about the investment conference. On the first day, the person in charge of the fire substation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone came to Bingdu Village, and accompanied by Su Heng, selected an area of 8 acres to the east of the vendor area, and signed a land transfer agreement with Bingda Culture and Tourism. According to the plan, the fire substation will start construction after the spring. On the second day, the person in charge of the police station of Bingdu Economic Development Zone came to Bingdu Village, and selected an area of about 3 acres to the east of the fire substation. On the fourth day, Bingdu Economic Development Zone and producer Li officially signed a site lease contract. On the afternoon of the day after the contract was signed, Li transferred 15 million yuan to the account of Bingda Culture and Tourism. That's not all. On this day, the numbered bag customized by first-line actress Yang Yu from Song Liwei was delivered to Yang Yu. The limited edition of 5 ice sparrows each month officially began to be delivered. In addition, the intangible cultural heritage inheritor Tang Jianxi recruited an apprentice who had worked with him in shadow puppetry before, and began to create the ordinary bags of the Bing Sparrow series, while ensuring the supply of the limited edition numbered bags. On the 6th day, Li Mei and Jioga City finally completed all the formalities for Bingdu Economic Development Zone to host the Xiagua Border Culture Festival. In a sense, the Xiagua Border Culture Festival has officially entered the preparation stage. Especially Lu Ming. After hearing the news, he called the building materials merchant Li Jijun again. At this time, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Heng got up and packed up simply, and was about to go out. Today, he and Zhong Ruofei agreed to walk along the boundary stakes of Bingda Cultural Tourism in order to determine the specific location of the windmill park. The location has been determined, and we can just install the equipment next year. Knock. 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 Xiao Su. Just when Su Heng got dressed and was about to go out, there was a knock on the door and a voice came. Uncle Feng? Upon hearing that, Su Heng immediately opened the door. Xiao Su, are you going out? Seeing Su Hang's outfit, Feng Shuyu said, "Well, I'm going to choose a location for the wind farm with Brother Zhong." Su Hang gestured to Feng Shuyu to sit inside while speaking. "No, I'll make it short. You and Xiao Zhong should get busy after that. The wind farm is not a trivial matter." Feng Shuyu waved his hand. Now not only the villagers of Binggu village, but even the vendors in the vendor area know that there is a little problem with the power supply in Binggu village. "It's like this, Uncle Song sent me a message again." "Oh, what did he say?" Su Hang immediately looked at Feng Shuyu. Lao Lu said that the day before yesterday, he specially found a full-time brewer from a liquor company to test the water quality of Binggu. The results showed that our water quality meets the standards for brewing liquor, but is not the top grade. Feng Shuyu said, "Not top quality?" Hearing this, Su Hang did not show any surprise. Each liquor company has different requirements for water quality, and there are also many big differences in the requirements for water quality for sauce-flavored, strong-flavored, light-flavored and other liquors. It is impossible for the water from Binggu to be top quality in every aspect. So if Binggu water wants to increase its added value, it can only be used to make local beer or mineral water in the future. Thinking about it for a while, Su Hang said casually, "Since it is not top quality, there is no need to force liquor otherwise. If the liquor production formula that costs a super high pond value loses its taste on Earth due to water quality, it will be a loss." That's not the case. Lao Lu said that he later sent our water to a wine production company, and after testing, they found that our ice lake water is also of top quality when used to make wine. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuyu immediately waved his hand. "Wine? Does wine need water?" Su Hang was a little confused. "If I remember correctly, ordinary red wine doesn't seem to use water." "Yeah," Lao Lu said that every step of high-end red wine is very particular. You can't use tap water to wash grapes, you have to use natural water, and when adding yeast, etc. Seeing Su Hang's confusion, Feng Shuyu immediately explained. "Is that so? That's worth studying carefully." Su Hang rubbed his hands. Apart from anything else, the added value of red wine is no less than that of white wine. Even some high-end business bureaus will specify red wine instead of white wine, because international friends basically recognize red wine. In addition, there are raw materials. The big red grapes of Xi'an province are not only famous in Xia country, but also won several international awards. With such raw materials, and the water of the ice lake, the quality of the red wine brewed will definitely not be low. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a very high-end and high-quality red wine on Earth in the pond system. If the formula and brewing process of this red wine are bought out, I dare not say that it will be as successful as on Earth, but it will definitely not be bad. Well, Old Lu also said that if Binggu Village wants to start a red wine brand development plan in the future, you can contact him. He can introduce a few winemakers. Feng Shuyu followed. "Okay, I will definitely thank Uncle Lu when the time comes." "Yeah." At the same time, just when Su Hang decided to use the water quality of Binggu to build a red winery, High City, 3rd Ring Road, screenwriter Li Li was discussing something with director Wang Sun. "Ah, you plan to ask Xiao Feifei to play the leading role?" Hearing what Li Li said, Wang Sun was stunned. Xiao Feifei is praised by the Xia people as one of the 3 ancient costume goddesses. The other 2 are Yang Yu and Lu Xian. In terms of status, they are definitely first-line actresses. Usually, Li Li uses second and third-line actresses. In Li Li's words, second and third-line actresses are more cost-effective, but this time he actually wants to use Xiao Feifei. How can he not be surprised? "Yeah." Li Li nodded. "Why?" Wang Sun couldn't help asking. "Because I don't want to leave any regrets. Now I have found the most perfect shooting location in my mind. The heroine must naturally use an actor who best fits the heroine's temperament. You know what this play means to me." Li Li looked at Wang Sun seriously. Then, Wang Sun hesitated, until a moment later he looked at Li Li again. "But even if you want to use it, Xiao Feifei may not have time. Didn't you say you wanted to shoot the snow scene of the ancient buildings in Binggu Village? It will be hard to find snow scene after winter." Chapter 216 The Fear Brought by the College Students Returning Home. "I have already asked. Her next play is scheduled for April next year. There is a gap of more than 2 months in between. It is absolutely no problem to give her a little more money." Li Li took a deep breath. 2 months of gap? Are you thinking of starting filming right away? Wang Sun was stunned. Although Li Li has been preparing for this play for a long time, if she wants to finish filming within more than 2 months, she must start filming right away. Anyway, our male lead has been discussed long ago. As long as the female lead is in place, the crew can set off to Bingu Village as a whole. Lily nodded. But Wang Sun still had some hesitation on his face. Although Lily was a producer, she had a professional filming team in her company. But she always felt that this was too rushed. After a while, Wang Sun spoke again. But what about the extras? There are many scenes in your play that require a large number of extras. Bingu Village is not a film and television city. There are no ready-made extras. You can ask Mr. Zhong from Bingu Culture and Tourism for help. Lily waved her hand, indicating that Wang Sun should not worry. Looking for Mr. Zhong? Wang Sun touched his chin. They have been in contact with Zhong Ruofei since the contract was signed, and they have become quite familiar with each other. He knows a lot of people there, so we can ask him to help promote it locally. In addition, it is winter vacation now, and college students and migrant workers are returning home one after another. There are all kinds of people. Lily said again. If that's the case, then we have to call Zhao Feifei's agent immediately. After thinking for a moment, Wang Sun looked up at Lily. Yes. Then I will go and notify the crew and other relevant personnel, and contact Mr. Zhong to see if he can reserve some ordinary rooms for us at Bingu Hotel. After saying that, Wang Sun was about to get up, but at this time Lily suddenly thought of something and reminded him again. By the way, Director Wang, when you go to notify the crew, hold a safety education meeting, and make sure to explain it clearly to the crew members. When you go to Bingu Village to film, you must not deliberately destroy the buildings there. If they are damaged, we really can't afford to pay. I know that. That's fine. The sun rises and sets, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Although the winter solstice has passed, this time is the end of the 29th day of the 9th month, and the beginning of the 39th day of the 9th month, the coldest time of the year. However, despite the cold weather, there is no one absent in the vendor area of Bingu Village. The vendors set up their stalls on time as usual. It's bad. It's bad. At this time, a late egg-filled pancake owner said, as he began to support his stall. It's bad? Upon hearing this, the vendors around him felt a little nervous. Then, the pancake owner next to him asked hurriedly, Old Wang, don't scare me. Is Bingu Village going to explode again? Since the wedding, the vendors have finally recovered slowly. But the 7-day busy wedding has become their psychological shadow. There are even bosses who said during video calls with their relatives at night that, when setting up stalls in other places, they are worried about having no customers. But when setting up stalls in Bingu Village, customers are worried that the boss will not be able to handle it and run away. At one time, they also wanted to recruit people, but the vendor area is so small, and there are only 2 prefabricated steel houses for accommodation, so no one wants to come. The customer flow in Bingu Village these days is just right for the vendors, and they are satisfied with the income and not tired. If possible, they naturally hope that this situation can continue. What else? The egg-filled pancake owner sighed. Why? It's almost the new year and there are still customers? Confirming their worries, the vendors around them immediately showed bitterness on their faces. A film crew is coming to Bingu Village to film. The female lead is the big star Zhao Feifei, and the male lead is Wan Yunyan. The pancake owner told the news he had just heard. Ah? Filming? Another big star? The other vendors were stunned for a moment, and some even stood up and finished their work. In addition to the leading male and female actors, some supporting roles are also familiar faces. So this time we have to be prepared for a protracted war. The boss of the pancake shop subconsciously glanced at the location of the Bingu rice, flour, grain and oil store. Because their daily demand is very large, 3 2-story mobile board houses were added next to the original 3 flat-color steel houses, which are filled with spare stocks. Protracted war? No way. Bingu Village had a celebrity last time. There will definitely not be as many people coming to see the celebrities this time. It will only be popular for 2 or 3 days at most. After a long silence, a vendor comforted himself. I thought so at first. But Mr. Zhong from Bingu Culture and Tourism posted an advertisement on the official account, saying that the crew needed a lot of extras. Those who want to act in a costume drama can consider it. The egg-filled pancake owner smiled bitterly. Ah? Openly recruiting extras in costume drama? Instantly, the pancake owner became quiet. Until a moment later, a boss selling steamed buns began to take off his sleeves without saying a word. Lao Zhao, what are you doing? The vendors around him were puzzled and asked immediately. What? I'm going to find Mr. Zhong. Tell him to quickly set up another vendor area, otherwise I might really have to die here. Those college students who go home for the new year can eat and cook, and they don't look down on them, and they chase the boss. Sometimes they even add WeChat to urge the boss to open the store. The Xylombeo boss said without turning his head. College students who go home for the new year. That makes sense. Wait, I'm going too. The next moment, hearing what the Xylombeo boss said, another boss also took off his apron. Well, I'll go too. Time flies. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuan Suheng just answered the phone. The office supplies needed by the staff of the Bingdu District Industrial and Commercial Branch and the Taxation Branch will be delivered to Bingdu Village this afternoon. This time, the two branches rented 18 offices on the second floor of the East Office building, just rented out the entire floor. The price per room is 5,000 per year, which averages out to more than 400 per month. Of course, the two branches didn't need so many rooms at the beginning, and the reason why they rented so many rooms is that some of them will be used as dormitories for the staff. According to the plan, the two branches will officially start working next Monday, at the same time. The registered places of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, Bingdu Construction Company, Bingdu Culture Media, etc. will also be gradually changed from Gyoga City to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The most important thing is that after the registration place is changed, the relevant taxes will also be managed by the tax branch. After determining the payment ratio in accordance with relevant regulations, a part of the tax will be regarded as the financial revenue of the Economic Development Zone and enter the special account of the Economic Development Zone. At that time, the Economic Development Zone Finance Branch will have to be gradually put on the agenda. Xiao Su. After handling this matter, when Su Heng was about to study the pawn system again, Zhong Ruofei's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Brother Zhong, the door is not locked. Seeing this, Su Heng responded. Soon, the door opened, and Zhong Ruofei walked in. What's wrong, Brother Zhong? It's like this, just now. Many vendors heard that a crew was coming to our Bingdu village to film a movie, and they were so upset that they begged us to set up another vendor area. Sitting in front of the tea table, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Are you begging us to build another vendor area? Su Heng was a little surprised. As the saying goes, competitors are enemies. Businessmen wish they were the only ones around, but the vendors here are begging Bingdu village to build another vendor area. This is the first time I've heard of this. Yeah. Although filming may attract some onlookers, it won't be that serious. Su Heng couldn't help but say. I told them too. But they said the crew wanted to recruit extras. I guess those who came were college students who went home for the new year, said Zhong Ruofei. Are college students who go home for the new year so scary? Young people have bigger appetites. But they are not that scary. Su Heng raised his eyebrows. I guess some vendors have been urged by students, Zhong Ruofei said. Then, since they asked, we should build a second vendor area of the same size opposite the existing vendor area. Anyway, they are all prefabricated steel houses now, which will not be affected in winter. It will be built soon. After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei said, Can the electricity keep up? After a moment of silence, Su Heng asked. The electricity should be enough. But it should have reached the limit of 4 wind turbines. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Okay. You can arrange it. Hearing that the electricity was fine, Su Heng nodded. Yeah. Just when Su Heng was wondering why the vendor owner was so afraid of returning college students to be extras. Gyoga City. Many young people with clear eyes had gathered together. Have you heard? There is a crew coming to Bingdu village to film. And they are recruiting extras. A girl looked at the others. I must hear about it, and the leading actors are Zhao Feifei and Ruan Yunyan. Another girl immediately took over the conversation. Are you going to go? The girl who spoke first said. Go, I must go. Ruan Yunyan is my idol. I would be happy to be an extra in his play. Not to mention that he pays me for the extras every day. Even if I have to pay the crew, I would be happy. A girl nodded very confidently. That's right. How can I not go with such a good opportunity? You don't know. I sent this news to my roommate group, and 2 people from Shaanxi province also want to come and be extras. The clear girl who spoke first nodded very seriously. When is the interview? Tomorrow afternoon. Then shall we go together? After a pause, someone suggested. Okay, my cousin has a car. We can collect some money for the trip and ask him to take us there. Yes. The main attraction of college students returning to their hometowns is a circle, a place of leisure, and a little living expenses. At noon, the news that Bingdu village was recruiting extras spread throughout Gyoga City, and was spreading outward at a speed of 50 kilometers per minute. Some people who couldn't sit still came to Gyeoga bus station first, and started to share rides, asking for a ride. For a while, Gyeoga bus station seemed to be occupied by young people, and the scene was spectacular. Even the long-time regular drivers couldn't help but sigh. Can Binggu village withstand such a rush? In the evening, Gyeoga City. In the office, Zwishuejong was busy dealing with a thick stack of documents on his desk. Director? At this time, the secretary appeared at the door of the office in a hurry. Chapter 217, Setting up a youth hostel. What's wrong? Zwishuejong asked casually while reviewing the documents. Director, there's a commotion in Bingdu Economic Development Zone again, at 3 p.m. Many college students who were going home for the new year started running to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. We may need their support. The secretary whispered. What did you say? There's a commotion in Bingdu village again? Or are they college students who are going home for the new year? Hearing this, Zwishuejong's pen stopped instantly, and he looked up at the secretary with a surprised look on his face. At this moment, the documents in his hand were no longer that important. The secretary nodded weakly. Why this time? It can't be that the villagers are getting married again. After confirming that he had heard correctly, Zwishuejong couldn't help but hold his forehead. Since the last time the villagers of Bingdu village got married, and the director of the Economic Development Zone was going to Shanxi province to observe the investment promotion conference. He thought that Bingdu village should be quiet for a long time. But this is great. Just a few days after leading the team to support Bingdu village, it started again. Leader, this time it's not the villagers getting married. There is a crew filming in Bingdu village. These college students who went home for the new year are planning to go there as extras. The secretary's face was also full of helplessness. When the play was on in Bingdu village, old men and grandfathers made a big splash. When the Bingdu village health center announced that Wang Huyin, the top pediatric expert in Xiaogua, was opening a clinic, infants and young children who went to see the doctor became the main force. When the villagers got married, young and middle-aged people made a big splash. This time it was college students again. That is, there is nothing in Bingdu village that can attract elementary school students. Otherwise Bingdu village really achieved the attack of all ages without distinction. Are the crew filming? Zwishuejong was stunned again. Well, it is said to be a big production. The male and female protagonists are both domestic first-line stars, and they are very popular among young people. And many college students also invited their roommates. It is estimated that there will be many young people who want to go to Bingdu village to act as extras. The secretary told everything he knew. Then, Zwishuejong hesitated, and didn't know how to arrange it for a while. Bingdu village is an economic development zone. There are only 10 permanent residents, and the garrison units there are not even as complete as a town. The reception capacity is even more so. There are only 4 hotels in an economic development zone, a food stall, a supermarket, and a barbecue restaurant, a beef noodle restaurant, and a vendor area. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the weakest economic development zone in the entire Xia country. But if you say it is not an economic development zone, it just happens to do things that many economic development zones cannot do, and every time it makes a big noise, so that the city has to support it. Not to mention the super large wedding scene a while ago. Just take the crew that suddenly appeared this time. Looking at Gyeoga City, no, even within the scope of Suqing province, there are not many districts and counties that have received such a crew with 2 first-line stars as the leading actors. As expected, this time there will definitely be district and county leaders who will say, it would be great if this happened in their county. Not only can we take advantage of the situation to promote it, but we can also drive consumption and boost GDP. After thinking for a moment, Zwishuejong said, well, you can just call the person in charge of the Economic Development Zone police station and tell them that there is a disturbance over there again. Ask him to bring his team over to help. If you don't have enough manpower, ask the headquarters for help in time. The fire brigade is also on standby. Do you want to help these young people with food and drink? It's cold now. What if it snows again? Hearing the arrangement, the secretary nodded and was a little worried. Yesterday's weather forecast said that a cold front will pass through in the next week. Eat and drink? Zwishuejong brushed back his few hairs. I'll call Director Su later and ask what's going on there. After that, he glanced at the phone on the desk helplessly. Every time he heard the word Bingdu village from his secretary, he would definitely dial the Bingdu village hotline, without exception. Okay, Director, then I'll go find the two responsible persons first. Yes. At 7 p.m., night fell. As the lights of Bingdu village began to light up, exclamations and various sounds of taking photos were heard again in the core area. Unlike before, the noise today was particularly loud. At this time, on the top floor of Guanchua Tower, Su Hang stood on the outer corridor and looked at the situation in the village. He turned his head and glanced at Zhong Ruofei next to him. He couldn't help but sighed. Brother Zhong, the college students who go home for the new year are really as good as their reputation. In the morning, he thought that the owner of the vendor area was a little making a fuss. But around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, college students began to appear in Bingdu village one after another. The most important thing is that these college students can't sit still. One moment, they went to the reception desk to ask when the crew would arrive, when the interview would be, what procedures were required for registration, etc. Then they went to the ruins of Bingdu village to play hide and seek, and then they asked if they could spend the night in the corridor or lobby of the hotel if they didn't have a room. They treated this place as a mountaintop to spend the night and watch the sunrise. Finally, they were tired and hungry, and they swarmed to the vendor area and started to consume various things. Until now, the lighting ceremony of Bingdu village has been taken to a new level. What should we do now? There are only so many people today, and there will probably be more college students who want to be extras tomorrow and beyond, and Lao Shui has also taken on a lot of weddings. If I had known this, I should have been more cautious. Don't help the crew recruit extras on Bingdu Cultural Tourism's official account, and maybe we can get them to go to Ase County or other villages to find extras. Zhong Ruofei rubbed his brows helplessly. After careful calculation, in fact, in addition to the extras, there are also the crew's own people. With so many people pouring into Bingdu village, eating is not a big deal as long as the second vendor area is repaired. It should be able to greatly ease the situation. Accommodation has become a big problem. We can't just watch these college students who want to be extras wandering around in Bingdu village in the cold. When will the second vendor area start construction? Su Heng turned around and asked. I have already contacted the people, and they will enter tomorrow. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Okay, when we build the second vendor area tomorrow, we will open up another area to the east of the second vendor area. Su Heng raised his hand to check the time. Open up another area? Are you going to build something? Zhong Ruofei's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Director Zhua from the city called me this afternoon, and I temporarily transferred 50 mobile cabins with solar panels and 200 bunk beds from there. In addition, I transferred 5 mobile toilets. Su Heng said. Bunk beds? Xiao Su, do you mean to build a youth hostel? Zhong Ruofei understood Su Heng's meaning instantly. No way. We have no other choice except this. As long as the land is leveled, we will start installing it and build a metal fence around the youth cultural tourism area. We will slowly plan after we deal with this wave. Su Heng nodded. If it is summer, it is okay to set up a camping area. But in winter, if we want to quickly solve the accommodation problem, after thinking about it, we can only do this kind of youth hostel with solar panels. That's right, young people can accept youth hostels now. Each bed is only 20 or 30 yuan. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the east end of Bingdu village. That area has been turned into a prefabricated steel house and mobile board house area without knowing it. It can be done in a short time, but it is really not possible to continue for a long time. We must find a way to upgrade the whole thing later. After a pause, Su Heng said. Just now, the person in charge of the Economic Development Zone police station sent me a message, saying that he and his people will arrive at Bingdu village at 8 o'clock in the evening, so we will arrange them in the police station that we prepared before. Okay. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei said again. Then the others tonight. There is no way tonight, after all. The crew will move in tomorrow and start recruiting extras the day after tomorrow, so we just need to finish the youth hostel the day after tomorrow. But there is one thing, if these college students stay in the waiting room of the hotel lobby at night, we should find a way to warm them up. Su Heng shook his head. Yeah. Facts have proved that. Youth hostels are really a good thing that can relieve urgent needs. At noon the next day, 50 mobile houses with solar panels were delivered to the east end of Bingdu village. When they were arranged as a whole, they looked shocking and spectacular. When those college students who wanted to be extras learned that Bingdu village was preparing a youth hostel, while giving thumbs up to Bingdu culture and tourism, they also flocked here, planning to check in as soon as possible, and at this time, Geoga City, airport, 2 young men with suitcases in their hands walked out of the passage. Brother Long, How do we get there? Looking at the taxi pickup point, a young man said so. Chapter 218 Pressure on Ase County. Let's take a taxi. After hearing this, the other young man thought for a moment and said. The two young men were none other than Wang Long and his childhood friend Fong Tong, who had come from High City to attend the investment conference with Su Hang. Originally, they planned to come to Bingdu Village in 2 days. As a result, most of the things over there had been dealt with, and the remaining things were all related to the investment conference. So the two hit it off, and immediately booked a flight ticket, and planned to stay in Bingdu Village for 2 more days. Okay. After hearing Wang Long say this, Fong Tong nodded. However, after looking around, Fong Tong said again, By the way, Brother Long, when are we going to contact the new brothers? No hurry, we'll contact them after we settle down in Bingdu Village. Otherwise, with his personality, as long as you call him, he will definitely put down his current work and make all kinds of arrangements in advance. How sorry? Wang Long shook his head. Since the father-in-law incident, he knew what kind of person the new brothers were. So before coming to Bingdu Village this time, he had already booked 2 rooms in Guanchua Tower in advance, and also paid the room fee directly the day before leaving for the investment promotion conference. He just didn't want to trouble Su Hang. That's right. Fong Tong nodded in agreement. Let's go! While they were talking, they had already arrived at the airport taxi waiting area. Since Jioga City can only be regarded as a 5th-tier city in Xiagua, and there are many taxis, there are not many regular online ride-hailing cars. Master, are you going to Bingdu Village? When the taxi waiting in line stopped in front of Wang Long and Fong Tong, Wang Long did not get in the car, but asked the taxi driver first. After all, this is not an indoor taxi. Wang Long thought about making the destination clear first. Otherwise, if the taxi driver is unwilling to go, it will not only waste time, but also cause some unpleasantness. However, what Wang Long did not expect was that, after he finished speaking, the taxi driver's face did not show any surprise. Instead, he asked very naturally, Bingdu Village? Charter or share seats? Charter. After a slight pause, Wang Long immediately replied, Chartering a car costs 1,200 yuan. The taxi driver quoted a price skillfully. 1,200. Wang Long and Fong Tong looked at each other subconsciously. Now the price of renting a car is this high. If it doesn't work, you can share a car. Each person costs 300. The taxi driver said again. Share a car? Don't worry, it's super easy to share a car to Bingdu Village now. You can pick up people as long as you pass by the city. You don't have to wait at all. The taxi driver looked at Wang Long. Then let's rent a car. Seeing that the taxi driver spoke naturally and skillfully, Wang Long immediately asked the driver to open the trunk. Obviously, this driver must often go to Bingdu Village. Otherwise it would not be possible. Just like that, a few minutes later, the taxi slowly drove out of Jioga City Airport and headed towards Bingdu Village. You are lucky today, otherwise you might not be able to get a car to Bingdu Village after arriving in the city. This driver seemed to be a person who could not sit still, and soon started chatting with Wang Long. Why are the drivers unwilling to go to Bingdu Village? Because it is too far away? Fong Tong in the back row could not help but say, No, there are too many people going to Bingdu Village today, and you may not be able to get a car at all. The driver said, Too many people going there? What happened in Bingdu Village? Wang Long and Fong Tong looked at each other in surprise again. I heard that a crew is going to start filming there, and the leading actors are 2 first-line big stars. They are also recruiting extras there, and the college students who are going home for the new year in Jioga City are going crazy. The taxi driver sighed. A crew filming? Wang Long and Fong Tong were stunned again. Yeah, to be honest, now the taxi drivers in Jioga City are used to it. Now there will be a large number of people flocking to Bingdu Village every once in a while. The taxi driver smiled and asked, By the way, what are you doing in Bingdu Village? Watching the excitement? No, traveling. Traveling? Oh, now there are many people traveling to Bingdu Village, and many young people like you are just here to check in the night view of Bingdu Village. The taxi driver said again, Are there people who go to Bingdu Village to check out the night view? Fong Tong couldn't help asking. Yes. To be honest, Bingdu Village used to be an abandoned oil town, with ruins everywhere. Now, except for Dunxian, populous Euphratica Forest scenic area, and Yuyang 2 passes, the number of tourists here seems to be the largest. Even many locals have begun to recommend the night view of Bingdu Village to their relatives and tourists from other places. The driver sighed. Once the locals start to recommend it, it means that the locals have regarded Bingu Village as a serious and recognized tourist attraction. It's not easy to get the locals to recognize it. Fong Tong glanced at Wan Long. As for what Bingu Village looked like in the beginning, they actually knew it better than many locals. The night view over there is really beautiful, unique, and many celebrities have promoted it. The taxi driver didn't know the identities of Wan Long and Fong Tong, and there was a hint of pride on his face when he spoke again. It was as if he was saying that only our Geoga city has such a place. Okay, I must go there today to see it, Fong Tong said again. We should arrive at Bingu Village around 5 p.m. today. The lights will be on at 7 p.m. so we'll be in time. Oh, by the way, have you booked a room? Especially for those of you who come from far away. You need to book a room before going to Bingu Village. The rooms there are in great demand. Unless you're extremely lucky, you'll just happen to meet someone checking out when you get there. Booked. Just as the heads of the two bid winners of the Investment Promotion Conference rushed to Bingu Village, Ase County, Government Affairs Building. Sun Cheng's expression became extremely complicated after hearing Zhang Yunhai's sigh. How long will this crew stay in Bingu Village? After a long while, Sun Cheng finally spoke. At least 2 or 3 months. Zhang Yunhai sighed. It would be great if Bingu Village still belonged to Ase County. Not only could it be promoted in the future, if the crew's play becomes popular again, Ase County will have another real tourist attraction in the future. Now, I can only envy. At least 2 or 3 months, it seems that this wave will bring a lot of income and consumption to Bingu Village. Sun Cheng slowly leaned back in his chair, and a trace of worry flashed across his face. I heard that the people going there this time are mainly college students returning home. If they go as extras, they can bring some consumption to Bingu Village. Zhang Yunhai nodded. College students. There was another silence. After a while, Sun Cheng looked at Zhang Yunhai very seriously. Old Zhang, we really have to work hard for this investment promotion conference. If we don't work hard this time, and the GDP is surpassed by Bingu Village in the future, we will not be able to go back to the city for meetings. Geoga City has 5 counties, 1 district, and 2 economic development zones. In terms of GDP alone, Bingu Economic Development Zone is at the bottom, Ase County ranks 2nd from the bottom, and Geoga City High-Tech Development Zone ranks 3rd from the bottom. It was already embarrassing for Ase County to be surpassed by Geoga City High-Tech Economic Development Zone, if it is surpassed by a village-level economic development zone that it once had a subordinate relationship with. Then the higher authorities will not think that Ase County cannot develop because of the geographical environment and conditions, but because of the incompetence of the person in charge. The GDP of Bingu Village exceeds that of our county? Zhang Yunhai was stunned at first, then shook his head, and even felt that Sun Cheng was a little too nervous. When the city leader said that Bingu Economic Development Zone would go to the Investment Promotion Conference to observe, he was worried whether the Economic Development Zone would make trouble. Now that he saw a crew going to Bingu Village to film, he was worried about GDP again. After a pause, Zhang Yunhai said, Leader, this should be unlikely. Impossible? Sun Cheng glanced at Zhang Yunhai. Leader, although the crew's visit to Bingu Village to film can bring a lot of traffic and consumption. In fact, Bingu Village's reception capacity is limited. It is difficult to boost GDP without the support of permanent residents. Seeing Sun Cheng like this, Zhang Yunhai hurriedly expressed his opinion. Limited reception capacity? Sun Cheng narrowed his eyes. Don't let the illusion that Bingu Village has limited reception capacity just because many people go there and have nowhere to stay after a commotion. Illusion? Zhang Yunhai's face was a little surprised, and his eyes were full of. Isn't it? It is generally acknowledged that Bingu has a weak reception capacity. Let me ask you, how many decent hotels are there in Ase County? Sun Cheng looked at Zhang Yunhai. Ours. When asked, Zhang Yunhai hesitated for a moment, and his face became a little unnatural. After careful consideration, there seemed to be only 3 or 4 hotels in Ase County, and the others are at most guest houses. And the scale of these 3 or 4 hotels is not large. Not to mention the high-end Guanjue Tower and the Yuan in Bingu Village. And Yuan. Bingu Hotel alone has more than 400 rooms. One hotel can match 2 or 3 hotels in our county. Sun Cheng directly reported the data. Zhang Yunhai scratched his head. Not to mention, I never thought about it before. Until I heard the numbers reported by Sun Cheng, I suddenly realized that Bingu Village has surpassed Ase County in terms of hotels. Are you talking about places to eat and drink? perhaps knowing Zhang Yunhai's thoughts. Sun Chung spoke again, before Zhang Yunhai could speak. Yes. There is only a small supermarket, a food stall, a barbecue restaurant, and a beef noodle restaurant in Bingdu Village. But you have never thought that there is also a vendor area in Bingdu Village. Their vendor area is more lively than the night market in our county. In addition, there is no large medical equipment in the Bingdu Village clinic. Otherwise, the number of patients who go to the Bingdu Village clinic for treatment every day will definitely exceed that of our county hospital. This Zhang Yunhai's eyes widened. You really don't know until you analyze it. A careful analysis will shock you. Unconsciously, except for the permanent population indicator, it seems that other indicators are catching up with Ase County. Even the number of hotels has exceeded that of the county. So, it's not that Bingdu Village's reception capacity is not good, but that there are too many people every time, which creates the illusion that Bingdu Village's reception capacity is not good. Sun Chung took a deep breath, and looked at the list of companies for the investment conference on his desk again. Chapter 219, Early Move to Bingdu Village. Then we. At this time, after listening to Sun Cheng's analysis, Zhang Yunhai's previous sense of relaxation had long disappeared, and was replaced by a strong sense of tension. As Sun Chung said, once the GDP of Bingdu Village exceeds that of Ase County, it will not only be a loss of face. The same thing, continue to call those companies that are not competing for much, until a preliminary cooperation intention is reached. This investment promotion conference must not end in vain. Sun Chung said again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just when Ase County was feeling a sense of crisis because of the film crew coming to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, a taxi slowly stopped in Bingdu Village, the vendor area. Soon, Wang Long and Fong Tong got out of the car and took out their luggage from the trunk. Originally, the driver wanted to take them directly to Guanxue Tower, but Wang Long and Fong Tong wanted to take a good look at the changes in Bingdu Village, so they got off the car at the entrance of the village. This area should not have been within the ruins before. Looking around, looking at the vendor area behind him, looking at the construction site opposite the vendor area and Bingdu Auto Repair Shop, Wang Long couldn't help but sigh. Who said it wasn't? Fong Tong nodded. And it's already the coldest time of the year. But there's still construction going on across the street. It looks like they're assembling prefabricated houses. Wang Long turned his head and took another look at the truck owner's home and the gas station. At this time, since the crew had already arrived at Bingdu Village, the village was getting more and more lively. Not to mention the core area. This side alone was bustling with people, comparable to the county square. I really can't imagine what Bingdu Village will look like next year or two if it continues to develop at this speed. Fong Tong said again. Only those who have been to Bingdu Village first can understand their feelings at this moment. Walk forward a little bit more. Time passed by minute, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to light up the lights in Bingdu Village again. At this time, Wang Long and Fong Tong appeared at the viewing corridor of Guanxue Tower. Wow, as the inn at the east end of Bingdu Village, antique street lamps, bonfire square area, banquet building, etc. lit up one by one, Wang Long and Fong Tong were also shocked when cheers rang out. They were also people who had seen big scenes, but this kind of immortal palace was the first time they had seen it. No wonder today's driver said that many people came to Bingdu Village specifically to check in the night view. After a long time, Fong Tong looked at Wang Long. The night view is secondary. I feel that the commercial development of Bingdu cultural tourism is more terrifying. Wang Long shook his head. Business form? Fong Tong paused. Well, the new brothers registered the Bingdu camping site temporarily to make up for my post. At that time, there was no water, electricity, or anything. There were only 3 color steel houses. Now, Bingdu camping site is about to complete an industrial closed loop. As expected, the scale of Bingdu breeding farm can be ranked among the best in Suqing province and even in the northwest. Wang Long said again. After checking in at Guanxue Tower this afternoon, he and Fong Tong walked around from the end of Yanbin Road to Yulian, to the farm, leather workshop. If they hadn't heard that the garbage recycling station was 40 kilometers away from the core area, they would have even wanted to go there to take a look. That's right. Our clothing factory also has many long-term cooperative farms. It's rare to find an ostrich farm with more than 1,000 ostriches in stock. And it seems that the scale will be expanded in the future. By then, it will not only be in the northwest, but even at the level of Xia country. It will probably be one of the top batches. Fong Tong nodded. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Brother Long. You said before that Xinqing went to the Shaanxi Provincial Investment Promotion Conference to attract investment for Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Yeah. Wang Long glanced at the direction of the bonfire square. In the afternoon, they saw not only the sign of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, but also the sign of the Economic Development Zone Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and the Economic Development Zone Taxation Bureau next to the ancient theater. As the head of the Economic Development Zone, there would be no second reason to attend the investment promotion conference. Then what do you say that I assign the company I invested in this time directly with Xinqing? Those ostrich feathers can be directly supplied to our factory. If you sign somewhere else, you may not have such a large ostrich farm. Fong Tong touched his chin, and his interest grew. You sign here? To be honest, I actually had this idea when I heard that my new brother was going to attend the investment promotion conference as the person in charge of the economic development zone. Hearing Fong Tong's thoughts, Wang Long touched his chin. Ah, you want to sign too? Fong Tong was stunned. Yeah. Brother Long, do you think Bingdu Village is suitable for building a factory? Fong Tong was a little puzzled. He signed here because he saw the super large breeding farm in Bingdu Village. As a subsidiary of the group, it should find such a place. In this way, sometimes it can not only solve its own supply, but also purchase some raw materials for the group company. But it is not clear why Wang Long has such an idea. To be honest, Bingdu Economic Development Zone should be regarded as the worst one in this investment promotion conference. But don't forget that it has been less than half a year since it was developed from a ruin. Can ordinary counties or economic development zones do this? Also, the so-called investment in building a factory is actually investing in the local responsible leaders. Do you think the new brothers are worth investing in? Wang Long gave his reasons. Ever since he had dinner with his father-in-law Dad, he remembered this sentence. At the same time, he also believed that this sentence was the essence of investing in building a factory. As for other conditions, actually, they are not a problem as long as you put some thought into it. What are you waiting for? When you meet the new brother later, tell him directly. Will it be done? Save you from all the troubles in the investment conference later. After hearing this, Fong Tong suddenly realized, and at the same time, he became more determined in his thoughts. This time, Ma Sheng Group is going to invest in a 30 billion project, and Tantai Clothing is only investing in a 10 million grandson company. If others dare to do so, what is he afraid of? Let's talk about it after we meet the new brothers. I'll ask him if he's free now. Nodding, Wang Long took out his cell phone and dialed Su Hang's number. Yes. As the night deepened, in Haisher, a high-end business coffee shop, Su Lang looked at the middle-aged man opposite him with a frown. Is Mr. Wang's schedule for the investment promotion conference in Shaanxi province basically full? Yes. This time, Ma Sheng Group was regarded as the gold standard enterprise of the investment promotion conference. The capitals of the 5 northwestern provinces are trying hard to win it. Some provincial leaders have already made appointments with Mr. Wang in advance. The middle-aged man sighed. The man was none other than Su Lang's staunch follower, Kai Song. So there's no hope of meeting Mr. Wang alone this time? Su Lang couldn't help but flash a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Since he decided to follow Mr. Wang's route, he came to High City yesterday, wanting to make arrangements in advance. Unexpectedly, he heard such news. No. Actually, there is still hope. Hearing this, Kai Song waved his hand. Hope? How do you say that? Su Lang was delighted and asked hurriedly. The person I'm looking for said that when he contacted Mr. Wang the day before yesterday, Mr. Wang accidentally revealed a piece of news, saying that he would entertain a very important friend on the last day of the investment promotion conference. Kai Song said. Entertain an important friend? Su Lang frowned again. Since he is a friend that even Mr. Wang values very much, his identity must be extraordinary. Would he take the time to meet him at this time? Mr. Su. It's like this. Mr. Wang found that person for me and said that he hopes he can come to accompany that friend for a drink. We will wait next to the dinner at that time. Once they have almost finished drinking, create an opportunity to meet by chance. Let the person I found take you to toast them. As long as the first step is taken, everything will be easy to say later. Kai Song said. Is that so? Su Lang took a deep breath. Chairman, although this will give you a great chance to meet Mr. Wang, you may have to suffer a little grievance. Kai Song glanced at Su Lang. As the chairman of Su's medical group, he is also a powerful figure in the medical industry. Have you ever seen anyone act this way? Grievance? It's different now. It's normal to ask for help from others. Su Lang smiled bitterly. If he doesn't find a solution, and still acts like the chairman of Su's medical group, he may be voted out of the position of chairman by the board of directors next year. Then, Tai Song said in a low voice, since it's an opportunity, we can't miss it. You can arrange it. Please tell the middleman you found that the meal and wine expenses for Mr. Wang and his important friends that day will all be charged to us. Su Lang didn't hesitate and arranged it directly. Okay. Tai Song raised his hand to check the time. Chairman. Then shall we go to Shishir, Shanxi Province on January 26th? Yes. It's almost time. Please book our tickets in advance. Yes. It was dark at 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Binggu village was no longer as lonely and deserted as before. It felt like a small town. Of course, although the lights are bright, it does not affect the tourists living in the Guanxue Tower from watching the stars and enjoying the starry sky of the northwest. However, at this time, Su Hang's surprised voice was heard in a Yuan. Ah? You want to invest and build a factory here? In the single-family residence? Su Hang looked at Wan Long and Fong Tong in surprise. At around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Wan Long called Su Hang, and the three met around 8 o'clock. Although Su Hang knew that Wan Long was coming, he didn't expect that he had already moved into the Guanxue Tower when he called. Then, there was another arrangement. He directly asked the customer service manager to return all the money paid by Wan Long. There was no other way. When a yuan was first built, most of the building materials were sponsored by Wan Long. How could he still take his money? As for Fong Tong, Su Hang also recognized him as the one who sent Lu Ming with Wan Long, so he didn't feel unfamiliar. Later, Su Hang took Wan Long to the banquet hall for dinner, and they just returned to Su Hang's residence. Who would have thought that, just as they sat in front of the tea table, Wan Long and Fong Tong dropped a depth charge. Chapter 220 Demarcation of Industrial Zones and Logistics Parks. Yes. Wan Long and Fong Tong nodded with certainty. Mr. Long, don't give the investment project to Binggu Village just because I'm going to attend the investment conference. You know what the conditions of Binggu Village are now. It can't support your big factory at all. Hearing this, Su Hang immediately said again. The three of them talked a lot during the meal. After the two introduced each other, Su Hang already knew their backgrounds. Although Su Hang only went to observe and didn't pay much attention to the investment conference this time, Zhou Xuezheng talked to him a lot. And he mentioned the standard enterprises and quasi-standard enterprises at this investment conference. Now, the investment conference has not officially started yet, and the person in charge of the standard enterprises and quasi-standard enterprises in the enterprise list is sitting in front of him and wants to sign the project in Binggu Economic Development Zone. Although this is definitely a great thing for Binggu Economic Development Zone, Su Hang must make it clear. It is clear what kind of person Wan Long is. Su Hang does not want to, and cannot let others invest nearly 30 billion yuan in the Binggu Economic Development Zone just because of his personal relationship with Wan Long. The conditions in Binggu Village are only temporary. Wan Long and Fong Tong looked at each other. Mr. Long, Mr. Fong, even if Binggu Village starts to solve the water and electricity problems, it will take time. If you set up the project in Binggu Village, it will definitely affect your production progress and benefits. Su Hang looked at the two of them. That's not a problem. It will take time for Binggu Village to solve the water and electricity problems. It will also take time for us to build a factory. When your water and electricity are solved, our factory should be just right. Besides, the total amount of the project invested by Longsheng Group this time is 30 billion. But it is not all invested at once. In the first phase, Longsheng Group plans to invest 2 billion. And the scale is not as large as you think. Wan Long waved his hand, indicating that this is not a problem. But Su Hang was speechless for a moment. After a moment, when Su Hang wanted to say something else, Wan Long added, unless you don't want us to take advantage of you. Take advantage of me? It's obvious that I am taking advantage of you. How come it's the other way around? Su Hang was stunned. Leader, think about it. Once Binggu Economic Development Zone develops, will the land in the entire Economic Development Zone appreciate in value? Will the land we have transferred from Binggu Cultural Tourism naturally make money? If the factory does not make good profits in the future, this sum of money can make up for a lot. Isn't this just us benefiting from you? Wan Long said again. This. Su Hang paused. Wan Long's words sounded fine. But in fact, they could not stand up to scrutiny. This sentence has a big premise. That is, Bingdu Village has been developing at a super high speed. Until one day it becomes a mature new first-tier city or a first-tier city. Then, the land can appreciate significantly, and someone will take it over. Otherwise, even if you mark the price of the land, it will be idle if no one takes it over. But then again, I really don't know how to reply to Wang Long now. Leader, we are not afraid. What are you afraid of? And we invested in building a factory in Bingdu Village not because we have a good relationship with you, but because we really like this place. Take Lao Fong for example. He actually came here for your Bingdu breeding farm. At this time, Wang Long said again, farm. Su Hang looked at Fong Tong. Well, the ostrich feathers in your farm are exactly what we need, and I heard from your farm staff that you will continue to expand the scale in the future, which is even better for us. Fong Tong said hurriedly. If you are sure that this is the reason for you to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, I will definitely have no problem with it. After thinking for a moment, Su Hang finally spoke. If he still refuses at this point, it really has a bit of the meaning that Wang Long said. Great. Seeing Su Hang agreed, Wang Long and Fong Yi were delighted and looked at each other. After a while, Wang Long said again, Leader, since it has been decided, the agreement between us and Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be signed at the Investment Promotion Conference. This has been agreed with them in advance. In addition, we have agreed to appointments with some county and district leaders before, and we have to complete the appointments. You have an appointment? Will it affect anything? Su Hang's expression changed slightly. No. We still have to discuss what needs to be discussed. What if Longsheng Group has other projects in the future? Wang Long waved his hand. Just yesterday, his father specifically told him to announce the signing location on the last day of the investment conference, and to meet everyone he should meet beforehand. That's fine. Su Hang nodded. He still knew the process of this investment conference. At this time, Fong Tong on the side suddenly thought of something. Leader, where are the industrial and logistics areas of Bingdu Village? Can we take advantage of it and see the location first? Industrial and logistics areas? Su Hang subconsciously glanced at the sand table next to the tea table. Since the 3 horizontal and 3 vertical plans for the core area came out, he, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, and Shui Yuqian have discussed and demarcated another area. This area has a flat terrain in the southeast area of the entire plot, about 20 kilometers away from the Kaya home and Bingdu Auto Repair Shop. It is planned to be used exclusively for some physical industries under Bingdu Culture and Tourism in the future. In theory, the factories of Longsheng Group and Yutai Clothing should be built in the area belonging to the Economic Development Zone. However, the Economic Development Zone is more than 40 kilometers away from the current core area. It would be very inconvenient to build the factory there, so we can only find a way to demarcate 2 factory sites in this area. However, just when Su Hang wanted to stand up and point out the location to Wang Long and Fong Tong, Wang Long waved his hand at Fong Tong. Old Fong, let's talk to Mr. Zhong of Bingdu Cultural Tourism about this. Let's buy the land from Bingdu Cultural Tourism. We will do whatever Bingdu Cultural Tourism arranges the land. Buy land from Bingdu Cultural Tourism? Fong Tong was stunned. Well, now the area within 40 kilometers around Bingdu Village belongs to Bingdu Cultural Tourism. Unless you want to build a factory in the Gobi Desert 40 kilometers away, Wang Long said. Wang Long still clearly distinguished between Bingdu Culture and Tourism and Bingdu Economic Development Zone. His investment this time was aimed at Su Hang, not Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The taxes here can be paid to the Economic Development Zone, but other things will not be close to the Economic Development Zone. Forget it. It's better to build a factory here at Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Upon hearing this, Fong Tong nodded immediately. It's okay. At this point, Su Hang was about to speak, but Wang Long waved his hand again. Leader, one thing is one thing. We will talk to Mr. Zhong and feel at ease later. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing to deal with other industry leaders of Bingdu Culture and Tourism in the future. Okay. Seeing Wang Long's serious face, Su Hang finally nodded. That's settled. We'll first determine the plot with Mr. Zhong, and after discussing all the details, the contract will be signed at the Investment Promotion Conference. Wang Long followed. The sun rose and set, and a few days passed in a flash, and there were only 2 days left before the Shaanxi Province Investment Promotion Conference. In order to seize the opportunity, the heads of other districts and counties have already gone to Shaanxi Province one after another, while the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still not in a hurry. On the third day after Wang Long and Fang Tan arrived in Bingdu village, they signed a construction land transfer agreement with Zhong Ruofei. Wang Long spent 50 million yuan on behalf of Longsheng Group to buy nearly 500 acres of land 20 kilometers south of Kaihong. And Fang Tong spent 10 million yuan to buy 100 acres of land next to it. Zhong Ruofei originally thought that the price Wang Long offered was too high. After all, the entire land of Bingdu Cultural Tourism only cost 50 million yuan. And now these two plots of land have been sold for 60 million yuan, which is a huge profit. But Wang Long has always said that this time is different. And this price is actually very cheap. So, in the end, the location was demarcated according to this price. But Zhong Ruofei also made a promise on behalf of Bingdu Cultural Tourism that he would definitely deliver stable water and electricity before the two factories were built. At the same time, Bingdu Culture and Tourism will reserve a piece of land next to the two factories. This piece of land will be used for 3 years. If the two factories do not expand after 3 years, this piece of land will be used for other purposes later. After finalizing the details, Wang Long and Fang Tong went to the Yaden landform, Bingdu, the garbage recycling station, and the future wind farm again, and they had a comprehensive understanding of Bingdu culture and tourism. On the other hand, the crew has officially started work. On the 4th day after Wang Long and his team came to Bingdu village, the youth culture and tourism, which consists of its own solar-powered mobile houses, was officially open to the public, and at the same time, vendors began to move into the second vendor area one after another. Maybe it was because of the spending power of college students. Or maybe it was because these people were young and energetic. For a while, the east end of Bingdu village felt even more lively than the core area, especially at mealtime. It was like the crowded scene at the entrance of a university. At the same time, in Shishir, Shanxi Province, High-Tech Development Zone, in a government reception hotel, several men were chatting. Did our people come here in advance? One of the men said casually while getting up to make coffee. He was none other than Song Shusheng, the first person in charge of Jioga City. When I first came up, I asked the front desk. Except for the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the other county and district leaders have checked in at the hotel arranged for us. Hearing this, Zhou Xuezhong said hurriedly. Since this investment promotion conference is extremely important, Zhou Xuezhong also came along, mainly to do some logistical support work. Bingdu Village Economic Development Zone? The person in charge there can come before the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Song Shusheng's face. I dare not say how much this investment promotion conference will eventually gain. The attitudes of the leaders of the districts and counties below are still acceptable. As for Bingdu Economic Development Zone, anyway, this time it is just for observation. The roadshow did not leave time for the Economic Development Zone, and it is not the main force of Jioga City's investment promotion this time. It is a waste of time to come here in advance. Leader, isn't there a crew filming in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now? Director Su should be busy with things over there, otherwise, he would have come here earlier. Director Su still wants to learn more at the investment promotion conference. After hearing this, Zhou Xuezhong said something to Su Heng inconspicuously. Chapter 221 The Investment Promotion Conference opens. I know, I have to say, the Economic Development Zone of Bingdu Village is still very resourceful in the field of film and television media. When it was mentioned that there was a crew filming in Bingdu Village, Song Shusheng nodded, and a hint of emotion appeared on his face. He knew about the gathering of college students in Bingdu Village at the first time. In a way, it was the first time in Jioga City. If it hadn't happened to coincide with the Investment Promotion Conference, the city would definitely have promoted it well. Well, in this regard, other counties and districts in the city really can't compare with Bingdu Economic Development Zone. No, it should be said that the counties and districts in the entire Suqing province can't compare with Bingdu Economic Development Zone in this regard. Zhou Xuezhong followed. Is Bingdu Cultural Tourism the only enterprise in Bingdu Economic Development Zone now? Song Shusheng took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee. The industrial and commercial branch of the Economic Development Zone just started working a while ago. Bingdu Cultural Tourism is changing its register address. Only after the change is completed can Bingdu Economic Development Zone be considered to have a real enterprise. Thinking for a while, Zhou Xuezhong said. What about the individual businesses? Song Shusheng asked again. Except for a branch of the Postal Savings Bank and a postal courier, the rest of the individual businesses are basically under the Bingdu Culture and Tourism. Those small vendors have also obtained business licenses, and food vendor, and restaurant registration certificates. But in a sense, they are not real individual businesses. Zhui Xuezheng reported a number again. From this point of view, the gap between Bingdu Economic Development Zone and other counties and districts is still quite large. Song Shuxing shook his head slightly. Although it is known that Bingdu Economic Development Zone started late and cannot be compared with those mature counties and districts, the commotion that Bingdu Economic Development Zone makes every time makes people have to compare it with these mature counties and districts. It's a pity that the crew didn't shoot for long. Otherwise it could have promoted Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Putting down the coffee cup, Song Shuxing said again. Yes. By the way, is the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival ready? After a pause, Song Shuxing suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhui Xuezheng again. Leader, all the formalities have been completed, and the Bingdu Economic Development Zone has also received the approval document. When mentioning the Border Tourism Festival, Zhui Xuezheng immediately replied, That's good. Since the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is good at film and television media, the Border Cultural Tourism Festival should be able to handle it. Song Shuxing nodded. After all, the budget is only 2 million. Being able to handle it is already a great achievement for our Geoga city. I heard that the cost of a large-scale team building at the Bingdu campground is 1.2 million. Zhui Xuezheng sighed. If the Bingdu Economic Development Zone had sufficient funds, we might be able to look forward to it. But 2 million directly restricted the actions of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It can only set up a tourism festival opening ceremony, and then do something related to frontier culture. As for any big scene, I dare not even think about it. There is no way. Even the provincial government was hesitant when approving it. Song Shuxing shook his head slightly. After that, Song Shuxing glanced at the others again. Director Zhui, how about this? Since the investment promotion teams of all counties and districts in our city have arrived, let's use the hotel's conference room in the afternoon. Let's have a meeting first. Let each person in charge briefly talk about the preparations and whether there are any companies with cooperation intentions. This way we have a clear idea in mind. Okay, leader, I'll call and notify them later. Yes. At the same time, Bingdu Village, Yiyuan, just when Geoga City started the briefing in advance, Su Hang, Zhong Ruofei, Lu Ming and others were also chatting in front of the sand table. Xiao Su, when will Xiao Wang start construction? After a moment, Lu Ming looked at Su Hang. Recently, Lu Ming would stock up some wood that was reasonably priced and temporarily unavailable in Geoga City and Suqing Province whenever he had time. Now the open space behind the ancient theater is full of various building materials. Their project will definitely be completed after the new year, Su Hang said. Although Wang Long said that their project would take at least 1 to 2 years from the start of construction to the final completion and operation, but since the agreement has been reached, they have to find a way to deliver stable water and electricity to the land they purchased in advance. Oh, then how many units do we plan to install in our wind farm initially? Lu Ming asked again. The initial plan is to install 16 units, plus the original 4 units, which will make exactly 20 units. Su Hang glanced at the sand table and reported the number. 20 wind turbines. Are they enough? The clothing factory and Xiao Wang's electronics factory are both large power consumers. Enough. In addition to wind turbines, the open space under the units can also be used to build a photovoltaic power generation panel. The cost of photovoltaic power generation is not very high now. If funds permit, we can install more. In addition, our waste incineration power generation will also be put on the agenda next year. Su Hang nodded. The Bingdu area is mainly Gobi terrain. In addition to the relatively rich wind resources, the solar energy resources are also very rich. In addition, there is no grass in the Gobi Desert, and photovoltaic power generation will not affect the original ecology. As long as wind power and photovoltaic power are combined, the electricity provided by the wind farm can guarantee the supply of a county with a population of 200,000. Add to that the waste incineration power plant, and it is more than enough to support the clothing factory and the electronics factory. How big is the funding gap? After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming spoke again. Brother Zhong and I did a preliminary estimate yesterday afternoon. The total investment for the wind power and photovoltaic park plus the substation is about 200 million. If the route cost is included, it should be about 210 million. Su Hang said. 210 million? Hearing the number, Lu Ming's face flashed a trace of worry. Uncle Lu, don't worry about the funds. The crew just transferred 15 million. After the investment conference, the 60 million land transfer fee from President Long and President Fong will also be credited. This is already 75 million, not counting our recent income. Su Heng waved his hand, indicating that Lu Ming should rest assured. Uncle Lu, our cash flow is now sufficient. Not to mention supporting the wind power and photovoltaic park, even if we start the water supply project at the same time. There is no problem. Many project funds are not paid in one lump sum. On the side, Zhong Ruofei also nodded. Due to the arrival of the crew in the past 2 days, and the operation of the youth hostel and the second vendor area, the income of Bingda cultural tourism has entered a new stage. Now the daily profit is stable at more than 1 million. Especially the profits of supermarkets and rice, flour, grain and oil stores, which are amazingly large. According to this trend, the supermarkets and rice, flour, grain and oil stores will be upgraded again after the beginning of next spring. That's good. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he doesn't believe in Bingda culture and tourism's current ability to make money, but Bingda culture and tourism now has more and more projects in hand, and it feels that money is needed everywhere, and it's not a small amount. Then should we start preparing for the wind power and photovoltaic park in advance? After a pause, Su Heng looked at Zhong Ruofei and Lu Ming. Okay, the transportation of wind turbines is slow. We can ask them to ship the materials and parts first, and start construction as soon as the weather warms up. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. Since Shui Yutian and his wife sponsored 2 wind turbines to Bingda Culture and Tourism with their own funds last time, Bingda Culture and Tourism has become an old acquaintance with the wind power supplier. Although there are 16 wind turbines this time, the construction period will definitely not be slow. Then, I will contact my old unit to see if there are any professional power workers there. After the large substation is built, there must be workers to carry out daily maintenance. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming said, although his old unit is the Xiaogua Ancient Architecture Research Institute. The Xiaogua Ancient Architecture Research Institute is affiliated to the Xiaogua Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development, and he knows many power workers with strong professional level. Maintaining substations is not the same as being an electrician in property management. It must be quite professional. Then I'll trouble you. Uncle Lu, you're polite. By the way, Xiao Su, are you going to the investment promotion conference? When are you leaving? The weather forecast says that it may snow in the next 2 days. Don't delay your trip because of the snow. Lu Ming waved his hand and said again, the initial plan is to leave tomorrow and arrive in Shishir before the opening ceremony of the investment promotion conference. Speaking of the itinerary of the investment promotion conference, Su Heng glanced at the electronic calendar. Originally, this investment promotion conference was for observation, and the economic development zone already had Longsheng Group and Tontai Garment Factory, so there was no need to hang around there. It was because now they couldn't even get the water and electricity supply for these 2 companies, let alone looking for other companies. So this time, I plan to sign in before the opening ceremony, show up on the last day, and spend the rest of the time wandering around Shishir. Let's see how similar the West Market here is to the West Market on Earth. Are you going? Shaoli? Lu Ming asked again. Shaoli is not going. This time, Wan Long, and Fong Tong will go together. But we will have to separate after we go. They have their own plans. Su Heng shook his head. Since the industrial and commercial branch and the taxation branch moved in, the economic development zone has a lot more things to do. As a result, the deputy director has not been found yet. Li Mei can only take care of it first. Okay, then I won't send you off then. Be careful on the road. Yeah. The tide rises and falls. 2 days passed in a flash. January 26th, 8 o'clock in the morning, for ordinary people in Xia country. Today is the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the traditional New Year's Eve. After this day, it means that the annual Spring Festival has officially begun. But for the heads of the districts and counties in the 5 northwestern provinces, they had no time to care about the New Year's Eve, but entered the venue of the Northwestern 5 Provinces Investment Promotion Conference early. Really? Do you have to be so cruel? Who came up with this idea? However, after entering the venue, looking around to see the layout inside, and getting the relevant procedures of the investment promotion conference, some district and county heads suddenly looked ugly. All kinds of complaints came one after another. Chapter 222 Anxious Geoga City. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we couldn't sign a company? The more they understood, some of the responsible persons looked worse and worse. It was because there were 3 electronic screens at the investment promotion conference, one of which had the words list of unsigned companies written on it, and the electronic screen next to it showed the list of all participating counties and districts. And they were divided by province. There was a blank column for the number of signed companies after the names of all counties and districts. When the time comes, after each district and county signs a contract with the participating enterprises, the electronic screen will display the number and specific names of the contracted enterprises in the county and district. At the same time, there will be a statistics between provinces and regions. In this way, it is clear at a glance how many enterprises have signed in which province, who has signed, and how much the contract amount is. That's not all. The third electronic display screen is even more fierce. It is actually the ranking of the contract amount of each district and county in the 5 northwestern provinces. The larger the contract amount, the higher the ranking. That's right. This is equivalent to a public execution. Whose idea is it? A district and county leader from Ning province asked with a dark face. Although everyone knows the importance of this Northwest Investment Promotion Conference, it feels really unnecessary. Shaanxi province's strength is obvious to all. Most of other provinces, regions, and counties should be behind. Of course, not only did they make a ranking list, but they also made a detailed list. If no enterprise signed in, it would be a 0 at the end, which would be really embarrassing. Stop complaining. I just heard that it was the leaders of the relevant departments in Yanqing who said that this Northwest Investment Promotion Conference was organized with great effort. Only by doing this, the leaders of each district and county will really put their minds to attracting investment. At this time, a person in charge of the Investment Promotion Conference, who knew the inside story, spoke up. But the situation in each county is different. After hearing this, some county investment promotion managers still couldn't understand. It is precisely because the situation in each county is different that each has its own characteristics and advantages. Ning province has wolfberries, Xi'an province has grapes and land ports, etc. So, this is really not a reason for not being able to attract companies. Sometimes you really have to look for the reasons from yourself. The manager glanced at the man who just complained and said lightly, "This." The man who spoke first opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything, because he knew very well that this was already an established fact. Nothing else would change the result. Instead of continuing to complain, it would be better to find a way to recruit an enterprise to make the data look a little better. This is the case at the investment promotion hall. At the door, Zui Xuezhong and Su Heng had just signed in together. "Xiao Su, I may have to help other counties after the opening ceremony. You can go to the venue first, and you can also try to talk to those enterprises. In short, just feel the atmosphere." After a pause, Zui Xuezhong took a deep breath and looked at Su Heng. According to the original arrangement, Zui Xuezhong was to take Su Heng to observe and learn. But since Jioga City held an internal briefing 2 days ago, and the scene was arranged like this, Zui Xuezhong had a new task. He no longer had time to observe with Su Heng. "Okay. Director Zui." Su Heng nodded. Just yesterday afternoon, he rushed to Shaanxi province with Wang Long and Fang Tong. Because Wang Long and Fang Tong had agreed to many invitations before, the 3 of them separated as soon as they left the airport. Before they parted, Wang Long said that he knew a very unique place in Shishir, so he would take Su Heng there to experience it on the night of the investment promotion conference. After that, they would go home to celebrate the new year, and the rest would be arranged after the new year. Su Heng did not refuse. The day after the investment promotion conference was the traditional spring festival of Xiegua. Although there was no holiday on New Year's Eve this year according to regulations, Bingda Culture and Tourism had made arrangements in advance. After the duty personnel were confirmed on the 28th of the 12th lunar month, they would organize a holiday, and they would officially go to work on the 7th of the 1st lunar month. So even if we go back to Bingdu village, there is nothing to do. Director Zui, then tomorrow. After a pause, Su Heng asked again. As for the fact that Wang Long and Fang Tong had signed the contract with Bingdu Economic Development Zone in advance, Su Heng did not plan to tell Zui Xuezhong for the time being. Wang Long and Fang Tong still had to meet some leaders next. If they told it now, it would definitely cause a stir, and it would also have some impact on their plans. You don't need to sign in tomorrow, you can arrange it yourself. Upon hearing this, Zui Xuezhong waved his hand. Su Heng made a good impression on him. Except for the occasional trouble, there was nothing wrong with him. So some things don't need to be so rigid and dogmatic. In Zui Xuezhong's opinion, 1 or 2 days of study and observation is enough. It doesn't matter whether you come or not in the remaining time. No one will pay attention to an economic development zone that comes to observe. As long as Su Heng shows up on the last day, it's fine. Okay. Directors were. Perhaps because they wanted to give exhibitors and county and district leaders more opportunities to communicate, the opening ceremony of the Investment Promotion Conference was very brief. It was over in less than half an hour. Then the districts and counties that were drawn to perform on the first day began to prepare. Su Heng took a simple walk inside, then walked out of the passage, and came to the outside of the exhibition center. This time, I didn't bring any investment materials, and didn't prepare any roadshow materials. Observation and learning is actually just that. Just watch the excitement. Brother, can I trouble you for a moment? However, after standing still for a moment, a man's voice came from behind Su Heng. Hearing this, Su Heng turned his head and said casually, "What's wrong with you?" He saw a man in his 50s wearing a suit looking at him anxiously. "It's like this. I just put my bag in the service center over there. And my cell phone and other things are in it. If there is a black business car coming here later, please tell him to wait for me here. Okay?" The man said hurriedly. "It's a small matter. I'm not going anywhere anyway." Su Heng nodded and signaled the man to go get the bag. "Thank you. Thank you." Seeing Su Heng was willing to help, the man immediately showed his joy, put his hands together, and made a gesture of asking Su Heng to help. Then turned around and trotted into the exhibition center. 1 minute. 2 minutes. However, what surprised Su Heng was that about 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man appeared at the door panting. And no black business car passed by. "No car is coming," Su Heng said to the man. "Well, thank you for your help. I just called the driver. He said that there was a traffic jam over there, and it might take a while." The man thanked Su Heng again. "It's okay." Su Heng waved his hand. Details reveal a person's character. This man had already called and came over breathlessly to thank him. He must be afraid that he would wait too long. Perhaps Su Heng helped, or perhaps the process of waiting for the bus was boring. The man smiled at Su Heng and took the initiative to chat with him. "By the way, are you here to attend the Investment Promotion Conference as well?" "Yes, I'm from Suching Province." "Are you from the Enterprise or the County Investment Promotion Representative?" The man asked again. "I'm a county representative," Su Heng said. "County representative. If you're a county representative, why don't you go in and contact the companies? I heard that the pressure on the county is not small this time." The man subconsciously looked Su Heng up and down. "I'm a county representative, and they're different." Su Heng smiled. Different? How different?" For a moment, the man showed curiosity and asked hurriedly. At the same time, inside the venue, in a corner, looking at several large electronic screens, Song Shusheng's face was full of worry. "Is there any hope for Ase County?" After a long silence, Song Shusheng looked back at Zhui Shuizhong, who had just hung up the phone. Originally, he thought that the counties and districts under Geoga City had prepared for so long in advance, so they would definitely get something. The result is good. During the briefing, we found that the heads of several counties and districts really made a lot of calls to the participating companies, but almost no one reached an investment intention in the end. Most of them ended with a polite, "We will give you a reply after considering it." In this case, Song Shusheng couldn't help being anxious. Don't wait until other prefecture-level cities in Suching Province have signed the project, while Geoga City still has a 0 on the electronic screen. That would be really embarrassing for the neighboring province. "I just called, but the call was hung up. I guess they have already confirmed the investment intention with the counties and districts in other provinces." Zhui Shuizhong shook his head slightly. "Then call Mingyang in Jinlu County quickly, and ask him how the companies he is following are going. I think there is still a lot of hope for him." Song Shusheng took a deep breath, thought for a while, and then said. But at this moment, the entire exhibition center suddenly heard a broadcast. "Congratulations to Shaanxi Shisher High-Tech Development Zone and Dongsheng Hongbo Equipment Company Limited for signing a contract. The signed investment amount is 50 million. After the broadcast ended, the electronic screen at the edge flashed. The name of Shaanxi Shisher High-Tech Development Zone appeared at the top, and the number of contracted companies and the contracted investment amount were displayed behind it. "No way, are you still making this kind of announcement?" Almost everyone subconsciously looked up at the electronic display screen, and the county and district leader couldn't help but complain again. "This obviously attracts attention. making it impossible for everyone not to pay attention to the electronic screen. Of course, while complaining, there were many discussions around. Shaanxi High-Tech Zone is really amazing. It took less than 2 hours before and after the opening of the conference to get a company with an investment of 50 million. A district and county leader sighed helplessly. An investment of 50 million is actually very good. You should know that there are thousands of companies participating in the conference this time. But there are only more than 50 companies with investment targets exceeding 100 million yuan. And the rest are at the 10 million level. And there are even a few around 5 million. This should have been contacted long ago. Otherwise it would not be so fast. Here, Song Shuxing's face became more and more solemn. And the pressure increased sharply. Leader. Then Zui Xuezhong nodded and asked again. Hurry up and contact Ming Yang. Chapter 223 Young People Need Entertainment. Okay, leader. Zui Xuezhong immediately picked up his phone and walked aside to dial the number of Ming Yang, the person in charge of Jinlu County. Song Shuxing looked at the 3 large electronic screens in the center of the venue again. At this time, the name of Dongsheng Hongbao Instrument Company Limited had disappeared from the electronic display screen of the Ensign Enterprise, but appeared on the 2 electronic display screens behind. In addition, the second electronic screen of the 5 provinces signing the contract also changed. A 1 appeared after Shaanxi Province, and the other 4 provinces were still 0. But at this moment, the broadcast sounded again in the venue. Congratulations to Shaanxi Province Liantao District and Jiangsu Province Jinan Pharmaceutical for signing an agreement. The contract amount is 150 million. Ah! Shaanxi Province Liantao District? The investment amount directly exceeded 100 million. The venue was briefly quiet, and then became noisy again. Sometimes the atmosphere is like this. Once it is mobilized, it is difficult to calm down. The High-Tech Zone and Liantao District have already held signing ceremonies with enterprises. We will also contact the enterprises that have been negotiated in advance. Put the numbers up first. And don't wait until the last day. Some district and county leaders in Shaanxi Province said to their deputies next to them. Shaanxi Province has already started. We can't leave 0 behind. Notify all the city leaders, and hold the signing ceremony immediately if the deal has been reached. On the other side, the leaders of other provinces also said to the secretary next to them after seeing this situation. For a while, the venue was full of staff making phone calls. Leader. Just at this time, Zui Xuezhong had finished his phone call and came to Song Shuxing's side. How is it? Song Shuxing said hurriedly. Jinlu County said that it had reached a preliminary agreement with a toy factory. But a district in the new province offered more favorable conditions than us. And the new province is close to the port. So, Zui Xuezhong stopped talking halfway. So it was stolen by someone else? Song Shuxing's face became more and more ugly. Yes. Zui Xuezhong responded in a low voice with a solemn expression. Facts have proved that they still underestimated the cruelness of this investment conference. They originally thought that as long as the initial talks were almost done, they could meet here to discuss the details, and it would be settled. But now it seems that everything is still uncertain before the contract is signed. The most terrifying thing is that if the situation continues to develop like this, it is not impossible for Jioga City to get 0 in this investment promotion conference. Are there any other districts and counties that are about to reach an agreement? After a long silence, Song Shuxing asked again. No. The heads of several districts and counties said that the ones they are in contact with are in the negotiation stage. Zui Xuezhong shook his head slightly. Negotiation stage? That means they have just contacted. Song Shuxing turned around and glanced at the venue. Almost. Let's do this. Let's split up and see if we can contact a few companies. Song Shuxing frowned. Okay, leader. At the same time, at the entrance of the venue, Su Hang and the man waiting for the car were still chatting. I said, why don't you go to the hall? After hearing what Su Hang said, the man couldn't help but look at Su Hang again. No way, you can't guarantee anything to the company after you go in. You can't just make random promises and end up delaying their investment progress. Enterprises invest in projects to make money, not to do charity. Su Hang turned his head and looked behind him. He did not reveal all his past, but said that because the economic development zone is not mature yet, he came here just to observe and learn. That's right. When the man heard this, he actually gave Su Hang a thumbs up. After a pause, the man said, Which county in Suqing Province are you from? I have been to Suqing Province several times before, and I feel that Suqing Province is actually an underestimated province. Both the tourism resources and mineral resources there are very rich. It's just that the economy is a little bit worse. I am from the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Gyeonggi City. Hearing this, Soo-hang also looked at the man in surprise. Just because the man's evaluation was very pertinent. Unlike others, who would not unconsciously associate Suching province with poverty, drought, and the Gobi Desert as long as it was mentioned. Bingdu Economic Development Zone? However, it would have been better if Soo-hang hadn't said it. Once he said it, the man immediately showed a look of surprise. Did the Bingdu Economic Development Zone you mentioned host a traditional wedding before? Many celebrities went there at that time. Did you know? Soo-hang was a little surprised. Shui Yutian's wedding was a hot topic on the internet at the time. But the popularity was limited to the group that paid attention to the entertainment industry. People like this man should not be very interested. The man actually knew. More than that, I even found a host on a short video platform and watched the whole wedding. It was really shocking, superb. I just didn't expect Bingdu Village to come to the Northwest Investment Promotion Conference. The man was more and more surprised, and said hurriedly, "You are too kind, in fact. It was a coincidence that I could come to the Investment Promotion Conference this time." Soo-hang said again, "Then where are you in Bingdu Economic Development Zone?" After a pause, the man said again, "My name is Su Xinxing, and I am the head of the Management Committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone." Soo-hang said, "Director Su, excuse me." The man was obviously stunned when he heard Soo-hang's identity. Just now, he thought Soo-hang was a secretary or ordinary staff member of a county. After all, considering the age of the young man in front of him, he didn't expect that he was the head of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. How could he not be surprised? In fact, our Economic Development Zone is just a village. It's not as good as you think. Soo-hang waved his hand. "No, your place is really the best in the country. By the way, Director Su, my name is Tan Yo-yu. I'm from Jiangsu Liaoning Traditional Culture and Art Company." The man turned around and took out a business card from his handbag and handed it to Soo-hang. "Oh, Mr. Tan. Hello." Soo-hang took the business card and looked at it carefully. In addition to the mobile phone number, the business card also had the WeChat ID and email address. "Director Su, are you still going inside?" After a pause, the man looked back at the corner of the venue and said again, "Going inside? If you don't go, can I talk to you?" To be honest, I originally wanted to invest in an embroidery shop in Shishir this time, mainly engaged in ancient costume production, leasing, etc. But after walking around the West Market and the Investment Promotion Conference, I always feel that it is a little bit lacking. Tan Yo-yu hurriedly said again, "A little bit lacking? This is not right in the West Market." Soo-hang was a little surprised. Before coming to the venue this morning, he specifically asked the driver to take a circle around the West Market. Although the West Market on Blue Star is completely different from the West Market on Earth, the ancient buildings are not as exquisite as the buildings in Bingdu Village, but the historical atmosphere is still far superior to other cities, and there are still many young people wearing ancient costumes taking pictures. Opening an embroidery shop here should be a good business. In addition to the costumes themselves, it may also have something to do with my relatively small initial investment. Tan Yo-yu looked back at the venue again, but did not finish his words. The budget for the first phase of this investment is 10 million yuan, which is the smallest investment scale in the entire investment conference. So when I went to talk to Shishir, there were basically no special preferential policies here. To put it bluntly, there is no difference between participating in this investment conference and finding a place and registering later. Other provinces and cities don't have the atmosphere like Shishir. Several remote counties and districts called him and basically declined. After thinking about it, Tan Yo-yu felt that the investment conference was no longer interesting, so he thought about going home directly, but he ran into Soo-hang by chance at the door. At this moment, his mind suddenly became active again. "Director Su, is it convenient for you?" Tan Yo-yu spoke again after coming back to his senses. Time passed quickly, and it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky in Shishir was still blue, but in Bingdu Village, Gyeonggi City, thousands of miles away, it was gloomy and snowflakes were falling one after another. By 3:30, the snowflakes were getting bigger and bigger, and about a centimeter of snow had fallen on the eaves of the ancient buildings in Bingdu Village. So beautiful. At this time, by a pond in the south of Yuan, the crew who were filming the play actually expressed such emotion. Even the college students who were performing in the crowd were no exception. The heroine was wearing a big red cape, walking in the snow, with the plum trees and other trees planted by Su Hang as a backdrop. The scene was like a painting. This is the scene in my dream. Shoot it quickly. Otherwise you will miss it. Producer Li Li and director Wang Sun were even more excited. This was the case inside a Yuan. At the bonfire square, many employees of Bingda Culture and Tourism also came out to feel the snowflakes all over the sky. Some even had snowball fights and had a lot of fun. At the beginning, there were only a few people. But more and more people joined in later. Even the Postal Express staff of the Postal Savings Bank joined in. It was a complete fight. So crazy. At this time, Shui Yutian and Zheng Ruofei, who had just returned from the vendor area, were stunned when they saw this scene. 2 days later, Bingda Culture Media took on a wedding. It was the first wedding, and the only one, before the Spring Festival. They just went there to coordinate this matter. It seems that our employees are really frustrated. After a moment of silence, Zheng Ruofei looked at Shui Yutian. Most of the employees of Bingda Culture Media are locals in Jioga City. They are not surprised by the snow. But at this time, they actually played like Southerners. It's mainly because there doesn't seem to be any real entertainment and leisure places in our Bingdu village now. Shui Yutian nodded. Although there are basketball courts, table tennis tables, and badminton courts in the bonfire square, these are not entertainment in the eyes of young people. So this problem must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, the young people may not be able to bear it. After taking another look at the crazy employees, Zheng Ruofei said, "Well, I'll call him tonight to discuss it. Anyway, the investment promotion conference has nothing to do with Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Xiao Su should not be busy." After thinking for a while, Shui Yutian said so. Chapter 224 Embroidery Shop. Yes. Zheng Ruofei nodded. A few days ago, Luo Lin and Yang Jiang came to Bingda Culture Media and formally signed a labor contract. Now they are the 2 vice presidents of Bingda Culture Media. With these 2 people joining, Shui Yutian's work pressure suddenly became much less, and he has more time than Zheng Ruofei. By the way, old Shui, when will your culture media have a holiday? After a pause, Zheng Ruofei looked at Shui Yutian again. We'll have a holiday after this wedding. And the people on duty have been arranged. Shui Yutian said. What about the year-end bonus? Zheng Ruofei nodded and asked again. Because the situation of Bingda Culture and Tourism this year is quite special. It didn't hold its own annual meeting in the end. It will hold a good annual meeting next year when everything is in order. The year-end bonus will be paid on the day of the holiday. Shui Yutian replied. Although Bingda Culture and Media has become financially independent, all the salary systems are still applied by Bingda Culture and Tourism Group Company. There are detailed regulations on the year-end bonus standards for each level. Well, everyone has worked hard this year. After the year-end bonus is distributed, the group will give each employee a holiday allowance of 1,000 yuan. Zheng Ruofei nodded. As the former head of a listed company, Zheng Ruofei knew that there would be some disadvantages in distributing year-end bonuses before the new year. Many people would just walk away after receiving them. There is no handover of work at all. But the employees of Bingda Cultural Tourism have worked really hard this year, and they must have a happy new year. At the group level, we at Cultural Media also plan to give each employee a holiday allowance of 1,000 yuan. Shui Yutian paused. It doesn't matter. The group level is the group level, and Cultural Media is Cultural Media. Zheng Ruofei waved his hand. Okay, then what are the plans of the crew and the scientific research team of Shanghai Jiaotong University? Shui Yutian nodded and spoke again. Them? We don't get involved in their affairs, anyway. Whether it's the farm or the inn, we have people on duty at the hotel, and I heard from Lao Sure that the village clinic has also arranged people on duty. Zheng Ruofei waved his hand. I still remember when he was a kid. The new year was full of festive atmosphere, and everyone seemed to be looking forward to that day. But now the new year atmosphere is getting weaker and weaker. In the eyes of many people, it is just a 7-day holiday, and then go out to travel, relax, and visit relatives less often than before. Some young people even think that visiting relatives after the new year is troublesome, and they actually choose to take the initiative to work, just because working during the new year is actually nothing to do, and you can get 3 times the salary. Okay. As for the New Year's Eve dinner, it's not too late to discuss it after Xiao Su comes back. I heard that his skills are amazing. Shui Yutian smiled. This is a must. Time flies. At 11:30 in the afternoon, in a private room of a high-end restaurant in the city center of Shishir, Su Hang was having lunch with Tan Youyu, whom he met in the morning. Mr. Tan, are you serious? After a moment, looking at Tan Yoyu, Su Heng's face was full of astonishment. In the morning, Tan Yoyu said that he wanted to have a good chat with him. Su Heng felt that he had nothing important to do anyway. So he followed Tan Yoyu out. The previous conversations were basically about ancient costumes and ancient buildings. As a result, just now, Tan Yoyu unexpectedly expressed his desire to sign the project in Bingdu Village. Yeah, Tan Yoyu nodded. But you should know the conditions of our Bingdu Village after watching the wedding video, in terms of the number of tourists. It can't be compared with Shishir. Su Heng couldn't help but say again. It is precisely because of watching that wedding video that I think the embroidery shop has great potential there. And to be honest, even if I didn't meet you at the Shanxi Province Investment Promotion Conference this time, I would go to Bingdu Village for inspection later. Tan Yoyu looked at Su Heng seriously. Whether it was Su Heng helping him to watch the car at the beginning or the subsequent chat, he felt that Su Heng was many times more reliable than those in charge of investment promotion in counties and districts in Shanxi Province. So he came up with the idea of directly landing the project in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Mr. Tan, but the situation in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone is quite special. Su Heng leaned back in his chair. In fact, after chatting with Tan Yoyu, he also had a little idea of cooperation. In the past, many tourists asked Bingdu Cultural Tourism if they rented ancient costumes when taking photos and checking in at Guanxue Tower and Yuan. But ancient costumes are something that only professionals can do. And each set is not cheap. So Bingdu Culture and Tourism did not do it. If this company is brought to Bingdu Village, it can really give tourists who go to Bingdu Village some different experiences. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Tan Yoyu asked hurriedly. The core area of Bingdu Economic Development Zone now belongs to Bingdu Culture and Tourism. So if you want to open an embroidery shop in the core area of Bingdu Village, Su Heng wanted to say that the core area belongs to him. And the area outside the original abandoned oil town belongs to Bingdu Culture and Tourism. But he took back the words when they were on the tip of his tongue. Director Su, you don't have to worry about this. First, we can't afford to buy land, and second, our embroidery shop basically rents a place no matter which city it is in. Tan Yoyu instantly understood what Su Heng meant, and said immediately, Rent? Yes, but the contracts we usually sign are for a 5-year lease. The investment amount reported to the investment conference this time is actually the rent for 5 years. Tan Yoyu said again. 10 million for 5 years of rent? So much. Su Heng suddenly showed a look of surprise, and his eyes became more and more interested. If so, it seems that this project can really cooperate. Actually, the rent is normal, because our embroidery shop is quite special, and we need to use a lot of workshops. So sometimes in some cities, we rent 4 or 5 floors together. Tan Yoyu nodded and looked at Su Heng. Of course, if Director Su can provide a building like the one in the video for our embroidery shop to rent, the rent price can be higher. After all, our embroidery shop can also use the characteristic buildings in your Bingdu Economic Development Zone for publicity. I dare not think of anything else. The buildings on both sides of the ancient theater that appeared in the wedding video are fine. That row is fine. Buildings on both sides of the ancient theater? And the rent can be higher in 5 years? Su Heng picked up the water cup and took a sip. Tan Yoyu said it was the office buildings on both sides of the bonfire square. Director Su, what do you think? Tan Yoyu leaned forward slightly and asked tentatively. If that's the case, then we can indeed have a good chat. Su Heng nodded. Okay. If we can agree, we will sign the contract this afternoon. Seeing Su Heng nod, Tan Yoyu was delighted, and said hastily, as if he was afraid that Su Heng would go back on his word. Time passed quickly, and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The investment promotion conference was still crowded with people. In half an hour, the first day of the conference would officially end. At this time, in a corner, the heads of various districts and counties in Jioga City looked more solemn than each other, and the atmosphere was so depressing that they dared not even breathe louder. Especially Song Shusheng. His eyebrows were almost twisted into a big knot. In the morning, after the first signing announcement, there would be announcements every few hours, and people were afraid that their districts and counties would be left behind. At this time, the top of the list was still the Shanxi High-Tech Development Zone, which had signed contracts with 7 companies and a total of 1.5 billion yuan. The second place was Lianta District, which had signed contracts with 5 companies and a total of 1.2 billion yuan. The third, fourth, fifth, and 6 places were also cities, districts, and counties in Shaanxi province. It was not until the 7th that a district of Xi'an province appeared. The gap between Shaanxi province and the other 4 provinces in the northwest can be seen on another electronic display screen of provincial rankings. Shaanxi province is also far ahead. With a total of 150 companies signed, the total investment amount of 35 billion ranked first. Xi'an province ranked second with 35 companies and a contract amount of 8.9 billion. Suqing province ranked third with 13 companies and a contract amount of 2 billion. Ning province and Qinghu province ranked 4th and 5th. Although Suqing province has signed contracts with 13 companies, Song Shusheng is not happy at all. Because these 13 companies were signed by Lanzhou and 2 prefecture-level cities that are very close to Shaanxi province. And the column behind Jiuge City still has zeros. The most important thing is that an hour ago, the leader of Suqing province called Song Shusheng. Is there anyone who can sign a contract before noon tomorrow? Even if the contract amount is only 5 million. Raising his hand to check the time, Song Shusheng glanced at the crowd and asked. When he received the call from the leader just now, he was embarrassed by what he said. So he must break the zero signing in the shortest possible time. However, after Song Shusheng finished speaking, the small circle was still silent, and no district or county leader expressed his opinion. No! Not even a project worth 5 million? Seeing this, Song Shusheng's heart sank to the bottom, and his voice suddenly increased a lot. However, as soon as this sentence was spoken, the atmosphere was silent for a long time, until a district or county leader couldn't stand it anymore. He whispered, "Leader, this time the investment promotion is much more difficult than the phenomenon. I talked to several companies today. It seems that they are not in a hurry to make a decision. It will probably take a few days to reach an agreement in the end." That's right. The ones that can be signed today are actually those that have been negotiated before. Then Meng Yang, the head of Jinlu County, also said something. "Leader, I'm the same here. I talked to 2 companies, and they both said they need to wait." Sun Chung, the head of Ase County, also spoke up. "What you said may make some sense, but there is a zero behind Jiuge City on the big screen. And when the leader called, for the sake of face, I told him that it would definitely break zero before noon tomorrow. What should we do now?" Song Shusheng once again glanced at several district and county leaders in disappointment, and he almost wrote the 5 words "you are really good" on his face. When they expressed their opinions at the meeting before coming to Shaanxi province, everyone spoke better than the other. But at the critical moment, no one could help Jiuge City. This Ming Yang and Sun Chung looked at each other, and chose to remain silent again. There is no way to deal with this kind of thing now. "Leader, please don't worry. What if tomorrow morning?" After a moment, Zui Xuezhong took a deep breath. "Don't worry. How can I not be anxious about this matter? If the leader asks tomorrow at noon." Song Shusheng raised his eyebrows. However, just when Song Shusheng was halfway through his words, a broadcast suddenly sounded in the hall. Chapter 225. I guess there are more. Congratulations to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone of Jiuge City, Suqing Province, and Lianglong Traditional Culture and Art Company of Jiangsu Province for signing a cooperation agreement. The contract value is 12 million. The broadcast sounded in the air. The first day of the conference was about to end, and the signing broadcasts at this time were not as frequent as in the morning. As soon as the sound came out, many leaders who were packing up materials and planning to have dinner with some company bosses looked up at the electronic display screen. There are still companies signing at this time. However, these district and county leaders were just surprised for a moment and did not pay much attention. Just because the contract value is only 12 million, the project is not worth discussing. However, at this time, Jiuge City is staring at each other, even more dead silent than before. "Did you hear it wrong? The broadcast just reported our city?" After a moment, Song Shusheng looked at Zui Xuezhong with disbelief. Just now, he was talking, but when the broadcast sounded, he didn't pay attention and just heard it by ear. Originally, he wanted to listen to it again, but the contract broadcast was only once. "It seems so. I heard it seems to be Bingdu Economic Development Zone." "But?" Zui Xuezhong's face was also full of doubts, so that he didn't have much confidence when answering. A few minutes after the opening ceremony ended this morning, he saw Su Heng leaving the venue, and then he never showed up again. So theoretically speaking, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has no possibility of signing contracts with the companies participating in the investment promotion conference. Of course, There is a more important point. The conditions of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are there. And normal companies will not choose there at all. I heard that it is also Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Director Zhua. You should call Director Su quickly and ask what's going on? Hearing Zhua Xuezhong say this, Song Shusheng said hurriedly. It is possible for one person to have auditory hallucinations. But it is impossible for two people to have auditory hallucinations at the same time. Looking at Song Shusheng at this time, his expression was extremely complicated. Confusion, disbelief, expectation, etc. were all written on his face. If it is really Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it really solved the urgent problem for Jioga City. Not only did it help Jioga City break the zero signing, but it also helped Jioga City to make things right in front of the provincial leaders in disguise. It is simply a super savior. Okay, leader. Zhua Xuezhong nodded, and hurriedly walked to the side, and took out his mobile phone. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes later. Zhua Xuezhong came to Song Shusheng again. How is it? Before Zhua Xuezhong could speak, Song Shusheng asked first. Leader. It is the project signed by Director Su. Zhua Xuezhong waved his fist excitedly while answering, showing how happy he was. Really? That's great. After confirming, Song Shusheng let out a long sigh. All the depression and solemnity half an hour ago disappeared completely at this moment, and his expression and demeanor became visibly relaxed. It was like a mountain was removed. It was not until a moment later that Song Shusheng hurriedly asked again, Where is Director Su? While happy, Song Shusheng's heart was full of doubts. How could a street slicker who was mixed in the venue suddenly win a project worth 12 million yuan? It was incredible. Although the contract amount was not large, the districts and counties to which Jioga City belonged had basically been in contact with this kind of thing during this period. Director Su said that he would have dinner with the person in charge of this company. Zhua Xuezhong said immediately. Eat dinner? That's what I should do. Then didn't you ask him how he signed with this company? Song Shusheng nodded. Just now I was thinking of having dinner with Su Hang tonight and have a good chat, but when I heard that Su Hang was going to have dinner with the person in charge of the contracted company, I had to give up. The order this time is to put the company first. I asked. Director Su said he met him at the door when he was out for a walk, and then we just chatted for a few words. Speaking of this, Zhua Xuezhong's voice became much lower. Not for anything else. Just because this sentence sounds a bit unfair. The heads of other counties and districts probably wanted to beat him up after hearing it. But Zhua Xuezhong also knew that Su Hang was not pretending to be like this. And the truth was probably like this. Just a few words during the time of taking a walk? Sure enough. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's expressions were more interesting than each other. Song Shusheng was stunned. Others were full of too infuriating. Are you still talking human words? We are almost running out of saliva, and we haven't seen any companies sign in. You just chatted a few words, and got one. It should be like this. Director Su left the venue a few minutes after the opening ceremony. And Director Su just said that it was completely luck that we were able to sign this company. And this may also be the only company that does not have high requirements for the conditions of the economic development zone. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little tense, Zhua Xuezhong said again. Okay. Song Shusheng raised his hand to check the time. That's it for today. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone has just helped us out, we are still under great pressure. Of course, you still have your own investment promotion tasks. You must hurry up tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Bingdu Economic Development Zone saved the day. But it is impossible to save the day every time. So you will have to take the lead in investment promotion next time. Okay, leader. Coming back to their senses, the heads of the districts and counties breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had the urge to beat people just now. After all, Bingdu Economic Development Zone really helped them out. Otherwise, this meeting would never end so easily. There might be various meetings to be scolded in the evening. 10 minutes later, the Jioga City Investment Promotion team left the venue one after another. What did I say? You are under pressure now. At this time, Sun Chung was looking at his deputy Zhang Yuhai and the person in charge of Jinlu County Mingyang with a depressed look. How did he do it? When asked, Zhang Yunhai and Mingyang looked at each other, not knowing what to say. More than a month ago, when the city decided to let Bingdu Economic Development Zone come to the Investment Promotion Conference for observation, Sun Chung said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would not be able to keep quiet and might have to make trouble. At that time, they thought it was impossible. In the end, they were taught a very vivid lesson on the first day. How did you do it? That place is not a place that plays by the rules. Who knows how you do it? Sun Chung shook his head. This? Zhang Yuhai hesitated. So we really have to fight. I guess Bingdu Economic Development Zone may have some unexpected moves next. After a pause, Sun Chung took a deep breath and looked at the two of them. What? Another unexpected move? Ming Yang's eyes widened. On the side, Zhang Yuhai also looked at Sun Chung with some disbelief. Well, at the very least, Bingdu Economic Development Zone may sign another company. And at the biggest, it is not impossible to sign 2 or 3 companies with contracts worth tens of millions of yuan. Sun Chung said seriously. Sign 2 or 3 more companies with contracts worth tens of millions of yuan? Old Sun, you're exaggerating. Ming Yang glanced at Sun Chung, shook his head. Of course, it's still possible to sign another one as you said. After all, as you said, this guy never plays by the rules. Leader, I don't think it's possible to sign 2 or 3 companies. Zhang Yunhao followed. Sun Cheng's words were really a bit too flattering to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Whether it is 1 or 2 or 3 multi-million level enterprises, the pressure on us is not small. If the leaders use Bingdu Economic Development Zone as an example, I guess most of the district and county leaders in Suqing province will be criticized. Sun Chung curled his lips and shook his head. As expected, after returning from this investment promotion meeting, I dare not say at the provincial level. But at the municipal level, the reward of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely be much less. That's right. Then what are you waiting for? It's night. Hurry up and contact those companies. I dare not say that I can complete the task in the end. But at least the contract amount will be slightly higher than that of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Let's go! As night fell, the streets of West City were bustling with cars, very lively. As the only new first-tier city in the 5 northwestern provinces, Shishir far surpasses other provincial capitals in every aspect. At this time, in a hotel near Gulu, 2 middle-aged men were standing outside the window, looking at the pedestrians on Gulu Street, chatting about something. The two were none other than Su Lang and Kai Song, who had come to Shishir early to meet Wan Long in private. I didn't expect the scale of this Northwest Investment Promotion Conference to be so large. After a moment, Su Lang turned his head and walked towards the sofa area, and sighed. Just yesterday afternoon, he met with the middleman that Kai Song had found. It turned out that the middleman he had worked so hard to find was not a friend of Xiao Wangzong. He was a friend of Xiao Wangzong's friend, but he had met Xiao Wangzong several times, so he was considered an acquaintance. While Su Lang was disappointed, he could only accept it. After all, a friend's friend has less say than a friend. After all, there was no other way. Well, basically all the people who came this time were the top leaders of the county and district. There were also quite a few provincial leaders. If we can get in touch with these people, it will be much easier for Su's medical group to expand in several provinces in the northwest. Kai Song nodded. These people may be inconspicuous at the investment conference, but when they return to their own places, they basically sign and make decisions. Get in touch with them. These people have no intention of dealing with companies that did not participate in the investment conference. Su Lang sighed. He also went to the investment conference at around 11 o'clock this morning, to try his luck and see if he could meet Mr. Wang by chance. As a result, he went back to the hotel directly after hearing the broadcast of the signing. In this case, it is almost impossible to meet Mr. Wang during the investment conference. As expected, the main investment promotion forces of several provinces will be around Longsheng Group for a period of time, and Longsheng Group will not appear at the venue. Yes, they are all busy with their investment promotion targets. Kai Song nodded. After a pause, Su Lang said again, by the way, has Mr. Wang decided where to eat after the investment conference? If so, we will book a private room next to it in advance. It should not be booked yet. Kai Song shook his head. But just when Kai Song wanted to say something else, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Kai? Are you there? At the same time, a young man's voice came. It's Peng Chao. Upon hearing this, Kai Song hurried to the door. The person who came was none other than the middleman he was looking for. Soon, the door opened and a young man in a black down jacket walked in. Xiao Peng, has Mr. Wang decided where to eat? After the young man sat down and greeted each other, Kai Song asked hurriedly. It's settled. Hearing this, the young man named Peng Chao nodded. His family runs a restaurant chain in High City. By chance, he became friends with Fang Tong. the eldest son of Tong Ai Clothing. Fong Tong is Wang Long's best friend. And over time, he has gotten to know Wang Long. Where is it? Kai Song asked hurriedly. Near Hu Lake, Peng Chao said. When he called Fong Tong this morning, he didn't dare to mention it at all. He just said that he would not attend the meeting, and he would have more free time after finishing his own work. And he could help book a place. What about our place? Kai Song asked again. I have already booked your place. It is right next to us, Peng Chao said. That's fine. Kai Song breathed a sigh of relief. But you must pay attention when the time comes. If I don't come to find you, you must not come in. It seems that Mr. Wang attaches great importance to this situation, Peng Chao said again after looking at Su Lang and Kai Song. Attaches great importance to it? Who is Mr. Wang's friend? Upon hearing this, Su Lang beside him couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 226. There must be enough building materials. I heard that it was a county leader who came to attend the conference. After thinking for a while, Peng Chao said. He actually got a chance this time. How could he still have the nerve to ask Fong Tong questions? Besides, the focus of their attention this time was actually Mr. Xiao Wang, not Mr. Xiao Wang's friend. County leader? Wasn't the investment promotion conference over by then? Su Lang and Kai Song looked at each other in confusion. I don't know the specific situation anyway. This person must be more than just a county leader, otherwise Mr. Xiao Wang wouldn't be like this. Peng Chao shook his head. Oh! The same thing. Wait for my news when the time comes. It's okay to make connections, but don't mess up other people's plans. Don't worry about that. We still have some eyes. Su Lang nodded. This time he came to win over Mr. Xiao Wang. If he makes him and that friend unhappy, it is likely to have a counterproductive effect. Okay, we'll call each other when the time comes. It was dark at night. Bingdu village was already covered with 7 or 8 centimeters of white snow, and the moment the lights were turned on, it seemed as if he had really entered the world of immortals. The night sky of Shishir was still full of stars, and there was no sign of snow. At the reception hotel of the investment promotion conference, Su Hang was standing by the window, answering the phone. After discussion, he and Tan Yoyu reached a cooperation agreement. Binga Culture and Tourism provided Tan Yoyu with an antique building facing the road, which was exactly the same as the office building on the east side of the bonfire square. As the office building of the embroidery shop, Tan Yoyu paid a 5-year rent of 12 million. Although this cooperation looked like a cooperation between Tan Yoyu and Binga Culture and Tourism, since Tan Yoyu's embroidery shop was registered, the tax was paid in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. So there was nothing wrong with it being counted on the head of the Economic Development Zone. According to the agreement, after the office building of Binga Culture and Tourism is completed after the new year, the embroidery shop will come to register and open for business as soon as possible. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I went to the conference to sign the contract and had dinner before returning to the hotel. Brother Shui, is it snowing over there? Su Hang looked at the night sky through the window and said in surprise. Yeah. The snow scene is very beautiful, thanks to the efforts of those extra college students. Our snow scene has become a hot topic in local short videos. If it weren't for the new year, it would probably attract another wave of tourists to check in. The next moment, Shui Yutian's voice followed. Unconsciously, the night view of Bingdu village has become a selling point, and it is known as the two great beauties together with the sunset view from Guanchua Tower. In other words, the snow scene is short-lived and not long-lasting. Otherwise, the third greatest beauty of Bingdu village is Bingdu village after the snow. Is the heating of the youth hostel okay? After a pause, Su Hang asked. No problem. Mr. Zhong has already arranged it. And those extras will definitely not be frozen. Shui Yutian's voice came soon. Shui Yutian actually understood Su Hang's worries. The youth hostel built by Bingda Culture and Tourism this time is purely for emergency use. The youth hostel will definitely be rebuilt later. And the water, electricity, heating, and internet will be completely solved. That's fine. Hearing this, Su Hang breathed a sigh of relief. But this time it also exposed a problem of our Bingda Culture and Tourism. After a pause, Shui Yutian's voice came again. What's the problem? Su Hang frowned and asked hurriedly. Today, when Lao Zhong and I came here, the employees of our Bingda Culture and Tourism went crazy because of the snow. This seems to be no problem. But in fact it shows that we are now too short of entertainment facilities. You should know that more than 95% of these employees are locals. Shui Yutian sighed. You mean the vacancy in entertainment and leisure? After a moment of silence, Su Hang spoke. He had already heard the meaning of Shui Yutian's words. Well, originally, I was thinking of discussing this with you after you came back, but Lao Zhong said that you didn't have much to do at the investment conference anyway, so it's better to confirm the general situation with you first. We'll start the work after the Chinese New Year. Otherwise, there will be those big projects after the Chinese New Year, and this matter will be easily overlooked or delayed. Shui Yutian said again. It's okay if you don't think about this kind of thing, but if you weigh it carefully, it's actually an urgent matter. It can even be upgraded to the same level as solving water and electricity problems. Well, then what kind of entertainment projects does our Bingdu village need now? After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, I didn't pay much attention to this issue before, but now that it has been raised and it is quite urgent, if we need to solve it, we should solve it together. Otherwise, if we drag our feet later, it is possible that, as Shui Yutian said, we will be delayed by those big projects. I had a brief discussion with Lao Zhong in the afternoon, and I think that our Bingdu village needs a cinema now. Shui Yutian said immediately. Brother Shui, wait a moment. I'll write it down. Upon hearing this, Su Hang quickly opened the notepad on his phone. Is it done? Yes. Our Bingdu village is now short of a cinema, because there are many young people working under Bingdu culture and tourism. So it would be best if the cinema could be bigger. Bigger? Yes. What else? Then we need a casual drink bar. Oh. And there are also places for script-killing games, escape rooms, or werewolf games. Young people also like this, Shui Yutian said again. Oh. I've got it. Then we need a bar and a KTV. We need a bar and a KTV. Young people like these places. That's all for now. After a pause, Shui Yutian's voice came again. That's all? Su Hang simply counted them. There were 6 leisure and entertainment venues in total. Old Zhong and I think these should be enough. Shui Yutian said. These are enough for young people, but they seem to be a little lacking for the elderly. Su Hang said. Old people usually like fishing or something. It won't be too late for us to find a solution later. Shui Yutian expressed his opinion. Fishing? Su Hang glanced at the dimly lit West Market Street outside the window, and saw various colorful signs one after another. Okay. Then I know. I will take advantage of the investment promotion conference to think about it carefully in the next 2 days. If I have figured it out, I will tell Uncle Lu to start preparing building materials in advance. We will start construction after the new year. Su Hang came back to his senses and said, Okay, I'll tell Uncle Lu when I'm done. You should go to bed early. Yes. Bingdu village, Yuan Gate, Shui Yutian, who had just finished calling Su Hang, had just walked out of the gate. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lu Ming. Xiao Shui. Uncle Lu? It's so late. Where are you going? Lu Ming said, looking at the time. I'll go find Luo Lin and Yang Jiang. The day after tomorrow is the first wedding that Bingdu culture has undertaken. There are many details to be polished. Shui Yutian said. Oh, it's cold today, come back early to rest, you can do it tomorrow. Lu Ming nodded. By the way, Uncle Lu, I just called Xiao Su, he may need you to prepare some building materials in advance, planning to start construction after the new year. Shui Yutian immediately said. Prepare building materials? What does Xiao Su want to repair? Is it related to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Lu Ming immediately showed a little nervousness. He has been prepared for this period of time, just waiting for Su Hang's. Ordinary. No. Shui Yutian shook his head. No. Lu Ming was stunned. It's like this. Our Bingdu village is in need of a place for employees and villagers to relax and unwind. Shui Yutian then told him what happened in the morning. So it's just to build a movie theater or something. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. That's easy. The materials I have in stock are definitely enough. You can rest assured. Xiao Su. Even if we don't purchase them, it will definitely not delay the progress. Confirmed, Lu Ming said very confidently. If he were to repair other buildings, he would be a little worried. But there was nothing to worry about for a cinema. It's just a cinema, a bar, etc. I guess it's similar to the current staff dormitory building. And it won't take much building materials. Shui Yutian nodded. Okay. Then you can get busy. If there is anything about the Frontier Cultural Festival, please let me know in advance. Lu Ming said again. Okay. Uncle Lu. Little did he know that when Lu Ming and Shui Yutian chatted for a few words and separated, Su Heng had quietly called up the pawn system in the West City. The hotel. In recent times, apart from the fodder from the farm, there has been no more pawning. Adding to that grand wedding and the traffic brought by the crew, the pawning value has reached more than 4 million without anyone noticing. Since we are going to do it, let's do something similar. After a little thought, Su Heng set his sights on the ancient building group column of the pawn system. At first, Su Heng also thought about whether to continue to build the employee dormitory building along National Highway 215 and use the upper part as the employee dormitory and the lower part as the basement store. Leisure bars and bars can all be opened. But after careful consideration, it seems not a good idea to mix KTVs, bars, cinemas, and the like with employee dormitories. Not only will it affect the employees' rest, but there is not enough space. Especially cinemas. Those 3-story ancient buildings are not suitable for cinemas at all. In this case, perhaps only those ancient buildings can meet so many needs at one time. But what should I build? After sending a message to the system, an ancient building complex with modern steel concrete structure inside and antique exterior. Su Heng looked at them one by one. 1 hour. 2 hours until after 2 in the morning. Su Heng saw a model of an ancient building group in the system, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, this one seems good, although it looks ordinary. As long as it is well designed, it can completely accommodate the reserved entertainment and leisure places. After thinking, Su Heng immediately looked at the price below the ancient building group. 3,400,000? I can accept it. So without saying anything, Su Heng sent a thought to the system again. System, I want to buy this. The next day, the sun rose, and Shishir ushered in a new day. At 8:30 in the morning, many district and county leaders came to the entrance of the Convention and Exhibition Center. Chapter 227 Who will win? Have you heard? Last night, the leaders of Shanxi Province and the CEO of Longsheng Group talked until late before they dispersed. Since the exhibition center had just opened, many corporate representatives had not yet entered the venue. Some district and county leaders gathered together to chat. So Shanxi Province has already won Longsheng Group this time? A district and county leader from Ning Province sighed. Although I knew that Shanxi Province had the most advantages, I was still a little disappointed when the results were really in front of me. Almost, although the boss of Longsheng Group said that he would talk to the relevant leaders of other provinces, it's almost the same. The insider said again. Alas, Shanxi Province is Shanxi Province after all. By the way, besides Longsheng Group, what about the subsidiary of the second bidder Tonghai Clothing? What happened yesterday? At this time, a district and county leader asked again curiously. It seems that I also met with some leaders from Shanxi Province yesterday. The insider looked up and took a look at the 3 large electronic display screens that had been lit. After a day of chasing yesterday, the number of companies that have not signed contracts has decreased a lot. But Longsheng Group and Tonghai Clothing are still quietly staying on top. Ah? Even Tonghai Clothing has gone to meet people from Shanxi Province? Will there be any room for other provinces to survive? The district and county leaders, who spoke first, couldn't help but complain. There is no way. The relevant leaders of other provinces have also made appointments. But they give priority to Shanxi Province. Alas! Leader, do you think there is hope for our Suqing Province? At this time, the investment promotion team of Jioga City also came to the venue, took a look around, and Zui Xuezhong spoke. No hope. Hearing this, Song Shusheng waved his hand confidently. No hope at all. Tonghai Clothing has no hope either? Seeing this, Zui Xuezhong was stunned. No! Last night, the relevant person in charge of our province called the person in charge of Longsheng Group and Tonghai Clothing. But they declined. Song Shusheng sighed. There are some things that Zui Xuezhong and his friends don't know. But he knows them very well. It was precisely because of this incident last night that the team leader had completely given up on these 2 companies and planned to focus all his energy on the next company. Not even a chance to meet and chat? Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but glance at the electronic screen. It seems that the district and county leaders just now were not wrong. Shanxi Province has already taken these 2 standard enterprises, and quasi-standard enterprises think about it carefully. It's normal. In our Suqing Province. Except for Lanzhou, which is still a little competitive. The other cities are really not good. If they don't even look down on Lanzhou, they will naturally not consider other cities. Naturally, there is no need to meet. Song Shusheng glanced at the other district and county leaders behind him, paused, and suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, Will Director Su come to observe today? Just now. Director Su sent me a message, saying that he slept too late last night and might come later. Speaking of Su Hang, Zui Shuizheng said hurriedly. Oh, I guess he drank too much yesterday. Song Shusheng said casually. It should be. Okay, let him have a good rest. Let us take care of the rest. We can't let the situation like yesterday happen again. Yes. Zui Shuizheng nodded heavily. Let's get started. Perhaps because many company leaders and county leaders had further communication last night, not long after, the signing broadcast announcements were heard again in the huge venue. However, what Zui Shuizheng didn't know was that Su Hang didn't sleep most of the night last night, not because he was drinking with clients, but because he was working on the drawings of the entertainment project in Binggu Village. It's already 11 o'clock. Picking up his phone and checking the time, Su Hang sat up from the bed. After sending a message to Zui Shuizheng in the morning, he squinted for a while, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already now. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Su Hang was about to get up and pack up, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up and taking a look, Su Hang immediately answered the phone. Uncle Tong. It was Tong Jianchuan calling. Xiao Su. Is it convenient to talk now? Soon. Tong Jianchuan's voice came from the phone. It's okay now. You say? It's fine. When will this investment conference end? When do you plan to return to Binggu Village? After a pause, Tong Jianchuan's voice came again. It should be around January 31st, the 28th of the 12th lunar month in the ancient calendar. If there is nothing else, I will be back in the afternoon. After a calculation, Su Hang reported the time. The 28th of the 12th lunar month? That's perfect. Can you bring someone with you when you return to Binggu Village? Tong Jichuan said hurriedly. Bring someone. My granddaughter Tong Shui. She will spend the new year with me and your Aunt Wang in Binggu Village this year. The plane she took happened to stop at Xixian Airport, so it's possible that you will be on the same flight. Your granddaughter Tong Shui? Su Hang's mind suddenly emerged with a girl who had once chased him for a receipt. It was because of her that there was this group of experts in the Binggu Village clinic. Yes, it's mainly because she brought a lot of things. That's no problem. Coming back to his senses, Su Hang said immediately. Should I give you her contact information later? No need. Uncle Tong, I have her WeChat. You have her WeChat? That's even better. You can contact directly when the time comes. Your Aunt Wang and I won't be in charge. Okay. Just like that, they talked about some other things, and then Su Hang hung up the phone. It's too early to contact now. Muttering to himself, Su Hang walked towards the bathroom. No matter what, he had to show up at the investment conference today. On the other side, in Binggu Village, Tong Jichuan hung up the phone and glanced at Wang Huin next to him. Done. Done? That's good. Let's go. Xiaosher has something to discuss with us. We have to go there quickly. Tong Jichuan raised his hand to check the time and said, Discuss? What? Can't he just arrange it? Wang Huin paused. It seems to be about the relocation and construction of the village clinic and the construction of a new department. Tong Jichuan said. Oh, a new department? Let's go! Wang Huin nodded immediately. The tide rises and falls, for days passed in a flash, and the investment promotion conference has come to an end before we knew it. Counties and districts in various provinces have made some achievements in the following period, and the same is true for Jiuda City. After the performance on stage, for companies with contracts worth tens of millions of yuan were finally signed. Including the one in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, the number of contracts reached 5. However, the discussions of the heads of various districts and counties did not stop because the investment promotion conference came to an end. Instead, the discussions became more and more. Just because till now, the Standard Enterprises Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing are still on the electronic display screen that has not signed the contract. At the beginning, all the district and county leaders thought that the two companies would officially sign the contract with Shanxi Province on the 3rd or 4th day of the conference, but there is still no movement until now. It is hard not to have some other ideas. Old son, what is the situation with your two companies? In a corner of the venue, Meng Yang, the head of Jinlu County, first glanced at the electronic display screen, and then looked at Sun Chung next to him. After a few days of hard work and the promise of some small policies in addition to the big policies, Jinlu County and Ase County finally signed a company each. At this point, Meng Yang and Sun Chung finally let go of their worries and no longer tried to sign a second company. because they knew very well that, firstly, there were fewer and fewer companies that had not signed contracts and they had no chance. And secondly, although the target was not met, one company was enough, because the overall signing of Suching province was not good this time. Except for Lan City, other counties and districts basically had one or two companies, and there were even a few counties and districts that were completely wiped out. The province and the city will not criticize them for this. This investment conference was a perfect success. Who knows? They are probably still negotiating some details with Shanxi province. After all, it is the largest project at the investment conference. On the side, Sun Chung shook his head. It is possible. Meng Yang nodded. But just when Meng Yang wanted to say something, he suddenly glanced at the distance and said with a strange look, "Huh? Isn't that Director Su of Bingyu Economic Development Zone? He came here for a stroll again today?" Really? Hearing this, Sun Chung and Zhang Yunhai beside him also looked back. Old Sun, didn't you say he would continue to cause trouble? Why hasn't he done anything yet? Turning back, Meng Yang looked at Sun Chung. Since Bingyu Economic Development Zone signed a company on the first day, the other district and county leaders in Jioga City paid special attention to Su Hang's actions. And under Sun Cheng's exaggeration, they all thought Su Hang might continue to cause trouble. Even Song Shusheng and Zhui Xuezhong thought so. The result was good. In the next few days, Su Hang explained to everyone what observation meant in all aspects. Every day when he came, he would just walk around, look here, touch there. He never competed with the heads of other districts and counties for those enterprises that had not signed contracts. At most he would come and chat with them. To this day, it is still like this. Maybe he has concerns. After all, the conditions of Bingyu Economic Development Zone are there. Too many enterprises may not be a good thing. When asked, Sun Cheng's face flashed with embarrassment, and he gritted his teeth to explain to himself. Chapter 228 Keep your word, level up again. But you didn't before. Hearing Sun Cheng's explanation, Meng Yang smiled, but just when Meng Yang wanted to say something else, the electronic screen in the venue that showed the companies that had not signed the contract suddenly flashed. Looking closely again, the names of Tonai Group and Longsheng Group, which were the first two companies to sign the contract, suddenly disappeared. Hey! Longsheng Group and Tonai Clothing have signed contracts with the county and district that are recruiting merchants. The disappearance of the list of companies to sign the contract means that Longsheng Group and Tontai Group have already got a boyfriend, signed a contract with the investment area. With such a commotion, even Meng Yang, Sun Chung and others focused their attention on the electronic screen. Now the top 5 of the contract signing ranking list are still firmly occupied by the 5 districts and counties of Shanxi province. Although it feels that the suspense has been lost, I still want to see who will finally beat the others and win the standard enterprise. The possibility of Shanxi High-Tech Development Zone is greater. Aside, Zhang Yunhai expressed his opinion. Yeah. Hearing this, Meng Yang nodded. Ding dong. At this time, the familiar broadcast of the investment promotion conference sounded again. But this time it was not 1 but 2. Congratulations to the Bingyu Economic Development Zone of Jioga City, Suching Province and Longsheng Group for reaching a contract agreement. The contract value is 30 billion. Congratulations to the Bingyu Economic Development Zone of Jioga City, Suching Province and Tontai Clothing for reaching a contract agreement. The contract value is 10 million. Originally everyone was waiting for the signing broadcast, so they listened very carefully. The next moment, after hearing the signing counties and districts reported on the broadcast, Shua, the huge venue suddenly became dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Jioga City, Suching Province, not Shisher High-Tech Development Zone, Shanxi Province. Not only were the investment promotion managers of other counties and districts completely stunned, even many county and district managers in Shanxi Province widened their eyes. This answer was far different from what they had just discussed. The 2 key enterprises signed contracts not only in Suching Province, which ranked 3rd in the comprehensive ranking this time, but also in Jioga City, a place where the name is rarely heard. Bingyu Economic Development Zone. Is there anything special about this place? After a breath, 2 breaths of short silence, the venue instantly became extremely noisy, and many county and district managers directly picked up their phones and searched for the name of Bingyu Economic Development Zone. At this time, looking at the Jioga City investment promotion area, everyone was still staring at each other. Until many people cast envious glances at this side, Song Shusheng finally reacted. So, It is our Bingdu Economic Development Zone that signed Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing? Yes, leader. The new ranking has been displayed on the electronic big screen. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has jumped to the first place, and our Suqing province has also followed to the second place. Zhui Xuezhong on the side was so excited that he was incoherent. Just now, Song Shusheng was still telling him that he might be criticized more or less at the investment summary meeting in 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly gave them this. How did Bingdu Economic Development Zone do it? It's impossible that they just went to the door to take a look and sign the contract after a few words. Looking up and staring at the electronic screen for a long time, Song Shusheng finally accepted this fact. Just like at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the first day, the same expression and the same question appeared again. The only difference is that the doubts this time are even greater than the first day. Let's not talk about anything else. From the fact that Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing declined to meet with the head of Suqing Province to Su Hang's performance in the past few days, no matter how you look at it, this kind of thing is impossible to happen to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. That is, the radio and the electronic screen have confirmed this matter. Otherwise, anyone who said this before would definitely be considered to be talking nonsense. Leader, I really don't know about this. Zhui Xuezheng shook his head. If he knew, I guess he would have been so happy that he couldn't sleep a few days ago. How could he have kept it to himself until now? Why don't you call Director Su? After calming down, just when Song Shusheng was about to ask Zhui Xuezheng to call Su Hang to ask what was going on, his own cell phone rang first. Picked it up and took a look. Song Shusheng took a deep breath and immediately walked to the side to answer the call. Hello, leader. Later, only a series of okay could be heard vaguely. Song Shusheng and Zhui Xuezheng were like this. The expressions on the faces of Ming Yang and Zhang Yunhai in the corner could no longer be described with existing words. After a long time, the two of them, as if they had a tacit understanding, gave Sun Chung a thumbs up. As you said, this guy won't settle. Alas, the fact proves that I still underestimated the ability of Bingdu Economic Development Zone to stir up trouble. I told you before that it might sign 2 or 3 companies with tens of millions of investment. But this guy got both the top bidder and the quasi-top bidder. Praise. Sun Chung smiled bitterly. Unlike others who were extremely surprised and couldn't believe it when they heard the broadcast, he was only briefly surprised and accepted the fact. Because this is not the first time. Slowly, I got used to it. How did he do it? The most important thing for the 2 standard enterprises is why they chose Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Can they hold up there? Ming Yang glanced at the direction where Su Hang just flashed by. Where is there anyone at this time? As expected, Su Hang just strolled to the signing room or just came back from the signing room. I don't know how he did it, but one thing is that as long as Bingdu Economic Development Zone is quiet, he must be planning to make trouble or on the way to make trouble. While rubbing his eyebrows, Sun Chung glanced at his deputy Zhang Yuhai. Leader, I'm afraid this is. Zhang Yuhai sighed. He knew what Sun Chung meant. If these 2 companies move in, it is certain that Bingdu Economic Development Zone's annual GDP will exceed Ase County. Huh? It will take a long time for these 2 companies to really land. I must find a way to deal with it this time. Even if Bingdu Economic Development Zone really surpasses us one day in the future, the difference in numbers should not be too big. Sun Chung glanced at Ming Yang while speaking. Unfortunately, Ming Yang ignored Sun Chung and immersed himself in his feelings. Because of a broadcast, the venue was in chaos. Outside the venue, Su Hang was chatting with Wang Long and Fong Tong, and there was a high-end black business car parked in the distance. Leader, then the party will be at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening? I'll pick you up then. Soon, Wang Long looked at Su Hang. In fact, after meeting with some provincial leaders symbolically 2 days ago, he thought about signing the contract directly at the venue. Otherwise, the leaders he had already met would still keep inviting him. But the family called again and said to wait for the last 1 or 2 days, and not to rush. So they waited until now to sign the contract in the signing room. Regarding the signing of this project to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, his father Wang Minglei was a little confused and puzzled at first, until his father-in-law Wu Xiaowen came forward and completely dispelled his doubts. It is estimated that tomorrow, the money for buying land from Bingdu Cultural Tourism will be transferred to Bingdu Cultural Tourism's account. 6 o'clock? Just the 3 of us? Su Hang nodded and spoke again. This was something he had promised before, so he would not break the promise. And 2 friends who happened to be in Shishir. By the way, do you know anyone else here? If so, call them all. It will be more lively with more people. Wang Long glanced at Fang Tong. I don't have any friends here. Su Hang shook his head. He knew Wang Long's character, the place must be lively, and it was normal to call a few friends. Oh, then it's okay. We are almost there. Wang Long replied and turned to Fang Tong and said, Old Fang, has Peng Chao already booked the place? Yes. Fang Tong nodded. That's fine. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Fang Tong wanted to say something else, Su Hang's cell phone suddenly rang. Pick it up and take a look. Su Hang helplessly winked at Wang Long and Fang Tong. Take it. I expected it. Wang Long smiled. In fact, Su Hang had expected it. The radio reported the results of the contract between Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Longshan Group and Tantai Clothing. It is impossible for the leader of Jioga City not to call him. Well, then you go back first. See you tomorrow. Su Hang nodded. Okay. Just like that, when Wang Long and Fang Tong turned around and walked towards the business car, Su Hang finally answered the phone. Leader. Time passed, night fell, West City Reception Hotel. The discussion about Bingdu Economic Development Zone signing 2 major bid companies has not ended, but has intensified. Especially after some counties and districts learned about the current conditions of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, they couldn't believe it and were more envious. Some even said that these 2 projects are destined to fail to land smoothly, and Longshan Group and Tantai Clothing will be pitted. But all this did not affect the mood of the leader of the Suqing province. At this time, in a suite, several men in their 50s were drinking tea, chatting, looking very comfortable. Surprisingly, Song Shusheng was also in the room. However, Song Shusheng sat very close to the side, and did not dare to speak too freely. I really didn't expect it, at the beginning. Longshan Group and Tantai Clothing declined to meet. At that time, I thought that the attitude of these 2 companies was a bit high. Now it seems that they had already negotiated with our Bingdu Economic Development Zone at that time, so there was no need to talk to us again. But then again, this surprise is really big. It brings great honor to our Suqing province. A man in the middle slowly put down his teacup, and said with a smile, That should be it. Beside him, someone immediately nodded in agreement. So, Bingdu Economic Development Zone should be given special recognition this time. The man in the middle spoke again. Special recognition? Leader, are we still following the recognition plan we discussed before? Will it be? When mentioning recognition, a man next to him looked moved. Is there a problem? Hearing this, the man in the middle frowned slightly. Leader, there is no problem. It's just that the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone was promoted to deputy researcher a few months ago. If this is in accordance with our previous agreement, the person in charge of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be a researcher after the adjustment. After all, the person in charge of the Economic Development Zone is relatively young. If he is led by the media, it may have an impact. The man next to him hurriedly explained. Don't worry about this, we must keep our word, and this commendation standard has been set long ago. If other counties and districts can't get it, what can we do? After hearing this, the man in the middle immediately waved his hand and said firmly, Chapter 229 National Highway reroutes past the factory. Then I'll notify my colleagues in Lon City first, and ask them to adjust the files in advance, and then issue the documents after the investment promotion summary meeting. Seeing the leader in the middle make the decision, the man next to him nodded and spoke. It's normal for the head of an economic development zone to be in the position of a director. The only thing that may not be justified is his age. But Su Hang's 2 promotions were both reasonable and convincing. The most important thing is that the leaders all said that there was no problem. So we just had to follow the procedure. After a pause, the leader in the middle looked at Song Shusheng's position again. By the way, is the water and electricity in Bingdu Economic Development Zone still being solved by itself? Yes, leader. Upon hearing this, Song Shusheng hurriedly said, It can be seen that Song Shusheng was in a good mood at this time. As for rewarding Su Hang, he had no objection. With the entry of Longshan Group and Tantai Clothing, Bingdu Economic Development Zone can be regarded as a real county-level economic development zone. In this way, there is nothing wrong with Su Hang being on the same level as the top leaders of the districts and counties. If he is still at the first level like now, it would be a bit unreasonable. You have to hurry up here, whether Bingdu Economic Development Zone needs it or not. You have to find a way to send it over, otherwise. When the leaders from Yinqing see that the enterprises recruited by Bingdu Economic Development Zone with great effort have not used the electricity merged into the Xia State grid, What will they think? Hearing this, the leader in the middle frowned slightly. Leader, we are already coordinating this specific work, and we should start construction after the new year. Song Shusheng said hurriedly. Start construction after the new year? Then we must hurry up on the construction schedule. This is the second time that Bingdu village has brought honor to our Suqing province. We can't continue to do the same as before. The leader in the middle said again. Don't worry, I will personally supervise this matter. Song Shusheng promised hurriedly. Listen to the words. Although the leader seems to have said nothing, he has actually pointed out a lot of things. If the electricity of Bingdu Economic Development Zone still cannot be delivered in time this time, it is not impossible that Bingdu Economic Development Zone will change its direct superior in the future. That's fine. After a pause, the middle leader nodded and spoke again. Also, your city should ask more about the needs of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is likely to be the new growth pole of Jioga City. Leader, I have asked the staff to communicate with Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Song Shusheng hurriedly said again. Oh, that's good. At the same time, just as Su Hang's new level was determined here, on the third floor of the reception hotel, Su Hang and Zui Xuezhong were also chatting about something. Since he separated from Wang Long and Fang Tong in the afternoon, Su Hang has started to meet with various leaders, from those in the city to those in the province. As for the reason why Longsheng Group and Tong Ai Clothing were recruited, Su Hang's explanation was extremely simple. He only said that the heads of the two companies had traveled to Bingdu village, and they got along well. So the matter was settled. Director Su. When I came here just now, the leader specifically asked me to ask if your Bingdu Economic Development Zone has any needs now. If so, the city will do its best to promote the solution. After a pause, Zui Xuezhong said, What are the needs of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Su Hang took a sip of coffee. You know the current situation of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Infrastructure. Su Hang hesitated. Don't worry about the electricity. The city has actually held a meeting a long time ago. This will definitely deliver the electricity from Xiaoguo's power grid to your economic development zone in the shortest possible time. Zui Xuezhong seemed to have guessed what Su Hang was thinking, and immediately waved his hand to reassure Su Hang. It's not that Jioga City is snobbish, but most places are like this now. Once you are weak, you will be ignored by your uncle and grandmother, but once you become famous and bring honor to the city will naturally focus on supporting you. Oh! Su Hang nodded. Apart from this, do you have any other demands? Think more. While the momentum of the investment conference has not yet passed, you can raise as many as you can. Once the momentum of the investment conference is over, it may not be as smooth as it is now. Zui Xuezhong glanced at Su Hang. That is, Su Hang. If it were someone else, he would not say it so directly. Apart from this, it seems that there is nothing else. Hey, Director Zui, don't mention that we actually have one here. Putting down the coffee cup, Su Hang suddenly thought of something when he was about to say something, and then spoke. What? Tell me about it. Zui Xuezhong said hurriedly. We want to change the route of National Highway 215. You have been to the Economic Development Zone. There are many safety hazards when heavy trucks pass through the village. It would be great if the city could help with the approval of the National Highway rerouting. Su Hang expressed his thoughts. Reroute the National Highway? Do you have any alternative routes? After thinking for a moment, Zui Xuezhong spoke again. It's like this. Aren't there two companies that want to move into our Economic Development Zone now? They have already obtained the land from Bingda Culture and Tourism. I wonder if the National Highway can pass in front of these two companies? Su Hang replied. The National Highway passes by these two companies? Zui Xuezhong's expression changed. First, the products produced by these two companies need to be shipped out. Second, Bingda Cultural Tourism may have to build another logistics park next to the two companies to ensure the various supplies of Bingdu village. If the National Highway is rerouted here, those empty truck drivers may still be able to do some work. Su Hang spoke again. Bingda Cultural Tourism has now increased the number of box trucks to 3, but it is not a solution to continue to increase like this. If there are more goods in the future, we have to go to the logistics park. Post time-sensitive tasks on the platform to recruit heavy truck or van drivers. So, the National Highway rerouting is actually to serve the two companies that have been attracted to invest? Zui Xuezhong leaned back in his chair and touched his chin. A little bit, but not entirely. Su Hang nodded. Okay, I'll report this tonight when I go back, and see if I can get you some money. Zui Xuezhong said. Ah, can we still fight for the fees? Su Hang was delighted. According to the regulations, even if the approval is passed, the cost of rerouting the national highway must be paid by Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Of course, if these two companies had not settled in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it is hard to say when the national highway would be rerouted. But now it has reached an imminent point, isn't it? Zui Xuezheng looked at Su Hang. Su Hang didn't say anything else. He knew that Zui Xuezheng had a little bit of deliberate ing in it. But he was definitely helping him. Do you have anything else? After a pause, Zui Xuezheng spoke again. As long as this matter can be resolved, it will help our economic development zone solve a big problem. We can handle the rest ourselves. Su Hang told the truth. According to the series of plans in Bingdu Village, the rerouting of the national highway is indeed the most difficult one. Okay, wait for my news. Zui Xuezheng raised his hand to check the time, and stood up directly. Sorry to bother you. Su Hang also stood up. Trouble? These are all small matters. I only want to ask you for one thing now. Speaking of this, Zui Xuezheng suddenly became serious. You beg me? Please don't. If your Bingdu Economic Development Zone has any major moves in the future, can you let me know in advance? Otherwise, sooner or later, I will have to go to your Bingdu Village Clinic for heart disease. Actually, there is no such thing. Su Hang was a little surprised. No, you are saying it in a nice way. Who knows? After the new year, there might be another such thing. Zui Xuezheng said unhappily. Really, in his mind, Su Hang is good at everything and excellent enough. But this is what makes people feel helpless and headache. Every time. It is either emergency support or caught off guard. This time, it is jaw-dropping twice in a row. After the new year, Director Zua, we really won't have any action after the new year. There are so many projects that we are too busy to handle, if there is one. It is the Border Cultural Tourism Festival a while ago. Su Hang waved his hand. I am not worried about the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. I am worried about other things. Zui Xuezheng stared at Su Hang's eyes. Director Zua, there is really nothing else, I can assure you. Really? Really? The tide rises and falls, and it is the next day in a blink of an eye. Since the investment promotion conference has come to an end and the biggest melon has been landed, the conference was officially closed at 12 noon by the relevant person in charge. Even some district and county leaders in some provinces have begun to return one after another. And Su Hang stayed. In addition to the appointment with Wang Long and others, he also has a task to receive Tong Jichuan's granddaughter Tong Shui tomorrow. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Long and Fang Tong arrived at the government reception hotel. Leader, shall we go there later? After entering the door and taking a quick look, Wang Long said. Okay. Su Hang nodded. Now everything is fine. Since the day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve, the investment summary meeting of Suqing Province will also be held after the new year. The same is true for Bingda Culture and Tourism. Yesterday afternoon, many employees had gone home to celebrate the new year. It can be said that from this moment on, it is officially a holiday. Okay. Tonight, let's drink as much as we can. And we won't go home until we are drunk. Wang Long smiled. No problem for me. Let's go! Just like that, at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Long, Su Hang and others came to a high-end private restaurant with membership system by Tsihu Lake and entered the reserved private room. What Wang Long and Su Hang didn't know was that, just moments after they entered the private restaurant, a business car also stopped at the door of the restaurant. Is it here? Soon, two people got off the car. It was Su Lang and Kai Song. It's here. Xia Peng just sent a message saying that Mr. Wang had already brought his friend in. Kai Song nodded. Okay. Let's go in too. Su Lang took a deep breath. For some reason, he, the chairman of a listed company, felt a little nervous and uneasy at this moment. He hadn't been in this state for many years. Well, the private room we booked is not far from Mr. Wang's private room. It's called Yunin Hall, Kai Song said hurriedly. Okay. Chapter 230 The Old Father Who Doubts His Life. Perhaps because it was already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and many companies had business activities, not long after, the private restaurant was already crowded with customers. At this time, in a large private room called Shanghai Hall, Wang Long and Fang Tong had just introduced Peng Chao and two other friends to Su Hang. Peng Chao was in the catering business, and the other two were in off-campus training. Wang Long then introduced Su Hang to the two people. This is Su Xinxing from Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Director Su. Director Su, hello. Perhaps because they rarely deal with people of this level in the system, Peng Chao and another colleague were obviously more restrained when shaking hands with Su Hang. Not really. We're all friends. Seeing that the three of them were a little uncomfortable, Su Hang waved his hand. But Wang Long on the side didn't say anything. After they sat down, Wang Long looked at Su Hang. Then let's drink some strong liquor tonight. I feel that ordinary liquor is really not good enough. Strong liquor? Liquor? Speaking of liquor, Su Hang unconsciously thought of the water from the ice lake. In the end, in order to verify what Song Liwei's uncle said, Su Hang asked Zhong Ruofei to find a lot of people. But everyone's conclusions were different. Some said the same thing as Song Liwei's uncle, the water used to wash grapes must be the purest and most natural, and some said it was totally unnecessary. It's just because there are so many types of wine in this world, both high-end and low-end, in addition to the normal brewing. There are also double-distilled wines, similar to brandy on Earth, etc. The same is true for liquor. Each brand of liquor has different requirements for water quality. But everyone has a consensus, that is, the water from the ice lake is absolutely the best for making beer, and if you want to make anything else, you have to judge it based on your own craftsmanship. It's not white wine. It's what Lao Fong brought back from abroad 2 months ago. How is it? Wang Long said. No problem. Su Hang waved his hand. Okay. Time passed by, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. In Union Hall, Su Lang and Kai Song also had a lot of dishes in front of them, but they were not in the mood to eat at this time. They were all thinking about the Shanghai Hall where Wang Long, Su Hang and others were. I don't know what the situation is like over there now. Raising his hand to check the time, Su Lang said. Xiao Peng just quietly sent me a message saying that we should wait a little longer. Boss Xiao Wang and his friends have just started to get into the mood. It would be a bit disappointing to go there now. Kai Song's face showed a hint of helplessness. What Peng Chao said was actually right. They could go there only when the drinking party entered the second half. Otherwise, it would be a big disappointment. Okay. Su Lang leaned back in his chair and pinched his brows. It turned out that Peng Chao and Boss Xiao Wang had a very ordinary relationship. If he knew the friend that Boss Xiao Wang was entertaining this time, he wouldn't have to wait here now. He would probably have sat in Union Hall a long time ago. Half an hour. An hour. Just when Kai Song was about to go to the bathroom, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. The two looked up, and the person who came was not the waiter who came to add water but Peng Chao, who they had been waiting for a long time. At this time, Peng Chao's face was flushed, and he was staggering, already 9 points drunk. Boss Su, it's okay now. Glancing at the two, Peng Chao said with a lisp. It's okay. Su Lang took a deep breath and hurriedly stood up. Kai Song beside him also stood up. Mr. Kai, you don't have to go over there. There are too many people, and I can't smooth things over. After a look, Peng Chao waved his hand. Okay then. A trace of disappointment flashed across Kai Song's face. But he didn't say anything after all. In fact, he also wanted to meet Mr. Xiao Wang after all. This is the strategic investor of Su's medical group. Mr. Su, let's go! Just like that, soon, Peng Chao and Su Lang came to the corridor. However, when they were about to reach the Shanghai Hall, the shaky Peng Chao suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Xiao Peng? Su Lang was stunned, and asked hurriedly. They were about to meet the real boss, and nothing could go wrong at this time. Su, boss, I have something to remind you of. Peng Chao turned to look at Su Lang. You say? After entering, don't mention anything else after toasting Xiao Wang and his friend. Peng Chao said again. I know that. Su Lang nodded. He understood this point, and today he was mainly meeting Xiao Wang to give him an impression, and he would need to get in touch with him step by step later, and only when the relationship was almost established could he really talk about things. That's fine. Peng Chao nodded. By the way, Xiao Peng, do you know the identity of the friend that Mr. Wang is entertaining? I'll pay attention in advance, so as not to say the wrong thing. At this time, Su Lang said again. There's no way. High-end bureaus are sometimes like this. Sometimes a wrong word can cause big problems. I forgot to tell you this. The friend that Mr. Wang is entertaining today is the director of the Economic Development Zone of Bingdu Village, Geoga City, Suqing Province. His name is Su Xinqing. He's the top leader of the Economic Development Zone. So his level is not low. The most important thing is that he is very young, and his future is limitless. When it comes to Su Hang, Peng Chao seems to speak more clearly and coherently than before, and there is a trace of emotion on his face. When Wang Long and Fang Tong were drinking earlier, they talked a lot about Bingdu Village. The more they listened, the more they felt that Wang Long's friend was awesome. Only Wang Long and Fong Tong could talk to him. People like them were completely different from him. What? Mr. Wang's friend is called Su Xinxing? From Bingdu Village? Geoga City? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Su Lang was stunned on the spot, with nothing but astonishment on his face. It was because this name was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard this person's name many times since the ruins were bought by this person more than half a year ago. The most important thing is that his son Su Hang works under this person. Isn't Su Xinxing the big boss of Bingdu Camping? How did he become the director of the Economic Development Zone? Coming back to his senses, Su Lang seemed to have forgotten his own affairs and asked hurriedly. At this moment, he had too many questions. If I remember correctly, Lu Ning once said that this Su Xinxing was the boss of Bingdu Camping, and he was very powerful, so theoretically, it was impossible for him to become the director of the Economic Development Zone. The boss of Bingdu Camping? Wait, Su, President, are we talking about the same person? Seeing Su Lang's expression, Peng Chao narrowed his eyes. It should be one person. There seems to be only one person named Su Xinxing in Bingdu Village. Geoga City, Su Lang said confidently. One person? Peng Chao's footsteps swayed lightly, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at Su Lang. Well, I'll open the back door of the box a little when I go over there, and you can see if Director Su is the one you said. If it is, then things will be much simpler. You can chat as long as you want. After saying that, Peng Chao immediately walked to the door of the box. Xiao Peng, wait, Hearing this, Su Lang knew that Peng Chao had misunderstood. He knew Su Xinxing, but had never seen him. Even if he opened the door a little, he couldn't recognize him. However, Peng Chao staggered very fast. Before Su Lang could finish his words, Peng Chao had already come to the back and opened a gap in the back door of the box, and motioned Su Lang to take a look. Little Peng, Seeing Peng Chao so drunk, Su Lang didn't know how to explain, so he could only follow him to the back door. Look, the one sitting inside wearing black warm clothes, Peng Chao said. Alas! With a slight sigh, Su Lang had to follow Peng Chao's instructions and look inside the box. The one wearing black and warm clothes? Yes, is it the Su Xinxing you mentioned? Originally, Su Lang just wanted to deal with Peng Chao, and then let Peng Chao take him in to introduce him to Mr. Wang. It would be even better if he could get to know this Su Xinxing. In the future, he can ask him to take care of his son more. However, just by looking at him, Su Lang was stunned for a moment. That's not all. In the end, he rubbed his eyes directly, and then looked inside through the crack of the door again. Am I dazzled? How come the young man sitting in the guest of honor seat? Mumbling to himself, after making sure that he was in good condition, Su Lang looked into the box through the crack of the door again. No other reason, it was because at this time, two young men who were already drunk and confused were chatting in the box. One of them looked almost exactly like his son Su Hang except that he didn't have a shawl art haircut. And this one was the one wearing black warm clothes that Peng Chao just mentioned. There shouldn't be such a similar person in the world except twins. Could it be that his wife gave birth to twins without telling him? When his wife gave birth, she was in his own hospital. All kinds of fetal monitoring were done by his own people. It's impossible that they were twins. What's going on? Looking again, Su Lang felt that his mental state had begun to become confused, and his brain began to short-circuit. Peng Chao, who was standing aside, was originally waiting for Su Lang's response. After a moment, he saw that Su Lang did not move. And then he looked at Su Lang again. Mr. Su, is it true? Answer me. Xiao Peng, are you saying that the young man is Su Xinxing, the director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone? When asked, Su Lang looked inside again, and after confirming that he had seen the same face 3 times and that he was not dazzled, he immediately pulled Peng Chao aside. At this moment, he had at least dozens of times more questions than 10 minutes ago. Yeah, they just signed a contract with Longsheng Group and Tondai Clothing at the Investment Promotion Conference on behalf of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It must be true. Peng Chao didn't know why Su Lang reacted like this, but he nodded. At the beginning, they didn't talk too much. Later, the alcohol took effect, and Fong Tong and Wan Long didn't hide anything when the other 2 friends asked, so he really heard a lot. Signed a contract on behalf of the Economic Development Zone. The circuit in Su Lang's mind was in chaos again. Peng Chao's words, Lu Ning's words, the reality in front of him, And the news said back by Chin Susu, when she arrived at Bingdu village, conflicted with each other and intertwined. In other words, the human brain is a biological organism. Otherwise it would have sparked by now. After a while, Su Lang took a deep breath and looked at Peng Chao. Xiao Peng, can you tell me in detail how Mr. Wang knew Director Su? The brain crashed and belonged to the brain driver. Just now, he suddenly had an idea. But this idea was too bold and dreamy. And in the end, he could only jump back and forth between denial and belief. But as long as he gets a key piece of information, he can confirm his guess. How did Mr. Wang and Director Su know each other? Let me think about it. Peng Chao was stunned for a moment. And after a moment, he suddenly thought of something. And said, I got it. Just now when I heard them chatting. Mr. Wang said that more than half a year ago, he and Mr. Fong passed by Bingdu village on their bicycles. At that time, there was only Director Su in Bingdu village. Later, Director Su became the village party secretary of Bingdu village. And finally entered the system. Boom! At that time, there was only Director Su in Bingdu village. At that time, there was only Director Su. Su Xinchen. Xincheng. Xincheng. Get rid of the old life, and get a new life. At this moment, Su Lang was like being struck by 5 thunders. This sentence made his guess just now get the most perfect confirmation. So that he didn't listen to what Peng Chao said later. So, there is only one answer. Director Su of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is his son Su Hang, but he just changed his name. Because he chose the place of Bingdu village. Half a year ago, there was no one else except his son. As for Lu Ning's words, it seems to be completely fabricated now. All the news sent back from Bingdu village is to deal with himself. It's ridiculous that I trusted him so much at the beginning and thought everything he said was true. I also thought that they worked very hard and gave them high rewards. The result was good. Not only did Lu Ning's mysterious boss turn out to be his son, but he also made him think that his son was working with the mysterious boss. In the end, the mysterious boss turned out to be his son himself. The most important thing was that, unknowingly, his son had become someone that even he felt he had to reach for. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Are you okay? On the side, seeing Su Lang's expression changing rapidly, Peng Chao was really shocked. It's okay. Su Lang took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down, but the more he did this, the harder it was for him to calm down. The more he thought about it, he even wanted to call Lu Ning right away and ask him to explain his work half a year ago. Then wait a moment. Time flies, and it is almost midnight. In Union Hall, Kai Song would raise his hand to check the time from time to time. It's been almost half an hour. Why haven't you come back yet? Theoretically, you can go into toast, introduce yourself and come back. After waiting for a while, did something happen over there? Kai Song stood up and wanted to go over to see what was going on. Creak! But at this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and Su Lang appeared at the door. Chairman, how is it? Did you exchange phone numbers with Mr. Wang? Kai Song spoke hurriedly after taking a look. In his opinion, the success of this dinner depends on whether he can keep Mr. Wang's phone number. If he can, this meeting will be a great success. Chapter 231 With such a son, I am content. No. Su Lang shook his head and went to his original chair and began to pack up. No? Is this Mr. Wang difficult to deal with? Upon hearing this, Kai Song immediately showed deep disappointment, but the next moment a trace of doubt arose in his heart. No other reason, the most disappointed person that the matter was not done should be his own chairman. According to the chairman's previous habits, he would never give up easily, and would definitely come in to continue discussing and come up with a new plan, until the matter was finally done. But now, the chairman of the board not only did not look depressed, but even had a slight smile on his face, as if he was very happy about something. Very strange. I didn't go in. Just when Kai Song was stunned, Su Lang had packed up his things. You didn't go in? Kai Song was stunned. Well, this for a moment. Kai Song didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. This time, he spent so much effort, asked someone to help him, and came to Shishir, Shanxi province from afar. For what? In the end, he gave up at the last minute. Let's go! Su Lang did not explain anything, and immediately left the box with his office bag. Chairman. Seeing this, although Kai Song was confused, he could only pack up his things in a hurry, and followed him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the West Market was still brightly lit. Gula Street, Kai Song. who returned to the hotel. Still couldn't figure it out, finally. He sent a voice message to Peng Chao. Xiao Peng, what's going on? Why didn't you go in the end? Ding dong. It was not until a long time later that Kai Song's mobile phone rang with a message. Clicking it, it was Peng Chao. Boss Kai, this matter is not to blame. I was about to go in. It was Boss Su who felt that Boss Wang and the others were almost blacking out from drinking, and it would be useless even if they went in, so he didn't bother Boss Wang in the end. Peng Chao's voice was still confused. Are you really going to black out? Kai Song stroked his forehead. If you are really going to black out, it really won't work. Almost. Just as Mr. Su left, Mr. Wang vomited. Peng Chao's voice came again soon. Oh, then I know. Mr. Kai, this matter is over. If you want to find Mr. Wang next time, find someone else. I don't have the ability to find such an opportunity again. I know. Sorry for the trouble. You're welcome. Looking at the phone that no longer received any messages. After a long silence, Kai Song finally sighed. What should I do now? How should I fight for the voting rights of Longsheng Group in the future? However, there was still a trace of doubt on Kai Song's face at this time. Since the matter was not done, why can't the chairman hold his mouth? As if he was very happy about something. Little did he know that when Kai Song was puzzled. In another suite, Su Lang was standing in front of the French window and calling his wife Tu Pei. What did you say? Xiaoxing is the Su Xinxing that Lu Ning often talks about. It was not until a long time later that a voice of extreme shock came from the other end of the phone. As expected, Tu Pei's expression at this moment was no different from the moment Su Lang saw Su Hang a few hours ago. How could this be? Tu Pei still found it hard to believe. How could this be? How could what I saw with my own eyes be false? Now Xiaoxing has not only become the director of the management committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, this time he also signed an investment contract on behalf of Bingdu Economic Development Zone and Longsheng Group at the Investment Promotion Conference. At his age, his level is already very high. Su Lang took a deep breath. Director of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Didn't they say before that Su Xinxing is the big boss of Bingdu Cultural Tourism? What's going on? I'm completely. There was another long silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Ning fooled us. When Lu Ning was mentioned, Su Lang's face instantly darkened. Facts have proved that sometimes you can't trust a person too much. At the beginning, I let Lu Ning go to Bingdu Village because I thought he was trustworthy. Lu Ning? Tu Pei paused. Well, don't call him yet. I'll deal with this matter slowly when I return to Hong Kong. Su Lang said again. Okay, is Xiaoxing still angry with us now? And if Mr. Wang and Xiaoxing are good friends, the problems in the group can be solved easily. Confirming that her son has a great future, Tu Pei is excited, happy but also a little nervous. I didn't go in the end. Su Lang glanced out the window. Ah, you saw your son outside. Why didn't you go in? Tu Pei's voice suddenly rose a lot on the phone. Ever since they had a frank talk with the Qin family, the couple no longer thought about making decisions for Su Hang's marriage. In addition, the internal struggle of the group was getting more and more intense, and the two of them didn't want Su Hang to force himself into this muddy water. It's also good for him to do something he wants to do outside. According to Tu Pei's thinking, since she has seen her son, no matter how he develops now, she can just tell him what his family means. After all, we are a family. The contract that we signed not to meet within a year was actually a bit of a grudge between the two parties. As long as the knot is untied, everything will be fine. Because Xiaoxing changed his name, Xiao Wang probably doesn't know the relationship between Xiaoxing and Su's medical group. So, I don't want my son to owe favors to his friends. I don't want him to be affected by the group's affairs anymore. Until this time, Su Lang told the real reason why he didn't enter the door, and finally chose to leave quietly. Of course, besides that, Su Lang still had a little bit of self-esteem at work. He didn't want his son to see his current miserable state. Since this Mr. Wang and Xiaoxing are buddies, it's normal for friends to help each other. Tu Pei hesitated. That's what I said. But Xiaoxing is already the director of the management committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If I go to Mr. Wang for this matter, I'm worried that the relationship between them will become less and less pure, and even affect Xiaoxing's development in the end. So I won't mention my relationship with Xiaoxing to Longsheng Group in the future. They can vote for anyone. Su Lang said again. This. Tu Pei hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. Are you worried about the company? After a pause, Su Lang asked. Well, after all, you have devoted most of your life's efforts to this. Tu Pei told the truth. Although the couple kept the position of chairman to pave the way for their son, so that he can become the second-generation chairman of Su's Medical in the future. But then again, this is the company that Su Lang has worked hard to run, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is his second child. Being kicked out as an outsider at the age of knowing the destiny, it would be hard for anyone to feel. I am content to have such a son, now I just have to do my best and leave it to fate. Hearing this, Su Lang smiled very freely. Only those whose children have achieved great success can understand his current mood. Xiaoxing will celebrate the new year the day after tomorrow, and he is alone there. After a long time, Tu Pei spoke again. Originally, she was thinking of secretly coming to Binggu Village to see her son during the new year. No matter whether she could talk or not, as long as she saw that he was safe, it would be fine. As a result, Su Lang said that if they were discovered, Su Hang would think that they did not keep their promise, and would be more resistant. He would have a worse impression of them. In addition, Qin Susu would also be on duty in Binggu Village at the end of this year to celebrate the new year. So Tu Pei called Qin Susu's mother, and then she gave up the idea. Facts have proved that Xiaoxing will develop better after letting go. So why don't we let go more thoroughly? As for a few days before the new year, I bought some things in Shaanxi province and sent them to Susu. I guess Susu has received them now, and she can just give them to Xiaoxing when the time comes. Su Lang said again. You've already bought it? Tu Pei's voice was a little surprised. Originally, she thought Su Lang would only take care of his own affairs, and would not worry about other things. I bought it the day I first came to Shaanxi province. Now it seems a bit redundant. Xiaoxing may not need those things at all. Things are a small matter. I mainly think that on New Year's Eve, everyone else will be reunited, and he will be alone. Tu Pei hesitated. Things have come to this point now. After all, we pushed the child too hard before, and didn't leave any space. You can't expect the child to recover quickly in a short time. Take your time. Su Lang knew what his wife wanted to say, and spoke again. Okay then. The next day, the sun rose. Because there were only 2 days left for the new year, the streets of Shishir were quieter than usual, and many office workers had already started to return home for the new year. Binggu Village was also quiet. In addition to the employees of Binggu Cultural Tourism going home for the holiday, many owners in the vendor area also packed up their things. But Yuan was bustling, and there were a few laughs from time to time. Xiao Songlong Pavilion, except Su Hang, the remaining 9 permanent residents of Binggu Village were all there, and Gao Yuling was there too. Originally, Gao Yuling felt that it was not appropriate for her to stay here for the new year, and wanted to go back to the house in Jioga City with her father. But Tong Jichuan and Wang Huiyin said that the old man had a temporary problem with his health, and needed to stay in the village clinic for observation. So, Gao Yuling finally stayed. Uncle Feng, are you really going to show us your skills during the new year? Looking at Feng Xiu, who was eager to try, Song Liwei couldn't help laughing. Xiao Song, you think too much. But before Feng Xiu could speak, Tong Jichuan on the side took over the conversation. Song Liwei was stunned. Do you think your Uncle Feng wants to show off his skills to us? He obviously wants to show off his skills to our teacher Gao. What are our identities? How can we be worthy of the dean of the law school of Renmin University to cook for us personally? Tong Jichuan laughed. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, not only Shi Linian and his wife, Zhong Ruofei, and others couldn't help laughing. That's right. If the meal is ready, everyone must eat together. We can't leave Yuling behind. This is not the way we treat guests in Binggu Village. Being teased, Feng Ye's face is much thicker than before. Gao Yuling was the same, and even asked in return, why? Can't Lao Feng cook a meal for me? I want to eat the meal cooked by you. Lao Tong and Huing won't be happy. Ha ha ha. For a moment, Songlong Pavilion burst into laughter again. Uncle Lu, what are you thinking about? But at this moment, Zhong Ruofei suddenly saw Lu Ming sitting in the corner, who was a little absent-minded, and couldn't help asking, me? Lu Ming suddenly came back to his senses. Oh, I just saw everyone so happy. And I suddenly thought of the entertainment facilities project in Binggu Village. Didn't Xiaosu say that he would send the design drawings a few days ago? But there has been no movement until now, which feels a bit abnormal. Chapter 232. You call this an ancient building complex? Abnormal? After a brief thought, Zhong Ruofei immediately waved his hand. Uncle Lu, maybe Xiaosu was busy with the investment conference, and forgot for a while. Besides, a place as ordinary as a movie theater is almost a piece of cake for his friend, without any difficulty. Oh! After hearing Zhong Ruofei's analysis, Lu Ming hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. Uncle Lu, don't worry. Xiao Su will be back tonight, and then ask him directly. After a pause, seeing that Lu Ming was still like this, Zhong Ruofei said again. Or maybe Zhong Ruofei's voice was not small. When mentioning Su Hang, Tong Jichuan raised his hand to check the time and said, I don't know if Xiao Su and Xiao Shui have met. They should have met. Xiao Shui said they would stop at Xixian Airport at 11 o'clock noon. Wang Huin also checked the time. Okay, I'll call them when they arrive in Jioga City. Yeah. Yuan was bustling, but Bingo Hotel was relatively deserted. Only a dozen rooms on each floor were registered. Teacher Qin. Why are there so many things in your room? Are they all prepared for the New Year's Eve? Didn't Bingo Culture and Tourism announce that Bingo Supermarket, Bingo Food Stall, and Bingo Beef Noodles will only be closed on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and will be open at other times? In addition, the restaurants in Yuan and Yanbinle are also open to the public. At this time, in a room on the 4th floor, Zhou Yang looked at Qin Susu with a shocked face. Qin Susu's room was filled with many things of all sizes, including food and drinks. Since the data of the scientific research projects of Shanghai Jiaotong University must be kept continuous, they cannot leave during the Spring Festival. Finally, after discussion, the graduate students and the older ones who followed went home for the Spring Festival, and the remaining young teachers stayed in Binggu Village. Qin Susu and Zhou Yang were two of them. At this time, Zhou Yang thought that these things were prepared by Qin Susu for her during the Spring Festival, and was surprised. In fact, there are quite a few people who stayed in Binggu Village for the Spring Festival this year. In addition to the on-duty staff of Binggu Cultural Tourism, the crew was in a hurry. So except for the two big stars who went home for the Spring Festival, the rest of the staff had to shoot some supporting roles in Binggu Village. In order to ensure that these people have enough food and drink, Binggu Culture and Tourism issued a special announcement. In short, during the Chinese New Year, if you want to eat ordinary beef noodles, you can go to a food stall. If you want to go to Yuan, you can order a big meal at Yanbinlu. These are not mine. I brought them for a friend. Qin Susu took a deep breath. She thought that her interaction with Su Hang would end here, but it turned out to be a good result. Something else happened out of the blue, and she had to face Su Hang. A few days ago, Su Lang asked his father for his mobile phone number, saying that he had prepared something for himself and Su Hang for the Chinese New Year and asked her to check it. He did not give her any chance to refuse. Qin Susu thought that this time, sending things was the same as last time, and it was most likely that Su's father was deliberately creating an opportunity for her to meet Su Hang. Help you bring it. Do you know other friends here? Ding ling ling. It was a coincidence that just when Zhou Yang wanted to ask something, Qin Susu's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Qin Susu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was because the call was from Su Lang. Susu, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll come to see you when you're done. Seeing this, Zhou Yang nodded to Qin Susu and left the room. Huh? After adjusting her thoughts, Qin Susu picked up the phone. Hello, uncle. Susu, did you receive the things? The next moment, Su Lang's voice came from the phone. Received? Qin Susu whispered. That's good. Has Xiaoxing not returned from Shanxi province yet? There was a hint of strangeness in Su Lang's voice. At this time, Qin Susu's mind was on the pile of things, and she had long thought that Su Lang and his wife knew Su Hang's true identity, so she replied casually. It seems so. I will definitely send the things over as soon as he comes back. Don't worry. Don't worry. You keep the one given to you, and give it to Xiaoxing on New Year's Eve. Su Lang's voice came again. Uncle, don't worry. I won't make any mistakes. Qin Susu bit her lip. That's fine. If there is anything here, we can communicate at any time. Yes. Just like that. After a few words, Qin Susu hung up the phone. What should I do? When the time comes? Huh? Qin Susu took a deep breath and took another look at those things. Little did she know. Just when Qin Susu didn't know how to face Su Hang, at Xixian Airport, Su Hang had already boarded the flight to Jioga City and found his seat. Boss. What Su Hang didn't expect was that, just after he sat down, a voice came from the back row. Looking back, it was none other than Tong Jichuan's granddaughter Tong Shui. Although Tong Shui had only stayed in the campsite for one night, because she was helping Wang Long to cover up his lie at that time, He had a deep impression of Tong Shui and the others. "You're sitting here?" Su Hang immediately greeted him. "Yeah. I didn't intend to bother you, but my grandfather said you were on the way." Tong Shui smiled. She really admired Su Hang. He was able to turn Bingu Village into an economic development zone in such a short time. Not to mention ordinary people. Even ordinary people would not be able to do it. But it was just admiration. Nothing else. Although Tong Shui also vaguely guessed some of her grandfather and grandmother's little thoughts. In Tong Shui's opinion, it was okay for her and Su Hang to be friends. But there was no possibility for anything else. Let alone anything else. She graduated with a doctorate in medicine and was already 29 years old after the Chinese New Year. How old was Su Hang? So, it was destined to be impossible. What's the matter? Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, our Bingu Village clinic would not have been built. Su Hang made a joke. In fact, he just regarded Tong Shui as the benefactor of the Bingu Village clinic. Apart from that, he really had no other thoughts. If he had, they would have started chatting when they left their WeChat accounts to ask for invoices. It would not be like now. There was almost no communication afterwards. Don't make a wish here. Ever since my grandparents, Brother Sher, and Sister Song started working at your Bingu Village clinic, people in our hospital directly nicknamed me Sankai Tongnu, saying that I was specially responsible for supplying experts and talents to your Bingu Village clinic. When mentioning the Bingu Village clinic, Tong Shui looked at Su Hang helplessly. Hee hee. Although it's a joke, it's also appropriate. After all, they all went to Bingu Village because of you. Su Hang smiled. Don't give me any random personality anymore. Your Bingu Village clinic will never attract the attention of those experts and talents around me again. Especially those who may go to your Bingu Village next year. Upon hearing this, Tong Shui suddenly thought of something and said immediately, maybe they will come to our Bingu Village next year? What do you mean? Su Hang immediately showed a trace of doubt. Nothing, I just said it. Just listen to it casually. Tong Shui raised her hand to check the time. Okay, it's not convenient to change seats on the plane. Let's talk after we get off the plane. Su Hang nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Yeah. Shaanxi Province borders Suqing Province, and it takes about 2 hours to fly from Xixian Airport to Jiuge City Airport. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Hang had already loaded all the suitcases and some things that Tong Shui brought into the car. When he went to Shaanxi Province for a meeting, he parked the car in the airport parking lot, and it was just right for use when he came back. It's a pity that our Bingu Village doesn't have an airport. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. After getting in the car, Su Hang said casually, it was just that now that he had the pawn system, his physical fitness was much better than before. Otherwise, just because he drank so much last night, it would be a different matter whether he could drive now. Airport? In fact, it's already amazing that your Bingu Village can have a bus line now. Tong Shui glanced out the car window. She can be said to have really witnessed the growth of Bingu Village step by step. Once upon a time, several of her friends who were doing live broadcasts simply disdained to go to the Bingu campground to shoot. But some time ago, after seeing the wedding of the villagers in Bingu Village at night, they called her and asked if they could come to Bingu Village to do a special live broadcast. This shows the current appeal of Bingu Village. It sounds like we have a regular route, but in fact there are only 2 trips a day, and the capacity is too far. As the car slowly drove out of Jiuge Airport, Su Hang said again, we must find a way to adjust the regular route next year, especially after enterprises move in. 2 trips are really not enough. I think 2 trips in Jiuge City are enough. You can consider other counties later. I remember that except Ase County, other larger counties seem to have train stations. When you want to go to your Bingu Village, you can take a train to other counties first, and then go to your Bingu Village. You don't have to come to Jiuge City. Jiuge City is more than 500 kilometers away from your Bingu Village, which is really far. Other counties are actually only 200 to 300 kilometers away, which can save a lot of time. Tong Shui said casually. Open bus routes to other counties? That makes sense, but if that's the case, we have to build a bus station for our Bingu Village. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Su Hang's expression suddenly changed. Build a bus station? Hey, I just said that. Don't take it seriously. This route actually needs further research. Hearing that Su Hang wanted to build a bus station because of her casual words, Tong Shui was so scared that she waved her hands hurriedly. I know. That's good. It's easy to fall asleep when driving alone, But it's not that sleepy when two people are walking and chatting along the way. Just like that. Walking and chatting all the way. At 6:30 p.m., Su Hang's car slowly stopped at the parking lot of Yinbin building. At this time, Tong Jianchuan and others had been waiting here for a long time. After a few greetings, eating and chatting, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Su, you are tired all day this year, so let's rest early. In the corridor of Yuan, Tong Jianchuan looked at the time and said, "Okay, Uncle Tong." Su Hang nodded. "Uncle Tong?" On the side, Tong Shui was stunned and looked at Su Hang in surprise. That look seemed to say, "You actually call my grandfather Uncle Tong? Shouldn't I call you Uncle Su?" Unfortunately, Su Hang seemed to have seen nothing. He said hello to a few people and walked towards his own small building with his things. But at this moment, Lu Ming caught up with Su Hang in 2 steps. "Xiao Su, wait a moment. What's wrong?" "Uncle Lu." Seeing Lu Ming, Su Hang asked immediately, "Xiao Su, didn't you call me a while ago and asked me to prepare the building materials for our Bingdu Village entertainment facilities in advance? But you didn't send the building drawings again. Is it because your friend doesn't have time recently?" Lu Ming immediately expressed his concerns. "In fact, I had been holding back this sentence for a long time, and I didn't say it until the show was over. Entertainment facility design drawings? This has been completed a long time ago. But there were a lot of things going on there a few days ago, so I didn't send it to you." Hearing Lu Ming's concerns about this, Su Hang immediately explained, "It's already completed?" Lu Ming was delighted. "Yes, I told you about our demands, and my friend designed an ancient building complex for us, which can meet most of our entertainment and leisure needs." After that, Su Hang took out his mobile phone and clicked a few times, and handed it to Lu Ming. "Ancient building complex?" Lu Ming was a little stunned, and hurriedly took the phone. After working in ancient building restoration for so many years, this was the first time he heard the term ancient building complex. 18 should be the kind of complex building with ancient building elements on the outside. However, the next moment, after Lu Ming saw the ancient building complex rendering in the mobile phone album, he looked up at Su Hang with a hint of murderous intent. "Xiao Su, your friend calls it an ancient building complex?" Chapter 233 Gift from Jioga City. "Uncle Lu, if this is not called an ancient building complex, what should it be called? This area can basically cover all the entertainment and leisure needs of our employees, and its functions are no different from those of a modern complex." When asked, Su Hang was a little surprised. "It should be called." Lu Ming was stunned. I wanted to refute Su Hang, but after thinking carefully, it seems that what Su Hang said makes a little sense, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with calling it an ancient building complex. Before Lu Ming spoke again, Su Hang asked again, "Uncle Lu, putting aside the name, is this plan okay?" "Plan?" Lu Ming swallowed subconsciously. "The plan is definitely fine, but is the scale a bit too large? Our Bingda Cultural Tourism has about 200 employees now." "That's okay, we will definitely continue to recruit people next year. Besides, after Longsheng Group and Tonai Clothing move in, there will be a lot of employees. While considering our Bingda Cultural Tourism employees, we also have to consider other units. By the way, after the new year, didn't Sister Li Wei decide to move women's wear to our Bingda village as a whole? There are also hundreds of people here. There is no problem with this size." Su Hang briefly counted. "If everything goes well, I dare not say next year, the number of employees in Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely exceed the permanent residents of Ase County in the year after next." "Oh, then do we have enough cash flow? It will cost a lot of money to repair this." After a pause, Lu Ming sighed. A few days ago, he vowed to Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian that the building materials he purchased would definitely be enough. As it turned out, the building materials purchased in advance were not enough to prepare for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. And now they are far from enough even for the cinema. Although I haven't seen the specific design structure of this ancient building complex, I can roughly estimate the approximate cost from the renderings. Putting aside the land use and design costs, the cost of these ancient buildings alone must be at least 700 to 800 million. If this is placed in other cities, the cost will skyrocket, especially if the land is placed in a first-tier city. It will cost at least 10 to 20 billion. This time, I think that we can divide this into 3 phases for construction, and then gradually put it into operation. In the first phase, we can build the cinema first. When it comes to construction funds, Su Hang expressed his thoughts. Divide it into 3 phases? Then where do you plan to put it? This area is not small. After a little thought, Lu Ming nodded. I plan to put it opposite the Yuan and build it westward. This way, the river can be included in this area, and the fishing water demand can be solved at the same time. Su Hang said again. The reason why this was chosen at the beginning was that the characteristics and terrain of the Binga plot were taken into consideration. Otherwise, the cost would be frighteningly high. You mean the river passes through the entertainment complex? Hearing the location, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It's interesting. In this way, it can actually solve a section of the river protection project, which saves us a lot of money in disguise. Lu Ming took another look at the renderings on his phone. That is to say, there is no sand table here now. Otherwise, I must study it carefully. This is the preliminary plan. Okay, then I will prepare it again, and have a good rest at the same time. After a deep breath, Lu Ming returned the phone to Su Hang. As expected, this project will definitely be his. It's just because after the beginning of spring next year, there will be only 2 large-scale projects involving ancient buildings. One is the Iceberg Special Building, and the other is this ancient building complex. For these 2, he and Su Hang are responsible for one each. And as for the employee dormitory buildings along the street and others, they are actually trivial. Take a break? Uncle Lu, let's take our time on this project. There's no rush. Upon hearing this, Su Hang said immediately, Take your time? Lu Ming rolled his eyes at Su Hang, and at the same time gave Su Hang a look that said, Do you believe me or not? It was nothing else. Because Lu Ming had not forgotten the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival because of this ancient building complex. The face of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone was the biggest concern. As the night deepened, the lights in Jioga City were still on in the government office building. Song Shusheng and Zhui Xuezhong have also returned to Jioga City, but they set out yesterday afternoon and stayed in Lan City for one night. Are you saying that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has such a demand that needs to be addressed? Putting down the documents in his hand, Song Shusheng looked up at Zhui Xuezhong, who was sitting across from his desk. Yes. Zhui Xuezhong nodded. You know the conditions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. It is impossible for Longsheng Group and Tonai Clothing to build factories next to the existing national highway. In addition, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is also planning to build a logistics park. So the rerouting of the national highway is basically to serve the investment enterprises. Of course, this is also a good thing for the heavy truck drivers passing through. And they can also receive some freight orders in this logistics park. Is there any plan for the route after the change? After thinking for a moment, Song Shusheng looked at Zhui Xuezhong. Yes, the initial plan is to change the route to the south for 10 kilometers at the east end of Bingdu village, and then go west for 30 kilometers, and then merge with the old national highway again, Zhui Xuezhong said. Go south for 10 kilometers first. Song Shusheng touched his chin and looked at the map on the wall opposite the desk. Well, although it looks a bit of a detour from this section, the old national highway is not straight except for the section passing through Bingdu village. The distance is actually about the same when you calculate it comprehensively. Seeing this, Zhui Xuezhong explained again. Oh, then is there a budget for the construction cost and construction period? After a long time, Song Shusheng spoke again. If the national highway is renovated, it will not involve the expropriation of land, and the terrain there does not require a tunnel. Only a bridge may be needed when crossing a small river. So the cost and construction period will be much smaller and faster than other places, Zhui Xuezhong said. If that's the case, then this project will be listed as our priority project after the new year, and the others can be put on hold. After hearing this, Song Shusheng pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong's face was instantly filled with surprise. Ah? Priority project? Leader, do you mean that the national highway rerouting this time will be borne by our Jioga City's finances? In theory, such a national highway rerouting project should be borne by the Bingdu Village Economic Development Zone's own finances. But Zhui Xuezhong was a bit protective, and deliberately linked the national highway rerouting with the 2 investment companies, thinking whether he could strive to get Jioga City's finances to share part of the burden, and the rest would be borne by the Bingdu Economic Development Zone's finances. As a result, Song Shusheng directly listed this as the city's key and primary project. This means that the rerouting of the national highway will be entirely borne by the city, and will no longer have anything to do with the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Yes, when I was in Shishir, the provincial leaders had urged us to help the Bingu Economic Development Zone solve some practical problems, create a good business environment, and not let the two key enterprises that we had finally attracted go back disappointed. It is reasonable for our city to help with this project now. Song Shusheng nodded. Since Bingu Economic Development Zone had been in the limelight at this investment promotion conference and won face for Suqing province, and with the village ranking, it naturally became the focus of the province. Leader. I know. Hearing the reason, Zhuo Xuezhong suddenly realized and nodded immediately. Thinking about it carefully, why was Bingu village directly assigned to Jioga City? If Jioga City does not help to provide some practical support, it is hard to say whether Bingu Economic Development Zone can continue to be affiliated with Jioga City in the future. Well, tomorrow you should contact Director Su and ask him to come up with another project plan, then contact the city's highway management department and ask them to file it with a higher level. Once the filing is done, we will start bidding and start construction. We must complete this 40-kilometer national highway in the shortest possible time. Song Shusheng arranged again. The shortest possible time? Zhuo Xuezhong was stunned. Well, don't forget. The construction in Bingu Economic Development Zone is desperate. Don't wait until several internal roads in the Economic Development Zone are completed, and the national highway has not been rerouted yet. Once the higher-ups know about it, it will be a problem again. Let alone anything else. Yanbin Road in Bingu Economic Development Zone is a living example. Song Shusheng leaned back in his chair and sighed slightly. Leader. I understand now. Zhuo Xuezhong nodded. Facts have proved that not only he has to be alert when dealing with Bingu Economic Development Zone, but also the big leaders. When coming here, you have to speed up subconsciously, fearing that Bingu Economic Development Zone will put money into your pocket. By the way, has Director Su's new appointment document come down? After talking about the rerouting of the national highway, Song Shusheng suddenly thought of something and asked again. It's already been sent down. Zhuo Xuezhong nodded. Okay. Let's start the announcement tomorrow. Song Shusheng nodded. Okay. Leader. Also, when I talk to Director Su tomorrow, I'll ask him about the Deputy Director of Bingu Economic Development Zone. It's not appropriate for Bingu Economic Development Zone to have only one director of the management committee at the level of a researcher and one ordinary clerk. Talents should be introduced, and recruitment should be conducted. Yes. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Heng had just gotten up. After returning to his residence last night, he talked with Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian about the specific situation of Bingu village in recent times, and then fell asleep. It's now when I woke up. Finally I can rest for a few days. Getting up, moving his body, Su Heng glanced at the sunshine outside the window. The next step is to spend the new year peacefully. Until the third day of the first lunar month, the various works of Bingu culture and tourism will be carried out one after another. Ding-ling-ling. But at this moment, Su Heng's cell phone rang suddenly. Picked it up and took a look. Su Heng answered the phone immediately. Director Zhuo, hello. Director Su, are you back? The next moment, Zhuo Xuezhong's voice came from the phone. I came back yesterday afternoon. Su Heng said immediately. Chapter 234 Level 5 Bus Station. I'm glad you're back. Director Su, I have something I want to talk to you about. After a pause, Zhuo Xuezhong's voice came again. You say? Although today is the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, according to the regulations of Xia State, this year's class will be held until the afternoon of the 30th. It's okay to call and talk about work at this time. The rerouting of the national highway in Bingu Economic Development Zone has been finalized. After the new year, it will be promoted as the city's key and primary project, Zhuo Xuezhong said. Ah, as a key project in the city? Su Heng's face was instantly filled with surprise. Yes. Director Zhuo, thank you so much for this time. Confirmed, Su Heng was delighted and said immediately. Now Bingu village is not short of planning, but it lacks a lot of funds. Although the national highway was rerouted before returning, Su Heng did not hold high hopes, and even thought that it would be fast to get news before the middle of next year. As a result, the speed this time was super fast, and the city finances paid for it. Not only can it quickly solve the problem of heavy trucks passing through, but it can also save a lot of money for Bingu Economic Development Zone. What are you thanking me for? It's also because your Economic Development Zone performed well enough this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be approved even if it was reported, Zhuo Xuezhong said. It's mainly because Director Zhuo cares about it, otherwise. Su Heng said again. He was not deliberately flattering Zhui Xuezhong. But Zhui Xuezhong really helped a lot, which could be seen when they were in Shishir. Let's not talk about this anymore. Now we need your Bingyu Economic Development Zone to come up with a specific line change plan, which must be submitted to the relevant provincial departments for approval. After the approval, the city can approve the project bid and start construction. After a pause, Zhui Xuezhong said again. Specific plan? Okay, I'll send it to you by email tomorrow. Okay. Then the document for your promotion to researcher has been issued, and it will be announced tomorrow. The leader means that you have to hurry up to recruit other personnel for the Economic Development Zone, otherwise there will only be one director of the management committee and one section officer, which is a bit unreasonable. Speaking of this, Zhui Xuezhong's voice was filled with emotion. Since the document was issued to Jioga City, some administrative units within Jioga City have inevitably discussed it again. Such a young researcher is very rare not only in Siqing province, but also in the whole Xia country. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Heng still has a lot of room for improvement. The most important thing is that 99% of civil servants will never reach such a high level in their lifetime. Me? Researcher? Su Heng was shocked again. This time, he was only recruiting investors, and he didn't think much about other things. You didn't attend the preparatory briefing for the investment conference before. This was all planned before. Don't feel any pressure. Anyway, Bingyu Economic Development Zone can now afford this level. Zhui Xuezhong said again. Okay. Then I will be assigned as the deputy director of the management committee recently. Yes. Time flies. At 2 p.m., Zhong Ruofei, Lu Ming, and Shui Yutian appeared in Su Heng's single-family house. Has the national highway rerouting been settled? After hearing what Su Heng said, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were overjoyed. Especially Shui Yutian, because Bingda Culture Media has undertaken many traditional weddings. It is a headache and troublesome thing to have heavy trucks passing through the border when holding traditional weddings. In order to allow heavy truck drivers to take a detour, red envelopes and wedding cigarettes are both a considerable expense. If the national highway is rerouted, it will definitely be a big boon to Bingda Culture Media. It feels like the speed is very fast this time. Now we need to report a specific reroute plan. Getting up, Su Heng came to the sand table. He had already told several people about the general situation of the national highway reroute. Now it depends on how the details are implemented. This is really a big boon for us. Once the national highway is rerouted, our pedestrian street plan can be put on the agenda. Zhong Ruofei and the other two followed to the sand table. Well, actually, there is no controversy about the national highway after the route change. It must pass in front of Longshan Group and Tontai Clothing. The only thing that is a bit tangled now is where the national highway turns at the east end of the village. Su Heng picked up the laser pen and pointed to the gas station and the youth hostel. At first, he thought of changing the route directly from the gas station and the longitudinal road of the cardholder's home, but after thinking about it, it felt inappropriate. It is still a bit too close to the core area. Xiao Su, how about we change it directly from here? After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming picked up another laser pen and pointed to a place. This place is about 5 kilometers away from the east end of the village. And it is just a bend. Here? Uncle Lu, if we turn here, will it be too far from the card friend's home? Now our card friend's home is already well known in the circle. And a large part of the business of gas stations and repair shops comes from the card friend's home. Touching his chin, Shui Yutian expressed his concerns. Now the card friend's home, 2 vendor areas, youth hostels, and repair shops have unknowingly formed a small business district. Once the 215 national highway is rerouted, heavy trucks will definitely not be able to reach the truck friend's home. Otherwise the reroute will be meaningless. It's a little far, but this location should be the most suitable. If it doesn't work, we can move the truck friend's home here. Lu Ming said again. Move it here? Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei touched their chins. Well, to put it bluntly, except for the gas station, the fire station and the police station. The other buildings in the east of our village are actually temporary buildings built with color steel houses. They will have to be rebuilt sooner or later. It's better to take advantage of the opportunity of the national highway reroute to build a permanent one. Lu Ming once again drew a circle around the east end area with a laser pen. Uncle Lu means that not only the truck driver's home, but also the auto repair shop should move there? After pondering for a long time, Su Heng looked at Lu Ming. In fact, He also thought the place Lu Ming pointed out was very good. But of course Shui Yutian was also worried. Yes. When the time comes, we will also set up the bus station of our Binggu village there. Having more buses can solve the problem of heavy truck drivers coming to our core area. Of course. In this case, we have to build another gas station there, Lu Ming said. Bus station, gas station. After a little contemplation, Su Heng suddenly thought of what Tong Shui said on the way back to Binggu village, and then looked at the three people. If so, can we build another Binggu bus station here? Bus station? The three people looked at each other subconsciously. Well, if the bus station is also placed here, this area can form a small circle, Su Heng said again. As for the gas station, in fact, with the current passenger flow in Binggu Economic Development Zone, building another one is not a waste at all. And it can even relieve the pressure of the existing gas station. Should we move one of the vendor areas over there as well? Otherwise, it's not very convenient there. After a moment, Shui Yutian spoke. No, we can just temporarily set up a small one over there when the time comes. Su Heng shook his head. Now these two vendor areas have almost become the main force to solve the catering problem for the public. If we remove this area, it will be a problem again. Xiao Su, if you say so, there is no problem in changing the line at this place. But does the bus station still need to go through the approval procedures? At this time, Zhong Ruofei on the side took over the conversation. In Xiaogua, bus stations are not set up anywhere you want. There are 6 levels of bus stations in Xiaogua, and each level has corresponding standards. Stations with a daily passenger volume of more than 10,000 are classified as first-level stations, and stations with a daily passenger volume of more than 5,000 are classified as second-level stations. Stations with a daily passenger volume of more than 2,000 are classified as third-level stations. Stations with a daily passenger volume of more than 300 and less than 2,000 are classified as fourth-level stations. Binggu Village now has 2 bus routes. When each bus is full, it can transport 120 passengers in one round trip, and 240 passengers in 2 trips. With such a passenger volume, they cannot even apply for a level 4 station, they can only apply for a level 5 station. As for those below level 5, they can no longer be called stations, but only parking stations. The approval process is actually quite simple. The Economic Development Zone has such authority. The only problem involved is that theoretically, the land for building a station should come from the financial resources of the Binggu Economic Development Zone. Su Heng said again. Then we will follow the normal process, find a notary office, then estimate the value of this area, and then transfer it to the Binggu Economic Development Zone in the name of Binggu Culture and Tourism. When Zhong Ruofei heard that the Economic Development Zone had such authority, he replied immediately. There is no way. The land that Binggu Culture and Tourism bought at the beginning is really too big. Not to mention all of it, even if Binggu Culture and Tourism develops 1/10 of it, the scale will reach a very terrifying level. So, if there is demand later, transferring the land at the current price is also a must. Find a notary office? That's a good idea. Hearing this, Su Heng's eyes lit up. Does the financial department of the Economic Development Zone have money? Lu Ming asked again. The financial department of the Economic Development Zone has no problem building a 5th-level station. You can leave a larger area first, and then slowly expand and upgrade it later. Su Heng nodded. A week ago, the registered place of Binggu Culture and Tourism and all its branches, food stalls, gas stations, auto repair shops, vendor areas, etc., has been changed from Geoga City to Binggu Economic Development Zone. In the future, shared taxes such as value-added tax, corporate income tax and personal income tax will be paid in proportion, in addition to a part of it going into the national treasury. Another part will be included in the fiscal revenue of Binggu Economic Development Zone. In addition, the Economic Development Zone now has 10 million construction fees and 2 million Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival activity fees, which is more than enough to build a level 5 station. That's all right. For electricity, we can directly bring it over here, and for water, we can first dig 2 wells over there. Lu Ming looked at the sand table again. Well, then we will report according to this route change plan. Okay, I will make a planning report tonight. Lu Ming nodded. At the same time, just when Su Heng and Lu Ming and others had just determined the route change plan for the national highway, in the village clinic, Shi Linian and Song Qing had just come out of the ward. Although the Chinese New Year is coming the day after tomorrow, the 6 wards of the village clinic are still full of patients, and this year will most likely be spent in the ward. Old sure, have you heard about it? Song Qing said casually as he walked. Chapter 235. Where should such a clinic be placed? What did you hear? Shi Linian turned to look at Song Qing. Tong Jichuan and Wang Huin have not seen patients since yesterday, so there are fewer patients than before. Only one nurse on duty, and the couple stayed during the Chinese New Year. After the 4th day of the Chinese New Year, the cashier, 2 pharmacists, and other nurses will gradually arrive at their posts. Xiaosu wants to build a place for entertainment and leisure in our Binggu village, Song Qing said. A place for leisure and entertainment? Shi Linian scratched his head. That's no problem. To be honest, our Binggu village really lacks such a place. Several nurses often complain that there is no place to relax in Binggu village. He usually only pays attention to the Binggu village clinic, and has never asked about other projects. That's no problem. The problem is that you know Xiaosu's style. I heard that Uncle Lu didn't sleep for half the night after reading Xiaosu's plan yesterday. Song Qing sighed. You didn't sleep for half the night? How can you say that? Shi Linian's eyes widened. You said you were contacting for building materials. Song Qing sighed. Didn't Uncle Lu stock up a lot of building materials some time ago? Isn't that enough? Shi Linian felt that his brain was a little bit insufficient. In his opinion, movies and the like don't use much building materials at all. Well, and according to what Uncle Lu said today, our Binggu village entertainment and leisure area covers a larger area than the land purchased by Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing. Song Qing nodded. Such a large area. My God, what are you going to build? A roller coaster-like amusement park? Shi Linian took a breath. Not a roller coaster. This is a place where employees often go for entertainment and leisure. You may only ride a roller coaster once or twice in your life. Song Qing shook his head. Then, Shi Linian looked at Song Qing, hesitating to speak, and suddenly thought of something. Wait, are you talking about the expansion of our village clinic? Yes, you should talk to Xiaosu and Lao Zhong quickly, and determine the land needed for our village clinic first. Otherwise, if Xiaosu and others do the work, there may not be such a large plot of land behind. Song Qing glanced out the window. A few days ago, when she returned to her room, she saw several old men and old ladies in Bingdu village secretly chatting about the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. It can be basically concluded that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival in July will not be small. That makes sense. I'll go find Xiaosu tonight. Shi Linian nodded immediately. After discussing with Tong Jichuan and others some time ago, he found a construction team specializing in hospital construction, and asked them to provide a design plan according to the needs of the Bingdu village clinic. The design and renderings were just sent yesterday afternoon, and have been printed out in original size. That's right. Let's set it early, and start work early after the new year. Yes. On the afternoon of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. It already felt like the new year. Even in big cities, there were lights and lanterns everywhere. Very festive. At this time, a sigh came from an office building at Yencheng University. There was a sign hanging in front of the door of the office building, which clearly read Yencheng University School of Social and Population Relations. The university was originally closed at this time, but some colleges needed to deal with some things temporarily, so they arranged on-duty leaders. If it doesn't work, forget it this year. In the office, a man in his 50s looked at the man in his early 40s across the desk. Dean, I don't want to wait anymore. I waited for a year last year. Upon hearing this, the man in his 40s shook his head. The man's name is Zhang Hancheng. He is the vice dean of the School of Social and Population Relations of Yencheng University. The 50-year-old man opposite is the current dean Chao Jun. If it was near Yencheng, I would never stop you, but this year, the higher-ups drew a line. If a unit like ours wants to be assigned to a post outside, the only option is the Northwest. Chao Wei couldn't help rubbing his brows. Zhang Hancheng is already the vice dean at a young age, which shows his high ability and level. But because he has a research topic involving the grassroots, he took the initiative to apply to be assigned to the grassroots to learn more. A practical talent. The Northwest is better. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng was not surprised but happy. What can I say to you? As your teacher, I definitely hope you can go further. But if you really go to the Northwest, it's hard to say what the situation will be like after you come back in 3 years. Chao Wei sighed again. Zhang Hancheng is one of his most proud students. And now he is being trained as the next dean. But now the college is full of talents. Once you go to the grassroots level, it will take at least 3 years. When you come back after 3 years, the college may have changed a lot. By then, you will have nothing. Dean, I know your good intentions, but I think if I can't complete this project, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Zhang Hancheng shook his head, his expression becoming more determined. Alas, after a long silence, Qiao Wei saw that Zhang Hancheng was determined, and there was no possibility of negotiation. So he started typing on the computer keyboard. After about 2 minutes, Qiao Wei looked at Zhang Hancheng. I just checked. Your current level is not enough to be a prefecture-level city official. You can only be a county-level official. As for which county to go to, I will send you a list of this year's arrangements. You need to communicate with them in advance after you choose. If they agree, then go through the relevant procedures. By the way, you should hurry up. It is said that many people have applied for grassroots training this year. Okay, Dean. Hearing this, Zhang Hancheng's face lit up. But after a pause, Zhang Hancheng couldn't help asking, what if the quotas for counties and districts are full? If they are all full, we can only wait until next year. Qiao Wei looked at Zhang Hancheng. Wait until next year. Zhang Hancheng took a deep breath and then said, Dean, could you please send me a list of districts and counties right now? I'll call to communicate right away. Oh, okay. Just like that, 10 minutes later, Zhang Hancheng walked out of the college gate. Ding-ling-ling. But just as Zhang Hancheng was walking and checking the list, his cell phone rang suddenly. Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Zhang Hancheng immediately answered the call. What's wrong? How's the question going? The next moment, a female voice came from the phone. They said that we can only go to the northwest now. Finally, the dean gave me a list of districts and counties this year. Zhang Hancheng said. What? Northwest? The other end of the phone was obviously stunned. Yeah. What do you think? After a long silence, the female voice asked again. I don't want to delay it any longer. The sooner I go, the sooner I will come back. Zhang Hancheng said. Okay, where do you plan to go? After a moment, the female voice came. It hasn't been decided yet. The dean asked me to contact them as soon as possible. He also said that there are many people applying for temporary positions this year. If the quota is full, I will have to wait until next year. Zhang Hancheng sighed. It has to be next year. I heard that my uncle-in-law went to the northwest half a year ago. How about I ask for you? After a moment of hesitation, the female voice said again. Uncle-in-law? You said my uncle-in-law went to the northwest. When did it happen? My uncle-in-law is not. Zhang Hancheng's face flashed a trace of surprise. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly when you come back. I just found out a few days ago. Okay. In a flash, night fell, Yiyuan, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, Shui Yutian appeared in Su Hang's single-family house again. After selecting the location for the reroute of National Highway 215, they drove there again today to confirm that there were no problems. And then, the matter was completely settled. If our bus station is built, how can someone apply for the operating route of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? After sitting down, just as Zhong Ruofei stood up to make tea, Lu Ming said casually, although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is a village-level economic development zone, it is managed according to the county-level area. As long as the Economic Development Zone bus station is incorporated into the Xiagua transportation system, those who want to operate the route can apply according to the process. Su Hang took over the conversation. Li Mei helped to arrange the bus routes to Bingdu at the beginning, so she is familiar with some things. Oh, I don't know how many people will want to operate bus routes to our Bingdu village. If there are many, it's easy to deal with. If there are few, we will probably have to operate more bus routes ourselves. Lu Ming said again. We don't know whether the bus station needs us to operate bus routes. But what is certain is that once the bus station is set up there, we will definitely have to operate a lot of new buses in Bingdu village. At this time, Zhong Ruofei spoke. That's for sure. In the past, people from the Kaya home would sometimes come directly over, but now that we've moved so far, it's nearly 6 kilometers away from our core area, and it's no longer realistic to come over. Su Hang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then we have to make sure they come every 5 minutes or so. Otherwise, dong, 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 just when Lu Ming wanted to say something else, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, another voice came. Xiao Su, are you there? Yeah, it's Brother Shi. Upon hearing that, Su Hang immediately put down the teacup and came to the door and opened it. Brother Shi, come in quickly. Yeah, Uncle Lu, old Zhong, you're all here? That's perfect. Seeing the other people in Su Hang's room, Shi Linian said. Brother Sure, what's up with you? After hearing this, not only Su Hang, who was pouring tea for Sherlinian, was a little curious, but even Lu Ming and others were a little surprised. It's about the expansion of the village clinic that I told Xiao Su about before. I want to ask you for advice. Sherlinian came to the tea table. What about this? Zhong Ruofei was getting more and more confused. Due to the location restrictions, the village clinic has not been able to use those large medical equipment until now, so the expansion of the clinic after the spring has become a consensus among everyone. Yeah. Nodding, Sherlinian slowly spread the paper roll in his hand on the desk. This is the new Bingu village clinic that I asked professionals to help design. I want you to see where a clinic like this should be placed. Chapter 236. Can't it be done in a few days? Has the new village clinic been designed? After hearing what Sherlinian said, several people came over. Especially Lu Ming, because of the special characteristics of medical equipment, and some elevators, room cleanliness and other special requirements, so he is not familiar with the medical field. Of course, if there are relevant design drawings and construction drawings, everything will be fine. However, after seeing the design drawings of the new clinic shown by Sherlinian, several people did not express their opinions at the first time. After a while, Zhong Ruofei finally spoke. Old Sure. The size of the new clinic should be enough. But the architectural style would be a bit abrupt if it is placed in the core area. If it is really to be built, it may have to be farther away from the core area. The overall size of the new village clinic shown by Sherlinian is similar to that of a Class 2 hospital in the county. And it has all the necessary functions. With the current financial resources of the Bingu village clinic, it should be able to cope with it. The only thing that is not good is the architectural style. The outpatient building and inpatient department in the design are all standard square modern buildings. There is nothing wrong with this kind of building in other cities or counties. But it is not good enough in Bingu village. It is mainly because those designers do not know the architectural style of our Bingu village. Sherlinian sighed. He knew what Zhong Ruonian was thinking. The Bingu village clinic only receives patients for operation. The real meaning of its existence is to serve the villagers of Bingu village. So it is destined to be not too far away from where the permanent villagers of Bingu village live. If it is too far, once an emergency is needed, every second is extremely precious and must not be wasted on the road. Therefore, the best distance is about 1 kilometer away from a yuan. But a yuan is now full of these unique antique buildings that look like works of art within 1 kilometer, which cannot be imitated at all. No such style? Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei subconsciously looked at Su Hang. Not to mention ordinary construction companies, I am afraid that only Su Hang's friend in the entire Blue Star can design such a building. Feeling the gazes of several people, Su Hang thought for a moment, then looked at Sherlinian. Brother Sure. How about this? Let's first determine the land for the new clinic in Bingu village today. As for the design of the clinic, I will ask my friend to think of a solution later. It will definitely not delay the expansion of our village clinic. Can you ask your friend to help with the design? Upon hearing this, Sherlinian's face flashed with joy. In fact, he had thought about asking Su Hang for help before. But later he felt that this was the matter of the Bingu village clinic after all. And it would not be good to trouble Su Hang's friends. That's why I asked someone to find a construction company that specializes in building medical facilities. Now if Su Hang says he can ask a friend for help, that would be great. Well, Brother Sure, where do you think the new village clinic should be placed? Do you have a favorite plot of land? Su Hang nodded and asked again. Favorite plot of land, that's what I think. Speaking of the plot of land, Sherlinian stood up and walked to the sand table, picked up the laser pen and pointed to an area. Xiao Su, what do you think of this side? This side? Su Hang, Zhong Ruofei, and others who followed him saw the area pointed by Sherlinian and nodded after a little thought. The area that Sherlinian pointed out was to the east of Yuelayan, and it was separated from Yuelayan by the planned road that runs north-south. This area is neither far nor near from a yuan, and is not far from ordinary hotels. There is also Yuelayan opposite, which can be said to be just right. The location is fine. What about the size? After a moment, Su Hang said, this piece of land is next to the 3 horizontal and 3 vertical main roads in the future. As long as an underground parking lot is reserved, it will be more convenient to see a doctor than it is now. The size is normal, Sherlinian said after taking a look at the drawings. Originally, he wanted to tell Su Hang that it would be fine to follow the volume of this design. But then he thought that he didn't understand the difference between the volume of antique buildings and modern buildings. So he simply didn't say the specific value. Normal? I know. Su Hang nodded again. At the same time, he took out a thumb-sized red flag next to the sand table and stuck it on the land that Sherlinian had just marked. As the night deepened, the few people chatted for a long time and left Su Hang's small building one after another. Xiaoshi, how much money have you prepared for the new village clinic this time? At the corridor, when they were about to separate, Lu Ming glanced at Sherlinian. Funds? It should be enough. When it comes to funds, Sherlinian replied. If it weren't for the new year, the Bingyu village clinic would basically be full every day, and sometimes they would even add more when the old couple Tong was in good condition. After more than half a year, the funds of the clinic were enough to build a county-level hospital that could support the existing large medical equipment. Of course, this is without counting various large medical equipment and land fees. If all these are counted, the current financial resources of the health center are not enough to support the construction of a county-level hospital. At most, it can support the construction of an oversized community health service center. Should it be enough? I think you should prepare in advance. Lu Ming looked back in the direction of the small building. Prepare in advance? Uncle Lu, I have already prepared. Otherwise it would not be possible. Sherlinian was a little puzzled. I mean, you might need to prepare more. Lu Ming's eyes showed a look of you really have no experience. Uncle Lu? Why? Didn't you tell Xiaosu that everything is normal? Sherlinian scratched his head. He knew Su Hang's work style. But he had told him that everything was normal this time. And there shouldn't be any problems. I can't explain it to you now, but you'll know it when the time comes. How about we go in and talk? While talking, he had unknowingly arrived at the door of Lu Ming's room. No. Uncle Lu, I have to go to the clinic again later. Sherlinian waved his hand hurriedly. Okay, rest early after that. Don't be too tired. Thank you for your concern. Uncle Lu. The next day, the sun rose. The New Year's atmosphere on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month became more and more intense. Some places in Xia country have begun to post spring festival couplets. Especially in the towns and villages, office workers, who came back to celebrate the new year made the streets several times more lively than usual. However, at this time, Jioga City, government building, staff members were still sitting at their posts. At this time, a questioning voice came from Song Shusheng's office. July 23rd? Looking inside the office, Song Shusheng was looking at Zui Xuezhong with a frown. Zui Xuezhong nodded helplessly. Why is it at this time? Isn't it around August 20th in previous years? Song Shusheng asked again. 5 years ago, the 5 northwestern provinces formed a 5-province alliance under the leadership of the relevant leaders above, in order to unite and develop, break the existing barriers, and promote the common progress of the 5 provinces. To this end, the alliance organized a Silk Road Tourism Festival. Every year, a different province will host the festival. When this province hosts the festival, people from other provinces will come to support it. They will even send some celebrities from their own province to boost the Northwest and bring some popularity. Last year, it was Shaanxi province, and this year it is the turn of Xian province. Overall, the Silk Road Tourism Festival is quite popular, and it attracts some foreign tourists every year. Every year, the time of the festival is announced at the end of January, and the beginning of February in the lunar calendar. These days are in this time period. I don't know the specific reason. The call just came. At this time, Zui Xuezhong's face was also full of helplessness. Nothing else, it was because some time ago, under their coordination, Suqing Province had just handed over the Xiaogua Border Cultural Tourism Festival to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and the hosting time happened to be July 23rd. In this way, the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival of the 5 Provinces Alliance happened to be held on the same day as the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. The counties and districts of other provinces may not feel much, but for Jioga City, there is always a feeling of being oppressed and bullied. Although this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is just to complete a task, it is at least a national-level brand. Can't you consider the feelings of our city? It's okay even if there is a difference of about a week. Song Shusheng said again, in a bad mood. This, Zui Xuezhong hesitated. The decision-making power of such matters lies with the Northwest Alliance. As for why such a decision was made, he really doesn't know. Directors, what? You are like this. After a long silence, Song Shusheng tapped the desk with his fingers. Leader, you say? Call the person in charge of the relevant departments in the province later, and give feedback on the matter of setting the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival on July 23 RD, and see if we can coordinate with the Alliance to change the time. Song Shushing expressed his thoughts. Okay, leader. Hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong nodded immediately. Then I'll go right away. Yes. Song Shusheng nodded. Time flies. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhui Xuezhong appeared in Song Shusheng's office again. Leader, the relevant person in charge in the province just called back. What did he say? Song Shusheng immediately put down the document he was about to sign, and on the cover of the document was written a line of small words. Application for National Highway Rerouting in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Leader, the person in charge of the province said that they have reported this matter to several leaders of the Northwest Alliance, and also contacted the relevant person in charge of the new province. But they said that the new province has its own activities on August 20, so the time was moved forward by 1 month. Zhui Xuezhong whispered. So they mean it must be on July 23rd? Song Shusheng's voice suddenly became louder. Well, they said that July 23rd is the Chichu festival in the lunar calendar, which is particularly suitable for the theme of this Silk Road conference. So they don't want to miss it, and they also said. Zhui Xuezhong stopped talking halfway. What else? Song Shusheng frowned. He also said that if we mind, the time of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival can be postponed or postponed. Zhui Xuezhong whispered. What? Postponing the time of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? Are you kidding? The Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is at the level of Xia State. Once reported, there is no possibility of change. At that time, even if it rains heavily or blows hard, it must be held normally. So, what is the phone number of the person in charge of the 5 Provinces Alliance? Let me ask. Swoosh. Hearing this, Song Shusheng stood up directly. Chapter 237 Su Hang's Understanding. The phone number is 138. Zhui Xuezhong took out his mobile phone and checked it and reported a phone number. He then added, the director of the Silk Road Conference Preparatory Committee is surnamed Li. Okay. After hearing the number, Song Shusheng immediately picked up the phone and dialed the numbers Zhui Xuezhong had just reported. Beep. Beep. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, is this Director Li of the Silk Road Conference Preparatory Committee? I am Song Shusheng, the person in charge of Jioga City, Suqing Province. Before the other party spoke, Song Shusheng introduced himself first. Oh, it's Secretary Song. Hello. I'm Li Yuzhou, the director of the Silk Road Conference Preparatory Group. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. As if he had known that Song Shusheng would call. The other party was not surprised. Director Li, it's like this. Our Jioga City will hold the Xia Country Border Cultural Tourism Festival on July 23rd, which happens to conflict with the Silk Road Conference, because the Border Cultural Tourism Festival is a national-level tourism festival, and it was determined long ago. The time can't be changed. Can you coordinate the time of the Silk Road Conference? As long as it's not on the same day, even if it's staggered for 2 or 3 days. Song Shusheng said immediately. I know that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival was scheduled in advance, but the new province has its own arrangements. There's really no way to coordinate. To put it another way, let me tell you something unpleasant. But the Frontier Tourism Festival is actually dead in name only. And it seems that your Su province has only allocated 2 million. Just to let you deal with it simply. Why should your city be so serious with us over this trivial matter? Li Yuzhou's voice came slowly. From what he meant, there was no intention to revise the time of the Silk Road Conference. Director Li, you can't say that. Song Shusheng frowned. Secretary Song, I understand your feelings, but sometimes it's really unnecessary. We have already informed the relevant departments in Suqing Province before confirming the time. Li Yuzhou said slowly again. Then you should at least give us a heads up in advance, in case we want to promote the Frontier Culture Festival. And you are promoting the Si Lu Culture Festival. Song Shusheng's face was so dark that water could drip out. No, it's the same thing again. The time for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is determined first, and the time for the Silk Road Conference will be changed later, so you guys should do whatever you want. Don't worry about the Silk Road Conference. Of course, the time has been set now, so it won't be changed. Li Yuzhou said again. You guys. Oh, okay, excuse me. Hearing this, Song Shusheng no longer wanted to continue the conversation, and hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. It can be heard that, not to mention him, even if the person in charge of the province went to talk, he would probably say the same thing. After a silence of more than a minute, Zhui Xuezhong said cautiously, Leader, then we I'll talk to the provincial leader in charge later and try to get him to fight for it again. If he really can't fight for it, there's nothing we can do. Song Shusheng sighed. This time, Geoga City was really suppressed and beaten by others. Okay. Swish Yuezhong nodded. I'm angry. But it's still because we didn't get the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival off the ground. So they didn't care about the arrangements in Geoga City at all. Song Shusheng slowly leaned back in the chair and rubbed his eyebrows. If the funding this time is as sufficient as last time, with the style of Binggu Economic Development Zone, we might be able to look forward to it. After a moment of silence, Swish Yuezhong whispered. Look forward to it? How can we get the funding of 2 million? To put it bluntly, 2 million can at most buy a large red carpet, guarantee the catering of some volunteers, and nothing else. Waving his hand, Song Shusheng was no longer interested in talking about this matter. Alas! Little did they know that, just as Song Shusheng and Swish Yuezhong felt that Geoga City was not respected, Xian Province, the provincial capital, Mu City, in an office building in the city center, a man in his 50s glanced at the corner of his mouth and put his mobile phone on the desk. The man was none other than Liu Zhou, who had just spoken to Song Shusheng. At this time, there was another man sitting opposite Liu Zhou. What's going on? The man asked after a pause. It's the person in charge of Geoga City, Suqing Province. They think that the time of the Thinking Conference conflicts with the Xia Country Border Cultural Tourism Festival. They think we don't respect them. So they are a little upset and want us to adjust the time. Liu Zhou replied. Didn't respect them? The Xia Country Border Cultural Tourism Festival has long been in name only. If there was no such record on the official website of the Xia Country Cultural Tourism Department, who would have known that there was such a tourism festival? Now they want the Silk Road Conference to adjust the time? Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed across the man's face. Maybe Geoga City just got a bit of attention at the investment conference, and they think they are quite powerful, and are a bit arrogant. Liu Zhou said again. Investment conference? It's just a stroke of luck. If it was really that powerful, it would not be possible for it to remain a fifth-tier medium-sized city for so many years. The man said again. But then again, this time is indeed the time we confirmed later, and it's normal for them to be a little emotional. After a pause, Liu Zhou said again. Emotional? It's just that you have a good temper. If it were me, I would have hung up the phone long ago. The man said again. Okay. Let's not talk about Geoga City. The notice has been issued. Let's just start preparing for our conference. I want to invite all the celebrities from our new province to come back to support our Silk Road Conference this time. Liu Zhou smiled. I think so too. There are not many celebrities from other provinces. Even if there are, the best are second and third tier ones. In the end, we still have to rely on our province. When it comes to business, the man leaned forward. Well, it sounds like there is still half a year. But these celebrities need to make reservations in advance. Otherwise, they will not be available at that time. Liu Zhou nodded. For this Silk Road Conference, the preparatory group has only one idea: invite celebrities. The more celebrities there are, the bigger the noise will be. The bigger the noise will be, the better the publicity will be. The more advertising sponsorships there will be, and the more sponsors there will be, the more money the preparatory group will have to serve tourists. Thus, a high-quality Silk Road Conference will be created, which will satisfy all parties. A virtuous circle will eventually be formed. I know. But this time we are promoting our hometown, and those celebrities will definitely agree. The man waved his hand, indicating that Liu Zhou didn't need to worry at all. It's always good to contact them first. Okay. At 7 p.m., Binggu Village, Su Hang didn't know about the Silk Road Conference, and he had just returned to his residence. Today, Zhong Ruofei, Shui Yutian, and I went through each of the industries under Binggu Culture and Tourism, and checked the duty situation. Tomorrow night, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian will give these duty personnel a big red envelope on behalf of Binggu Culture and Tourism. And then, they will come back to have a New Year's Eve dinner with the villagers of Binggu Village in the banquet hall. At the same time, Binggu Culture and Tourism will also send a small New Year gift to all tourists, crew members, and other relevant personnel who spend the New Year in Binggu Village this year. As for the Binggu Management Committee, Li Mei had left Binggu Village in the afternoon and returned home. And the same was true for the Industrial and Commercial Branch and the Taxation Branch. In addition, Binggu Culture and Tourism did not prepare any other activities. There is no so-called countdown. Everyone will watch the Spring Festival Gala, say New Year's greetings, grab red envelopes. And this year will be over. When the Bingu Economic Development Zone can free up its hands next year, it will definitely have a lively new year. The design of the Bingu Village Clinic must be completed as soon as possible. Those large medical equipment have been gathering dust for half a year. It will be a good thing for the villagers of Bingu Village if it is completed early, otherwise we have to go to Jioga City when we need large medical equipment. After a simple tidying up, Su-hang lay on the bed and called up the pawn system. Due to the low traffic in Bingu Village during this period, the pawn value has only increased a little bit, and is only about 1 million now. After the new year, we still have to find a way to attract more traffic, otherwise we have to go to other cities to collect scrapped cars. Glancing at the pawn value, Su-hang pondered for a while. All trees and turf used in the Ice Lake Entertainment and Leisure Complex to be built next year must be purchased from the pawn system. Only trees and turf produced by the pawn system can guarantee survival rate. If you buy 10 trees from a normal landscaping company and only 1 or 2 survive, it is considered good. System. Find me some hospital design drawings. Su-hang came back to his senses and sent a thought to the system. Swish. The next moment, nearly 1,000 pages of various hospitals appeared on the system panel. Brother Sure said that it's enough. But he came from the Yenching affiliated hospital, a top hospital in Xia country. What he meant by enough is definitely not the same as what the doctors in the county hospital mean. In addition, Uncle Tong and Aunt Wong are top experts in the country. So the village clinic design this time must be enough for them. Touching his chin, Su-hang immediately sent another thought to the system. System. Don't want hospitals without large medical equipment testing rooms. Swish. After this thought was sent out, 500 pages were directly removed from the screen of the system mall. Many villagers in Bingu Village are elderly. There is a 90-year-old man living in Master Feng's house. After a little thought, Su-hang sent a thought to the system again. Don't buy any without intensive care units and convalescent areas. Swish. After this thought, the system mall screen lost another 300 pages, leaving about 200 pages. At this point, Su-hang slowly started to read. This time, it was more difficult to buy a design of an ancient hospital directly from the system. Even if the ancient imperial hospital was built, it would not be able to meet some of the needs of modern medicine. So Su-hang's idea this time was very simple first. The whole framework came out. He had already integrated a Yuan, Guanjua Tower, Yinbin Tower, Uilin and ancient building complex before, and then he could design it into a building with ancient building colors according to his own understanding. This one won't work. It's too ordinary. This one is barely passable, but it feels a little bit off. It would be better if the outpatient building was a few floors higher. This one is okay, but there are a few high-end sanatoriums. There are now 10 permanent residents in Bingu Village, and there must be at least 10 spare rooms. Forget it, keep it first. This one. Dong dong dong. But just as Su-hang continued to scream one by one, there was a knock on the door, and at the same time, another voice came. Director Su. Are you there? Teacher Chin? Upon hearing this, Su-hang's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. After dealing with him several times, he had figured out that the person was none other than Teacher Chin from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Chapter 238 This Unlucky Child. Teacher Chin, what are you doing? The next moment, the door opened. When he saw the situation outside the door clearly, Su-hang's face was full of confusion. The person standing outside the door was none other than Chin Su. But at this time, Chin Su was carrying several large bags of things in her hands, and there was also a large pile of things next to her, which seemed to have been moved up several times. Director Su, is it convenient for you now? At this time, Chin Su took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up all her courage, looked at Su-hang. It's convenient, but are these things? Su-hang frowned slightly and said, the cooperation between Bingda Farm and Haisher Jiaotong University is going smoothly. There is no need for this. Director Su, these things are not sent to you by Haisher Jiaotong University, nor are they sent by me. Chin Su secretly pinched the corner of her clothes and said, not you. Seeing Chin Su like this, Su-hang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then said, then come in and tell me. Sorry for the trouble. Chin Su nodded, although she had been trying to control herself. She was obviously more nervous than before. Bang! After all the things were moved to the room, the door was closed. 1 hour. 2 hours. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, Su-hang's door opened again. At this time, Chin Susu looked relaxed, turned around with a slightly raised mouth and closed the door, no longer feeling the restraint and tension as before. As for what the two talked about 2 hours later, perhaps only Chin Susu and Su Hang knew. Looking inside the room again, Su Hang did not call out the pawn system to continue screening new Bingu Village clinics, but sat in front of the sofa and looked at the pile of things and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Su Hang took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. Ever since he merged with the Su Hang of this world and became the new Su Hang, perhaps because of his original obsession, he always had a sense of resistance to his family, and always felt that his family only regarded him as a tool. In addition, with the agreement as a shield, he never took the initiative to contact them. But now looking at these things, thinking about the chat with Chin Susu just now, he suddenly felt that his family might not be what he imagined. However, it was really impossible for him to let go of that obsession and completely treat the agreement as if it had never happened. Forget it, take your time. Muttering to himself, Su Hang composed a text message, clicked on the page to send multiple messages, and checked his parents' phone numbers. After doing all this, Su Hang adjusted his thoughts, went to the bedroom and called up the pawn system again. System, continue my selection just now. The next day, New Year's Eve, all parts of Xia country were already red, Spring Festival couplets were posted everywhere, and lanterns were hung, and it was festive and lively. In Bingu Village, Zhong Ruofei, Shui Yuqian and others, according to the previous plan, sent New Year gifts to all the tourists, the crew, and the staff of Jiaodong University in High City, who stayed in Bingu Village for the new year. At the request of other villagers in Bingu Village, Su Hang and Feng Shuyu arranged the New Year's Eve dinner for Bingu Village. That's not all, the chefs at the banquet house also got busy. This is because the crew also ordered a few tables of New Year's Eve dinner at the banquet house, and the staff left behind by Shanghai Jiaodong University, and the staff on duty at Bingu Cultural Tourism will also come here to eat New Year's Eve dinner in the afternoon. However, just when Su Hang and other villagers in Bingu Village were busy, Yuan, Shirlinian, holding a pile of freshly printed drawings, knocked on Lu Ming's door. Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu. Xiao Shi, what's wrong? The door opened. Looking at Shirlinian, Lu Ming's face was full of surprise. Uncle Lu, just like you said, I think I said something wrong. Shirlinian's face was full of bitterness. What's wrong? Lu Ming couldn't help asking. This is the design effect and construction drawing of the new clinic in Bingu Village that Xiaosu brought over this morning. Take a look at how much it would cost to build one like this. Shirlinian sighed. Ah, so many? All of them were designed by Xiaosu's friends for your new clinic. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, Lu Ming looked Shirlinian up and down again and said in surprise. At this time, the drawings in Shirlinian's arms were at least 4 or 5 times more than the ones he had taken a few days ago. And they were even bigger. Yeah. Shirlinian nodded. When he saw Su Hang appear at the door with so many drawings this morning, he was completely stunned. Later, when Su Hang introduced the design plan to him sincerely, he emphasized from time to time, if it is not enough, we can find a way to expand it later. Anyway, when designing, we reserved 50 acres of reserve land for the new village clinic. Faced with this, he could only bite the bullet and smile, and agreed to everything. There was no other way. The land was asked from Su Hang. The design was commissioned by a friend. It's good enough. This sentence was also said in front of so many villagers. Now the drawings have been delivered. What else can we do? Then come in quickly. Lu Ming helped to get a few rolls, and then welcomed Shirlinian into the house. But what Shirlinian didn't know was that at the moment of closing the door, Lu Ming muttered, "This unlucky child. Uncle Lu, can you help me estimate the cost of the project?" After entering the house and sitting down, Shirlinian said anxiously, "Let me take a look first." Lu Ming opened the largest volume. Wow! What is this? After seeing the design on the drawing clearly, Lu Ming was stunned. What came into view was a 12-story north-south double-sided single building. The overall style was like the office building in Bonfire Square. 2 by 2. 3 layers stacked directly. The facade was all in the style of this existing characteristic ancient building. In addition, there was a 3-story underground parking lot under the entire new village clinic. Xiaosu said, "This is the outpatient room of our Zinbinghu village clinic." Shirlinian rubbed his eyebrows. Outpatient room? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He wanted to say something but took it back. Then, he opened the second roll of drawings. What about this one? After seeing the second roll of drawings clearly, Lu Ming couldn't help but stroke his forehead. The second roll was still a single building, but this one was more solid and taller than the one he had just seen. This building has about 21 floors. Xiao Su said this is the ordinary infusion room, an ordinary ward of the new health center. Linian said in a low voice. Ordinary infusion room? Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't want to say anything more. Whose village clinic's infusion room and ordinary ward are so large? To be honest, many large tertiary hospitals in big cities don't have such a large inpatient department. Preliminary estimates, there must be more than 2,000 beds. Well, there is also an intensive care unit and Bingdu Village residents' infirmary over there. Here, Linian pointed to the 2 rolls of design drawings next to him. Is there also a special Bingdu Village residents' infirmary? Lu Ming scratched his head. Yes, Xiao Su said that this is specially prepared for the permanent residents of our Bingdu Village, and it is not open to the public. Linian whispered again. What about this? After a moment of silence, Lu Ming opened a roll of fairly normal design drawings. This is the family building and staff dormitory for the medical staff of the Bingdu Village Health Center. Seeing this, Linian's expression became a little more natural. Oh, it looks like there are quite a few. Yes, but it feels like the simplest one among them. Uncle Lu, can you help me estimate it? Linian nodded. Okay. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming stood up and took a calculator, opened another roll of structural drawings and construction plans and material estimates, and started to calculate. Ding ding ding. This took more than an hour. At this time, Lu Ming slowly raised his head and looked at Linian. Excluding large medical equipment and land, the greening of the new village clinic, etc., from construction to decoration, it will cost at least 10 billion. 10 billion? Linian took a breath. Originally, he prepared about 20 million yuan, confidently thinking that 20 million yuan was enough to build a small outpatient building that could use large medical equipment and a small inpatient building. This is great. Even if it is such a large scale, they don't ask for money. Lu Ming stopped talking halfway. What if we build the outpatient room and the ordinary infusion room first? After thinking for a long time, Linian couldn't help asking. It is definitely impossible to get so much money for the health center in a short time, so it can only be built in stages. After the outpatient room and the ordinary infusion room are built, they should be able to meet most of the needs. Just these 2 can actually cost about 100 million, Lu Ming said. According to the design plan, the cost of intensive care unit, emergency room, infectious disease department, and the special nursing building for the villagers of Bingdu Village are higher. 100 million. Linian fell into deep thought again, perhaps seeing the pressure Linian was under at the moment. Lu Ming paused and said, Xiao Shi, if it doesn't work, fine Xiao Su. If you are embarrassed to say it, I will tell you. Forget Xiao Su. When he heard that he had to find Su Hang to discuss it again, Linian shook his head like a rattle. But here, just when Lu Ming wanted to say something else, there was a movement at the door. Old Lu. Xiao Shi is here too. The next moment, the door opened, and it turned out that Gao Yuling had brought her father back to the room. Aunt Gao, Grandpa. Seeing this, Linian hurriedly stood up and greeted the 2 of them. I hope I didn't disturb you. Seeing the pile of design drawings on the coffee table, Gao Yuling first settled her father down before coming over to say, No, this is the design of the new village clinic. Lu Ming waved his hand and told the story of the new clinic. Ah, is the new village clinic so big? After hearing this, Gao Yuling was stunned. Obviously she was also scared. Don't talk about it. Now it costs about 100 million to build an outpatient room and an infusion room in the early stage. Xiao Shi currently has about 20 million. I asked if I should ask Xiao Su to redesign it. Xiao Shi didn't want to. Lu Ming said again. So the first phase of the project is now short of 80 million? Gao Yuling frowned. Then what do you plan to do? Xiao Shi? Wait a little, or if you want a loan, I have a channel here. After a little thought, Gao Yuling looked at Linian. Chapter 239. Grandpa, what are you going to do? Loan? Hearing this, Linian's eyes lit up, and Lu Ming also exclaimed, in fact, loans are a normal thing in this era, but because Bingdu culture and tourism has been secretly controlling its expansion, it is worried that there will be systemic risks if it cannot control it, so there is no loan. But there is no need for the village clinic to worry about this. As long as Tong Jichuan and his wife, and Linian and his wife are there, the village clinic will not lack patients. Moreover, as long as the outpatient room and infusion room can be built in advance, The number of patients received by the village clinic can be increased by several levels, and it is not difficult to pay back 80 million. After the first phase of the project is put into operation, the capital flow of the subsequent projects will not be like it is now. Well, I have a few friends in the bank in Yincheng. Gao Yuling nodded again. 80 million may be a large loan for the counties in the northwest. But for her friends, 80 million is not a big number. As long as their professional team comes to Bingdu village to evaluate and confirm that there are no problems, they can release the loan. Then Aunt Gao, can you help me contact them? After thinking for a moment, Shi Linyan's eyes were full of certainty. I will ask about the situation tomorrow. But if we really start, we must go to work on the 7th day of the first lunar month. Gao Yuling nodded. It can be seen that she has a good relationship with the bank friends just mentioned. And she is also very confident in the strength of the Bingdu Village Health Center. Otherwise she would not be so sure. That's fine. The construction of our village clinic will start after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Shi Linyan looked at Lu Ming. Now that we have the blueprints of this ancient building, the project must be handled by Bingdu Construction Company. Outside construction companies really can't do this job. Well, if it were in previous years, it would probably be early February, but this year is different. It's already 69 a few days ago, so it's about time to start construction after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Lu Ming took over the conversation. That's fine. Gao Yuling nodded. Uncle Lu, if there is no problem with the funding for this phase, can the construction progress of our new village clinic be? After a pause, Shi Linyan rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly and looked at Lu Ming. Construction progress? Xiao Shi, do you also want to work in 3 shifts? Being stared at, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He saw too many meanings in Shi Linyan's eyes. It's not working in 3 shifts. But I just want to do it as quickly as possible. You know the current situation of our Bingdu village clinic. Shi Linyan was delighted, and nodded heavily at first, and then shook his head quickly. The sooner the better, that's not it yet. Lu Ming looked at Shi Linyan deeply. Shi Linyan was like this, in a corner of a yuan, in the room of Tong Jichuan and his wife. Song Qing was chatting with Tong Jichuan and his wife. Tong Shui was peeling fruit for her grandparents beside them. Xiao Song, are you saying that Xiao Shi has got the design drawings of the new clinic in Bingdu village? Hearing this, Tong Jichuan was delighted. Although he now has a separate clinic, he returned to the medical field not only to see patients, but also to continue to fulfill his dream. To realize this dream, there must be more space to facilitate some experimental research. Therefore, Tong Jichuan actually hopes that the Bingdu village clinic can be expanded. Yes. Song Qing nodded. Is it planned according to the scale we discussed before? Tong Jichuan couldn't help asking again. No. Song Qing shook his head. No. This time, not only Tong Jichuan, even Wang Huiying beside him cast a surprised look. The size they discussed before was not very large, so it should be fine. At that time, Lin Yin mentioned to Xiao Su that it would be fine as long as it was enough, but Xiao Su felt that you and our requirements were relatively high, so the design was many times larger than before. It feels like the size is almost catching up with the affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Seeing the misunderstanding of the two elders, Song Qing hurriedly explained. What? Yanda First Affiliated Hospital? Sister Song, are you saying that the size of the village clinic planned by Director Su is almost catching up with our hospital? This time, before Tong Jichuan and his wife spoke, Tong Shui on the side couldn't help it, and there was nothing but disbelief in her eyes. Yes. Song Qing nodded. She looked like she was from the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. And she would not lie. In fact, she was already very conservative to save Tong Shui's face. If the design style is added, the new clinic in Bingdu village will be more distinctive than the current first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Just because of what Brother Shi said. It's enough? Tong Shui still couldn't accept the fact that a village clinic was about to catch up with her own hospital. Yes, this way, as long as the new clinic is built, you can carry out 2 or 3 projects at the same time. Song Qing nodded and looked at Tong Jichuan. Then I really have to thank Xiao Su this time. Tong Jichuan's face was full of emotion. But Mr. Tong, this has brought up a new problem. After a pause, Song Qing sighed slightly. What's the problem? Wang Huiying asked. Xiao Su has now built such a large village clinic to meet our needs. I'm afraid that the 4 of us won't be able to support it when the time comes. Song Qing glanced at Tong Shui intentionally or unintentionally, and then said, Oh, that's right. Because of our words, Xiaosu has set up the stage for us. And we naturally can't let the stage sit idle all day and waste resources. Tong Jichuan and Wang Huiyin nodded in unison. Then, Song Qing hesitated. Your Aunt Wang and I will find a way to solve this problem. We will try to get it done before our new clinic is built. After a little thought, Tong Jichuan said, Lun Yin and I will also think of a way. Hearing Tong Jichuan's words to solve this problem, Song Qing was delighted and said hurriedly, as experts in the field of oncology and pediatrics, their connections in the medical field are beyond imagination. As long as they are willing to use their connections or say hello to the students they taught at the time, it will be no problem to fill the new clinic in Bingdu Village. Okay, when the time comes, you and Xiaoshi will make a list of specific departments based on our existing equipment and Shishu's plan. Tong Jichuan nodded. Okay. Song Qing hurriedly agreed. After a pause, just when Song Qing raised his hand to check the time and planned to let several people go to the banquet building together, Tong Jichuan suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Tong Shui. Xiaoxue, do you have the phone number of Vice President Shen in your hospital? I remember I had it before. But I changed my mobile phone card last time. Vice President Shen? Grandpa, what are you going to do? On hearing this, Tong Shui was stunned again. Nothing. Just asking for the phone number. Tong Jichuan said casually. Banquet hall. Kitchen. Su Hang didn't know that the design of the new village clinic had caused quite a stir. At this time, he and Feng Shui were chatting while arranging the dishes. Xiao Su, Lao Lu, and Xiao Zhong said that your cooking skills are superb. I was a little skeptical. It was not until now that I realized that what they said was still a bit conservative. Feng Shui sighed. He really couldn't understand why a young man like Su Hang knew so many things. And they were all super proficient. You're too kind. In fact, everyone has a different understanding of food. Some people like it, while others may not. It also has something to do with people's mood. When you're in a good mood, everything tastes delicious. When you're in a bad mood, even the best food tastes bland. Su Hang waved his hand. That's true. Feng Shui was startled and gave Su Hang a thumbs up again. In this way, the two chatted about other things, but they talked about Bingdu Village. By the way, Xiao Su, when exactly is our Xia Country Border Tourism Festival? Feng Shui suddenly thought of something and asked casually. July 23rd. Su Hang replied immediately. Once the time of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is determined, there is no possibility of change. After all, it is nominally an activity at the level of Xia State. Then what are you going to do? I saw that Lao Lu has been mumbling about this for a while. Feng Shui said again. I guess we won't have time to discuss this until May or June. Su Hang sighed. Entertainment and ancient building complex, iceberg special building, plus the new clinic that has just been decided. I feel that each of them must be completed in the shortest time possible. Therefore, I really don't have time to pay attention to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival now. Are you too busy? Yeah. Su Hang nodded. Oh. Feng Shui looked at Su Hang thoughtfully and said nothing more. Uncle Feng, the dishes are almost ready. What time do we start? Should I ask Uncle Lu to send the old man over first? At this time, Su Hang looked at the dish and said, since Feng Shui's house only has 2 bedrooms and a living room, Gao Yuling and her father live there. Not only is the space not enough, but it is also inconvenient. With Lu Ming's deliberate assistance, Gao Yuling's father temporarily lived in the room that Lu Ming had vacated. Okay, I'll call them then. After washing his hands, Feng Shui nodded. Unknowingly, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Xiaogua welcomed the New Year's Eve with the sound of firecrackers. There were also bursts of firecrackers in Bingdu Village. And coupled with the existing architectural atmosphere and lighting, the New Year atmosphere was even more intense than in a big city. There was even a feeling that Ase County, where the permanent population far exceeded that of Bingdu Village, did not have the same feeling as Bingdu Village. Of course, the desertedness of Ase County is also related to the fact that many residents returned to their hometowns to celebrate the New Year. At this time, in Yutai Village under the East Street office of Ase County, a man was eating New Year's Eve dinner with his parents, wife, and 2 children. The man was none other than Zhang Daping, the director of Bingda Construction Company. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Huh? Upon hearing this, the family was stunned. Generally speaking, people eat New Year's Eve dinner at home at this time. Why is there someone visiting at this time? Da Ping, are you home? At this time, Another voice came. Is it Lu San? Hearing the voice, Zhang Daping suddenly realized. Lu San was a neighbor in their village, about the same age as him, and also worked outside for a long time to make a living. Soon, the door opened, and a dark-skinned man stood outside the door, with 2 bottles of wine in his hands. The man was the Lu San that Zhang Daping mentioned. Daping, haven't you finished the New Year's Eve dinner yet? Leaning forward to look into the yard, Lu San said a little embarrassedly. Chapter 240 Terrifying Attraction. We're eating. Lao San. Come in and join us. People in the northwest are simple and warm. As he was talking, Zhang Daping was about to take Lu San home. No! No! Seeing this, Lu San waved his hands repeatedly, but he couldn't resist Zhang Daping's enthusiasm, and soon he came to Zhang Daping's house, half-heartedly. Zhang Daping's family members were polite again, some took chopsticks and bowls, and finally, after they sat down, Zhang Daping spoke again. Lao San. What are you doing? He and Lu San were just ordinary neighbors. Lu San brought gifts during the new year, so there must be something wrong. Daping, I want to ask you something. When asked, Lu San did not beat around the bush, and said a little embarrassedly. Tell me, is Binggu village still short of workers? The day before yesterday, I heard that you and Xiao found a pretty good job in Binggu village. I want to work with you after the new year. Lu San said. You also want to come to Binggu village? The wages in Binggu village are lower than outside. When he heard this, Zhang Daping was a little surprised. When Lu San was a child, he learned to be a bricklayer. Later, when he went out to work, he learned a lot of skills and got a professional technician qualification certificate for a steelworker. The salary is much higher than theirs. I know, but the salary in Binggu village is paid daily, and it is close to home. I can come back anytime if something happens at home. Speaking of this, Lu San's eyes showed a little envy. He worked hard for a year last year, but at the end of the year, the boss only paid less than 1/5 of it, and he didn't know when he could get the rest back. As a result, I chatted with people in the village in the afternoon and found out about Zhang Daping's situation. After thinking about it, I felt that I should come to see Zhang Daping in advance. If we wait until after the Chinese New Year to slowly contact them, there will probably be no position left in the end. Because Lu San knows very well the attraction of daily wages to workers. As expected, the news of Bingda Construction Company paying wages on a daily basis will soon spread among all the workers who go home for the Chinese New Year. Oh, if you can accept this, it should be no problem. When I went home for the Chinese New Year this year, I heard Mr. Lu say that there are many projects to be launched in Binggu village after the Chinese New Year, and many workers will be needed. Hearing that Lu San could accept a lower salary than outside, Zhang Daping immediately said that it was no problem. Last year, when we were rushing to build the banquet hall and Yuelin, we were short of workers. In the end, we had no choice but to hire outsiders through our former co-workers. Now that locals want to do the job, that would be great. If nothing else, locals are stable and know everything about their backgrounds, and are not afraid of fooling around or slacking off when doing the work. That's great, thanks Daping. When he heard Zhang Daping agree, Lu De was overjoyed. You're welcome, but I have to talk to Xiao Wang, who is responsible for recruiting workers in our construction company. Tomorrow, Zhang Daping said again. Okay. Ding-ling-ling. But before Zhang Daping finished speaking, the phone rang again. Pick it up and take a look. Zhang Daping showed a hint of surprise, first nodded to Lu San, then stood up and walked to the side to answer the phone. Hello, old ma. Daping, Happy New Year. A man's voice soon came from the phone. Happy New Year. Daping, I want to ask you something. You tell me. Do you need people in Binggu village after the new year? The next moment, the man's voice rang again. Zhang Daping's side was like this, Jinlu County. Several men who were drinking were also chatting. Do you know, my cousin made a lot of money working in Ase County this year. A man said. Binggu village? As soon as he heard it, someone next to him immediately took up the conversation. Yeah. The man nodded. I heard that the salary there is paid daily. Is it true? When Binggu village was mentioned, the other people at the table immediately became interested. Obviously, they had heard a lot of rumors about Binggu village after returning from other places. Really? Although the wages in Binggu village may be lower than outside, the money is paid every day. And I asked around, and it said that the wages are low. But in fact they are not much lower. The man replied, if that's the case, Do you want to contact your uncle to see if they still need people? A man's eyes became brighter and brighter. For them, immediate wages are sometimes even more attractive than beautiful women. Of course they need people. I heard that the projects there are basically 3 shifts. But you can't find my uncle. He is just an ordinary wire tire. And he can't talk. The man shook his head. Then, the people at the same table couldn't help but feel disappointed. But my uncle said that he was able to find a job in Bingu village when he went there. But no one recommended him. He just went there and tried to ask. And it worked, so I also plan to go directly to Bingu village to ask. The man said again. Ah, no one recommended me. Go and ask directly. The people were stunned. They have been working outside for many years, and basically rely on co-workers or foremen to find work, especially when they encounter good projects. You can't get in without some connections. Yeah. The man nodded. When are you going? How about we go together? After a pause, one of the men spoke. I plan to go there on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. The man took a sip from the wine cup. The 2nd day of the Chinese New Year? So early? The others at the same table were stunned again when they heard the time. No way. There must be a lot of people competing for such a job. If you go too late, there will be no hope. The man sighed. Now all walks of life are competing, and so are they. That's what you said, but if you go to Bingu village so early, the people there are probably still on vacation. Besides, we are still more than 200 kilometers away from Bingu village, and running back and forth every day is not a big deal. Someone couldn't help but say again. My uncle said that Bingu Construction Company has someone on duty. Maybe I can get a number first. And there is a youth hostel in Bingu village, which costs only a few dozen yuan a night, which is super cheap. The man said his plan. If that's the case, I'll go too. As long as I can find a job in Bingu village, I can relax for a whole year. After a moment of silence, a man followed up. Then let's go together then. Okay. Then contact me on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. And then charter a car to go there. Yes. The scene similar to Jilu County is not an isolated case, but is constantly being staged in various counties and districts in Jioga City, even in several nearby prefecture-level cities. Many workers have talked about the problem of immediate salary payment in Bingu village. But at this time, Su Hang didn't know that after he returned to his room after eating New Year's Eve dinner with the villagers of Bingu village, either someone called him to wish him a happy new year, or he had just called someone to say hello. From the relevant person in charge of Jioga City to Wanglong Fong Tong, etc., even the building materials merchants Li Jijun, Li Mei, etc., so that they had no time to watch the Spring Festival Gala until after midnight. Is this New Year over? After the phone calls gradually stopped, raising his hand to check the time, Su Hang couldn't help but have a little more emotion on his face. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning of the 1st day of the Chinese New Year. Ding dong. But at this moment, Su Hang's mobile phone rang with a message notification sound again. He picked up the text message and took a look at the name of the sender. Su Hang was a little surprised, and replied, Happy New Year. After a pause, Su Hang thought for a moment and replied again. If there is anything you can't solve later, let me know. You're welcome. Ding dong. The message was just sent. Before Su Hang put down the phone, the text message sound rang again. Okay, I will definitely contact you if there is anything. Go to bed early. Okay. After replying this sentence, Su Hang put down the phone, started to wash up, and planned to go to bed. I have been busy all day today. I am really tired. But just over 10 minutes later, after the lights in Su Hang's single-family house were turned off, the lights in other places in Yiyuan were still on. At Shui Yuyan's residence, the couple still had no sleep and were still chatting. Yutian, I heard that when Xiao Su went to the investment conference, he recruited an embroidery workshop? Song Liwei took a sip and said, Yeah. Shui Yutian nodded. Others may not know what Su Hang gained from the investment conference, but Zhong Ruofei, Shui Yutian, a senior executive of Bingda Culture and Tourism, knows it very well. Then how did you build this embroidery workshop? Did you also buy land and build it yourself? Song Liwei asked curiously. No. Xiao Su said that he would build a 4-story office building for the embroidery workshop along National Highway 215 after the new year, and rent it out as a whole, 12 million in 5 years. A company like this would definitely not build its own place. Shui Yutian shook his head. 12 million in 5 years? Song Liwei's eyes lit up. Yes, Xiao Su said that construction will start after the new year. This is not a big project. The design drawings are mature, and the construction will progress quickly. I estimate that this embroidery workshop will be officially settled in 1 or 2 months after the construction begins. Shui Yutian leaned on the head of the bed. So fast? Of course, Bingdu Village has too many projects next year, it has to be fast. Shui Yutian's voice had a hint of emotion. Recently, it feels like a new project has popped up from time to time in Bingdu Village. Not to mention them, even the employees started to worry about Bingdu Village. Do you think so many projects can be completed? If it's that fast, can you tell Xiao Su to build an office building opposite the embroidery workshop? I'll rent it for 5 years too. Thinking for a moment, Song Liwei looked at her husband seriously. Ah, you want to rent? Shui Yutian was stunned. Yes, I have already notified the employees in the company before the new year. Thinking about moving women's wear here as soon as possible. Song Liwei nodded. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to buy a piece of land directly and ask Xiao Su's friends to help design a women's wear headquarters for women's wear? Seeing that his wife didn't seem to be joking, Shui Yutian couldn't help asking. I thought so before, but after talking with Laosher today, I think this is more suitable for women's wear now. Song Liwei sighed. Why? Why else? Because Xiao Su's standards are a little different from others. I'm really worried that if Xiao Su installs a whole big project for a woman again, what will happen if the company can't afford it? Song Liwei glanced at Shui Yutian. Today, when Linian showed her the new village clinic designed by Su Hang on his mobile phone, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Not to mention anything else, the infusion room alone is enough to make her stay away. Shui Yutian was speechless for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed so. When eating the New Year's Eve dinner today, Linian was obviously a little absent-minded, probably thinking about the new clinic in Bingdu Village. Okay then, Bingdu Cultural Tourism has no shortage of places anyway. It won't be too late to find Xiao Su later if you feel that there are not enough places. After a moment, Shui Yutian nodded. Yeah. Song Liwei was happy, and felt relieved for some reason. By the way, Liwei, can you help me out after a while? At this time, Shui Yutian suddenly thought of something, and spoke again. Help? What do you mean? Song Liwei paused. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Uncle Feng and I talked a lot. He said that on July 23rd, our Bingdu village will hold a frontier cultural and tourism festival. Xiao Su may not have time to prepare because of some engineering matters. See if we can help, Shui Yutian said. Frontier Cultural and Tourism Festival? Uncle Feng means that I can help invite some celebrities to perform a show or something? Song Liwei's expression moved. Listening to the words, she instantly understood Feng Shui's idea. Well, although only 2 million yuan was allocated from the border cultural tourism savings, Uncle Feng felt that it was at the level of Xia Estate after all. And we couldn't lose face for our Bingdu village. Besides, Xiao Su had just been promoted to a researcher. If this cultural tourism festival was not well organized, it would be embarrassing. Shui Yutian nodded heavily. Just after Feng Shui finished talking to him, he had already called Luo Lin and Yang Jian on the way back. They are not very familiar with the entertainment industry, but they still know a lot of talented singers. Ah, Xiao Su has become a researcher? Song Liwei was stunned again. It is being publicized on the Jioga municipal government website these days, but many people don't know. Shui Yutian's voice has a hint of emotion. Okay, then I know. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to invite all the celebrities I can to our Bingdu village. Coming back to her senses, Song Liwei said immediately. Well, Uncle Feng said that we don't need too many people. It's enough to have half the number of people when we got married. Shui Yutian said again. Don't worry, there will definitely be more celebrities coming than when we got married. When we got married, I only invited those with whom I had the best relationship. But this cultural tourism festival is different. Upon hearing this, Song Liwei immediately waved her hand. That couldn't be better. Shui Yutian breathed a sigh of relief. I'll start contacting them after the 7th day of the new year. Yes. The tides rise and fall, and 3 days pass in a flash. The first day of the new year to the 3rd day of the new year is basically the time for the summer people to visit relatives. Office workers also have a rare leisure time. However, many figures can still be seen in the government building of Jioga City. It is because, even if this kind of unit is on holiday, there are still staff and leaders on duty. It is impossible for all of them to rest. At this time, Zhui Xuezhong had just arrived at the office, and today he was the leader on duty. There are fewer things to do during the Chinese New Year. Glancing at the 3 or 4 documents on the desk, Zhui Xuezhong couldn't help but sigh. This is the tradition of Xiagua. It will not be completely normal until the 15th day. Ding-ling-ling. However, just when Zhu Xuezhong sat down and was about to turn on the computer, the landline on the desk suddenly rang urgently. Chapter 241 Forced to open early. Huh? Zhu Xuezhong was surprised for a moment, and then he picked up the phone. There must be something wrong with the landline phone call at this time. Director, I'm Xiao Zhao. The next moment, a hurried voice came from the phone. What's wrong? When he heard it was his secretary, Zhu Xuezhong frowned. Director, there's a traffic jam at Jioga bus station again. The voice on the phone was helpless. What? There's a traffic jam again? What kind of traffic jam is there on the third day of the Lunar New Year? Why are there so many people paying New Year's greetings this year? Zhu Xuezhong couldn't help but ask in confusion. Not New Year's greetings. The voice said again. Not New Year's greetings? Wait, is it because of Bingdu Economic Development Zone again? Hearing this, Zhu Xuezhong's heart skipped a beat. The previous traffic jams at Jioga Station were still vivid in his mind, and they were always because of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Now there is traffic jam again. I can't help but think in this direction. What? Really? Then what's the reason this time? Bingdu Economic Development Zone didn't say it would hold any activities during the new year. Zhu Xuezhong was stunned for a moment, and his voice rose an octave. It was just inertial thinking before. But when his casual words were confirmed, Zhu Xuezhong had too many things to think about. On the third day of the Chinese New Year, he really couldn't think of any reason to go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. On the night of the 30th, when he called Su Hang to wish him a happy new year, he specifically asked whether Bingdu Economic Development Zone would perform operas or have social activities during the first month of the year. The answer he got was that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would not have any activities during the first month of the year. Although Su Hang was a little unconventional in other aspects, he still had no problem speaking. And what should be is what should be. Director, it's not an event. A sigh came from the phone. What is that? It's people who want to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone this year. They think there are many projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone this year, and their wages are paid in cash, so they want to find a job. The secretary explained the reason. There are indeed many projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone this year. But it's not so urgent. It's only the third day of the Chinese New Year. Zhu Xuezhong didn't know what to say. When he came back from Shanxi province, he specially sorted out the number of projects started in Bingdu Economic Development Zone in the next year. Just because starting from the new year, the GDP of Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be officially included in the ranking assessment of the districts and counties under Jioga City. The contribution of the number of projects started to GDP is self-evident. At present, in addition to the 2 contracted companies that are about to start construction, there are also the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Police Station, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Fire Station, and the National Highway Rerouting. These projects require a lot of people, but these may not be paid immediately, and they work in 3 shifts. Moreover, even if these projects are officially started, it will be after February or March. It's mainly because those who work don't think so. They all want to contact Bingdu Construction in advance and get a work number. The secretary sighed. This after a moment of silence. Zhu Xuezhong asked again. Are these all locals? No. Most of them came from other cities. I heard that many locals went to Bingdu Economic Development Zone yesterday. Zhu Xuezhong was stunned again. Director, what should we do now? It's not a good idea for these people to be stuck in the station. Many routes are planning to apply for temporary route changes, when seeing that there are so many people going to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. The secretary whispered again. So, I'll contact the transportation department and see what they say. We have to find a way to solve the needs of these outsiders. Returning to his senses, Zhu Xuezhong thought for a while, and said, Okay, Director, should we contact Director Su again, with so many people rushing over there? I'm afraid. I know. I'll communicate with Director Su after I've dealt with things here. Okay. At 10 a.m., Bingdu Village, the corridor on the top floor of the Guanxue Tower, looking at the huge crowds of people on the bonfire square, Zhong Ruofei's face was helpless. He didn't expect this to happen. Since yesterday, people have been waiting in front of the row of office buildings where the Bingdu building is located. For this reason, Lu Ming even came out to explain, saying that the person in charge of recruitment will officially start work after the 7th day of the first lunar month, and asked them not to worry. As a result, these people did not leave but registered for accommodation at the youth hostel at the east end of the village. They came here again early this morning, In addition to the people who came here one after another today to find work, the bonfire square has become a large labor market. It's not a good idea to have so many people gathered here. After a long time, Su Heng looked at Zhong Ruofei. The main thing is that I can't persuade them. I can't persuade them at all. Zhong Ruofei sighed. This time it feels harder than the last time when the stars gathered. Last time, many people left Bingu Village after seeing the stars for a few times and felt that there was no hope for autographs or group photos. But this time, there was no intention to leave at all. In addition, the crew has officially resumed work. Many people ran over to watch the excitement while also thinking about whether they could take on temporary extras or something like that. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. Being able to act in a play once in this life is something worth bragging about. With all these factors combined, Bingu Village is destined to continue to be overcrowded in the next few days. Let's call all the employees of our Bingu Cultural Tourism and ask them to return to the village early and start working normally. The salary from tomorrow to the 7th day of the first lunar month will be calculated at 4 times. Although this is a bit inhumane, it happened suddenly. Talk to the heads of various departments so that the employees can understand more. After thinking for a while, Su Heng said again, there is no way. So many people gathered in Bingu Village. They have to eat and drink. Of course, the most important thing is that the current staff on duty can't handle such a flow of people. Okay, I'll try to recruit more people here. There will definitely be people who don't understand and choose to resign. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Yeah. Su Heng glanced at the bonfire square again. In recent years, various short videos about young people rectifying the workplace are common. Many young people leave on time and never want to work overtime, and even less want to be called back on vacation. But now the situation in Bingu Economic Development Zone is special. The only thing we can do is to provide money and subsidies. Then call the vendors in the stall area and tell them to set up stalls if possible. After a pause, Su Heng continued. I told the vendors yesterday afternoon. Many of them have come today, and they should all be here tomorrow. Zhong Ruofei replied immediately. Now the vendors in the stall area have regarded Bingu Economic Development Zone as a golden nest. They are afraid that Bingu Culture and Tourism will not renew their contracts. Although they have only rested for 3 or 4 days, they are more willing to agree than others. They knew the big and small bays very well. That's good. We'll go find Uncle Lu later and recruit a batch of workers when the recruiters are in place. I want to build the 2 office buildings along the street, the embroidery workshop and the women's wear after the 15th day of the first lunar month, Su Heng said, raising his hand to check the time. On the first day of the new year, Shui Yutian found him and told him that women's wear wanted to rent an office building. Su Heng would not refuse this, and he agreed directly. Okay. Little did he know that, just when Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei were discussing the early recall of all employees under Bingu Culture and Tourism, the heads of various departments had already made phone calls. At Bingu Supermarket, Manager Wang Qian was receiving customers while answering the phone. The village is flooded with customers. Can you come tomorrow? Wang Qian said. Ah? Another flood of customers. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year? The other end of the phone was full of surprise. Yes. They all came to Bingu Village to find work. There are so many people. Wang Qian glanced outside the door. In the morning, she had already gone to the warehouse to pick up goods twice. Both instant noodles and ham sausages. That's not all. The hot water kettle outside the supermarket for instant noodles has also been replaced many times. The demand is insufficient. Okay. By the way, Sister Wing, I have a cousin who also wants to work in Bingu Village. Can you bring her here for an interview? She used to work in a large supermarket chain in Shenzhen, and she doesn't want to go out again this year. There was no embarrassment or reluctance as imagined. The next moment, a voice came from the phone again. No problem. It's like this on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Who knows what will happen to our village in the future? It's not bad that our supermarket will have to upgrade and expand. Otherwise it will really be impossible to meet the demand. Wang Qian said immediately. Okay, Sister Wang, we'll come tomorrow morning. Yes. What Su Heng and Zhong Ruofei were worried about did not happen. Similar scenes were constantly being played out in various departments of Bingu Culture and Tourism. The recognition and sense of belonging of Bingu Culture and Tourism's employees far exceeded their imagination. Almost no one said, I have to work overtime during the holidays, I quit. Even those who were traveling outside said they would come back as soon as possible. There is only one reason for this. That is, Binga Culture and Tourism has never treated them unfairly. Apart from other things, the year-end bonus and holiday allowance alone have exceeded 99% of the units in Joga City. The most important thing is that on the 29th day of the lunar year, the family of each employee received a thank you letter and a courier gift box from Binga Culture and Tourism. The letter thanked the family for training such excellent employees for Binga Culture and Tourism and for their silent contributions behind the scenes. In this way, how could the employees resign because they had to work overtime temporarily? Instead, they felt that they should come back earlier to share some of the pressure. In a blink of an eye, the sun sets in the west. Compared with the crowded Bingu village, the county town of Aceh County is still deserted like the third day of the Lunar New Year in previous years. Only a few residents can be seen carrying gift boxes to visit relatives. At this time, in Aceh County, in the government building, in the office of the on-duty leader, Sun Chung is answering the phone with a surprised look on his face. Opposite the desk is his deputy Zhang Yuhai. "Ah? Come to our county to work. Is he the vice president of the School of Population and Labor Relations of Yenching University?" Hearing the voice on the phone, Sun Cheng's face was full of surprise. "Yeah." Soon the phone sounded again. "Why did this level come to our county instead of working in the city? A small temple like our county can't accommodate such a great god." Sun Chung frowned and couldn't help asking. Chapter 242 The prototype of the ancient building pedestrian street. Other counties are already fully staffed. The next moment, the voice on the phone came again. "Fully staffed. Leader, you know the situation in our county. It's already a bit overstaffed, and now there are deputy positions rotating. Our own people are almost idle. Where are there any positions? You can ask him to contact other counties and districts." Upon hearing this, Sun Chung spoke immediately. "Our own people are almost idle?" The voice on the phone had a hint of surprise. Well, then." Just like that, after a few more polite words, Sun Chung hung up the phone directly. Is it really a dean of a college of Yenching University, who is here to work in the county, who would accept such a great man? Not only can he not afford to offend him, there are many things to deal with. "Pick up the teacup and take a sip," Sun Chung said again. Why did Yenching University think of working here? After hearing this, Zhang Yuhai was also puzzled. I guess it's because he lacks grassroots experience. In addition, the Northwest is now the key support target. Sun Chung glanced at the computer screen. If that's the case, then we really can't accept him. Zhang Yuhai nodded. Well, this person's rank is already very high. It would be more appropriate for him to go to the city. He has to come to the county below. No one will accept him, Sun Chung said again. Yenching University is one of the best universities in Xia country. The president is higher than the leaders of the relevant education departments of Suqing province. The deans of secondary colleges are most likely assistant inspectors. What level are the current county leaders? No one would be idle and accept such a temporary position. But since he has already been rejected, whether he can find a job or not has nothing to do with us. After a pause, Sun Chung added, Yeah. By the way, I heard that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has another explosion of people. Sun Cheng's face became more solemn when he spoke again. I heard that the workers wanted to find work there, and they all gathered together. Zhang Yuhai stroked his hair back. Finding work? Finding a job can gather so many people? If this continues, Bingdu Economic Development Zone's GDP may soon surpass ours. After hearing the whole story, Sun Chung slowly leaned back in his chair. That's not the case. If Bingdu Economic Development Zone wants to surpass us in GDP, it will have to wait until Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing officially start production. It will take a year or two to build these large factories, so we still have at least 2 years or even more. And it's still unknown whether these investment companies can be fully implemented. Zhang Yunhai shook his head. Although they have already prepared for Bingdu Economic Development Zone's GDP to surpass Aceh County, the premise of all this is that all projects must be implemented in full accordance with the contract, and there can be no discounts. It is indeed a big problem for the investment enterprises to land according to the contract now. Sun Cheng's brows relaxed slightly. Besides, it is actually good for us that the workers go to Bingdu Economic Development Zone to work. Earning money in Bingdu and then spending it in our county can boost consumption in our county in disguise. In this way, we are actually making progress. After a pause, Zhang Yunhai continued. That's right. I heard that many villagers in our county made some money in Bingdu village last year. When they went home for the new year, they spent a lot of money on things. They were very generous. Sun Chung touched his chin. Leader, so we don't have to worry too much. It may not be as fast as you thought before. The most important thing is that the basic conditions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone are far from perfect. It is unknown when Bingdu Economic Development Zone will be incorporated into Xia State Grid. Zhang Yunhai glanced at Sun Chung. On the way back from Shanxi Province, Sun Chung said that the GDP of Bingdu Economic Development Zone is likely to catch up with Ase County within a year, surpass Jinlu County within 3 years, and become the strongest county in Jioga City within 10 years. He was actually skeptical about this statement. Apart from other things, Jioga District, where the Jioga Municipal Government building is located, has many companies such as Jioga Petrochemical and Jioga Steel. It is far from enough to rely on Longsheng Group and Tontai Clothing alone. Okay, but then again, we have to hurry up. We will contact the company that signed the contract after the new year to see when they can land. After thinking for a moment, Sun Chung said again, Okay, leader, I will follow up on this. There should be no problem with landing. But I estimate that the time may not be as fast as we think. It will be a success if it can finally land. Yeah. Little did they know that just when Sun Chung and Zhang Yunhai were wondering whether the investment promotion project of Bingdu Economic Development Zone could finally land, on the 5th day of the first lunar month, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Bingdu Cultural Tourism had entered a state of full load operation, and even recruited a new batch of employees. Brother Zhong, have the 16 wind turbine blades been dispatched? In the office of the president of Bingdu Culture and Tourism, Su Heng asked. Last year, the scale of the wind power park was determined at a meeting. With the original 4 wind turbines, there are a total of 20 wind turbines, plus a large photovoltaic panel. They have already been dispatched yesterday, and it is estimated that they will be delivered to the wind power park in 5 days. Zhong Ruofei nodded. How much has been paid for the project? Su Heng asked again. A total of 30% of the project has been paid, and the rest will be settled after all projects are completed and accepted and confirmed to be free of problems. Zhong Ruofei replied. This time, Li Jijun, a building material supplier for Bingdu Culture and Tourism, mediated. In the end, Bingdu Culture and Tourism purchased 16 high-power generators from Li Jijun's friends at a price of 7 million per unit. The total project payment was 112 million. At the same time, the other party also agreed to move all the existing 4 wind turbines to the wind and solar power park for free. The total construction period on the contract is 2 months. So, 34 million was paid first? Su Heng said again. Yeah. That's fine. After the machinery arrives on the 8th day of the first lunar month, we will build the foundation of the embroidery workshop and women's wear. After a calculation, Su Heng made arrangements again. The day before yesterday, women's were also transferred 12 million yuan for renting the location to Bingdu Cultural Tourism's account. Add to that 12 million yuan from the embroidery workshop, 50 million yuan from Longsheng Group and 10 million yuan from Tontai Clothing, the 15 million yuan prepaid by the crew for the location fee, and various incomes from Bingdu Cultural Tourism during this period, the balance of Bingdu Cultural Tourism's account is about 120 million yuan. Of course, if it weren't for the impact of the new year, the balance would probably be even higher. This should be quick. Zhong Ruofei glanced at the floor plan of Bingdu Cultural Tourism on the wall. The office buildings of the embroidery workshop and women's wear will continue to be built eastward along the 2 sides of the existing staff dormitory building. The only difference is that it is 1 floor higher than the existing staff dormitory building. The 2 buildings are just across the street from each other. The length of each building is about the sum of the lengths of the 6 small staff dormitory buildings. That's it. By the way, in addition to these 2, 3 more staff dormitory buildings will be built on both sides of the national highway. Anyway, there is no big difference in the building structure of the first few floors. By the way, add some more staff dormitory buildings and ground floor shops. After a pause, Su Heng spoke again. Build 3 more staff dormitories on both sides of the national highway. Zhong Ruofei's eyes lit up. If it is built, the building volume on both sides of the 215 national highway will be at least 200 or 300 meters long. If the existing road surface is changed to bluestone slabs after the national highway is rerouted, it will be a characteristic ancient Jianbu street. Well, our current staff dormitories are still far from enough, and the ground floor shops are actually not enough either. Su Heng nodded. Yesterday, when he went to the vendor area and the youth cultural tourism to check the situation, some vendors expressed the idea of renting the ground floor shops here directly, wanting to upgrade the special snacks into shops. This is undoubtedly a good thing, because shops are much more stable than stalls, sanitary, and have a stronger reception capacity. For many tourists, it is also an additional choice. After all, tourists who can afford to stay in Guanxue Tower and Yuan Garden are not short of money, and they don't approve of roadside stalls. They think that the hygiene of roadside stalls is more or less inferior. Okay, when will the Bingke Special Building and Entertainment Area start construction? Our cash flow should be able to support it. Zhong Ruofei said again. The cost of the staff dormitory building and 2 office buildings along the street is not high. Now the daily income of Bingde Cultural Tourism can build several staff dormitories. In addition, Lu Ming had stockpiled a lot of building materials last year, so the construction speed should be much faster than expected. Let's level the foundation first. Once the foundation is ready, Uncle Lu and I will be responsible for 1 area each. We will still work 3 shifts a day. Su Hang took a deep breath. Yesterday, the recruiters of Bingde Construction had already confirmed some workers after they arrived at the post. And more will be recruited in the future. According to the plan, the entertainment complex plans to hire 500 to 1,000 workers. And the Bingke Special Building plans to hire 500 workers. In short, these projects must be completed before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival at the latest, especially the entertainment complex. Because after finishing these, we have to take time to prepare for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. After all, it is a national tourism festival, even if it is just a makeshift one. It must be acceptable. Okay, I will do my best to ensure cash flow. Zhong Ruofei nodded. In a blink of an eye, the sun sets, and another day passes. At the bonfire square, the workers who failed to get work numbers began to disperse one after another, planning to come back tomorrow. At this time, in the corridor of the village clinic, Shirlinian looked at the crowd of people across the street and fell into deep thought. What are you thinking about? Song Qing, who had just come out of the clinic, saw Shirlinian like this and couldn't help asking. Since the construction plan of the new village clinic was determined, several people in the Bingdu village clinic have unconsciously put pressure on themselves. Especially the old couple Tong Jichuan. When they heard that the new village clinic still needed a loan, they took the initiative to increase the number of appointments from 40 to 60 per day. As a result, the Bingdu village clinic has been overcrowded since the day before yesterday. There are more people queuing for medical treatment than before the new year. I'm wondering how many people we will need after our project starts. Will Uncle Lu and Xiao Su be overwhelmed? Turning his head, Shirlinian looked at Song Qing. With Gao Yuling's strong recommendation, the 80 million yuan loan for the Bingdu village clinic has been settled. A loan contract will be signed in a few days, and the money will be deposited into the account of the Bingdu village clinic. Xiao Su and Uncle Lu can't handle it. Song Qing was stunned. How many people do you plan to use? Chapter 243 Introducing Catering Brands? To the maximum extent possible, we will use as much as we can. I want to build the outpatient and inpatient buildings in the shortest possible time. Shirlinian took a deep breath. The 80 million yuan loan will have to be repaid sooner or later. And there will be the second and third phases of the new clinic. It is unknown how long it will take to get these funds with the current scale. Only by utilizing the existing large medical equipment can the Bingdu village clinic enter a virtuous cycle as soon as possible. Maximum limit? The hospital is different from other buildings in our Bingdu village. Will it take too short a time? Song Qing looked at Shirlinian with some worry. Don't worry. Although other buildings in our Bingdu village take a short time, the quality of the project is absolutely impeccable, even better than those gold standard projects outside. As if knowing what Song Qing was thinking at this time, Shirlinian waved his hand immediately. He dared not say anything else, but he could guarantee the quality of the project. Su Hang and Lu Ming were working for themselves. I have never seen anyone who only cares about speed and not quality when working for themselves. If that's the case, it would be great if we could build the outpatient and inpatient buildings in the shortest possible time. Hearing this, Song Qing's eyes also showed a hint of expectation. Yesterday, several nurses were almost overjoyed when they heard that Bingdu Village Health Center was going to build a new building. Just because they have to go up and down the stairs every day. Although there are only 3 floors, they are always running up and down. It's very tiring every day. Now they dream of having an elevator. Well, I want to talk to Xiao Su and Uncle Lu tonight. Shirlinian nodded. If the project is under construction, can we prepare to recruit people in advance? After a pause, Song Qing continued. She had thought before that if the new clinic in Bingdu village lacked nurses and doctors, she could find a way to cooperate with some domestic medical schools. With Tong Jichuan and Wang Huin, They should be able to bring in a group of interns. But Sherlinian said that the clinic in Bingu Village would not use interns and intern nurses. If they don't want to recruit, they won't recruit. If they do, they will use mature doctors. First, the clinic in Bingu Village is responsible for the villagers of Bingu Village. Second, the main staff of the clinic in Bingu Village really don't have time to teach. There's no rush. It won't be too late to recruit after the 2 buildings of our village health center are built. Besides, Uncle Tong and Aunt Wang should have started preparing. This will definitely not delay things. Sherlinian waved his hand again. That's true. Yesterday I saw Uncle Tong calling someone. He seemed to have mentioned our Bingu Village Health Center. Song Qing didn't say anything else. I'll ask Uncle Tong after our new health center starts construction. Okay. The sun rose and set. And 7 days passed in a flash. Whether it was Geoga City or Ase County. It was not until this time that they slowly walked out of the New Year's state and returned to their normal state. The work done a few years ago has only been gradually put on the table. And Bingu Village has been as normal as it can be, and as the weather warms up, Guanchua Tower, Yiyuan, Yulian are full again. Except for the team building activities, which have not yet returned to normal. The traditional wedding orders have returned to normal, and there will be one the day after tomorrow. The most important thing is that, with the large fan blades arriving at the wind farm, the wind and solar power project has officially started. The construction workers have begun to determine the specific locations of the 20 wind turbines, and, at the same time, the substation has also begun to process the foundation. Looking at the core area of Bingu Village, high construction fences have been erected to the east of Postal Savings Bank and Postal Express, and the sound of steel bars colliding can be heard from time to time. That's not all. The east, north, and diagonally opposite the 215 National Highway in Yulian are also full of construction fences. Although these construction fences are not high, they occupy a large area, especially the one diagonally opposite the Yulian, which you can't see the end of at a glance. Of course, these are nothing. The biggest change in Bingu Village is the flow of people. As long as it is time for dinner, the 2 vendor areas are basically full of workers wearing helmets. And the buses in Bingu Village are also full. Beef noodle restaurants, food stalls and barbecue restaurants are also crowded. Even the college students, who are extras, feel a little pressure. What kind of project is Bingu Village going to build? Why are they hiring so many workers? Just like this, it seems that Bingu Village is still hiring workers every day. Seeing this, many tourists are puzzled and curious. They really have never seen such a scene. I don't know, but it is definitely this kind of characteristic ancient building that is being repaired. Some tourists have a hint of expectation on their faces. You are not the leader of Bingu Village. How do you know? How should I know? Do I need to guess? You can see that the places where these workers appear are all in this area. Now the night scene of Bingu Village with lights on has unknowingly become a popular check-in spot. If other projects are repaired, won't it destroy this atmosphere? The tourist said again. In fact, he just happened to see the dreamlike beauty of Bingu Village after the lights were turned on a snowy night on the internet. This time, he happened to pass by Geoga City and thought of staying in Bingu Village for a night. That makes sense. So wait, there should be a surprise. Just as tourists and many outsiders were speculating, Su Hang, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, the 3 of them, had appeared in front of the Bingu Village sand table in the single-family building. How many workers did you recruit today? Looking up, Su Hang looked at Lu Ming. 120 more were recruited today. Lu Ming reported the number. 120. Plus the 1,300 people recruited some time ago? Su Hang calculated for a moment, and then spoke again. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Maybe it was because Bingu Village had too many projects this year, or because Bingu construction had been holding back for a whole winter, and it couldn't hold back any longer. In the past few days, those who came to look for work, as long as they met the requirements of Bingu construction and could work in 3 shifts, were basically hired. Before we knew it, the scale had reached 1,300 people. Okay, tomorrow the new clinic, embroidery workshop, and women's office building will start construction at the same time. Brother sure is urging us. Uncle Lu, you should transfer 1,000 people first, Su Hang said. 1,000 people? Aren't 300 too few? If it were in the past, Lu Ming would definitely be shocked to hear that 1,000 workers were being used on the construction site. But he has gotten used to it since he experienced the rush work of Yanbinlu and Yulian last year. If 400 or 500 workers can be used every day, 1,000 people is naturally not a problem. Not a small number at all. You know what project I am working on here? Su Hang shook his head immediately. Whether it is the embroidery workshop or the women's clothing office building and the 6 employee dormitory buildings added later, these are small buildings with 3 or 4 floors. No technical content. In addition, Lu Ming had already stored a lot of building materials. If 300 people work at the same time, this batch of projects can enter the drying stage in 2 weeks at most. Su Hang also set a construction period of 2 weeks. Well, by the way, Xiao Su, if we officially start construction tomorrow, will we continue to recruit people? Lu Ming asked again after a pause. Tomorrow is the annual Lantern Festival for ordinary people in Xia Country. But it is the day to officially start construction for Binggu Village. Recruit. Continue to recruit. After the project here is completed, our entertainment complex will start construction. There are many workers needed there. And after the first phase of the village health room project is completed, the Bingke special building will be built immediately. I thought that thousands of workers would be sent directly to work. Su Hang nodded. The reason why the Bingke special building and Binggu Village new clinic were handed over to Lu Ming was because Lu Ming had previously built the Guanxue building and had similar experience. So the speed should not be slow. Thousands of workers? Okay. Lu Ming subconsciously took a deep breath. Brother Zhong, once the construction starts tomorrow, the logistics of Binggu Village must keep up. In total, our Binggu Village already has a lot of stable floating population. After a little thought, Su Hang turned his head and looked at Zhong Ruofei. Previously, most of the floating population in Binggu Village were tourists and people on the way, especially during the times when the whistleblower came. Although it seemed that there were too many people, it would return to normal as soon as the incident was over. But it was different this year. If nothing unexpected happened, in a while, Binggu Construction Company alone would employ 2,000 people, which is a stable floating population. Add to that the crew, Binggu Cultural Tourism's own employees, vendors, etc. And the stable floating population is definitely more than 3,000. In addition to the stable population, there are also people who come to see a doctor, tourists, and people who hold weddings. This scale is not comparable to other counties in Jioga City, but it has definitely exceeded the total population of Ase County, which is only over 10,000. As the population grows, logistical support is crucial. Accommodation is not a problem. I have already stockpiled tents for workers. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Yesterday, he had the construction team set up a special tent area in the area west of the village, with a row of mobile toilets, shared showers, laundry rooms, etc. The overall layout is almost the same as the Kaya home. The only difference is that this area occupies a larger area. At present, the newly recruited workers have moved from the youth hostel to the construction site tent area. It will not affect even if another 1,000 workers come later. What about food? Lu Ming couldn't help asking. Don't worry about food. I've already told Xiao Ding. I called this morning and said that we have contacted 5 chefs who specialize in making big pot meals on the construction site. We will provide big pot meals and boxed lunches in the tent area. And Xiao Ding said that these 5 chefs have good skills. They won't make the kind of bland, unpalatable big pot meals. Zhong Ruofei waved his hand. 5 chefs? That's fine. Hearing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, workers will have more choices, and they will not have to squeeze out tourists and other people's resources. In addition to the big pot meals, I want to wait until the 6 employee dormitory buildings on Xiaosu's side are completed. And I want to turn all the 18 ground floor shops below into catering stores. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei continued. Catering series? Is Binggu Cultural Tourism going to do it itself this time? Lu Ming's expression moved slightly. This time, I want to try to recruit a merchant to see if I could introduce some well-known catering brands. Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Hang and said, Chapter 244 Resources that others cannot obtain. Introduce well-known catering brands? Su Hang and Lu Ming looked at each other subconsciously. Unconsciously, Binggu Food Stall and Binggu Barbecue Restaurant have become local characteristics under the cultivation of tourists. In addition to the normal dishes, Binggu Food Stall also serves some local specialties of Jioga City, such as donkey meat yellow noodles, hubwa, snow mountain camel paw, desert sand chicken, etc. Especially Binggu Barbecue Restaurant, roasted camel meat and ostrich have become a must-order item for many tourists. Moreover, camel whips and bull whips have become high-end dishes that many tourists are eager to try. Of course, such high-end dishes can only be ordered when you are lucky. They are not usually available in large quantities. In this way, if Binga cultural tourism expands into catering in the future, it is not necessary to control all of them in its own hands. It only needs to continue to upgrade Binga food stalls and Binga barbecue. There is nothing wrong with attracting investment for other catering businesses. Yes, but those large catering chains have requirements for the size of the city and the venue. I am afraid that it is a bit difficult for our Binga village to do so with its current size. As he nodded, a trace of doubt flashed across Su Heng's face. In fact, let alone Bingu village, now many well-known restaurant chains are trying to compete with the big shopping malls in Lan City, the capital of Suqing province. Not to mention Jioga City, where there are very few brand chains. I used to know a friend who runs a high-end complex and knows many managers of brand restaurants. I'll try calling them first. When mentioning this friend, Zhong Ruofei inexplicably took a deep breath. Perhaps noticing that Zhong Ruofei's expression was a little strange, Su Heng and Lu Ming looked at each other again. Then, Su Heng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Zhong, if there are any difficulties, we can just do ordinary investment promotion. To be frank, the business system of Bingu Village is still in its infancy. It is not too late to pursue brands after the most basic business formats are gradually completed. It's okay." Although Zhong Ruofei could tell at a glance that he was in trouble, he still waved his hand casually. "Xiao Dong, I think Xiao Su is right. Let's just start." Seeing this, Lu Ming also spoke with concern. "Uncle Lu, Xiao Su, it's really nothing. I'm just an ordinary friend. If you can help, help. If you can't help, find some ordinary restaurant chains. If you really can't find any, we can just join some of them ourselves." Zhong Ruofei waved his hand. "Okay then." At this point, Su Heng and Lu Ming could not say anything more. "Anyway, don't worry, I will definitely ensure the logistics of our Bingu village, and there will be no problems. Yeah, anyway, if you encounter something that cannot be solved, just tell us." Su Heng nodded. "That's for sure." Sunset and rise. The next day, the cities and towns of Xia country, big and small, were much more lively than the previous few days, even more lively than New Year's Eve. Just because today is the 15th day of the first lunar month, the annual day for guessing lantern riddles and performing community fire, Jioga City is the same. At 9 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by the sound of drums and gongs, the community fire team began to perform community fire along the two main streets. Especially when the team arrived in front of the Jioga Municipal Government building. It performed for dozens of minutes. However, at this time, Song Shusheng, the person in charge of Jioga City, had no intention of watching the community fire outside, but looked at the documents on the table with an unhappy face. "Isn't it just 3 second and third tier actresses? Is it that serious? Leader, what's wrong?" On the opposite side, Zui Xuezhong heard it and asked curiously. "Just received the document. The organizer of the Silk Road Conference said that the new province has invited a local second-tier actress, 2 third-tier actresses to perform at this Silk Road Conference, and also invited several singing experts from the railway art troupe. In order to build momentum for this Silk Road Conference, starting from May, the TV stations under the Northwest 5 Provinces Alliance must promote the Silk Road Conference once a week. They said they are striving to make this Silk Road Conference the largest, most well-known, and most influential one." Song Shusheng handed the document on the desk to Zui Xuezhong. "Ah, do you have to make such a big fuss?" Zui Xuezhong frowned. "This may not seem like a big deal to other cities, but it is really a little uncomfortable for Jioga City. It seems like a big fuss now. But if you are really capable, go to Xiagua Satellite TV to advertise. That is for the entire Xiagua. Now they only know to issue documents to require our 5 northwestern provinces. What can the TV stations in the 5 northwestern provinces promote? None of them is influential." Song Shusheng said unhappily. "Of course, no matter how unhappy you are, you have to execute the document when it comes. After all, the thinking conference is held once a year, and next year it will be Suqing province's turn. At that time, Suqing province can also ask the other 4 provinces to do the same." Alas, after taking a quick look at the document, Zui Xuezhong sighed and put the document back. In this way, the Xia Country Border Cultural Tourism Festival will have even less presence, and it will be the kind that cannot be beaten up and cannot fight back. After a moment of silence, Zui Xuezhong spoke again. It's a pity that our city's finances are not abundant. Otherwise, I really want to support Bingdu Economic Development Zone and the Silk Road Conference. With Bingdu Village's resources in this area, it may not lose our financial support? Song Shusheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jioga City's finances are run on transfer payments every year. If the money is spent on projects that have already been allocated, there will definitely be all kinds of voices saying that Jioga City only knows how to do face projects and does not pay attention to people's livelihood. Apart from anything else, it is estimated that the city has a lot of opinions. After a pause, Song Shusheng spoke again. By the way, does Bingdu Economic Development Zone have any opinions on this border cultural tourism festival? Haven't you heard what they are going to do? When I called Director Su the day before yesterday, Director Su said that Bingdu Economic Development Zone has many internal projects this year, and there is no time to prepare for the Border Cultural Tourism Festival for the time being. Even Bingdu Economic Development Zone didn't even prepare the Lantern Festival Yanko this year. Zui Xuezhong shook his head. He could see what Song Shusheng was thinking. Bingdu Economic Development Zone has repeatedly created miracles. Even the ordinary recruitment of workers has caused quite a stir. So, Song Shusheng must have had a flash of thought or even expectation that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would continue to perform a magical scene this time. But this time is different from the previous times. Not to mention the funding issue, there is no time to prepare there. No time? Song Shusheng leaned back in his chair and rubbed his brows. Yeah, I gave the idea when I asked Bingdu Economic Development Zone to take over the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. From what Director Su said, it's very likely that they want to do this. Zui Xuezhong spoke again. What do you want to do? Just ride a camel around the Gobi Desert and Bingdu Village, and create a feeling of a frontier tour. Okay. Hearing Zui Xuezhong's words, the last bit of hope in Song Shusheng's eyes completely disappeared. After a while, Song Shusheng looked at Zui Xuezhong. Has the provincial department approved the rerouting of National Highway 215? Not yet. When I asked yesterday, they said it was still going through the process. Zui Xuezhong shook his head. Then you can ask again tomorrow. The 15th day of the first lunar month has passed. It should be approved normally. We will start bidding as soon as the documents are in hand. We must build a rerouted national highway to the front of the two key bidding companies in the shortest possible time. Song Shusheng looked at Zui Xuezhong. Leader, don't worry. I have been working on this matter, and the connection between the State Grid Corporation of China and Bingdu Economic Development Zone. I will definitely not delay anything. That's good. After the Lantern Festival, everything comes back to life. In the eyes of some people, the new year has officially begun. Yincheng is also like this. On the morning of the 16th day of the first lunar month, many units have organized security or logistics staff to start dismantling the lanterns. At this time, Zhang Hancheng, Vice President of the School of Population Relations of Yincheng University, was walking on the street with a woman in her 40s. And her face looked very bad. Still no county or district accepts me. As they walked, the woman asked. No. Zhang Hancheng shook his head. Why? Are all the positions over there full? The woman couldn't help but sigh. She really couldn't understand it. Obviously, her husband had a lot of resources. If he went to the northwest to work, he could bring some things to the local area that other places couldn't get. In addition to being the vice president of the School of Population Relations at Yincheng University, her husband also had a lot of other social resources. But I just couldn't contact the county where I was assigned in the northwest. Some of them were full, and some thought my rank was too high, and the county didn't know how to manage me. Zhang Hancheng sighed helplessly. Although he had said many times that these were not a problem, he would just do his job as a deputy, and he had related projects on hand, and he would never interfere except for the tasks assigned by the county. But many of them just said they would consider it, and nothing more happened. The woman hesitated. In a sense, this is indeed a problem. Only those powerful and capable county-level leaders will not care about this. Others will really care. What are you going to do now? If you can't contact the county within 10 days, the deadline will be up, and you can only wait until next year. After a long silence, the woman glanced at the busy streets. If it really doesn't work, go back tonight and contact your uncle. Zhang Hancheng sighed. Contact your uncle? I told you years ago, you insisted on trying to contact the county first, and now you have to call your uncle in the end. Hearing Zhang Hancheng say this, the woman couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. It's mainly because my third aunt passed away early. We seldom visited my uncle in the past few years. I'm worried about him. Zhang Hancheng stopped talking halfway. It's not that we didn't visit my third uncle in the past few years, but he was not in good condition and didn't let us visit him. Some time ago, I heard from my grandmother that my third uncle had been in much better condition since the middle of last year, and he called her a lot. It should be no problem for us to find him now. When she mentioned her third uncle, a trace of reminiscence flashed in the woman's eyes. Chapter 245 Cooperation leads to win-win situation. I just think. Zhang Hancheng sighed and hesitated to speak. You are a person who likes to overthink. If there is no need for such a relationship, then why do we need to say relatives? Forget it, don't call at night. I will call and ask now. Seeing this, the woman looked at Zhang Hancheng unhappily, then picked up the phone, flipped through the phone book, and dialed a number. Beep beep. After a while, the call was connected. The woman walked aside and said, Third uncle, I am Nini. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the woman came to Zhang Hancheng again. What did my third uncle say? Zhang Hancheng couldn't help asking. Obviously, he was also very concerned about the result of this phone call. My third uncle said that he is now in a village-level economic development zone under Jioga City, Suqing Province. The woman looked at Zhang Hancheng with a look in her eyes that said, Is it so difficult to make a phone call? Village-level economic development zone? Zhang Hancheng was stunned. Well, although it is a village-level economic development zone, it is under the jurisdiction of Jioga City, and it is also a formal county-level unit. My third uncle also said that you can consider it. If you really want to go, he can help you ask the director of the management committee of the economic development zone. Then let the director of the management committee go and apply for the quota. The woman nodded. If the third uncle can make contact, I will go. Hearing this, Zhang Hancheng had almost no hesitation. Now that it's like this, it's lucky to be accepted by a district or county level unit. How can I be picky? Okay, then I'll send a message to the third uncle. The woman picked up the phone again. Yeah. But then again, if the third uncle can make contact, you have to be careful when you go to work. Don't embarrass the third uncle. The woman reminded while sending WeChat. Don't worry. I won't embarrass my uncle. As night fell, Bingdu village. As the lights came on, I came to Yanmin Road. There were many more tourists in the bonfire square than before the new year. The weather is not as cold as it was at the end of the year. Many tourists want to go around and experience the ancient theater, and so on. At this time, the fenced-off construction site is still noisy, and there is no intention to rest. Xiao Su. At this time, Lu Ming came to the embroidery workshop construction site, and found Su Hang, who was in charge of the construction. Uncle Lu. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Ming, Su Hang put down the blueprint in his hand. Since the foundation had been prepared 2 days ago, although the construction had only started for 1 day, there were 300 workers, and the construction site had already changed visibly. Xiao Su. It's like this. I have a relative who wants to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Lu Ming said after a hesitation. Relative? Su Hang showed a hint of surprise on his face. Others didn't know Lu Ming's past, but he knew it clearly. Lu Ming told him everything about his past on the second day after arriving in Bingdu village and planning to stay for a long time. Lu Ming's wife passed away more than 10 years ago, leaving him and a son behind. As a result, his son and his family chose to settle abroad 2 years ago, and changed their nationality after getting a green card. For this reason, Lu Ming had a big fight with his son, and the father and son have not been in contact since then. It was also from that time that Lu Ming's condition became extremely bad, and he suffered from depression. Later, he had no intention of doing anything, so he applied for early retirement from the company and planned to walk all over Xia country from then on, and spend the rest of his life. In the end, by some strange coincidence, he stayed in Bingdu village. Now Lu Ming suddenly mentioned relatives. Su Hang was naturally surprised. Yes, a nephew-in-law. He was originally the vice president of the School of Population Relations at Yencheng University. While nodding, Lu Ming roughly recounted the matter. Yencheng University. After listening, Su Hang touched his chin. Uncle Lu, Bingdu Economic Development Zone is still short of a deputy director. If your nephew-in-law can come to take up the post, I will definitely welcome him with both hands. But his rank is relatively high. Can he look down on our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Not to mention the difficult conditions here, there are only Xiao Li and I in the management committee now. I have already told them the conditions. And they said yes. Lu Ming nodded. If it's okay there, I will definitely have no problem here. I will apply to the city tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Hang said immediately, both the economic development zone and the ordinary counties and districts have quotas for temporary positions. It depends on whether the district and county leaders need people. If not, there is no need to apply. If necessary, the process can basically be completed in about a week. Xiao Su. That's troublesome. What trouble? He is a top talent. It is really a blessing for our Bingu village to be able to come to our Bingu village. Su Hang waved his hand immediately. It's not to mention that the vice president of Yenching University, who is on a temporary basis, appeared at the right time. After he comes, he can help with many things, such as the Bingu Level 5 bus station. What's the advantage? If he comes, you can use him as you want. Don't worry about the level. Bingu Economic Development Zone. You have the final say. Lu Ming said again. He looked like the vice president of a second-level college of Yenching University was just SOSO. Haha. That won't happen. Su Hang smiled. He was not really worried about this. After all, the villagers of Bingu village were more fierce than each other, and they had already trained. By the way, the Shushu village health room may need some pile drivers. Do you think they are needed? Otherwise, 1,000 workers cannot work at full capacity. After a pause, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and said, the new clinic is different from the embroidery workshop. The outpatient building is 12 stories high. The inpatient building is 21 stories high. And there is also a 3-story underground garage. So the foundation requirements are relatively high. It takes at least half a month from digging the foundation pit to laying the pile foundation and pouring. Once pouring begins, with thousands of people working, the speed will be very fast. If you can rent it, rent it. If it is not cost-effective, you can purchase a few units in the name of Bingu Construction. We still have a lot of projects in the future, and they can be used all the time. The same goes for other equipment. In short, it cannot affect the progress of our project. Su Hang nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it tomorrow. Well, if you're too busy, you can call me. I'll be quick. Okay. In the dark night, Yuan, in a room in the southeast corner, Tong Jichuan was standing by the window and talking on the phone quietly. Old Shin, what do you think about the thing I told you about 2 days ago? Tong Jichuan said. Looking back, the call was to Shin Tong, the vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Shin Tong is an expert in neurology. Although he is not as authoritative as Tong Jichuan and Wang Huyin, he is also a big boss in the industry. At least, he can be ranked in the top 50 among all the neurology hospitals in the whole Xia country. Old Tong, there is definitely no problem with what you said, but if I get involved, will I be taking advantage of you? After all, you have been researching this project for a long time and have achieved many results. After a moment of silence, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Shin, don't think so. I think you should know what my biggest dream in this life is. If we work together to win that award, the hope will be greater. Tong Jichuan said again. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. As an authority in the field of tumors in Xia country, Tong Jichuan has won countless awards, big and small. But he has always had an obsession in his heart, which is to win the most important award in Blue Star, the Noel Medical Award, because so far, no one in the entire Xia country has won this award. Of course, many top domestic experts are actually working hard silently, but it has never happened before that a project like Tong Jichuan has already achieved certain results, and then invited another expert to join. Because once you win the prize, it's a double yolk egg. No one wants their achievements to be shared by another. But since coming to Bingu village, Tong Jichuan has seen that the villagers of Bingu village are united, and all things are done in an orderly manner. Bingu village is developing rapidly, and has created many miracles in succession. This makes me understand what true win-win cooperation is. Only cooperation can go further and create miracles. Old Tong, but I always feel. After a long time, the voice on the phone came again. Old Shen, this project is closely related to the neurological aspect. With your participation, it will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. I still say that without you, I may not even see hope for this project. But with you, we can win together. Tong Jichuan said again. Old Tong. At this point, the voice on the other end of the phone had a little more excitement. Don't worry, I wouldn't call you if I didn't figure it out, and I plan to invite another person besides you, Tong Jichuan said. Invite another person? The other end of the phone was stunned. Well, you don't know this person. But he is definitely the best in the industry. With him joining, our hope of success will be greater, Tong Jichuan said. Oh! Old Shen then. Old Tong, you have said so much, if I still hesitate here, it would be a bit ungrateful. This time, there was almost no hesitation. The other end of the phone agreed directly. Okay, but there is a prerequisite, you have to come to my side, Tong Jichuan said. That's for sure, it's not right for you to come to my place. Don't worry, I'll start to deal with things here tomorrow, and I'll come to you when things here are done, the person on the other end of the phone said with certainty. He originally joined halfway, and was the one who got the advantage, so how could he ask others to move the project to the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University? That's fine. We are repairing the laboratory and other research rooms that are needed here, and I'll notify you when it's done, Tong Jichuan said. Okay. Let's do this for now. I'll call my friend later to see what she thinks. I think it should be fine. Okay. The sun rises and sets, and 3 days pass in a flash. The patients who come to Binggu village for medical treatment are unaware of Tong Jichuan's actions. At this time, they are still waiting in line obediently for their numbers. Chapter 246 Staffing Increase. Have you heard? Binggu village is building a new clinic. If it's completed, it will be much more convenient for us to see a doctor, and we won't have to stand in line on the side of the highway anymore. A man in the queue, perhaps because he was too bored, started chatting with the person in the queue behind him. Ah, building a new clinic? Hearing the man say this, the person in the queue in front of him turned around. How big is it? A middle-aged woman behind him asked hurriedly. The scale is not clear yet, but the medical equipment will be available by then. The man pointed to the first floor of the clinic with his mouth. As they lined up, they could see the large medical equipment inside clearly through the window. Can we use medical equipment? That's great. The middle-aged woman was so excited for a while. The last time she brought her father here for a medical consultation, it was because there were no large medical equipment. In the end, the old expert here could only prescribe some simple medicine based on experience. Even so, it was very effective after taking it. If these large medical equipment can be used, the cause of the disease can be found out immediately without going to the city hospital. Who says not? If medical equipment can be used, not to mention 2 old experts, even Dr. Shi and Dr. Song can show their strength in the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University, the person in front said excitedly. When they come to Binggu village for treatment, the medical services they enjoy will be exactly the same as those in large hospitals. And there will be no discounts. Will there be an operating room at that time? After a pause, the middle-aged woman asked again. I don't know about that. After all, there are only 4 doctors in the village clinic now. One is an old expert in oncology. One is a pediatric expert. And 2 are doctors at the director level of cardiology. In addition, they seem to be nurses. And there are no surgeons. The man shook his head. Oh, but this is just a village clinic. It is amazing to have such a configuration. I dare not ask for anything else. That's right. If there is even an operating room, can it still be called a clinic? By the way, have you heard when the new clinic will be completed? At this time, the woman asked again curiously. This is what she is most concerned about. I don't know. I heard from the staff at Binggu Campground that the new clinic seems to be near Ulin. We'll know when we see what's going on there. The man glanced at the west end of the village. West end? I'll go over there this afternoon after I get a number. Okay. Little did they know that, while these people were whispering about the new clinic in Binggu village, Jioga City, government building, Song Shusheng and Zwishuizhong were also talking about Binggu village. How did the vice president of the secondary college of Yinqing University get in touch with Binggu village? It seems that he also contacted several other counties and districts some time ago, but they all rejected him. At this time, Zwishuizhong's face was full of surprise. On Song Shusheng's desk was nothing else but Zhang Hanqing's temporary job approval registration form. I don't know. Song Shusheng shook his head. The quota for temporary jobs in counties and districts this time was reported in September last year, so there was no Binggu Economic Development Zone. Now this person has contacted Binggu Village. Obviously, he has some connection with Binggu Village to some extent. Leader, what are you going to do? This person is at the level of a deputy inspector. If he goes to work in Binggu Economic Development Zone, It will be a high-ranking position with low qualifications. Director Su is only a researcher now. Of course, the most important thing is that there are only 2 civil servants in Bingdu Economic Development Zone at present. If this high-ranking leader, who is working in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, is counted, there will be only 3 people in total. Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but say. In fact, he had another sentence that he didn't say, that is, there are 3 people in the management committee, a deputy inspector, a researcher, and a section officer. This kind of configuration is unmatched even in the entire Xia country. It is not strong. The level of the deputy position is deputy patrol, which is almost catching up with the economic development zones directly under the province. But you say it is strong. The entire management committee has only 3 people, and some village brigades have more people than it. The signature must be signed. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone finally got a deputy position now. If they don't agree, who knows how long the deputy position of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone will wait. If it is the person in charge of other counties and districts, they may not be able to suppress this deputy patrol, but don't forget the villagers of Bingdu Village. And it seems that Director Su is quite picky in hiring people. He really doesn't look down on ordinary people. If he can look down on ordinary people, I guess the deputy director would have been appointed long ago, and would never have waited until now. Song Shuxing said. Although Zui Xuezhong usually liaises with Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he can also feel some of Su Hang's work style. Basically, he doesn't use it, but he uses the best one. After a pause, before Zui Xuezhong could speak, Song Shuxing added, but what you said is also a problem. The staff of Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee is too few. Leader at that time, Bingdu Economic Development Zone was managed at the village level, so only 3 formal staff were approved. Zui Xuezhong said hurriedly. 3? 3 is too few for the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Song Shuxing frowned. It's a little few. As long as Lawsheng Group and Tontai Clothing move in addition to the permanent population, the scale and fiscal revenue of that place can be regarded as a qualified county-level economic development zone. Zui Xuezhong nodded. That's it. I will communicate with the organization office and the head of human resources and social security tomorrow. It is not realistic to set up all the institutions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone at once. First, find a way to allocate an office there. 1 regular section chief, 2 deputy section chiefs, and 10 section officers. A total of 13 public service positions, plus the existing 3. A total of 16 people should be able to meet the current needs. Moreover, it should be no problem to support these 16 people with the current fiscal revenue of Bingdu Village. After pondering for a long time, Song Shuxing looked at Zui Xuezhong. In Xia country, public service positions are not given out just like that. Each prefecture-level city has clear indicators and quotas. External transfers and temporary positions are not counted. Except for a small number of additional positions that can be approved for special reasons, the rest are linked to population and GDP. Evaluation is conducted every 3 years, and those who have too many will be retired, and those who have too few will be supplemented. Calculating the time for verification will be the end of next year, and now we can only find a way to balance it internally. 16 people are definitely enough for the current Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Zui Xuezhong nodded. A complete economic development zone has about 20 institutions, which are basically the same as a normal county. They are the Government Affairs Office, the Organization, Personnel and Social Security Department, the Publicity, Civilization Office, the Group Work Department, the Political and Legal Department, the Economic Development Department, the Statistics Department, the Investment Promotion Department, the Financial Audit Department, the Construction Department, the Science and Technology Talent Department, the Industry and Information Technology Department, the Education, Culture and Sports Department, the Social Affairs Department, the Opening Office, the Comprehensive Administrative Law Enforcement Department, the Emergency Management Department, the Government Service Department, the Natural Resources and Planning Department, the Ecological Environment Department, the Market Supervision and Management Department, etc. This does not count the offices stationed in various places. Whether the finances of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone can support these civil servants. The public servants are one thing. And the main thing is that the permanent population of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone is only 10 people. Many of the departments are established according to the permanent registered population standard. If the permanent population is not reached, it cannot be directly established. Just like the current police stations, fire stations, industrial and commercial branches and taxation branches. They can only be branches, not bureaus. In addition, there are hard indicators such as medical care and education. To put it bluntly, Bingdu Economic Development Zone now only has a few companies such as Bingdu Cultural Tourism. It still has a long way to go before it can truly mature and become a first-class economic development zone in Xiagua. Well, wait until it is confirmed. Let them issue a document. You can tell Director Su again. Song Shusheng said again. Okay, leader. Zui Xuezhong nodded immediately. After a pause, Zui Xuezhong suddenly thought of something and asked again. Leader, how do we recruit these new staff members? Is it an open selection, or will Director Su arrange it himself? It's the same as before. The staff will be given to Director Su, and he will arrange it himself. He can choose his own people. Song Shusheng shook his head. Let Director Su arrange it. He is so busy recently that he probably has no time to worry about these things. Zui Xuezhong hesitated. He doesn't have time? Isn't there a deputy director here? Wouldn't it be easy to handle this? Song Shusheng glanced at the documents on the table. That's right. At the same time, Bingdu Cultural Tourism Office Building, President's Office. Lying on the back of the chair. Zhong Ruofei was silent for a long time, then he slowly straightened up and took out his mobile phone. Huh? After adjusting his mood, Zhong Ruofei pressed a series of phone numbers very familiarly. 3 days ago. He said he would contact a brand chain restaurant for Bingdu Village, but for various reasons, he has been waiting until now. Beep. 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 As the sound of the phone being connected rang out one after another, Zhong Ruofei's expression was obviously stiffer than at the beginning. Hello. Hello. After about 30 seconds, the phone was finally connected, and a female voice came. Zhong Ruofei opened his mouth, but the words came back to his lips. Hello? The other end of the phone heard no movement, and the female voice came again soon. Hello. Just when the voice on the other end was full of doubts, and was about to hang up the phone, Zhong Ruofei finally spoke. What is unexpected is that, after Zhong Ruofei finished speaking, there was no response from the other end of the phone. It was not until a long time later that a small and uncertain voice came. Ruofei. Is that you? Yes. Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. After the other party confirmed, while sobbing sounded from the other end of the phone. The voice came immediately. Where are you now? I'll come to find you. Are you okay? Zhong Ruofei did not answer the other party, but asked after a moment of silence. Anyone could see the tension and anxiety on his face. I'm not okay. The next moment, the female voice on the phone had changed from sobbing to breaking down and crying. Chapter 247, Poking the Brand Nest. Not living well. Zhong Ruofei's brows were instantly furrowed, and his eyes were a little gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down slowly. Is he treating you badly? He? The female voice on the other side suddenly became louder. For so many years, he refused my visits, and after being released from prison after being quietly reduced in sentence, he chose to cancel his number and hide. There was no news at all. It's ridiculous that I was foolishly kept in the dark, until I went there half a year ago and was told that he had already left. How could I live well? This. Hearing the crying of the woman on the other side, Zhong Ruofei's expression became more and more complicated. He opened his mouth several times, but swallowed the words back. The meaning of the woman's words was obvious. That he in her words was not someone else, but himself. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until the crying sound on the other end of the phone became smaller and smaller. Zhong Ruofei finally spoke in a low voice. I thought you think I have already married and had children. So you didn't even tell me the news of my sentence reduction and release from prison. The woman asked while crying. You? Why did you do that? For so many years Zhong Ruofei was speechless for a moment. The woman on the other end of the phone was named Fuyu, who was once his girlfriend, and the daughter of the chairman of the well-known Xiagua company Qintian Business Management. They were engaged before he went to prison. Then something happened to the company. Zhong Ruofei asked his family to cancel the engagement and sent a message to Fuyu, indicating that their relationship was over and clearly refusing Fuyu's visit. It was because he didn't want to drag Fuyu down. So many years have passed in a flash, although Zhong Ruofei still had this thread in his heart. He didn't contact Fuyu after he was released from prison. In his opinion, with Fuyu's family background, she should have married and had children long ago. and had her own life. If he contacted her again, it would only disrupt her life. Of course, there was another more important reason. Although he took the initiative to leave her, as a man, if he saw his former fiancée living with someone else, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. It would be self-deception to say that he didn't care at all. In addition, he was somewhat inferior and sensitive about his identity after being released from prison. He rarely contacted his former relatives and friends, let alone Fuyu. In this way, until Bingu Village began to face the problem of attracting investment, Zhong Ruofei finally made a mental preparation for several days, and finally dialed Fuyu's number. And he also convinced himself, only talk about the catering business during the call, nothing else will be touched. Even at the moment of dialing the number, Zhong Ruofei had already thought about it. If the number in his memory could not be dialed or became an empty number, then Bingu Village could only make up for it for a while, and use some ordinary small shops to fill the catering business of Bingu Village. Wait until the leisure and entertainment ancient building complex is fully built, and then slowly think of a solution. Unexpectedly, things are very different from what he thought before. Fuyu did not have a new relationship just because he took the initiative to cut off contact, but has been waiting. It would be strange if he could be calm at this time. Where are you now? I'll go find you. After the emotions gradually calmed down, a voice came from the other end of the phone again. Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath. Don't worry. If you already have a new relationship in life, I won't disturb you. I just want to see you. I really beg you. Fuyu's tone was full of pleading. After a long silence, just when the other end of the phone couldn't help it, Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath, finally said, I'm in Suqing Province, Jioga City, Bingu Economic Development Zone. Jioga City Bingu Economic Development Zone? The next moment, after hearing someone muttering something on the other end of the phone, then a busy tone came, and the other end had hung up the phone. Did I really do something wrong? Looking at the black screen of the phone, Zhong Ruofei was lost in thought for a long time with a complicated expression, and then he took a deep breath to adjust his state. After sitting up straight, Zhong Ruofei turned on the computer, and then typed the 4 words that he had been deliberately avoiding in the search engine. Qingtian Business Management. At the same time, in Haishur, in a glass-wall business building in the center of the Second Ring Road, in the corridor on the 24th floor, there were many middle-aged men and women in formal clothes, carrying information bags, pacing back and forth waiting for something. There was also a pedestal at the gate of the business building, on which the words Qingtian Business Management were clearly written. Qingtian Business Management may be unfamiliar to people, but for some brand merchants, it is their party A. It is because Qingtian Commercial Management manages the overall operation of nearly 200 high-end commercial complexes in the whole Xia country. Although Qingtian Commercial Management does not own these commercial complexes, it has signed a 20-year management contract with the complex owners and those shop owners. Therefore, whether it is the investment promotion or property services of these high-end commercial complexes, it is all done by Qingtian Commercial Management. More than half of the 200 high-end commercial complexes owned by Qingtian Commercial Management are landmark businesses in the city, especially in first-tier and new first-tier cities, where there are super-hot large complexes, which are also places where major brands are desperately competing, making Qingtian Commercial Management's status rise unknowingly. Excuse me, are the managers of Kung Fu Catering, Deiji, Nayuki, Heiti, and Heiyuelo here? Just then, a secretary came out of the innermost office, came to the corridor, looked around and said, Yes. Hearing this, 4 or 5 middle-aged men and women hurriedly stood up and nodded. It's like this. Our President Fu has something urgent to do. Please give me the application materials for opening a store first. I will reply to you after President Fu has dealt with the matter. The secretary said. Something urgent? Several people were stunned, slightly disappointed. They came here to deliver the information today for one reason only. Actually, they still wanted to have a face-to-face chat with Fuyu, the vice president of Qingtian Business Management. After all, some things can be handled face-to-face more easily. The secretary looked at the man who spoke. When will Mr. Fu be able to finish it? Can I come back tomorrow? Seeing the secretary's face full of determination, several people could not say anything else and could only settle for the next best thing. I don't know the details. Anyway, President Fu said that you should put down the documents first, and she will deal with it. The secretary shook her head. Well, then, after thinking for a moment, the men and women knew that it was unlikely to have a face-to-face meeting with Fuyu. So they began to take documents out of their briefcases. Hello. The catering here has been arranged. But what about our clothing? At this time, another middle-aged woman next to them couldn't help asking. Oh, that's it. President Fu said that she will deal with the documents of these catering companies first. And other brands will be discussed after she comes back. The secretary said again. Oh, then the time. The middle-aged woman whispered. I really don't know. If Mr. Fu comes back, he will definitely call you or send you a message to inform you as soon as possible. This is also the arrangement when Mr. Fu has something urgent to do before. The secretary said. Okay. The other men and women sighed and finally nodded. Just like that, a few minutes later, the business managers of major brands left the corridor one after another and went to the elevator. What's going on? It was fine just now. As they walked, some business managers couldn't help but whispered. Something uncontrollable must have happened. A man looked back and whispered. Uncontrollable? The people around him immediately became curious. Well, I seemed to hear sobbing when I passed by Mr. Fu's office just now. What do you think Mr. Fu is? Emotional control is an introductory course. How could he suddenly lose control now? The man gave his analysis. That makes sense. Anyway, we can only wait now. And there is no need to rush. Our boss is still waiting for news. He said that the 2 new stores in Jiancheng and Shishir will be confirmed today. How can I explain to the boss now? The catering is fine. The rest of us don't even have a specific time now. Who knows how long we have to wait? A business manager of a sports brand subconsciously looked back at the corridor. That can't be helped. Our brand has 130 stores in the commercial complex controlled by Qintian Commercial Management. We really can't afford to offend them. Besides, they may really have something to do now. We can't force them. The man said again. It's mainly because our task this year is particularly heavy. We need to develop at least 3 large commercial complexes, and the requirements are becoming more and more stringent. We need both location and customer flow and spending power. It's really too difficult. Let's go, we are all the same. Alas. As night fell, Bingdu Village, embroidery workshop construction site, Su Hang didn't know that Zhong Ruofei had called, and he was answering the phone next to him. Although the construction has only been started for 4 days. The women in the embroidery workshop have made remarkable progress in installing 6 staff dormitory buildings. Especially the staff dormitory building. The first floor has been poured, and the frame of the second floor has been completed. At this rate, the progress of this project can be 2 or 3 days faster than previously expected. Mr. Tan, don't worry. There will be no problem. Looking at the 300 workers busy in the distance, Su Hang said. The call was from the owner of the embroidery workshop, Tan Yoyu. According to the contract signed at the investment promotion conference last year, the embroidery workshop will officially move into Bingdu Village on March 1st of the lunar calendar. The day of the dragon raising its head on February 2nd of the lunar calendar. Calculating the time, it is already the 18th day of the first lunar month. There is only about half a month left before the agreed time in the contract. But this does not affect it. After 10 days, the office building of the embroidery workshop will definitely be completed normally. After the office building is officially handed over to the embroidery workshop, the embroidery workshop will also have to do some internal decoration by itself, and it will officially open after everything is done. Calculating carefully, it is already a month later. If the decoration of the embroidery workshop is slower, it may be opened in 2 or 3 months. Director Su, I'll trouble you. I have already started recruiting staff here. Can you tell me the specific location or door number of the embroidery workshop? At this time, Tan Yoyu's voice came again. Specific door number? Su Hang paused. Chapter 248 Azure Dragon on the left. White Tiger on the right. Yes. Tan Yoyu on the other end of the phone replied with certainty. In the past, as long as you said it was Bingdu Village, people who came would roughly know where it was. After all, there were only a few buildings. But now, if you tell others that it is in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, outsiders will really have to look for a long time. Whether it is the east end or the west end of the village, there are quite a few buildings in the core area. Mr. Tan, it's like this. Before, we had numbers when it was Bingdu Village. But it was upgraded to Economic Development Zone at the end of last year, and the house numbers need to be recompiled. Do you think this is okay? I will call you as soon as the house numbers are confirmed. If you need it urgently, just write the specific address next to the bonfire square in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, as long as there is a specific address, it will be fine. Tan Yoyu's voice came soon. Mr. Tan, do you have anything else that needs to be solved by our economic development zone? Director Su, I don't have anything else here. The rest of the things will be taken care of here. I really trouble you. You're welcome. Just like that, Su Hang said a few more polite words before hanging up the phone. After a while, Su Hang picked up his phone and called Li Mei. Hello, Xiao Li. Director Su, you say? The next moment, Li Mei's voice came quickly. Originally, Su Hang gave Li Mei a vacation until the 7th day of the first lunar month, which is a legal holiday in Xiagua. But because Binggu Village started to be crowded with customers on the 3rd day of the first lunar month, Li Mei ended her vacation early and came to Binggu Village after hearing the news, and has not rested since then. Has the road number of our economic development zone not been reported yet? Su Hang asked. Well, now we only have Yanbin Road with an official name. It can be numbered according to relevant regulations. But the others are either planned roads or national highways. The numbering is very uncertain. Li Mei's voice came again. Oh, then I know. I will give you a final list of road names tomorrow. You can number them in order, and go to Jioga City Road Transportation Department to file a case. After a little thought, Su Hang said, There is no way. In Xia Country, road names will only be included in major navigation and map software after they are officially filed with the Transportation Department. Next time you come to Binggu Village, you can directly navigate to the specific location. Okay. Director Su. Xiao Li, there is one more thing. After you go to Jioga City to complete the registration, wait one night, and help pick someone up the day after tomorrow. After a pause, Su Hang spoke again. Pick someone up? Li Mei was stunned. Yes, it is Director Zhang Hancheng, the Deputy Director of the Economic Development Zone Management Committee, who is about to take office. Su Hang said. This afternoon, Zui Xuezhong had called him to tell him about the temporary leadership and the redivision of the Economic Development Zone. So he called this Deputy Director, who was a high-ranking official with a low salary. It was finally confirmed that Zhang Hancheng would arrive in Jioga City the day after tomorrow. Deputy Director? Has the Deputy Director of our Binggu Economic Development Zone arrived? Li Mei's voice was filled with a hint of surprise and some astonishment. After all, there was no news or rumors before. He is a Deputy Dean of Yenching University, who is here to work in our Economic Development Zone. When he arrives, you can arrange accommodation for him at a yuan, Su Hang said casually. If it was a normal deputy position, then we must find a way to arrange it in the management committee. But because he is Lu Ming's nephew-in-law, just for this reason, face must be given. Ah, Vice President of Yenching University. However, it would have been better if Su Hang didn't say it. As soon as he said it, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Xiao Li, until Su Hang asked 2 or 3 times. The other end of the phone heard a voice again. Director Su, then this Deputy Director Zhang. Isn't he? It can be heard that Li Mei doesn't know what to say. Obviously, Li Mei also realized the level of this Deputy Director. She thought that her direct supervisor was a researcher, which was already exaggerated enough. But she didn't expect that a deputy would have a higher level. Don't worry about it. Just treat him as a normal Deputy Director. Su Hang seemed to have guessed what Li Mei was thinking. Huh? Okay. Director Su. Although Li Mei expressed her opinion, her voice was still trembling slightly. Maybe her director could handle this level. But she really couldn't. Hold on for now. After a while, when the new staff of the management committee is assigned, relevant secretaries may be needed. Your work will not be as complicated as it is now. And it will be easier. Su Hang said again. Director Su, are you saying that our management committee has assigned new staff? After hearing this, Li Mei was immediately curious. Well, your work may also be adjusted at that time. Su Hang looked back at the direction of the bonfire square and said, Ah, Director Su, my work also needs to be adjusted? Li Mei was shocked again. Well, the relevant department personnel in the city will talk to you in 2 days, you will know then. Su Hang said again. Although Li Mei has been in the system for only more than a year, she works diligently, considerately, and her work ability is getting stronger and stronger, and she has been with Binggu Economic Development Zone all the way to now. So after confirming the new establishment, he reported Li Mei as the Deputy Director of the office under the Economic Development Zone Management Committee. Originally, if all the departments under the jurisdiction of Binggu Economic Development Zone were complete, the Economic Development Zone could solve the problem by itself by appointing a Deputy Section Chief. But now, because of the incomplete configuration, it can only be reported to Jioga City, The relevant departments of Joga City will conduct an inspection. Talk, finally. It will be filed. Talk to me. On the other end of the phone, there was another long silence. Time flies. 9 o'clock in the evening. Yuan, a small building. Su Hang, Lu Ming, Zhong Ruofei, Shui Yutian are together for the first time. Everyone has been busy like a top these days. If Su Hang hadn't called them half an hour ago to discuss something, they wouldn't have been able to sit in front of the tea table. Brother Zhong, why do you look a little bit off? Picked up the teacup and took a breath. Su Hang couldn't help looking at Zhong Ruofei. Even Shui Yutian and Lu Ming beside him looked worried. As soon as Zhong Ruofei entered the room, they clearly felt that Zhong Ruofei was not in a good state. It's okay, maybe he didn't rest well last night. By the way, Xiao Su, what did you ask us to do? Seeing this, Zhong Ruofei immediately waved his hand casually and changed the subject. There were some things he didn't know how to tell them. Maybe there would be results in 3 or 2 days. When that time came, he would naturally explain the situation to the people in front of him. Oh, if you are too busy, you can put work aside first. Your health is important. Besides, there is Brother Shui at Bingda Cultural Tourism. Su Hang, Lu Ming, Shui Yutian looked at each other again. That's right. With Lao Luo and Lao Yang here, Bingda Culture can still spare some time. Shui Yutian also took over the conversation. It's really okay. Just have a good sleep tonight. Zhong Ruofei rubbed his face. Okay. Seeing Zhong Ruofei like this, Su Hang didn't know what to say. And then he explained the road and house numbering in detail. Xiao Su is right. Now there is no numbering. The road signs are really useless. After hearing this, Lu Ming spoke immediately. Many workers have been asking him about this these past 2 days, because their families want to send them express delivery, but they don't know how to fill in the express delivery address. So I want to discuss with everyone to finalize the names of the 3 horizontal and 3 vertical roads we planned before, and then let the management committee report the numbers to the relevant transportation departments. Su Hang stood up and came to the sand table. The other 3 also stood up and followed. Will Yanbin Road be changed? After looking for a while, Shui Yutian couldn't help asking. Yanbin Road will not be changed. It's mainly the other planned roads, and National Highway 215. Su Hang shook his head. Yanbin Building has been recognized by many tourists, and has even become another landmark. There is no need to change it. Oh! In fact, there is nothing to consider about the naming of National Highway 215. According to Xiao Su's plan, the current National Highway 215 will be used as a pedestrian street in the future. Then this road will be called Bingdu Economic Development Zone Pedestrian Street, with a bonfire square as the center. The east side is called Bingdu Pedestrian Street East Road, and the west side is called Bingdu Pedestrian Street West Road. Then they will be numbered in order. The staff dormitory building of the food stall should be number 1 Pedestrian Street East Road. After a little thought, Lu Ming expressed his thoughts. Just call it Bingdu Pedestrian Street? Su Hang touched his chin. Yeah, simple, direct and very recognizable. Lu Ming nodded. Nowadays, many places in Xia country have long names in pursuit of individuality. Not to mention outsiders. Even locals are confused. Okay, the middle road will be decided according to Uncle Lu's idea. What about the road on the west? Su Hang picked up the laser pen and pointed to the longitudinal road on the east side of Yuelayan. This. The few of them pondered for a while. After a while, Shui Yutian suddenly thought of something, looking at Su Hang. Xiao Su, what do you think of calling this road Qinglong Road? The pedestrian street divides the north and the south. The north of the pedestrian street is called Qinglong North Road, and the south is called Qinglong South Road. The entertainment ancient building complex we are about to build should be number 1 Qinglong South Road. Qinglong Road? Su Hang's expression moved. Lu Ming and Zhong Ruofei's eyes also lit up. Although this name is very common, it is highly recognizable, simple, and easy to remember, and it has the same purpose as the pedestrian street. Well, there is an old saying, the azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the black tortoise on the top, the vermilion bird on the bottom. If this road is called Azure Dragon Road, the vertical road at the gas station at the east end of the village is called White Tiger Road. The horizontal road planned in the north is called Black Tortoise Road, and the horizontal road planned in the south is called Vermilion Bird Road. The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger divide the north and the south. The Vermilion Bird and the Black Tortoise divide the east and the west in the middle. The one in the east is Vermilion Bird East Road, and the one in the west is Vermilion Bird West Road. Shui Yutian said again. This is easy to remember. In this way, plus the pedestrian street, and Yanbin Road in the middle. All 6 roads have names. After hearing the explanation, Su Heng was somewhat tempted. It's true that although the names of these roads are ordinary and common, if they are matched with the ancient buildings in Bingdu Village, they are really a little different from those in other places. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Su Heng was about to say something, the phone rang suddenly. Chapter 249 One Lake. 3 uses. Pick up the phone and take a look. Su Heng motioned for the others to chat first, then walked aside to answer the call. About 10 minutes later, he came to the sand table again. Uncle Lu, what do you think of Brother Shui's idea? I think it's good. 3 horizontal and 3 vertical lines make 6 roads, 9 crossroads. All the names can be decided at once. More importantly, they are easy to remember. Lu Ming nodded. For example, the intersection of Qinglong Road and Xuanwu Road can be called Qinxian Cross, which sounds clear and not cliché. That's right. When it's time to add the characteristic buildings of our Bingdu village, it will be more recognizable. Zhong Ruofei on the side also took over the conversation. Is it settled then? Su Heng took another look at the Bingdu village sand table. After the project of the wind and solar park is completed, these planned roads and underground pipeline projects will also be started one after another. It won't take too long. Yes. After filing, no matter whether our road is built or not, put up the road sign first. Okay. Just like that, after determining the road name, the few people talked about other things for a while. Just when the meeting was about to end, Shui Yutian suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Xiao Su, our wind and solar park has already started construction. When will the waterway start? Just 2 days ago. His wife Lu Siming was still asking whether the water from Bingdu Lake had been diverted to Bingdu Village, and whether there were any plans to further increase the added value. She seemed very concerned. It seemed that she would not stop until she saw the water from Bingdu Lake turn into beer. Waterway. Su Heng glanced at Lu Ming before speaking again. The Bingdu Waterway project may be postponed to next year. Put it next year? Shui Yutian was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. Zhong Ruofei, who was standing by, showed a thoughtful expression after hearing this. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei took over the conversation. Xiao Su, is it because of the artificial lake in our entertainment complex? Yes. Su Heng nodded. In fact, after careful analysis, the design prototype of the entertainment complex purchased from the Pawn system was almost based on the Tang Paradise in Chang'an City on Earth. The only difference is that the artificial lake in the drawing is larger and deeper than the one in the Tang Paradise, and the inlet and outlet are all running water. It is a real small freshwater lake. Therefore, when Lu Ming got the blueprint, he proposed more than once to use this artificial freshwater lake as the existing water source of Bingdu Village. Artificial lake? Shui Yutian took a look at the sand table. The area occupied by the entertainment complex has been marked out on the sand table. Seeing that Shui Yutian was still a little confused, Lu Ming on the side took over the conversation. Now the water we drink in Bingdu Village is basically groundwater pumped from wells. Later, the drinking water of Longsheng Group and Tongai Clothing will also adopt the model of using groundwater from wells. The water in this artificial freshwater lake can be used as domestic water without any problem. One lake can be used for 3 purposes. It not only solves the problem of leisure fishing for employees of Bingdu cultural tourism, but also protects the small river in disguise, and provides a water source for Bingdu Village. It is based on the above considerations that I suggested that Xiao Su postpone our water diversion project from Bingdu. Of course, this way, the construction requirements of this artificial lake will be higher. After speaking, Lu Ming picked up the laser pen and gestured on the sand table. By then, this small lake will be shallower around, and the water will be deeper as it moves toward the center. The deepest place is initially planned to be about 20 meters. About 20 meters? Hearing this, Shui Yutian suddenly realized. Of course, there is another more important reason. This will help ease the financial pressure on our ice lake tourism. On the side, Su Heng nodded and added, the snow water in the river is good, but it is not as good as the high-quality water in the ice lake. If ice lake tourism had 180 billion yuan, it would definitely launch several projects at the same time. Unlike now, a project will never be used alone if it can be used for multiple purposes. Of course, after the small lake is built, he will get some large fish, shrimps and water plants suitable for the water ecology from the system, and try to keep the lake water at a high level of ecological balance. Even if we use the water here, it will be of higher quality than other cities' drinking water sources. I think it's good now. Otherwise, the funding tolerance of our Binga cultural tourism is too low. After a moment of silence, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. It is definitely a big project to divert water from Binggu. The preliminary budget, without tens of billions. Don't even think about it. Even if the project is divided into stages, it will cost a lot of money. The most important thing is that this project is a semi-people's livelihood project, and it is difficult to see the benefits in the short term. Do we need to put up some danger signs on the lakeside? At this time, Shui Yutian said again. As expected, after the entertainment complex is built, there will definitely be more than just employees of Binga Cultural Tourism playing inside. There will also be tourists and workers working at Binga Cultural Tourism. Don't worry about that. We will definitely take security measures regardless of whether the water is deep or shallow. And we will also use drones and other artificial water smart equipment for patrols. And we will definitely not allow pollution of the lake or other things to happen. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ruofei immediately waved his hand. Shui Yutian may not have looked closely at the design drawings of the entertainment complex, but he did study it very carefully. The average water depth of the freshwater lake is only about 1 meter, around 5 meters. So even if someone falls in, there will be no problem. That's fine. Shui Yutian nodded. Xiao Shui, you are so worried about the waterway of the ice lake. Did your uncle send you a message again? After talking about the freshwater lake in the entertainment complex, Lu Ming suddenly glanced at Shui Yutian and smiled. Huh? Uncle Lu, how did you know? Hearing this, Shui Yutian was immediately surprised. Because your uncle sent a lot of messages to your Uncle Feng the other day, and kept asking about the ice lake water. Lu Ming said again. Ah, sent messages to Uncle Feng too? This. Shui Yutian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Actually, I can understand it. Just like an old craftsman who has been a blacksmith for a lifetime will definitely be obsessed with a piece of meteorite iron. Your uncle has been making beer for a lifetime. You can imagine what he would be obsessed with when he encountered such water quality. He must be obsessed. Lu Ming waved his hand, indicating that Shui Yutian didn't need to care. Alas, he is that kind of person. I heard 2 days ago that he is going to return to China. Maybe he will go to Binggu when he returns. Shui Yutian could not help but smile bitterly. Return to China? Lu Ming was a little surprised. His contract with Huawei has expired, and he plans to return to China to retire. I heard that several well-known beer farms in China have offered an annual salary of 5 million to recruit him. Shui Yutian explained. Normal, after all. Your uncle is the technical director of Huawei Beer, and this level is ranked among the best in the world. When Lu Ming heard the price, he was not surprised. It is well known that the level of Huawei Beer in Blue Star is very high. There is no domestic beer brand that can compare with it. And the technical director is the key among the keys. An annual salary of 5 million is considered low. I just don't know which brewery he will choose in the end. Of course, I will definitely send a message no matter which brewery he chooses. Shui Yutian nodded. It's good to keep in touch. That's right. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the sun rose. Binggu village ushered in a new day, with the increasing number of employees of Binga Cultural Tourism, plus the patients and tourists who came to Binggu village for medical treatment. Around 8 o'clock every morning, the buses leading to the vendor area will become very crowded, and it seems that there are more office workers than those in Ase County. In addition, the beef noodle restaurant was also crowded with people, and the business was extremely hot. The only places that were idle at this time were the barbecue restaurants and food stalls. After all, it was morning, and few people would go to eat barbecue. Boss Ding, I wonder what will happen to the shops on the ground floor after these staff dormitories are repaired. According to this progress, I estimate that the newly built staff dormitories will enter the drying stage in another week. At the door, a middle-aged man said, looking at the busy construction site in the distance. The man's name is Wang Quan. Half a year ago, he was recruited into Binga Culture and Tourism as a barbecue chef. Now he is the head of Binggu Barbecue Restaurant, which is a supervisor level. The person standing next to him is none other than Ding Santai, the manager of Binga Culture and Tourism's catering department and the head of the food stall. I heard it's catering. Hearing this, Ding Santai said, catering? Firstly, our Binggu village's catering guarantee is still too weak, and it is not a solution to rely on the vendor area for a long time. Secondly, I heard that our Binggu village will host a Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival in July. I guess this has something to do with it, given Director Su's work style. This Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival will definitely cause a lot of noise. Ding Santai nodded. Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? Then we? Wang Quan was startled, and subconsciously looked back at the Bingu barbecue store. Manager Ding, if that's the case. Can you find Mr. Zhong? After hesitating for a while, Wang Quan said. Why do you want to find Mr. Zhong? Ding Santai looked at Wang Quan. Can you ask Mr. Zhong to build a barbecue building or a bigger store here? This one is already struggling, if it happens to be the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Wang Quan smiled bitterly. Every time a visitor comes to Bingu Village, the most hurt are the food stalls and the barbecue restaurants. Sometimes, it takes a long time to coordinate for a shared table, and some small skewers are even sent. And this year, it feels like there is no such thing as a slow day. Basically, it is full every day, especially at 6 or 7 in the afternoon. And queuing is common. A special barbecue restaurant? Ding Santai looked back at the Bingu food stall. It was not until a long time later that he spoke again. You are right. So, I will ask Mr. Zhong in the evening to fight for us. But I can't guarantee whether it will work. After all, it is estimated that Director Su will make the final decision on this matter. Director Su's decision? Then we need to explain our demands in detail. We don't ask for luxury. Just enough. Hearing that this matter needs to be directly communicated with Su Heng, Wang Quan's face was happy. And he hurriedly said again. Yeah. Ding Santai nodded again. Time flies, the sun sets, workers finish another day's work, and start to go home one after another. The same is true in Haishur. But at this time, in a coffee shop on the bank of Pujiang River, Wang Long is drinking afternoon tea with his fiancée Wu Yu, while Fang Tong and another fashionable and beautiful young woman are sitting opposite. Brother Long, when are you going to start the project you signed with Bingu Economic Development Zone before the new year? My old man has been asking about this these past 2 days. After a pause, Fang Tong said. Ever since the old man in my family learned that there is a super large breeding farm in Bingu Economic Development Zone, which can even be a stable source of ostrich feathers, he has become very interested in Bingu Economic Development Zone. He even said that he would go to Bingu Ostrich Breeding Farm to inspect it in person when he has time. If possible, the scale of this grandson company can be appropriately expanded, and the investment amount can be doubled. I want to start construction at the end of April, Wang Wang said, looking at the time. The end of April? 2 more months? Fang Tong calculated. There have been a lot of things going on at the group headquarters recently. Let's finish things here first before going there. Wang Long nodded. Will it be too late? Don't forget that when we were drinking with Director Su in Shanxi Province before the new year, we promised to start the project together with theirs. If they start in March, will we not make any move? After a moment, Fang Tong couldn't help but speak. The wine party before the new year is still vivid in my mind. We were all drunk at that time. Su Heng said that water and electricity would be delivered to the land they bought in the shortest time after the new year. Wang Long and Fang Tong said. The day when water and electricity are delivered to the land is when their project will officially start construction. No! Wang Long waved his hand immediately after hearing this. Don't worry. It's okay even if Xinqing starts construction first. It's already a flying speed to deliver water and electricity to our 2 plots by the end of April, and it may not be delivered by the end of April. If that's the case, then it should be okay by the end of April. I was mainly worried that Director Su would think we were not trustworthy. Fang Tong breathed a sigh of relief. No! Let's take some time to go to Bingu Village in early April. First, let Xiuya and the others see the night view there. And second, we can see the progress of the water and electricity. If the progress is not as expected, we don't have to worry. Wang Long glanced at Wu Yu beside him, and then spoke again. Ever since his wife saw the night view of Bingu Economic Development Zone, she has been talking about going to experience the feeling of Fairy Palace in person. If there hadn't been so many things going on recently, he would have probably been persuaded to go on the road. Okay, I'll go back and tell the old man, and tell him not to worry. Fang Tong nodded as he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, tell Uncle Fang, Xinqing's character is absolutely impeccable. Since we agreed before that we would supply all the ostrich feathers in the farm to you, there will definitely be no other changes. As if knowing what Fang Tong's father was worried about, Wang Long said again. I told him, but he said sometimes. Fang Tong smiled helplessly. In his father's eyes, Su Xinqing is just a local leader, not their good friend at all. Even though he has explained it many times, he just doesn't believe it. How about this? When we go to Bingdu village at the end of March, we will bring your father with us. And then we will meet Xinxing, and let them have a good talk face to face. After thinking for a while, Wang Long said again, the situation of Ton Ai Clothing is different from that of Longsheng Group. At most 1 or 2 years, he will be in charge of the entire Longsheng Group. And as for Ton Ai Clothing, Fong Tong's father should be in charge for a long time to come. At present, there is no possibility that Fong Tong will be in charge of Ton Ai Clothing. This time, Fong Tong was given power only in a grandson company, which is the beginning of his training. Yes, only after the old man meets Director Su in person can he change that inherent perception. Fong Tong nodded. I'll call you when the time comes. Okay. At the same time, just when Wang Long was planning to bring his wife to see the night view of Bingdu village at the end of March, Bingdu village, at the entrance of the campground, Zhong Ruofei looked at the woman with a suitcase in her hand opposite, and they looked at each other in silence, until a long time later. He finally said a word. Here I come. Chapter 250 Master Feng. Bingdu village can't survive without me. What Zhong Ruofei didn't expect was that, after he opened his mouth, the woman opposite him didn't say anything but just looked at him quietly, with too many things she wanted to express in her eyes. The woman was none other than his former fiancée Fu Yu. 1 minute. 2 minutes. For a while, the two looked at each other in silence, and didn't say anything else. But just when Zhong Ruofei opened his mouth to speak again, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Mr. Zhong, so you are here? I just went to the office to look for you. Mr. Bong? When the two subconsciously turned back to look at the person who came, Fu Yu's expression became even more strange. Manager Ding, is there anything? Here, Zhong Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. The person who came was none other than Ding Santai, the manager of the catering department of Bingda Culture and Tourism. Boss Zhong, I want to see you because, oh, this is my sister-in-law. Then you guys chat first. I'll come over after you're done. Ding Santai wanted to speak, but looked around and found that the atmosphere was a little bit weird. After speaking, he turned around and left. Zhong Ruofei is now the president of Bingda Culture and Tourism. It is impossible for him to receive tourists. Besides, a man and a woman standing alone, standing here with such an expression, Ding Santai really couldn't think of any other relationship between the two. Sister-in-law? Zhong Ruofei and Fu Yu's expressions were complicated again. After coming back to his senses, Zhong Ruofei wanted to speak again. But Ding Santai had already left quickly, leaving the two of them alone again. Huh? Seeing this, Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath, and then said to Fu Yu, put your things down first. I'll take you around, and then we'll go eat. You can ask anything after you finish eating. Okay. Fu Yu finally nodded. On this side, Ding Santai turned around and left. Not long after walking, he arrived at the door of the food stall. However, when he was about to enter the door, he saw Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling. Gao Yuling also pushed a wheelchair, which was her father, Mr. Feng, and Gao. Seeing this, Ding Santai hurriedly greeted them. As an old man of Bingda Cultural Tourism, he basically knew all 10 villagers in Bingdu village. But he was not as close and casual as the villagers in Bingdu village in addressing them and other aspects. Xiao Ding, are you done so early today? Hearing this, Feng Shuyu smiled and nodded. No. I had something to do just now, and was going to go find Mr. Zhong. But Mr. Zhong was chatting with his girlfriend. I didn't want to disturb him, so I came back first, Ding Santai said casually. But when he spoke, he did not forget to turn his head and look in the direction of Yuan. What? Xiao Zhong's girlfriend? It would have been better if they hadn't heard it. Once they heard it, Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling were both stunned. Especially Feng Shuyu, after being surprised. His face was full of doubts. Xiao Ding, are you sure? Since he came to Bingdu village, he had never heard that Zhong Ruofei had a girlfriend. And no one talked about it. Now he suddenly said that he was chatting with his girlfriend. How could he not be surprised? I'm sure. Just now, she was at the gate of a Yuan. It seems that Mr. Zhong's girlfriend just came to our Bingdu village. I saw that she was pulling 2 suitcases in her hands. Ding Santai nodded very confidently. At the entrance of a Yuan? Feng Shuyu subconsciously glanced at Gao Yuling. Yes. Then we have to go and take a look. If Xiao Zhong's girlfriend really came to Bingdu village, we must entertain her well. We should show our hospitality as hosts. Feng Shuyu said immediately. It's mainly because Xiao Zhong did a good job of keeping it a secret. We didn't know. Gao Yuling nodded. Now she has completely integrated into Bingdu village. which has only 10 villagers. Even when she learned that Bingda Cultural Tourism had no human resources director so far, she would take time to help Bingda Cultural Tourism solve some problems that Zhong Ruofei couldn't solve whenever she had time. That is to say, Gao Yuling and Feng Shuyu's relationship has not been officially settled yet. Otherwise, Gao Yuling's appointment as the HR director of Bingda Culture and Tourism is a foregone conclusion. Let's go! Because Feng Shuyu was curious, he unknowingly quickened his pace. In addition, the entrance of the food stall is only a few steps away from the entrance of a Yuan. A few minutes later, Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling saw Zhong Ruofei and Fu Yu walking slowly in front of them. Really? After seeing the backs of the two walking side by side, Feng Shuyu couldn't help but look at Gao Yuling. Firstly, there was what Mrs. Ding said. And secondly, the back figures in front of them did look like a couple. So Feng Shuyu was convinced, and didn't doubt it anymore. Xiao Zhong. Coming back to his senses, Feng Shuyu immediately called out. The next moment, Zhong Ruofei and Fu Yu turned back at the same time. Uncle Feng, Aunt Gao, what are you doing? Seeing these two people, Zhong Ruofei immediately greeted them. Oh, I just went to the village clinic. By the way, Xiao Zhong, who is the person next to you? Why don't you introduce them? After arriving in front of Zhong Ruofei, Feng Shuyu looked Fu Yu up and down and said, She. Zhong Ruofei hesitated to speak. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. It only took a few minutes from the entrance of a Yuan to hear. But he ran into two groups of people. It's not like this usually. Huh? What's going on? Are you having a quarrel? However, seeing Zhong Ruofei's expression, and looking at the woman next to him, who wanted to say hello, but didn't know how to start, and felt a little unnatural, Feng Shuyu showed a hint of understanding. If there was nothing wrong with the two of them, it would definitely not be like this. Zhong Ruofei would definitely introduce them to the girl as soon as possible, and would also introduce the girl in front of them. Uncle Feng. Me? Zhong Ruofei didn't know how to explain. Xiao Zhong, she just came to our Bingdu village. You can't do this, girl. Have you eaten yet? Do you think this is okay, if Xiao Zhong did anything wrong? How about we talk while eating? If you have anything to say, just say it. Before Zhong Ruofei could speak again, Feng Shuyu took the initiative to greet Fu Yu. Uncle, thank you for your kindness. I and him. In fact, not only Zhong Ruofei, even Fu Yu was a little confused by Feng Shuyu's two words. Xiao Zhong, what are you waiting for as a grown man? Hurry up and call the catering department. They are unfamiliar with our place. And you? Feng Shuyu glared at Zhong Ruofei. Feng Shuyu was originally a parent in Bingdu village. Being glared at, Zhong Ruofei really couldn't say anything, and could only take out his mobile phone obediently. Uncle Feng. I'll call them right now. That's more like it. Feng Shuyu turned around and looked at Fu Yu. By the way, girl, what's your last name? Uncle, Aunt. I don't deserve it. My last name is Fu. Fu? This last name is quite rare. My name is Feng Shuyu. The young people in the village call me Uncle Feng. Hello. Uncle Feng. This is your Aunt Gao. Aunt Gao, hello. Hello, hello. Xiao Fu, where are you from? Haishur. Haishur is a good place. I have a few friends there. As the night deepened, just as Feng Shuyu, Gao Yuling and Fu Yu were getting more and more familiar with each other, and slowly understood the relationship between Fu Yu and Zhong Ruofei on the other side. At the new construction site of the Bingdu Village Clinic, Lu Ming was playing a video in the construction site office. The person who video chatted with Lu Ming was none other than his nephew-in-law Zhang Hancheng. You can take the bus from Bingdu Village to Jioga City tomorrow. When you arrive at Bingdu Village, call me, and I'll pick you up. Lu Ming raised his hand and glanced at the date, and said, Uncle, you don't have to pick me up. Director Su called and said he has arranged staff. Tomorrow, staff will take me to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng said hurriedly, Staff arranged? Shall we? Lu Ming frowned. It should be. He said he is a staff member of the management committee of our Economic Development Zone. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Call Xiao Su later and tell him that he doesn't need it. Let Xiao Li do his own thing. You can report to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. A vice president of Yenching University is still so young. It's not like he can't find his way. After a little thought, Lu Ming frowned and arranged. Uncle, but Director Su and I have already agreed. Now he suddenly changed his mind. Zhang Hancheng's expression showed a hint of hesitation. Xiao Su is giving you face. But you must have a clear understanding of yourself. At least leave a good impression on the villagers of Bingdu village. There should be one of your predecessors here. If she sees you putting on so much airs, she will definitely have some thoughts in her heart. You still have the identity of Yinqing University. Lu Ming said again. Senior? Zhang Hanqing's face showed a trace of doubt. There is a person in our Bingdu village who used to be a teacher at Yinqing University. It seems to be your college. Lu Ming looked back in the direction of Yuan. Our college? Yes, Gao Yuling. I wonder if you have heard of her. Gao Yuling? Teacher Gao, uncle, are you talking about the one who was transferred to the Yinqing Human Resources and Social Security Bureau as the chief consultant? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Zhang Hanqing's eyes widened. Yes. That's her? Was she a teacher in your college? Lu Ming asked. She. Not only is she a teacher at our college, but she is also my undergraduate thesis advisor. But why is she also in Bingdu village? Confirmed, Zhang Hanqing no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings at the moment. We'll talk about this when you get here. Anyway, don't let Xiaoli take the call. Lu Ming said nothing more. Uncle, I'll call Director Su later. Okay. At the same time, Jioga City, in a restaurant not far from the government building, several middle-aged men were eating and chatting. Old Zheng, when will your police station start construction? After a pause, a man looked at another slightly thin man. The man who spoke was named Geng Cheng, originally a team leader under the Jioga City Fire Brigade, and at the end of last year, he was assigned to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Fire Branch as the director. According to regulations, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Fire Station is a second-level fire brigade, and its rank is equivalent to that of a squadron leader, with a total of 15 members. The man sitting opposite Geng Cheng is named Zheng Xiaowei. He is the chief of the police station assigned to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and currently has a staff of 5 people. Since the two met on temporary duty in Bingdu village last time, they added each other on WeChat. In addition, the police station and the fire station are neighbors, and the two have become more and more familiar with each other, and have become friends. The day after tomorrow. What about you? Zheng Xiaowei said as soon as he heard it. It's about the same as mine. Then how many days is the estimated construction period for your police station? While nodding, Geng Cheng asked again. The preliminary estimate is 6 months. After thinking for a while, Zheng Xiaowei said. What, 6 months? Geng Cheng's voice suddenly became louder. What's wrong? Zheng Xiaowei was stunned. Is 6 months too long? Geng Cheng couldn't help asking again. 6 months is still long, in other places. 6 months is already considered very short. Zheng Xiaowei's eyes widened. What about the work in Bingdu village? Since the second day of the Chinese New Year, the floating population in Bingdu village has remained high. If you don't go, what if something goes wrong? Geng Cheng looked at Zheng Xiaowei with some worry. We are now taking turns to be on duty at the police station in Bonfire Square, 1 week each. There shouldn't be any problem. Zheng Xiaowei hesitated for a moment, and said, No problem? Director Su also knew about this, and didn't say anything in the end. He just said that. If there is any emergency in Bingdu village, all staff must be in place. Zheng Xiaowei said. Yes. Director Su knows the situation of the police station, and won't say anything for the time being. But that doesn't mean someone won't say anything? Subconsciously looking around, Geng Cheng's voice was much lower than before. Someone will say. What do you mean? Zheng Xiaowei's eyes were a little more surprised, looking at the entire economic development zone. It seems that only Director Su can manage the police station and the fire branch at the same time. Other units are at the same level as them, and have no subordinate relationship. Yesterday, there was a message from the city office, saying that a deputy director of the management committee came to our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Geng Cheng said again. Ah? Deputy director? Yes. When did it happen? Zheng Xiaowei subconsciously straightened up. Just these few days. The most important thing is that this deputy director is not simple. Geng Cheng said. Not simple? How do you mean? Zheng Xiaowei asked hurriedly. It is said that this deputy director is from Yinqing University, and his rank is a deputy inspector. What? Deputy inspector? Zheng Xiaowei's voice suddenly became louder, but he soon realized something and hurriedly whispered. Old Geng, you are not kidding. If I remember correctly, Director Su just announced the researcher a few days ago, and now you tell me that the deputy director is a deputy inspector, and he is from Yinqing University. Zheng Xiaowei really didn't believe it. It's true, This matter has spread throughout all administrative units in Jyoga City. I heard that many people are waiting to see the joke of our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Some people say that this person is not only of high rank, but also a scholar-type leader. He will probably be very rigid and inflexible in doing things. At that time, there is a high possibility that there will be a conflict of ideas with Director Su, although Director Su is very good at attracting investment. He is young after all. Plus, he is one level lower in rank. The final result is predictable. Geng Chang sighed. Zheng Xiaowei was completely silent. If this is the case, then what Geng Shuang said before is really possible. The academic leaders from top universities are somewhat different from those transferred from other places. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 fires. At the beginning, Director Su would give face to the new deputy director to some extent. Whatever the deputy director does, Director Su will definitely not say anything. Geng Chang said again, "What are you going to do?" After a long silence, Zheng Xiaowei looked at Geng Chang. Now it seems that it is obviously impossible to count on Director Su to protect them. I want to shorten the construction period to within 2 months as much as possible, so that the fire station can get on track and perform its functions in the shortest time. Otherwise, Geng Chang gave a look that within 2 months? Is it possible? Zheng Xiaowei was stunned again. Yes. I heard that the projects under Bingda Culture and Tourism are basically 3 shifts. Why can't we work in 3 shifts? Geng Chang nodded and said. Chapter 251. Standards for opening a store in a second-tier city. If you work in 3 shifts, 2 months should be enough. After hearing Geng Chang's idea, Zheng Xiaowei thought for a moment and nodded. Your police station is relatively simple. It may not even take 2 months, unlike us. 2 months is definitely tight. Geng Chang sighed. After a while, Geng Chang looked at Zheng Xiaowei again. By the way, are you going to use the standard model for the facade of your police station? Didn't Director Su say that we should use the standard model? Zheng Xiaowei was stunned. Director Su also told me that. But I always feel that we should use some elements of Bingdu Village's ancient architectural style. Just like the fire stations and police stations in those large scenic spots in China. After a pause, Geng Chang expressed his thoughts. Do you think we should take care of the feelings of tourists who come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Zheng Xiaowei took a sip from the teacup. Well, if our place is far from Guanxue Tower and Bonfire Square, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that it is too close now. Although our salary relationship is still under the jurisdiction of Jyoga City. Once the Bingdu Economic Development Zone sets up a branch, our salary relationship will be allocated by the financial allocation of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. As the saying goes, when one prospers, all prosper. The tourism income of Bingdu Economic Development Zone has increased, which is good for us. Otherwise, it is very likely that we will be like other counties and districts, and will not be able to pay salaries for 3 or 4 months when the finances are in trouble. Geng Chang said again. That's right. Zheng Xiaowei nodded. The police station and the fire station are to the east of Bingdu Auto Repair Shop, only a little over a kilometer away from the core area of Bingdu. The architectural style is indeed very important. And I estimate that it won't be long before the gas station and the cardholder's home across the street will also take action. Geng Chang continued. Okay. Let's find Bingdu Construction after we start work. See if they can help us. We're already working in 3 shifts, so this is not a big deal. After thinking for a while, Zheng Xiaowei felt that what Geng Chang said made sense. So he agreed. Yes. The night was deep, and the sky was full of stars. Whether it was Guanxue Tower or ordinary hotels, most of the lights in the guest rooms were off, and they entered rest mode. At this time, a private room in the banquet building was still lit. So, we have come to this point step by step. After a long time, Feng Shuyu spoke. Until just now, everything between the two of them had been completely discussed, including their current situation and so on. Yeah. They both nodded. I won't tell you about Xiao Fu's feelings, anyone can see it. Xiao Sheng, what about you? Feng Shuyu looked at Zhong Ruofei. Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but glance at Fu Yu. Things like feelings don't have to be forced. But you have to make it clear. Don't let the girl wait like this, at least give the girl an accurate answer. What happened before is all in the past. Let's not talk about it later. Feng Shuyu's voice was full of decisiveness. He would not force the two of them. But at least, he could make Zhong Ruofei show his attitude. Xiaoyu, if you are still willing to give me a chance, I will definitely make up for all the debts I owe you over the years. After a moment of silence, Zhong Ruofei took a deep breath and looked at Fu Yu seriously. So far, Zhong Ruofei's attitude has been very clear. I am willing. I am definitely willing. Hearing this, Fu Yu's tears burst out again. After so many years of waiting, the result finally came at this moment. Facts have proved that people who are meant to be together will eventually be together, but there is one thing: if anything happens in the future, don't bear it alone, since the two of you have chosen to be together. Let's face it together. At this time, Feng Shu spoke again. Uncle Feng, don't worry, it will definitely not happen again. Zhong Ruofei nodded hurriedly. That's fine. It's getting late today. Xiao Fu is very tired after rushing here from other places. Rest early, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Raising his hand to check the time, Feng Shu said. Thank you, Uncle Feng. If it weren't for you. Fu Yu nodded and hurriedly thanked him. She could see that the two old men were really doing this for Zhong Ruofei's good. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Thank you for nothing. We are all family. I wouldn't ask about other people's affairs. Hearing this, Feng Shu waved his hands repeatedly. Xiaoyu, it's too late today. I'll take you to meet the elders and brothers of our Bingdu village tomorrow. Yes. Just like that. Half an hour later, Fu Yu came to Zhong Ruofei's room. I really didn't expect there is such a place in the northwest. Looking at the layout of the room and recalling the scenery after entering Yiyuan, Fu Yu, who was in a good mood, sighed and felt a little curious. She now had too many things to ask Zhong Ruofei. She also wanted to know how Zhong Ruofei stayed in such a scenic spot and became the president. I came to Bingdu village more than half a year ago. Gently hugging Fu Yu in his arms, Zhong Ruofei slowly spoke and told Fu Yu about his situation after being released from prison. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and more than an hour later, Zhong Ruofei finally stopped. This. Looking at Fu Yu at this time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhong Ruofei was not only distressed, but also shocking and incredible. Especially when Zhong Ruofei just told him the background of each villager in Bingdu village and the reasons why they came to Bingdu village and lived here permanently. She really felt like she had walked into a super mysterious hidden village in martial arts novels. She didn't expect that. The two old people who had been guiding them at night, who were kind and looked like parents, were actually two super awesome people, and such beautiful ancient buildings, which were built in more than half a year, really a miracle. Sometimes, I really have to thank Bingdu village. If Bingdu village is not lacking some restaurant chains now, I would have summoned up the courage to make that call and maybe in this life. Speaking of this, Zhong Ruofei's face was full of emotion. At that time, it really took a long time to prepare mentally. Lack of restaurant chains? Fu Yu's expression moved. Yeah, in fact. I called you that day just to ask if you could help introduce some well-known restaurant chains to me. Zhong Ruofei nodded. So you never thought about it. Alas, I thought you had already married someone else. Let's forget about the past. I'll call the operation managers of those branded restaurants one by one tomorrow. By the way, what types of catering brands do you need? Fu Yu didn't dwell on the past anymore and asked. We actually lack everything in Bingdu village. The more the better. Zhong Ruofei said immediately. The more the better? I know. This is easy. Yeah. No one spoke for the whole night. The next day, at 11 o'clock in the morning, while Zhong Ruofei and Fu Yu were still resting, the manager of the catering department, Ding Santai, revealed intentionally or unintentionally that their affair had quietly spread in Bingdu village. Not only the villagers of Bingdu village, but also the employees of Bingdu culture and tourism have known about it. Ah, Brother Zhong's girlfriend is here? At the embroidery workshop, Su Hang was stunned after hearing this. Yeah. Lu Ming glanced at Su Hang. Unknowingly, they were the only two left in the entire Bingdu village, an old bachelor and a young bachelor. This time it's still thanks to old Feng, otherwise they would probably be like Xiao Shui in the beginning. I don't know how long they would have to wait. Lu Ming looked back in the direction of Yuan. Anyway, this is a great thing. Last time, it was Brother Zhong who helped Brother Shui with his wedding. I guess it won't be long before Brother Shui can help Brother Zhong with his wedding. Su Hang nodded. You'll know when you meet Xiao Zhong and the others today. After all, they were already engaged before. Lu Ming nodded and took another look at the construction site. Compared to yesterday, the embroidery workshop and the women's clothing office building have undergone many changes. According to this progress, they will enter the drying stage in another week. In addition, The interior and basement of these two office buildings do not need to be renovated by Bingda Culture and Tourism, which means that the fences can be removed and officially handed over in 10 days at most. Good things take time. Su Hang couldn't help but sigh. Well, by the way, Xiao Su Zhang Han Chung will arrive in our Bingdu village this afternoon. When he has any work, just assign him directly. Don't worry about other things. After a pause, Lu Ming said, eating melons is eating melons. But this is the real purpose of his coming to Su Hang. He was afraid that Su Hang would keep making things convenient for Zhang Han Chung for his sake, which would delay many things in work. Director Zhang called me last night, and I told Xiaoli to pick him up. When Zhang Han Chung was mentioned, Su Hang's face flashed with helplessness. He knew Lu Ming's thoughts, and the relationship between Lu Ming and Zhang Han Chung. And he also knew that Zhang Han Chung didn't dare to say anything in front of his uncle. But in fact, this was just a normal pickup. If it were in other places, there might be a special welcome ceremony. Of course, Su Hang also knew that Lu Ming was not using his relative status to deliberately suppress Zhang Han Chung in front of everyone to show his status. Because Lu Ming's rank and treatment before his internal retirement were higher than Zhang Han Chung's current ones. The reason for this is that it is entirely out of the care and love of an elder for the younger generation. Xiaoli is already very busy. This is just a small matter. Lu Ming waved his hand. Okay, when Director Zhang arrives in the afternoon, we will have a meal together. Su Hang nodded. After Zhang Han Chung made the call last night, Li Mei is now on the car back to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Qilong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Yanbin, 6 pedestrian streets have been officially registered. It won't be long before they can be found on major maps and navigation software. Then let's have a simple meal at the food stall. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming said, Food stall? Okay. Su Hang hesitated and finally said nothing. In fact, he had originally thought of arranging a meal for Zhang Han Chung at Yuan or Yanbinlu, but it seemed that Lu Ming would not agree. Xiao Su. Uncle Lu. Just when Lu Ming wanted to say something else, a voice suddenly came from behind. Looking back, it was none other than Zhong Ruofei. Brother Zhong, why don't you accompany your sister-in-law? Su Hang greeted him with a smile. You all know? Zhong Ruofei's face showed a rare trace of embarrassment and embarrassment. Yes. I will bring her to meet you in the afternoon. Zhong Ruofei said this and then got to the point. Xiao Su. Uncle Lu. I came to you for this matter. This morning, Xiaoyu helped to contact some brand restaurants. I calculated. It seems that our space is not enough. Contacted brand restaurants? Su Hang and Lu Ming looked at each other subconsciously. Yes. Basically, these brand restaurants are going to follow the store opening standards of second-tier cities to set up in our Bingdu village. So Zhong Ruofei nodded. What? The standard of a second-tier city? It would be better if you didn't hear it. Once you heard it, Su Hang and Lu Ming were stunned. Chapter 252 Deputy Director takes position. Xiao Shong, actually, there is really no need to embarrass your girlfriend because of this. Our Bingdu village can still use ordinary investment promotion now. There is no need to set such a high standard. Recovering from his senses, Lu Ming said hurriedly. What is the standard for opening a store in a second-tier city? Speaking of which, Jioga City is now a 5th-tier city. Lan City, the capital of Suqing Province, was a second-tier city a few years ago, and has now fallen to the 3rd tier. That is to say, by then, the stores in Bingdu village may not be available in Lan City, and the scale, it is possible that the scale and standard of the store of the same brand in Bingdu village will exceed that of the provincial capital Lan City. That's why Lu Ming had such worries. I think Zhong Ruofei's girlfriend must have spent a lot of favors to get this standard. Otherwise, with the current conditions and business model of Bingdu village, it is almost impossible to get a brand restaurant chain, and it is still the standard of a second-tier city. Uncle Lu, this is really not difficult. It's just normal communication. Zhong Ruofei then told Su Hang and Lu Ming about his girlfriend's identity. In fact, according to her girlfriend's meaning, she wanted to get the store standard and configuration of a first-tier city for Bingdu village directly, but later she considered that the current buildings of Bingdu cultural tourism could not even support the standards of 3rd and 4th-tier cities. Only then did they communicate with the business managers according to the standards of second-tier cities. The business managers of those brands were originally the weaker party in Qingtian business management. Now Qingtian's vice president in charge of business investment has called, this face must be given, plus the store standards in second-tier cities. Many business managers can make their own decisions. So, basically, as long as Fu Yu called, basically no one disagreed. So that's why. After listening to Zhong Ruofei's explanation, Su Heng and Lu Ming suddenly realized. Finally, I understood why Zhong Ruofei had such a reaction when he mentioned the investment promotion some time ago. Brother Zhong, how many brand restaurants are there? How many ground floor shops are needed? After a pause, Su Heng asked again. Speaking of which, the resources that Jioga City couldn't get are now obtained by Bingdu Village. So of course we can't miss this opportunity. Let me count Kung Fu restaurants, Daiji, Nayuki, Heiti, Heiuelo, McDonald's, Hefu, Shibei, Luckin, Starbucks, Auntie, Mr. Lee. There are probably more than 20. After a calculation, Zhong Ruofei said. So many? Su Heng and Lu Ming were stunned again. These brands are all restaurant chains that rank ahead of Xiagua. Traditional, Western food, drinks are all available. Not to mention anything else. There may be brands from the provincial capital Lan City. But it is basically impossible to have such a complete range in a complex. Basically, there are a few of them, with some niche brands or local restaurants. These are basically in cooperation with Xiaoyu. Zhong Ruofei nodded. If these brand restaurants come here, basically one dormitory building will be occupied by one family. Su Heng glanced at Lu Ming. Almost. For a restaurant like Haiwa Lao, the first and second floors will probably be used as business halls. The third floor as staff dormitories, warehouses and offices. Lu Ming nodded. Just when Su Heng wanted to say something else, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and spoke again. By the way, Xiao Su, I met Xiao Ding when I came here this morning. Xiao Ding said that now food stalls and barbecue restaurants also need a standalone storefront, which is too small now. Food stalls and barbecue restaurants? Su Heng turned his head and glanced into the distance. Yeah, especially the barbecue restaurants. Many tourists come here for camel and ostrich meat. But the stores are too small. Sometimes they can only stand outside and rub their meat. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Okay, I'll arrange this. Try to get it done in one go. After a little thought, Su Heng gave a look that said, I know. Don't worry. Thinking about it carefully, these two restaurants have indeed reached the point where they have to upgrade again. Get it done in one go? Will that affect the progress of other projects? When he heard that Su Heng wanted to get it done in one go, Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but say, No, the engineering team is here anyway. And they have recruited a lot of people recently. The only thing missing is the design drawings for the standalone stores of the food stalls and barbecue restaurants. I'll ask my friend for this. He can get it done in the evening when he has time. Su Heng waved his hand. Those brand restaurants can use the existing standalone employee dormitory buildings, but food stalls and barbecue restaurants must have dedicated ones. Otherwise, it will be basically the same as now. And it won't improve the management ability much. Of course, the reason why Su Heng planned this way, actually, he had a little selfish motive. These two stores belong to Bingda Culture and Tourism. I dare not say whether they will open chain stores in the future. But at least their aura in Bingdu Village cannot be too weak. Especially after these brand restaurants have settled in Bingdu Village one after another. They are bound to have a certain impact on other restaurants and vendors. I dare not say about others. Like beef noodle restaurants and barber shops. They may fall behind slowly. But these two stores that have become Bingda's characteristics must keep up. It's good that there is no impact. Then I will tell Xiaoyu. Let her send a message to the business managers of those brand restaurants. If you have time recently, come to our Bingdu Village first and make a field inspection first. Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, catering investment is important. But entertainment complex and new clinic are more important. Especially the new clinic. If the progress of the new clinic is affected by this, it is not worth it. Okay. By the way, Brother Zhong, it is best to wait 10 days or half a month. In this way, they can see that the physical store can make some other requirements. And we can make adjustments in time. Su Heng nodded. Okay. Zhong Ruofei did not ask Su Heng in detail how to repair. What kind of building? How many buildings to build, and where to build because he knew Su Heng's work style, which was absolutely reliable. It would be right for him to follow the current pace. He could just take the business to see the place when the time comes. Time flies, and the sun sets. Zhong Ruofei did not break his promise. He took Fu Yu to greet the villagers of Bingdu Village one by one, which was considered a formal meeting. After that, Zhong Ruofei took Fu Yu to the barbecue restaurant, while Su Hang and Lu Ming met Zhang Hancheng, who came to work in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, at the Kaya home. After settling down, the three of them came to the food stall and chatted while eating. With Lu Ming's advance instructions, Zhang Hancheng was more humble than expected. He didn't look like a deputy patrolman at all. While he was shocked by the buildings in Bingdu village, he was always asking Su Hang questions. In fact, even if Lu Ming didn't remind him, Zhang Hancheng didn't dare to underestimate Su Hang. There are not many researchers this young in the whole Xia country, and he is only one step away from his current level. And he is also the real leader of the Economic Development Zone. But he is now a deputy inspector from an academic school, and he is already in his 40s. To put it bluntly, the two are not on the same level. The things that other county leaders worried about before would never happen in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Director, what should I do next? The three of them chatted and unconsciously mentioned work. Zhang Hancheng looked at Su Hang. Since I have come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, I must work instead of just hanging around like an outsider. Director Zhang, this is what I think. Next, you will be mainly responsible for the establishment of the Economic Development Zone office, as well as the construction of the Economic Development Zone bus station and other related matters. After thinking about it, Su Hang did not hesitate and spoke immediately. As Lu Ming had been reminding me in the afternoon, we should do what we should do after people come. Private relationships are private relationships, and public positions are public positions. As the top leader of the Economic Development Zone, it is natural to arrange work for the deputy, and it has nothing to do with other things. Bingdu Economic Development Zone bus station? Zhang Hancheng paused. Yes. Su Hang nodded. Bingdu Economic Development Zone bus station involves public attributes, and the expenses must be paid from the financial account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, so it is most appropriate to let Zhang Hancheng be in charge of this matter. Okay, Director, I will definitely do it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Hancheng nodded immediately. There is another one, Su Hang said again. Chapter 253 Two Simple Restaurants. Another thing is to assist in the management of the 4 branches including the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Taxation Bureau, Police Station and Fire Station, and to formulate a reward and punishment system for the civil servants in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Su Hang said the second arrangement. Although these 4 branches are still stationed in Jioga City, but as long as there are no problems in the future, these units will be gradually upgraded to the county bureau level and become the direct institutions of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Therefore, when Song Shushang and Zhui Shuizhong determined several branches last year, they had expressed that Bingdu Economic Development Zone would take on the management of this part. However, last year was already busy, and these 4 branches had not yet been fully put on track, so Su Hang did not come forward directly, and Li Mei was in charge of all matters. Now that Zhang Hancheng has arrived at Bingdu Economic Development Zone, he can just take charge of these 4 branches. As for the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Government Affairs Office, Su Hang will definitely be in charge of it directly after all the staff are recruited. Okay, Director. Zhang Hancheng quickly got into the role, nodded, and took out his phone to write down everything. Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. Just like that, the 3 of them had dinner until 9 o'clock in the evening before they went their separate ways. After returning to the room, after washing up, Su Hang finally laid down on the bed. Food stalls and barbecue restaurants. After a little thought, Su Hang called up the pawn system again and set a thought. Find me some characteristic restaurants with modern interiors and ancient exteriors. Since Zhong Ruofei finished speaking about his request in the morning, Su Hang has been thinking about this matter. Again, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you want to do it roughly. Especially since it involves the aura of the 2 self-operated stores. The previous design plan cannot be used. It must be completely different, distinctive, and memorable at a glance. As for the location of the upgraded food stalls and barbecue restaurants, they will be placed opposite the Bingdu Hotel, to the west of the Bonfire Square. Since the Bonfire Square is now designated as the core area of Bingdu cultural tourism, it should have the characteristics of the core area. Putting it in other places will disperse some customer flow. Swish! As the thought came out, the system panel flashed, and soon there were hundreds of pages of ancient restaurants. Sort them by price from high to low. After taking a look at the colorful panel, Su Hang sent out his thought again. Since he bought the design of the entertainment complex from the system last year, the pawn value has not been spent much. This year, The floating population has remained above 3,000, so the pawn value has been steadily increasing, and it has returned to the level of 3 million without him noticing. Swish, the system panel responded again. This restaurant has some characteristics, but it's a bit large, and it feels more like a hotel, now that Binga Cultural Tourism already has a banquet building. It doesn't want to do this kind of thing anymore. It's best to have an independent and simple restaurant. Touching his chin, Su Hang began to think about them one by one from top to bottom. This time we have to do two, so choosing a restaurant is destined to be a long process. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. An hour later, when Su Hang saw a restaurant with ancient building characteristics worth 500,000 pawn value. His eyes lit up instantly. Huh? This is good. It's especially suitable for Binga food stalls. Both the characteristics and the scale are very impressive. After coming back to his senses, Su Hang immediately sent a thought to the system. I want to buy the original design renderings of this restaurant. At the same time, Yuan, in a guest room, Zhang Hancheng did not rest but continued to chat with Lu Ming. Uncle, I understand. After listening, Zhang Hancheng nodded heavily. Just now, Lu Ming explained to Zhang Hancheng the relationship between Bingu Economic Development Zone and Binga Cultural Tourism, and the area occupied by Binga Cultural Tourism in detail. Even the water and electricity issues were explained. In short, you must clearly distinguish between Bingu Economic Development Zone and Binga Cultural Tourism in the future. And don't manage beyond the boundaries without knowing it, let alone anything else. If it weren't for Xiaosu giving you face, it would be impossible to leave you such a room in Yuan. According to relevant regulations, you can only live in the existing 3 Bingu Economic Development Zone offices. And even if a special Bingu Economic Development Zone office building is to be built in the future, it should be 40 kilometers away instead of on the land of Binga Cultural Tourism. Lu Ming said again. Uncle, I understand this. Zhang Hancheng took a deep breath and spoke hurriedly. Since he heard in the afternoon that the 4 branches either rented or bought the office buildings and office locations from Binga Culture and Tourism, he knew what was going on. Well, in the future, whenever it comes to Binga Culture and Tourism, you go talk to Xiao Zhong. He is now the president of Binga Culture and Tourism. After a pause, Lu Ming said again. Okay. Zhang Hancheng nodded again. Before lunch in the afternoon, Lu Ming took him to meet the 10 permanent residents of Bingu village, and they were already acquainted. Of course, Gao Yuling is an exception. She is his teacher and a full-time expert consultant in the Human Resources and Social Security Department of Yanqing. He will have to ask for advice in the future. By the way, there is one more thing. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and spoke again. Uncle, you say? Zhang Hancheng straightened up. On July 23rd, our Bingu Economic Development Zone will host a Xiagua Border Cultural Tourism Festival. You have seen how busy Xiaosu is now. It will be too late by then. Please help keep an eye on this matter. If you have any ideas, you can prepare in advance. Lu Ming said. Xiagua Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? Uncle? Is this at the Xiagua level? Zhang Hancheng was stunned. Yes. If it is at the Xiagua level, you need to prepare well. Zhang Hancheng frowned slightly. But the province has no money. This time, only 2 million special funds were allocated. So the difficulties are still not small. Lu Ming said again. Only 2 million? Does the province mean that we should raise sponsorship ourselves? Hearing the funds, Zhang Hancheng asked immediately. No. Lu Ming then recounted the history of the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. As for sponsors and advertisers, he had asked Su Hang before, but Su Hang said that Binga Cultural Tourism has many projects, even in June and July. Various projects may continue. Once sponsorship is obtained, it is necessary to be responsible for the sponsor. At the same time, Bingu Economic Development Zone must meet some requirements of sponsors, especially in terms of media broadcasting and publicity traffic. Now the only publicity channel of Bingu Economic Development Zone is the Binga Cultural Tourism public account with more than 3 million fans. This alone will definitely not satisfy the sponsors. The TV station is in person, the municipal TV station is not good at sponsorship, and the provincial TV station cannot be contacted. So after comprehensive consideration, I gave up on soliciting sponsorship. When the time comes, I will do my best within the limited funds, and I will do it with a clear conscience. Oh, so that's the case. Then Bingu Economic Development Zone must find a way to make this cultural and tourism festival a success. If it doesn't work out, there may be people involved who will use this cultural and tourism festival as an excuse. After listening, Zhang Hancheng immediately expressed his opinion. He had experienced this when he was at Yincheng University. The most important thing is that this is the first Xiaoguo-level tourism festival that he has encountered during his tenure in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which is of great significance. It is not impossible. Lu Ming nodded. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely do my best. If you need any help, please find me or Xiao Su. Yes. Just like that, Lu Ming and Zhang Hancheng talked about the Bingdu Economic Development Zone and some family matters. And then Lu Ming left the room. Recruit people for the Bingdu Economic Development Zone office. Assist in the management of the 4 branches to build the Bingdu Village Bus Station and the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. After washing up, Zhang Hancheng, who was lying on the bed, still couldn't sleep and couldn't help thinking about his work again. Recruiting people and managing the 4 branches are easy things, but what really needs to be invested is a level 5 bus station and this Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. No, it should be said that the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival is more difficult and deserves more attention. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Hancheng raised his hand to check the time, and then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. After a while, the phone was connected. Hello, Lao Zhang. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Lao Xing, are you asleep now? Zhang Hancheng said. No, it's still early. Didn't you say a few days ago that you would go to the northwest to work? Have you decided on the time? Let's sit together then, and I'll give you a farewell party. The voice came from the phone again. Lao Xing, I'm already in the northwest. Zhang Hancheng smiled. What? You've already been there? The other end of the phone was full of surprise. Well, time is tight this time, so I didn't tell you. Zhang Hancheng said again. Then, it's okay, I'll make it up when I get back later. Okay. By the way, old Xing, I have something to discuss with you. After a pause, Zhang Hancheng spoke again. The man on the other end of the phone was named Xing Jianping, his college roommate, and they were close friends. After graduating from Yincheng University, he stayed in school for postgraduate studies. While Xing Jianping entered the public sector after graduation. After many years of twists and turns, he is now the deputy director of Xiaoguo Satellite TV. 1 level higher than him. What are you discussing? You say? The next moment, Xing Jianping's voice came over very crisply. In a blink of an eye. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Bingdu Village was still as busy as ever. No. It should be said that with Zhang Hancheng's performance of his duties, and the investment resources brought by Zhong Ruofei's girlfriend Fuyu, the atmosphere in Bingdu Village is more tense than before. At this time, workers working in 3 shifts on the 2 main construction sites came and went, and they were all running at full capacity. But at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet came to the new clinic construction site and found Lu Ming, who was directing the construction. These days, the foundation pit of the new clinic is almost complete. Mr. Lu. The man was a little out of breath, and it seemed that he had run here. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. The man's name was Liang Yu, who joined Bingdu Construction in October last year and is now a middle-level employee. Mr. Lu, do you have any spare bulldozers, excavators, and pile drivers? Liang Yu asked hurriedly. Idle machinery, what are you going to do with it? Lu Ming's face was a little puzzled. It's like this, Director Su said his friend helped design 2 simple food stalls and a barbecue restaurant, and wanted to build the foundation first. Liang Yu replied immediately. Simple food stalls and barbecue restaurants? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. When he heard it, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 254, Relocation of the Ruins as a Whole? Are you sure that's what Director Su said? Lu Ming asked again after calming down, with nothing but seriousness on his face. Yes. Liang Yu nodded hurriedly. Then I know. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming immediately picked up the intercom next to him and pressed the call button. Xiao Ma, you will transfer 5 excavators and 6 loaders, and take a look at the pile drivers if possible. Find a way to allocate 2. General Lu. Hearing Lu Ming report a series of machines, Liang Yu's eyes widened and hurriedly said, General Lu, you don't need so many. Director Su said it's simple. Listen to me. The food stalls and barbecue restaurants are definitely different from the projects you are repairing now. Waving his hand, Lu Ming indicated that Liang Yu didn't need to worry, and his face had a look of, you are still young, you will know later. This Liang Yu hesitated but nodded in the end. he said. Mr. Liu, if they don't need so many machines, they can be sent to you. After all, the progress of your project cannot be delayed. Send them? Just don't ask me to share them. Lu Ming sighed. That won't happen. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu shook his head like a rattle, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. As long as it's not troublesome to return the machines later. Hurry up. Lu Ming glanced at Liang Yu, and waved his hand helplessly. Okay, Mr. Liu. After Liang Yu left, Lu Ming turned around and looked at the direction of the core area. Although the new clinic is in the construction area at the west end of the village, about 1 kilometer away from the core area, the office building at the bonfire square can be vaguely seen. Forget it. I can't help even if I see it. I'll know what it looks like when Xiaosu is built. With a sigh, Lu Ming picked up the intercom again. Xiao-sun. Xiao-sun. Mr. Liu. You say? Let's see how much building materials, and would we have left. The construction site in the core area may need them, Lu Ming said. Although it was a headache, Lu Ming was actually very curious about what kind of food stall and barbecue restaurant Su Hang could build, because these two restaurants were destined to be built near the bonfire square. By then, the core area's night fairy palace would most likely be updated, and the night view of that area would be more fairy-like and more beautiful than it is now. Received. Mr. Liu. Soon. A voice came from the intercom again. 10 minutes or 20 minutes later, when Lu Ming was redevoted to the construction of the new clinic, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and taking a look, Lu Ming curled his lips, looking like I knew it. Hello, Xiao Liang. The call was from Liang Yu, who had just left half an hour ago. Mr. Liu. I was wrong. The next moment, Liang Yu's somewhat bewildered voice came from the phone. Tell me, how many do you want? Lu Ming sighed. We still need 2 pile drivers, and the wood, glazed tiles, blue bricks, gray tiles are all quite short. Okay, but remember next time, don't compare our standards with Director Su's standards. His ordinary is different from our ordinary. If he says it again, you should be prepared first, Lu Ming reminded. Mr. Liu, I understand. Yes. The tide rises and falls, and 3 days pass in a flash. A high fence has been erected along the street west of the bonfire square, but the tourists and those who come to see the doctor did not think there was anything wrong. In the past 2 days, the fence east of the bonfire square is almost connected to the gas station, and there are 2 more on the west side, which is normal, but at this time, some people's faces are full of surprise. Guanjua Tower, the corridor on the 6th floor. Fuyu was looking at the green steel fences on both sides of National Highway 215, and was amazed. Ruofei, I didn't believe you when you said that Bingyu Village was built within half a year, but now I believe it. After a long time, Fuyu turned and looked at Zhong Ruofei. She has been in Bingyu Village for almost 5 days. The more she knows about this place, the more magical it feels. She feels that every place can bring her a lot of surprises. Especially yesterday afternoon, Zhong Ruofei took her to the Yodan landform, which made her appreciate the true wonders of nature. But it was good. There were still many things to deal with at Qingtian Business Management, so she had to return to Haisher. When you come next time, Bingyu Village may be different again. Zhong Ruofei also took a look at the 2 new fences built on the west side of the bonfire square. He and Fuyu had already discussed it. After Fuyu was done with this period of time, he would resign from Qingtian Business Management and come to Bingyu Village to develop. As for the work at Qingtian Business Management, her sister would take over, and Fuyu also had a brother, who was also the vice president of Qingtian Business Management. Her leaving Qingtian Business Management would not have a big impact on that place, and some people were even happy to see her leave the group. A different look, after these ground floor shops are finished. Do we need to build other ones? Fuyu was stunned. Yeah, shops along the street are just appetizers. We planned an entertainment complex before. Xiaosu's scale is much larger than this. When it comes to the entertainment complex, Zhong Ruofei's face is full of emotion. He dare not say anything else, anyway. He really can't find a second such complex in Xiagua. Entertainment complex? Can you tell me more about it? It would be better if Zhong Ruofei didn't say it. As soon as he said it, Fuyu immediately became interested. As the daughter of the chairman of Qingtian Business Management, the word complex has been unknowingly engraved in her mind. The main purpose of building this complex is to solve the entertainment needs of some employees of our Bingda cultural tourism. As a result, Xiaosu took the needs of employees of all ages into consideration. There will be a cinema inside, a water curtain movie in front of the cinema, a place to fish, escape room, werewolf, etc. Zhong Ruofei gave a brief introduction to the entertainment complex. Are you planning a water curtain movie? Fu Yu's face was getting more and more interested. She was familiar with water curtain movies, but it was the first time she heard of them in the Northwest. Yes. This time, Bingda Cultural Tourism plans to do the cinema and water curtain movie by itself. Zhong Ruofei nodded. If they didn't plan to do the cinema and water curtain movie by themselves, he would have asked Fu Yu to call the operation managers of those big brand cinemas a few days ago. He didn't dare to bring in all of them, but at least one would be fine. It's good to do it yourself. Besides these, do you have any real-life CS in your entertainment complex? I feel that this place is particularly suitable for this. Fu Yu looked back at the undeveloped area in the distance. There were still ruins and ruins over there. If Bingda Cultural Tourism really did this, she would definitely try it. It's really fun to play in this kind of place. Real-life CS? Zhong Ruofei's face moved. Yeah. I've considered this before, but I don't think it's appropriate. We are mainly following the route of Night Fairy Palace now. We plan to focus on building and promoting the Night Fairy Palace and the sunset of the Guanxue Tower. If we do real-life CS, these ruins must be preserved. Zhong Ruofei looked at Fu Yu. A long time ago, Shui Yutian had this idea. But now they have become two different styles, and he can only give up one. So you are worried about this? In fact, there is really no need. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu immediately waved his hand. What do you mean? Zhong Ruofei asked hurriedly. I know a company that specializes in helping to build real-life CS scenes. If you think it is too close to the core area, you can build one without affecting the style of this ancient building, and you can also add the original Gobi scene here, and then add a few classic scenes, which will definitely be awesome. Those who come to the Northwest for travel, team building, will most likely experience it. Fu Yu nodded. Repair in a distant place? But the ruins of the original oil town are a feature. Zhong Ruofei was still puzzled. The cash flow of Bingda Cultural Tourism is still tight. It would be great if Bingda Cultural Tourism could add another income item. But it must be profitable. If no one is interested in the repair, it is better not to do it. Wouldn't it be better to just move the ruins here as a whole? Fu Yu said again. Ruins can be moved as a whole? Hearing this, Zhong Ruofei's eyes widened. Am I just ignorant? It seems I have never heard of such a thing. Yeah, this company is famous for this. They pursue the original scene, so if they come across a good one, they will basically move it there intact. Even a tree, an oil drum will be numbered and restored intact. Their famous work is to transform an abandoned hospital into a well-known real-life CS venue. I thought it was incredible when I heard it. But they really did it. Fu Yu nodded firmly. I feel you can really give it a try. Aren't you going to hold a tourism festival here? When tourists come, the business will be more diverse, and you can have more fun. Tourism festival business? Zhong Ruo couldn't help but touch his chin. At this moment, he was really tempted. Well, please help me contact this company. I will have a good chat with their boss. If nothing else, the overall migration can also help solve a lot of land use problems here. Okay. At the same time, just when Fu Yu suddenly proposed a new entertainment idea, at the gate of Guanxue Tower, the crew who had just finished filming a scene also began to pack up their equipment one after another. Director Wang recently. College students who perform in extras have returned to school one after another. Should we find a way to recruit some young extras? Looking around, producer Lily looked at director Wang Sun. Recruit young extras? Hearing Lily's concerns, Wang Sun frowned. He was very satisfied with the original film he had shot so far. He had a hunch that the reputation of this drama would definitely not be bad after it went online. I guess Lily thought so too. So even the requirements for extras have been raised a lot. Otherwise, there are tourists coming to watch the excitement every day, and it would not be a problem to find a few extras. But Bingdu Village is a relatively remote place, and it is impossible to find so many young extras in a short time. After a moment of silence, Wang Sun couldn't help but express his concerns while feeling embarrassed. Chapter 255 Large-Scale Real-Life CS Base next to the Yadin landform. What should we do if it doesn't work? Let's go find Director Su, see if he can help. After all, Director Su is also the top leader at the county level in this area. His connections and resources here should far exceed ours. After a long silence, Lily looked at Wang Sun. Go find Director Su? Upon hearing this, Wang Sun shook his head. I'm afraid Director Su doesn't have time to deal with us. Director Su, do you know why there are so many fences in Bingdu Economic Development Zone, And why there are hundreds of workers on every construction site? Wang Sun subconsciously looked back in the direction of Bonfire Square. Since we were on the base of the Guanjue Tower, we had a good view, and could clearly see the fence that had just been erected on the west side of the Bonfire Square. Why? Lily asked hurriedly, puzzled. When I was chatting with an employee of Bingda Culture and Tourism 2 days ago, he said that Bingda Economic Development Zone would hold the Xiagua Border Culture and Tourism Festival in July. As expected, all the projects in Bingda Economic Development Zone are now preparing for this festival, Wang Sun said. In Wang Sun's mind, whether in the south or the north, as long as a tourism festival or marathon, expo, sports meeting, etc. at the level of Xiagua is held, various preparations will basically begin about half a year in advance. Therefore, Wang Sun, who didn't know the inside story, didn't think about it after hearing what the Bingda Cultural Tourism staff said, and directly concluded that they were preparing for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. No wonder it's like that, Lily suddenly realized. But although Director Su is busy, we can try to find Mr. Zhong of Bingda Cultural Tourism to see if he can help? After a pause, Wang Sun said again, looking for Mr. Zhong? Lily's expression moved, but soon there was a trace of hesitation on her face. Since our crew came to Bingda Economic Development Zone, Mr. Zhong has always taken good care of us. Now we owe him a lot of favors. What if he... It's okay. We can find a way to repay all the favors we owe to Mr. Zhong at the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Wang Sun waved his hand immediately. Although the Border Tourism Festival is hosted by the Economic Development Zone, Bingda Tourism is actually the company that hopes to make the Border Tourism Festival a great success. So when the time comes, as long as we do what we can for the Xiagua Border Tourism Festival, Mr. Zhong will naturally understand our intentions. That's right. Lily nodded. So well, I'll go to see Mr. Zhong in the afternoon. Yes. At the same time, just when all the people were busy, Zhang Hancheng, Deputy Director of Bingda Economic Development Zone, and Li Mei appeared at the place where the national highway was rerouted. At this time, there are already many staff members wearing helmets conducting preliminary surveys. The National Highway Rerouting Project has gone through the procedures of the relevant departments of the province, and the bidding of Jiuge City has also ended. Finally, the entire project was given to Xiaoguo Kijian. Xiaoli, you take a picture of this area with your mobile phone first. Looking around, Zhang Hancheng said to Li Mei behind him. Okay, Director Zhang. Upon hearing this, Li Mei immediately took out her mobile phone. Just the day before yesterday, the staff of the relevant departments of Jiuge City had talked to her. If nothing unexpected happens, she will become the Deputy Director of the Bingda Economic Development Zone office in the near future. At that time, it will still be under the direct management of Su Hang. It's just that the office has not been established yet. The management committee is short of staff. Basically, they help wherever there is a problem. I came here with Zhang Hancheng today to prepare in advance for the construction of the 5th level bus station in Bingda Economic Development Zone. Also take a picture of this area. After Li Mei took the picture with her mobile phone, Zhang Hancheng pointed to the area next to it and said, take a picture of this area too? Hearing this, Li Mei's face showed a hint of surprise. Wouldn't it be enough to build a 5th level bus station in the area she just took a picture of? Even a 2nd or 3rd level bus station would be more than enough. Well, Director Su said that a bus station needs to be built here. Zhang Hancheng nodded. Ah? Director Zhang. Didn't Director Su say before that the bus station would not be the responsibility of the Economic Development Zone, but would be built by Bingda Culture and Tourism? Li Mei was stunned. She knew more or less about the planning of this area. In addition to the bus station, the cardholder's home, the auto repair shop, the gas station, the bus station, and a newly established vendor area will all be the responsibility of Bingda Culture and Tourism. Buses are public services. Bingda Culture and Tourism paid taxes to Bingda Economic Development Zone, and the Economic Development Zone naturally has to provide services to Bingda Culture and Tourism and all the companies registered in Bingda Economic Development Zone. It cannot dump all the burdens on Bingda Culture and Tourism just because the land belongs to Bingda Culture and Tourism. Zhang Hancheng waved his hand. Almost all public transportation within the city is basically operating at a loss, and the local government departments have to make financial allocations every year. After all, it is public transportation. When the first and last routes are planned on time, even if there is no one, the last shift must be completed. Running empty buses will definitely lose money. Then Li Mei hesitated. In fact, what she wanted to say was that so far, The buses in Ase County have been contracted to a transportation company. It is because the transportation company will control the cost and time itself. And sometimes it will not run on time. Ase County also turned a blind eye. Otherwise, letting the county operate would definitely cost a lot of financial funds. Now that Zhang Hancheng has such an idea, it is definitely a good thing for Bingda culture and tourism. I will report this to Director Su. Zhang Hancheng said again. Okay, Director Zhang. Li Mei immediately picked up her phone and took pictures again. And here, since there are bus stations and bus stops, other supporting facilities must also be built together, such as waiting shelters, etc. Okay, Director Zhang. The sun rises earlier and earlier in early March, and it gets dark later and later. At 7:30 in the afternoon, the eastern coastal cities are already completely dark, and the sun has just set in the northwest. Brother Zhong, are you saying that the crew needs some young extras? At the food stall and barbecue restaurant construction site, after listening to what Zhong Ruofei said, Su Heng put down the walkie-talkie in his hand. At this time, there are already 2 deep foundation pits inside the enclosure. The design of the new food stall is not only the ground part, but also the underground cold storage, the material storage warehouse, and the 2-story underground parking lot. Well, it's mainly because college students have started school one after another. The crew used some young extras before. If we suddenly replace some older ones now, it will more or less affect the quality of the play. Zhong Ruofei nodded. It is indeed a problem. Su Heng frowned slightly. Theoretically, the type of extras used by the crew has little to do with Bingdu Economic Development Zone. But after all, they have charged a high fee for the filming location. And the arrival of the crew has also brought a lot of popularity and heat to Bingdu Village. So we should help if we can. Otherwise, who will come to Bingdu Village to film in the future? Speaking of which, if we want to find young extras now, we can only talk to those colleges and universities that need internships. And they have to be students majoring in performance and media. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei said again, a college that needs an internship? Su Heng's expression changed, after a little thought. He said, I remember there is a vocational and technical college in Jioga City. Are there any majors related to culture and media? Most of the colleges and universities in Suqing province are concentrated in the provincial capital, Lan City. It is obviously unrealistic to contact Lan City now. I checked when I came here. In addition to Jioga Vocational and Technical College, Jioga City also has Jioga Secondary Vocational and Technical School with majors related to culture and media. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Then I'll try to contact Jioga Vocational and Technical College first. This is a higher vocational school. Maybe they need more internship opportunities. After listening, Su Heng said, one of the 2 schools is a higher vocational school, and the other is a technical secondary school. Actually, there is still a big difference. Okay, Xiao Su, there's one more thing. After talking about the group performances of the crew, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. Brother Zhong, you say? I mentioned something when I was chatting with Xiaoyu this morning. Then Zhong Ruofei told the story of relocating the ruins to build a real CS base in detail. Ah, there is such a company. Su Heng was stunned. The expression on his face was almost the same as when Zhong Ruofei first heard it. Yes, and I have contacted the person in charge of this company this afternoon. He said that the difficulty on our side is relatively small, there is no problem at all, and the cost is not as high as we imagined. Zhong Ruofei said again, if that's the case, then we can definitely build a large-scale real-person CS base. You can just look at the arrangements here. Confirmed, Su Heng nodded immediately without any hesitation. Not to mention that the relocation of ruins can bring a lot of convenience to the existing projects. I was actually struggling with this project before. Now that we can do both without delay, it is of course the best. What about that place? Zhong Ruofei asked. Since we have to move it anyway, we might as well move it farther away, otherwise, we will face the same problem as before. After thinking for a while, Su Heng said, far away? Xiao Su, you mean? Zhong Ruofei hesitated to speak. He had already vaguely guessed Su Heng's thoughts. Brother Zhong, find a place over there in the Yadan landform. Su Heng said again. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ruofei showed a look of as expected. When Su Heng said to go a little further away, he had a feeling in his mind. There are some transitional areas next to the Yadan landform, which are destined not to be developed like the core area and the surrounding areas in the future. It feels super suitable to build such a ruined real-life CS base there, and the style is similar, and the transitional area itself can also be used as a real-life CS scene. Of course, There is another more important reason. Yadin will definitely be developed into a scenic spot in the future. This way, it can complement the real-life CS base. Tourists can not only experience the wonders of nature, but also have a good time. Which is perfect. Then I will contact the boss of this company tomorrow and ask their technical team to come to our Bingdu village. After a moment, Zhong Ruofei said again. Okay. Chapter 256. The Cold Vocational and Technical College. Time flies, and it is 9 o'clock in the evening. Jioga City, Government Building, the lights are still on in Zhui Xuezhong's office. In front of his desk, Zhui Xuezhong looked at a thick stack of documents and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what's going on. Every year, a month after the 15th day of the first lunar month, various things will pop up inexplicably. Overtime work and meetings have become the norm. It won't be until the end of March that things will calm down a little. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Zhui Xuezhong picked up the next document, the phone rang suddenly. After picking it up, Zhui Xuezhong immediately answered the phone. Hello, Director Su. People are like this sometimes. Before, he would feel flustered when he received a call from Su Hang. But after not hearing much about the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in recent times, he felt a little uncomfortable. Director Zhui, have you rested now? The next moment, Su Hang's voice came from the phone. No, what's wrong? Zhui Xuezhong glanced at the pile of documents on the desk. Not to mention, none of them is related to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, they are all from other units. The only national highway rerouting and power grid access projects related to Bingdu Economic Development Zone have been listed as municipal key projects, and it is not his turn to manage them. Director Zhui, it's like this. Can you help contact the person in charge of Jioga Vocational and Technical College? Su Hang's voice came again. Jioga Vocational and Technical School? Zhui Xuezhong's face was a little more surprised. Director Zhui, it's like this. Su Hang then briefly explained the need for extras in the crew. Oh, this is actually a good thing for students majoring in Jioga Vocational and Technical College. You can learn a lot in such a large crew. It is difficult to find such an opportunity at ordinary times. After hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong's eyes lit up, and he said immediately, yes. When I communicated with the crew also said that in addition to group performances, they could also teach other positions, which is equivalent to internship. They can also issue internship certificates. Su Hang replied. After talking with Zhong Ruofei, he talked to producer Li Li and director Wang Sun again. These are all confirmed things. Not just random talk. And internship certificates? Isn't that better? What do you think? I'll help you contact them later. There shouldn't be any problem. I'll call you after I've contacted them. Without thinking much, Zhui Xuezhong agreed to the matter. Then I'll trouble you. Su Hang's voice followed. You're too polite. These are just small matters. By the way, Director Su, when will the 3 companies that sign contracts at the Investment Promotion Conference in your Economic Development Zone be established? Is there any accurate information? After talking about this, Zhui Xuezhong asked again intentionally or unintentionally. Since the Northwest Alliance issued a notice asking local TV stations to help promote the Silk Road Conference, the city no longer has any hope for the Xia Kingdom Border Cultural Tourism Festival. The only remaining focus is the landing of the investment promotion companies. After all, they were the 2 major companies that won the bid a few days ago. The relevant leaders of the province called to ask about this matter. Of course, there is another reason. A few days ago, the province held a special work meeting to implement the plan. We cannot just hold various signing ceremonies, which will end up in vain. So far, none of the projects that all the districts and counties of Jioga City have really made progress at the Shanxi Province Investment Promotion Conference. The relevant person in charge is a little anxious. We can start construction after our water and electricity supply reaches the land of Longxing Electronics and Tontai Clothing. The conditions are not yet ripe. With almost no waiting, Su Hang's voice rang out. Oh, how could I have forgotten this matter? Give feedback to the leader tomorrow, and ask the leader to explain it to the province. Upon hearing this, Zhui Xuezhong patted his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. In any case, as long as there is a legitimate reason, there is no need to worry about the higher-ups urging us. I was really confused the past 2 days. There should be no problem on my side. Yes, Director Su, let's do this for now. I'll ask you about the vocational and technical college. Raising his hand to check the time, Zhui Xuezhong said immediately. Okay, if the project here starts, I will also inform you as soon as possible. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhuo Xuezhong thought for a while, picked up the phone and flipped it for a while, then dialed a number. Beep beep. After a while, the call was finally connected. Principal Zhang? I'm Zhuo Xuezhong in the Jiuge City office, Zhuo Xuezhong said. The call was to Zhang Qin, the principal of Jiuge Vocational and Technical College. Although the two belong to different mouths, they often meet in meetings. Since Jiuge Vocational and Technical College is a higher vocational school, the principal's rank is not low. If we break it down, he is a little higher than Zhuo Xuezhong. Is that Director Zhuo? What do you want to talk to me about? The voice on the phone was a little surprised. Principal Zhang. It's like this. Zhuo Xuezhong then told the crew about the need for extras. Finally, he added, although they are talking about extras, they also guarantee to provide relevant internship certificates and provide guidance in other positions. Oh, lack of extras? Zhang Qin's voice was a little puzzled. Well, look, why don't you help arrange it? It's really a good opportunity for our graduates of related majors, Zhuo Xuezhong said immediately. However, the next moment, the affirmative answer that Zhuo Xuezhong wanted did not appear. Only a faint voice from Zhang Qin came. Oh, Director Zhuo, I'm afraid this can't be arranged. What? Can't be arranged? Principal Zhang, this is a large group. Many related majors of the Communication University can't get this opportunity. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhuo Xuezhong asked hurriedly. I know it's a big group, but I can't arrange it. Zhang Qin's voice came again. Why? Zhuo Xuezhong was still a little puzzled. First of all, our students' internship units have almost been contacted. And secondly, our students are not the kind of extras. They all have professional foundations. What's the matter with you asking them to be extras? Zhang Qin gave his reasons. The internship unit your school contacted? Zhuo Xuezhong was speechless for a moment. If others don't know, he doesn't know? It's quite difficult for college students to find jobs now. Even the universities in Lon City are struggling. Let alone Jiuge Vocational and Technical College. 9 out of 10 have nothing to do with their majors. But after thinking about it, Zhuo Xuezhong continued to speak. Principal Zhang, didn't they say that they can be taught in other positions, which is different from other extras? President Zhuo, you are naive, aren't you? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Qin smiled. Naive? Well, don't think that they promised you well. They actually want to use extras for free. And they won't let our students get in touch with other things at all. As for the learning opportunities you mentioned, it's even more impossible. Zhang Qin's voice came again. Chapter 257, A Pillow for a Sleepyhead? Free extras? Principal Zhang, that's not the case. They promise to pay the labor remuneration according to the normal extras' wages and provide food and accommodation. It's actually much higher than the salary of many internship units. Seeing Zhang Qin say this, Zhuo Xuezhong frowned slightly and couldn't help but reply. If someone else said this, the blood would really change, but this came from the mouth of the head of Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone still has many shortcomings, the pattern is great. They recruited for a project worth more than 30 billion yuan, so this is not a big deal at all. President Zhuo, people's hearts are hard to predict. The more nice things they say to you, the more problems there will be in the end. Hearing this, Zhang Qin still did not deny it. Okay. Excuse me. Please go ahead. Zhuo Xuezhong said nothing more. He knew that no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. They didn't want this opportunity at all. Even if he went to Bingdu Economic Development Zone in person, they would reject it in the end. After hanging up the phone, there was a moment of silence. Zhuo Xuezhong thought about it and picked up the phone again. Beep, beep. The call was connected soon. Xiao Su. Director Zhuo. The next moment, Su Hang's voice came from the phone. Xiao Su. I want to ask, does the crew have to use students from Jiuge Vocational and Technical College or just university interns? Zhuo Xuezhong asked. Although he was just rejected by the principal of Jiuge Vocational and Technical College, which was a bit embarrassing, but Zhuo Xuezhong thought that since he had promised Su Hang before and was slow to speak, he would naturally find a way to help Su Hang solve this problem. Director Zhuo? Is Jiuge Vocational and Technical College not okay? Su Hang understood the meaning of Zhuo Xuezhong's words instantly. They said that the internship quotas for students have been decided. Zhuo Xuezhong only said half of Zhang Qin's words. If that's the case, then I won't bother Director Zhuo. I'll try to ask other schools. Su Hang's voice came quickly. Originally, Zhong Ruofei also offered Jioga Secondary Vocational and Technical School, but the crew said that the students in secondary vocational and technical schools are about the same age as high school students, and many are not yet 18 years old, so we can only think of another way. It's okay, as long as students from other schools are also okay. One of my college classmates is the principal of a private college in Lon City. There will definitely be no problem with him, Zhu Xuezheng said hurriedly. A private college in Lon City? Yes, I remember that they have dance, music, media and other majors in their college, Zhu Xuezheng said immediately. Oh, if that's the case, please ask Director Zhu again, I'll think of a way. Hearing that Zhu Xuezheng wanted to find his classmates, Su Hang said nothing more. If there is no such relationship, he must not trouble Zhu Xuezheng again. That's definitely no problem. At the same time, Lon City, in a campus on the west side of the city with an area of about 200 acres, and a building area of more than 100 million square meters, it was cold, and there seemed to be no breath of early spring. There is a plaque of Xingji College hanging in front of the school. Once upon a time, this was an ambitious model of private education. With strong teachers, complete teaching facilities, and energetic students. At its peak, there were more than 300 classrooms of various types, which could accommodate more than 10,000 students at the same time. At the same time, the college had 89 computer rooms and laboratories of various types, more than 1,500 computers, 17 digital voice classrooms, 28 multimedia classrooms, and the college library had nearly 500,000 books. The school offers 28 full-time undergraduate majors and more than 30 majors, including Chinese language and literature, journalism, radio and television director, radio and television studies, English, translation, law, mathematics and applied mathematics, electronic information engineering, computer science and technology, Internet of Things engineering, information management and information systems, business administration, accounting, human resources management, fine arts, environmental design, visual communication design, product design, animation, advertising, education, psychology, public utilities management, preschool education, taxation, environmental science and engineering, and applied statistics. In addition, there are foreign language teaching broadcasting system, college student activity center, gymnastics training room, art exhibition room and other facilities, various sports venues with an area of about 27,000 square meters, etc. There are more than 2,000 new full-time undergraduate students in Xiagua every year, and the total number of students is about to exceed 9,000. It can be said that Xingji College was once the strongest private undergraduate college in Suqing province. However, with the saturation of the private education market and the adjustment of the country's higher education policy, Xingji College gradually fell into operational difficulties. Due to the disconnection between the professional settings and industrial needs, the fluctuating teaching quality, coupled with the fierce competition in the enrollment market, Xingji College has lost a large number of students. In recent years, the number of newly enrolled freshmen has barely exceeded 500. For this reason, the laboratory equipment on campus has not been updated for a long time and is covered in dust. In the slightly old laboratory building, the empty classrooms and corridors in the teaching building echo with the echoes of the past. The deficit on the college's balance sheet is increasing, and many faculty and staff are facing the dilemma of being owed wages. Many faculty members even chose to resign directly. At this time, the lights were still on in the comprehensive office building opposite the school gate. Pang Mingji, the dean, was sitting in his office, looking at a pile of forms on the table with a frown on his face, and a middle-aged man was sitting opposite his desk. The man's name was Zhang Wei. He was the vice dean of Xingji College, and also served as the dean of the law department. In recent years, Pang Mingji had also tried to revitalize the college by expanding professional fields and exploring innovative school-running models, but he found that his efforts were like a drop of water in the desert, and seemed insignificant in the face of such a huge market and policy pressure. All the honors and glory before have become the past. The employment rate of graduates is getting worse and worse every year, which will in turn affect enrollment. Poor enrollment, the school's insufficient funds will in turn affect the college's resources, forming a vicious cycle, getting worse and worse. Dean, is it so hard to find an internship unit now? After a long silence, Zhang Wei couldn't help but speak. Although the college's employment rate was not very good before, it was still no problem to find an internship unit. The employment situation is not very good this year. There are layoffs everywhere. And there are a lot of graduate students who can't find jobs, let alone us. Pang Mingji smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is a different time. Now only students from vocational and technical colleges can work in factories. There are not many companies willing to take over students from private undergraduate majors like them. According to the progress of previous years, generally they have to go for internships in the first semester of their senior year. But this year, not all of them have been arranged, and they can only go to companies one by one. Then John Wei took a deep breath. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If they can't even arrange internships this year, it is estimated that many majors will face suspension next year. By then, Singji College might really have to close down. I'll contact the more remote places in Xi'an province tomorrow to see if they need people. After a pause, Pang Mingji slowly straightened up. At a certain moment, he really wanted to give up, and then transfer the university in his hands according to the relevant procedures. But now no one can take this plate, so he can only grit his teeth and persevere. If the day of closing really comes, it will not be a matter of transfer or not. But it is very likely to go bankrupt directly, and the qualification to run a school will be revoked, and all the money will be lost. Xinsheng. Maybe we can only find Xinsheng. However, just when John Wei opened his mouth to ask something else, Pang Mingji's phone rang. Huh? Picking up the phone, Pang Mingji's face showed some surprise. He nodded to John Wei, and then stood up and walked to the window to answer the phone. Old Pang. Is it convenient now? Soon a voice came from the phone. It was not someone else, but Zhuixuezhong. I'm fine here. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? You should be the busiest during this period. Pang Mingji tried his best to keep his emotions in a normal state. Old Pang. It's like this. I remember your college has majors such as choreography, dance, and media. Zhuixuezhong then told him about the crew's recruitment of extras and interns. Look, can you help me? Really? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Pang Mingji's face was full of surprise. What a coincidence. He was just having a headache about this matter. But his old classmate sent him a pillow. I'm not kidding you about this kind of thing. Zhuixuezhong's voice came immediately. After confirming and calming down, Pang Mingji hurriedly asked, How many people do you need? Do you have 200 people? Zhuixuezhong's voice sounded again. The number of 200 people for the crowd performance was reported by Su Heng. And it was not something he said out of his mouth. Yes. Yes. Pang Mingji was very happy. If they could solve the internship of 200 people at once, it would be much easier for them. The most important thing is that the majors are very suitable. That's fine. But if it's 200 people, you need to send a leader from your college to come over, so that we can coordinate if there is anything. Zhuixuezhong on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief and said, Team leader? I'll go, Pang Mingji said without hesitation. Ah? You're coming? What about your college? Zhuixuezhong was a little surprised. The college is not as busy as before. It's enough to have 2 vice presidents. The main thing is that 200 students are not a small number. I feel more at ease when I go. Besides, I'll go see you by the way. It's been a long time since we got together, Pang Mingji said again. Okay. I'll call them right away to see when you can come. I'll take you to Bingdu Economic Development Zone then. Okay. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the corridor in Yiyuan was still lit. In early spring, the trees beside the pond have sprouted many tender buds, making Yiyuan particularly artistic. Xiao Su, have you found the extras for the crew? Xiao at Songlong Pavilion, Zhong Ruofei ran into Su Heng who had just returned from the construction site. I've found them. Su Heng nodded. Where did you find them? Jioga City Vocational and Technical College. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ruofei asked hurriedly. Chapter 258 The Deputy Director, who quietly makes a big move. No. Su Heng shook his head. No. Zhong Ruofei was stunned. It was Director Zhou of the Jioga City office, who helped to contact a private undergraduate college in Lan City. It's called Singji College. Jioga Vocational and Technical College didn't agree. Su Heng replied. Just 10 minutes ago, Zhuixuezhong had already called him and formally settled the matter. Then I really have to thank directors with this time. It's really not easy to contact the school from Lan City. Zhong Ruofei's voice had a hint of emotion. As it turns out, it was Su Heng who had to take action. If they didn't give him face, they would at most ask around in Jioga City. Yeah. By the way, Brother Zhong, contact the crew tomorrow to see when they need someone. I'll ask directors what to give you the phone number of the team leader of this academy. And you can contact each other then. Su Hang said as he nodded. This time, he owes Wu Shuezheng a favor. And he would definitely pay it back later. Okay. Zhong Ruofei nodded hurriedly, paused, and added, Then how do we arrange for these students to come? Although the crew needs them. It was us who contacted them after all. Let's arrange them at the youth hostel. Set aside a special area for these students. After a little thought, Su Hang said, Last winter, the youth hostel was built to deal with the extras from college students. Unexpectedly, after the extras left, there were still many tourists or people who came to Binggu village to see a doctor and went to the youth hostel. So the youth hostel was preserved. Youth hostel, then I'll prepare in advance, make it look like a dormitory, and count their male-female ratio. I heard from the crew that it will take about 2 months to finish the filming. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Yeah. The night was deep. Guanjua Tower, a room, director Wang Sun and producer Li Li were also talking about the extras. I didn't expect that director Su would finally take care of this matter. Li Li's face had a hint of emotion. Who said it wasn't? And he found it from Wan City. He probably used a lot of connections. Wang Sun nodded. Of course. Li Li turned her head and looked at the night view of Binggu village outside the window. After a pause, Li Li said, No. This favor must be repaid. Otherwise, if we encounter such an unexpected situation in the next 2 dramas, we will not be able to find director Su again. Yes. Wang Sun nodded in approval. Then repay it from the Binggu Cultural Tourism Festival? After a little thought, Li Li said, This is the best way. If it is any other way, director Su may not accept it. Wang Sun said again, Okay, tomorrow. Please help me find the staff of Binggu Economic Development Zone, or Binggu Cultural Tourism, to understand from the side what the Cultural Tourism Festival is still lacking. I guess with the editor-in-chief of Women's We're here, there will definitely be no shortage of celebrities. Li Li looked at Wang Sun. You are right. With Song Liwei, this tourism festival is bound to have no shortage of celebrities. I will ask tomorrow. There should be many activities at the Cultural Tourism Festival, and celebrity performances are just part of them. Wang Sun said. Well, we'll discuss it after we finish asking questions. Okay. The sun rises and sets, and 3 days pass in a flash. With more than 2,000 workers operating at full capacity, Binggu village can be said to be different every day. At 10 a.m., with the sound of steel pipes colliding, the embroidery workshop and the office building of Women's Wear began to remove the fences. More than 2 hours later, there was a row of 4-story ancient office buildings on both sides of National Highway 215. So far, the original ancient street in the core area has been extended to the east. Except for the slow progress of the standalone dormitory buildings reserved for brand restaurants. The construction of the first 6 employee dormitory buildings has reached the 3rd floor. According to this progress, the fences can be removed in 3 or 4 days. By then, the length of the buildings on both sides of the national highway will be at least 300 meters. This scale may not be a big deal in the south, but it is already a qualified township street in the remote northwest. The underground parts of the new food stalls and new barbecue restaurants that Su Hang is in charge of are almost completed. And the progress is remarkable. The new clinic where Lu Ming majored also completed the longest project. And it will soon enter the pouring stage. According to Lu Ming's idea, after the pouring is completed, the facade and interior decoration will be carried out at the same time, which will save a lot of time. Of course, Su Hang is not the only one who is busy. Zhong Ruofei is also the same. This evening, the leaders of Xingji College and those students will arrive in Binggu village. In addition, he will also receive the person in charge of the Real Person CS base tomorrow morning. The day after tomorrow, several operation managers of restaurant chains will come to inspect, including Deji and Haiwe Lao, which he values more, and Mishue, which is suitable for the general public. They have to be received in person. In short, it will be difficult to have free time in the future. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the Binggu Economic Development Zone office, Deputy Director Zhang Hancheng was looking at the information in his hand. The day before yesterday, he found Su Hang, and finalized the construction plan of the 5th level station and the bus station with Su Hang. After discussion, the money for these 2 stations will be paid from the financial resources of the Economic Development Zone. If Binggu Cultural Tourism finds it inconvenient later, it can take 2 bus routes by itself and bear its own profits and losses. The bidding should start next Monday. After a long time, Zhang Hancheng put down the documents in his hand, stood up and stretched his body. Although he has not been idle since he came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, this is the kind of rhythm and efficiency he wants. Especially the speed of Bingdu Village, which is like the infrastructure maniac, and even brought him in. Now I can't wait to get the Bingdu bus station and Bingdu public transport station done within 2 or 3 months. There are 12 million yuan on the books of the Economic Development Zone now. And 2 million yuan is a special fund. But the industrial and commercial branch and the taxation branch will settle the accounts next month. Part of the taxes paid by Bingdu Culture and Tourism will go to the financial account of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, which should be about the same. After pacing for a while, Zhang Hancheng looked at the desk again. After he and Bingdu Culture and Tourism discussed, the land transfer fee for the bus station and the public transport station was 5 million yuan in total. This account will exist in the form of debt first, and will be repaid as soon as the financial operation of Bingdu Economic Development Zone starts. If it is still not enough, we will find a way to issue local bonds and raise funds to build infrastructure first. He took a deep breath, and just when Zhang Hancheng was about to start working again, his cell phone rang suddenly. Huh? He picked it up and took a look. Zhang Hancheng immediately answered the phone. Old Xing. It was his best friend Xing Jianping who called. Old Zhang. After my hard work, I finally got it done. The next moment, Xing Jianping's voice came from the phone. Done? I said it's not that difficult. After hearing this, Zhang Hancheng smiled and said again, not that difficult? Do you know how difficult it is to get an interview team for Xiaoguan News broadcast? I'm just a deputy, and even if I'm a full-time employee, I have to cooperate with other departments. Hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became louder. A week ago, Zhang Hancheng called him and said that he hoped that Xiaogua Satellite TV could send an interview team to interview Bingdu Economic Development Zone. What they said was giving the remote areas in the West a chance was also in line with the current policy of Xiaogua to support the development of the impoverished areas in the Northwest. At that time, I thought it was nothing, and it was a small matter. Zhang Hancheng is now on a temporary assignment here, and it is his own business, so he must help. But the more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. Zhang Hancheng didn't want an ordinary interview team, but the Xiaogua News broadcast interview team with the highest ratings. According to Zhang Hancheng's plan, the news broadcast interview team needs to come to Bingdu Economic Development Zone around July 20th to conduct interviews and reports. And the preparations for the Xiaogua Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival will be broadcast on the evening of July 22nd. Of course, it stands to reason that it is reasonable to accept an interview on the news broadcast about the preparations for the tourism festival and some major events at the Xia Kingdom level. As a result, he almost fainted on the spot when he checked the previous sessions of the Xia Kingdom Border Cultural Tourism Festival. But he couldn't ignore his friend's business, so he went to various leaders to coordinate, and finally, he used the major policy of poverty alleviation in the Northwest to win the interview. This is what happened before us. Haha, then I owe you a big favor this time. I will definitely make it up to you when I return to Yincheng. Zhang Hancheng smiled. But before Zhang Hancheng finished laughing, Xing Jianping's voice came from the phone. Favors? Now is not the time to talk about celebration. Although the interview opportunity was obtained for you, if your Border Cultural Tourism Festival is not well prepared, it will probably be rejected in the end. The news broadcast must not report a poorly prepared cultural tourism festival. Ah? You can't go on the show even after the interview? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hancheng was stunned. He really didn't know this. Of course, if you do an ordinary job, they will naturally choose the more worthy news. Even a tourism festival at the level of Xiaogua will not help. Of course, it will not be a wasted interview. Those who cannot appear on the news broadcast will appear on the morning news or evening news. Xing Jianping said again. Morning and evening news? This news broadcast is not comparable at all. I have to tell the director of our management committee. Zhang Hancheng's face condensed, and he said immediately, Chapter 259, a talent market that must be created. Looking for the director of your management committee? Xing Jianping's voice was a little hesitant. Well, this time, Suqing province only approved 2 million yuan in funding. It must be difficult to meet the standard for the news broadcast. Zhang Hancheng said helplessly. Originally, he thought that this kind of policy only needed to be approved, and it was a matter of adding icing on the cake to the cultural and tourism festival, the more the better, so he didn't tell Su Hang. But now it's quite uncomfortable to be neither up nor down. If we don't fight for it, this is an opportunity that we have finally got. Ordinary people really can't do it, but if we fight for it, the 2 million fund is definitely not enough. Ah, only 2 million? After hearing this, Xing Jianping was also full of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect the hosting fund to be so small. Well, then can you tell the director of your management committee, this matter is only known to you two, otherwise. If the matter is spread out and becomes a hot topic, the impact will not be good, of course. The most important thing is that there is a lot of uncertainty in this matter. Don't make a big noise but end up not getting promoted, which will have a bad impact on you and your management committee director. After a moment of silence, Xing Jianping warned. I know this. Zhang Hansheng replied immediately. In fact, he would have done this even if Xing Jianping hadn't warned him. After all, this was something that had been done through internal channels in advance, and it was not suitable for widespread disclosure. That's fine. Call me if you have anything. Of course. At 11:30 p.m., there was an endless stream of people coming to the food stalls, barbecue restaurants, and beef noodles to eat. As the weather warmed up, the core area was once again occupied by tourists. The workers on the construction site generally chose the big pot meals, while most of the employees of Bingda Cultural Tourism chose the vendor area. It's not that Bingda Cultural Tourism didn't provide meals, but many employees wanted to change their taste. No one could eat employee meals every day. Director, to the east of the bonfire square, there was a new food stall and barbecue restaurant construction site. Just when Su Hang had just packed up his tools and was about to go to the food stall for dinner, he ran into Zhang Xinqing. Director Zhang. Seeing this, Su Hang also greeted him. Director, I have something to ask. Is it convenient for you now? Zhang Xinqing said after looking around. What's the matter? Director Zhang. Su Hang nodded and motioned Zhang Xinqing to go with him to the management committee office to talk. It was just a few steps away. Director Su, I have something to apologize to you for. Zhang Hansheng said a little embarrassedly after sitting down and pouring Su Hang a cup of tea. Apologize? What are you apologizing to me for? Su Hang was stunned. Zhang Hansheng has been conscientious and efficient since he came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. He can be said to be a competent deputy who cannot be more competent. Director, it's like this. Zhang Hansheng then roughly recounted the news broadcast and apologized again after that. I shouldn't have made the decision on my own. I should have discussed it with you in advance. Director Zhang, what are you talking about? This is an opportunity that others can't even ask for. You can fight for our economic development zone. How can it be considered wrong? Seeing Zhang Hansheng's expression, Su Hang was shocked and immediately waved his hand. Of course, what shocked him was not Zhang Hansheng's self-assertion, but Zhang Hansheng's connections. Not to mention the deputy position in the city. Even the deputy position in the province may not be able to directly contact the deputy leaders of Xiagua Satellite TV. And then again, as the deputy director of the Economic Development Zone, things like the Xiagua Border Cultural Tourism Festival must be assisted or personally hosted. The most important thing is that, as time goes by, he can't ask about everything one by one. As long as he coordinates well with the deputy position, he can grasp the strategic direction himself, otherwise, he will be too busy and exhausted. Zhang Hansheng's initiative to contact publicity resources for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival can better illustrate his dedication to his duties. Zhang Hansheng saw that Su Hang did not blame him, and he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Director, what should we do now? Should we fight for it or? Fight for it. We must fight for it. It would be a pity to let go of such a good opportunity. Su Hang hardly thought about it, and said with certainty. Not to mention him, any leader with normal thinking would definitely go all out. The publicity of the news broadcast is not comparable to that of advertisements. The most important thing is that it has some other meanings. We only have 2 million yuan of funds here. Zhang Hansheng hesitated. It's okay. In fact, as long as the Bingda Cultural Tourism project is built, it may not cost much to set up a venue and some activities. But in this case, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone bus station and the bus station must be officially put into operation 1 month before the Cultural Tourism Festival. Otherwise, the transportation issue will not be acceptable. I'll take care of the rest. Waving his hand, Su Hang indicated that Zhang Hansheng didn't need to worry too much. There are ways to spend more money, and there are uses for less money. As long as all the money is used on the cutting edge, it will definitely work. Don't worry. I will definitely do this. Zhang Hancheng nodded hurriedly. But after a pause, he suddenly thought of what Xing Jianping had told him before and whispered, Director, there is another small matter. That is, can we not give this to the city first? After all, there is still a lot of uncertainty. What if at that time? I understand. This matter is limited to you, me, and Mr. Zhong and Mr. Shui of Bingde Culture and Tourism. Su Hang knew his thoughts without waiting for Zhang Hancheng to finish his words. In fact, he thought so too. Things that are uncertain through internal channels are best kept in mind quietly, even if they are finally successful. They cannot be said to have contacted in advance. Mr. Zhong and Mr. Shui? Yes, they will probably be involved in the future. We don't have anyone here now, and they have to plan some specific activities of the Cultural Tourism Festival. They are the elders of Bingdu Village, and they are absolutely trustworthy. That's fine. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Zhang Hancheng wanted to say something else, Su Hang's cell phone rang suddenly. After taking it out and taking a look, Su Hang nodded to Zhang Hancheng first, then stood up and walked to the side to answer the phone. Mr. Tan. Okay. About 2 minutes later, Su Hang came to Zhang Hancheng again. The person who just called was the chairman of Jiangsu Liaoning Traditional Culture and Art Company. This company was signed by our Economic Development Zone at the Northwest Investment Promotion Conference at the end of last year. He said he wanted to come here to register next week and decorate the office by the way. While putting down the phone, Su Hang said casually, Some things must be explained clearly to the deputy. Only in this way can we cooperate well. Will it be implemented next week? Zhang Hancheng couldn't help but be happy. He had heard about this matter, but he didn't expect it to be implemented so soon. Yes, in addition to the embroidery workshop, women's wear will also be registered next week, and the decoration will start after the registration. Su Hang said again. Since the two office buildings removed the fences and entered the drying stage, Song Liwei came to him and said that the internal decoration company had been decided, and when the decoration was almost finished and the drying was almost done, the women's wear would be moved to Bingdu Economic Development Zone as a whole. Women's wear is coming to our place too. Zhang Hancheng could not help but be stunned again. When Lu Ming introduced the villagers of Bingdu Village to him before, he mentioned the villager number 10, Song Liwei. But he just listened to it at that time, and didn't think much about it. After all, this belongs to the top fashion circle. Result. Well so, Director Zhang. You must notify the industrial and commercial branch and the taxation branch, and you must do a good job of serving these enterprises. Only when the service work is in place, can the enterprises be completely retained in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Su Hang nodded. No problem. Zhang Hancheng assured immediately. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhang Hancheng frowned. Director, are the employees of these two companies brought from the original companies or? As the vice president of the School of Population and Labor Relations of Yinqing University, when Su Hang mentioned that he wanted to provide good services to the companies, Zhang Hancheng subconsciously thought of his major, human resources. However, if he didn't think about it, he would have found a lot of problems immediately. Some people should come over there, and some people should be recruited here as well. After thinking for a while, Su Hang said, Recruiting here? Recruiting in Jioga City? Zhang Hancheng straightened up. When it comes to his professional matters, Zhang Hancheng has changed significantly compared to before, and he is more confident when speaking. Director, can I tell you what I think? After a pause, Zhang Hancheng said again. Director Zhang, it's okay, just tell me what you think and what you think. Su Hang waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Hancheng didn't need to do that. Director, enterprises are different from state-owned enterprises, public institutions, and some public service institutions, and their turnover rate is generally higher. If these two enterprises continue to recruit people in Jioga City after they move in, the cost will be very high. It sounds like we belong to Jioga City. But in fact, it is more than 500 kilometers away, and it has already crossed several first and second-tier cities in the east. So, in my opinion, human resources are actually part of the service for enterprises. If enterprises can find suitable talents in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone, it will be convenient and save time and effort. Otherwise, Zhang Hancheng said, Can we find suitable talents in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone? Director Zhang, are you saying that our Economic Development Zone needs to set up a talent market? Su Hang's expression moved, and he instantly understood Zhang Hancheng's idea. Well, in fact, if we set up a talent market, It can not only serve these two enterprises, including Binga Cultural Tourism, Longxing Electronics Group, and Tontai Clothing can enjoy a lot of convenience. Zhang Hancheng continued to speak. It's easy to build a talent market, but the conditions here are special. Su Heng took a sip from the paper cup and said, generally speaking, it's hard to find a job that you can start working on the same day, and some jobs require selection. Therefore, job seekers usually rent a place to live in the city where they want to work, and then plan slowly. There are no rental houses in Bingu Economic Development Zone yet. Youth hostels and other hotels are not suitable, and we can't go back and forth, not to mention anything else. Gyoga City can't afford it. So Binga Culture and Tourism now recruits people by asking them to interview at the office, and finally confirm the intention of cooperation. Chapter 260. Everyone should be bolder and think more freely. Director, this is not as complicated as you think. As long as there are enough companies here and enough jobs are provided, we will not be afraid that there will be no talents registering to find jobs here. Of course, it is totally fine to start like this. If you want to build a mature and stable talent market, in addition to the needs of enterprises, there must be a stable input of talents. For example, there are a certain number of college graduates every year. Seeing Su Heng's worry, Zhang Hancheng said again immediately, college students? When he heard this, Su Heng inexplicably thought of the Launcher College students, who were about to come to Bingu Village to perform as extras. If you think about it carefully, if Bingu Economic Development Zone has its own university, there is no need to ask someone to find Launcher, or even Gyoga Vocational and Technical College. Well, Director Su, I'm going to say something unpleasant. There is only one Gyoga Vocational and Technical College in Gyoga City, and the number and quality of talents it can provide have a threshold. There are only two ways for our Bingu Economic Development Zone to continuously obtain high-quality talents in the future. One is to find a way to cooperate with other domestic universities. The second is to build a high-quality university by ourselves. Zhang Hancheng spoke more and more professionally. From his appearance, it seems that he has completely fallen into his own field. Cooperate with other universities? Su Heng unconsciously thought of Shanghai Jiaotong University again. It seems that the Binga Cultural Tourism mentioned by Zhang Hancheng is either doing it, or has done it before. Yeah, but now all the cities in the south are competing for talents, competing for population. Our geographical location is not advantageous, and it is probably difficult to get a good university. So, it would be best if our Economic Development Zone has its own university. Zhang Han looked at Su Heng. Have your own university? Su Heng touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Director, I just said it casually just now. We just need to have this awareness. The Bingu Economic Development Zone is far from meeting the standards of running its own university now. It would be considered fast if it could run a university in more than 10 years. Seeing Su Heng's serious expression, Zhang Hancheng hurriedly added another sentence. To be honest, he just talked about the ideas and steps to build a mature human resources market, and really didn't think about anything else. I didn't think that Bingu Economic Development Zone now has its own university. Now we just need to build a talent market. That's what I said. But the more I think about it, the more I feel that our Economic Development Zone lacks a place that can steadily inject all kinds of talents. Of course, if there is no problem with the talent market, then let's build a talent market first. Su Heng picked up the teacup and took another sip. Okay, I'll plan this for us. Hearing Su Heng's agreement, Zhang Hancheng was delighted and said hurriedly, we will discuss it slowly after the plan is completed. This is urgent, but there is no need to rush. It will take a long time for enterprises to settle in one after another. Well, for now, we must focus on the Cultural and Tourism Festival. Zhang Hancheng said again. In this way, the two chatted for a while before they went their separate ways. After dinner, Su Heng took the opportunity to come to the president's office of Binga Culture and Tourism, and found Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian. Ah? Director Zhang's connections are so great? This is a huge fortune. After hearing what Su Heng said, Zhong Ruofei and Shui Yutian were stunned for a long time. What does it mean to be on the news broadcast? The two of them knew this very well. If I remember correctly, the reason why Su Heng was promoted to deputy researcher was because he was praised by Xiaoguiju. The news broadcast is more important than the interview with Xiaogua. At 7 o'clock in the evening, all the provincial TV stations in Xiaogua were broadcasting it. The influence can be imagined. More importantly, once it was broadcast, it was equivalent to directly announcing the status of Xiaogua's Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, All other tourism festivals had to stand aside. It's a huge fortune, but whether we can handle it now is another matter. Su Hang took a deep breath. In fact, after talking with Zhang Hancheng, he thought a lot more by himself. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this matter is not as easy as I thought. How can I put it? If you can catch it, you have to catch it. If you can't catch it, you have to find a way to catch it, isn't it? Old Shui. Zhong Ruofei looked at Shui Yutian, full of excitement. Yes, you have to catch it even if you risk your life. Shui Yutian also nodded heavily. Then let's discuss it, and see how to organize this cultural and tourism festival. Bingdu Economic Development Zone only has 2 million in funds. If possible, except for manpower, this time Bingdu Cultural Tourism should try not to mix with Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Su Hang said again. He had his own reasons for doing so. That's fine. If you want to get the overwhelming wealth, you have to pay something. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ruofei waved his hand immediately. Okay, let's discuss the entire process of the Cultural Tourism Festival first. Everyone should be bolder and think more freely. Okay. The weather in early spring is baby-faced. It's still a little chilly in the morning. But it's so hot after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that it even makes people want to wear short sleeves, but if you wear short sleeves, you will definitely catch a cold. It has become an iron rule. Therefore, tourists and other people in Bingdu village still wore sweaters and coats. However, at this time, Tong Jichuan did not sit in the clinic, but came to the cardholder's home alone. It should be here soon. He raised his hand to check the time. Tong Jichuan muttered to himself, with a hint of expectation and impatience on his face. Huh? Here we are. Just when Tong Jichuan took out his mobile phone and planned to ask something else. He looked up at the east side of the national highway, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. I saw the bus of Bingdu Cultural Tourism was slowly driving towards the cardholder's home. Then Tong Jichuan walked quickly to the bus stop. After a few minutes, when the bus stopped steadily and almost all the passengers got off, Tong Jichuan saw an old man in his 60s and an old lady, who was a little over 60, who got off at the end and hurried to greet them. Old Shen teacher too. Old Tong. When the two saw Tong Jichuan, their faces were also happy. Everything is good here, but the transportation is a little inconvenient. While taking the luggage, Tong Jichuan spoke again. These two people are none other than the old man, Shen Tong, who is the vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yenzhou University, and a famous neurology expert in Xiaogua. The woman is Tu Wanhua, who is Wang Huayin's college classmate, and a lifelong researcher and chief researcher at the Xiaogua Traditional Medicine Research Institute. She has been engaged in the combined research of Xiaogua traditional medicine and modern medicine for many years. Since Tong Jianchuan's project this time involves some drugs in Xiaogua traditional medicine, he invited Tu Wanhua to come as well. At first, Tu Wanhua was a little hesitant, but later she agreed after Wang Huayin's persuasion. However, unlike Shen Tong's complete joining, Tu Wanhua will still work at the Xiaogua Traditional Medicine Research Institute. When the conditions are ripe, the laboratory and some graduate students will follow one after another. In the future, the three of them will study this topic together in Bingdu Village to compete for the highest medical award on Blue Star. This time, the two of them came here to check out the site first. Then they will see what materials they need to prepare, and how many auxiliary personnel they need, etc. It's actually not bad that we don't need to go on a business trip. Looking around, Shen Tong and Tu Wanhua were full of curiosity about this place, especially when they saw the ancient buildings on the west side of the national highway. They were even more surprised. Let's go, let's eat first. There's a bus over there. Tong Jichuan pointed to the gas station. In fact, Tong Jichuan didn't need to come here in person, just need to tell Su Hang or settle Sherlinian. The two of them can arrange things properly. But people like Tong Jichuan, who are really capable, don't care about these things at all. On the contrary, he thinks taking a bus is good. Old Tong, I heard Huyin say that you two have registered as permanent residents here? As they walked towards the bus boarding point, Tu Wanhua couldn't help asking again. Although the ancient buildings in the distance seemed to have some characteristics, this place felt similar to the urban-rural junction of ordinary cities. She was really curious about why Tong Jichuan and his wife did this. As Wang Huayin's college classmate, it was no exaggeration to say that she had known the couple for most of her life. The couple were actually very picky. In addition, they traveled around the world, and ordinary places really didn't catch their eyes. Chapter 261. I'll give you another 2 million. Registered? Hearing Tu Juanhua's question, Tong Jichuan nodded naturally. After a pause, seemingly seeing Tu Juanhua's thoughts, Tong Jichuan smiled and said, "Are you confused? Why did we choose this place?" "Yeah." Tu Juanhua nodded. Old friends don't need to hide anything. At this time, Shintong on the side also showed curiosity. When Tong Jichuan invited him before, he only talked about the project, never talked about anything else. He was actually very curious why Tong Jichuan chose to register for permanent residence in the Northwest, and also went to a village clinic for consultation. You'll know in a moment. Tong Jichuan did not explain in detail, but pointed to the back. At this time, the bus from Bingdu Economic Development Zone was slowly approaching. Since the floating population of Bingdu Village exceeded 3,000, the frequency of the bus in Bingdu Village has doubled compared to before, and it is very convenient now. In addition, the distance from the east end of the village to the core area is only a little over 1 kilometer. 10 minutes later, Tong Jichuan was already standing at the gate of Yiyuan with Shintong and Tu Wanhua. Oh my god! As soon as they got off the bus, the two of them subconsciously sighed. It's one thing to stand far away, and it's another to get here, especially when you feel the oppression brought by the Guanqiu Tower and the banquet building up close, as well as the existing buildings and those high construction fences. It's hard not to be amazed. This architectural style. It looks like an ancient building, but it is more beautiful and artistic than our existing ancient buildings. After coming back to his senses, Tu Wanhua glanced at Tong Jichuan. His eyes seemed to say, "I seem to understand a little bit. Put your things in my room first. I'll take you around in the evening. It will be more beautiful then." Seeing this, Tong Jichuan smiled faintly, looking like he was just getting started. Okay. 1 minute. 2 minutes. When the three of them walked into the gate of Yiyuan, Shintong and Tu Juanhua's various exclamations never stopped. The most repeated sentence was, "There is such a place in the Northwest." Sitting in the pavilion in the summer evening, watching the sunset. "Old Tong, no wonder you are willing to register for permanent residence in this place. It is simply a top-level recuperation and enjoyment." That's not all. When they arrived at Tong Jichuan's residence, the two of them were full of emotion again. After a long time, Shintong said with some embarrassment and expectation, "Old Tong, will we live in this Yiyuan in the future?" "There is no way. Yiyuan is also known as Elderly Trap, and it is early spring now. Many landscape trees have sprouted, which feels very good." It was hard for the two not to be tempted. "Well, since our project is still some time away from starting, I haven't yet gone to Director Su here to coordinate. I'll go ask tonight." Hearing this, Tong Jichuan hesitated. Go to Director Su? Shintong and Tu Wanhua were stunned. Yes, he is the director of the Management Committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, theoretically. If you want to live in Yiyuan permanently, you must have the identity of a permanent resident of Bingdu Village, Tong Jichuan explained. Although he invited these two people, theoretically they can only live in the new clinic of Bingdu Village. He really can't make the decision about Yiyuan. This top-notch garden is for you Bingdu villagers to live in. The two were stunned again. There was no way. They were well informed in Yanqing, but it was the first time they saw such benefits for villagers. Yes, there are 10 villagers in our Bingdu village now. Some are from Xiaogua Renmin University, and some are experts from the former Yanqing Human Resources and Social Security Department. Tong Jichuan then briefly introduced the villagers of Bingdu Village and their identities. No wonder, it turns out that each villager is not simple. Shintong and Tu Wanhua didn't know what to say. At this point, the doubts that had just gotten off the car were completely dispelled. But don't worry, I will go to Director Su tonight to negotiate. It will be convenient for us to discuss if we live together, Tong Jichuan said immediately. Old Tong, then how about forgetting it? This is for you villagers. It's not appropriate for us to live here, Tu Wanhua said immediately after hearing this. It's okay, the villagers of Bingdu Village are all one family. It doesn't exist. Besides, Yiyuan still has some rooms that are reserved for external reservations. Tong Jichuan waved his hand, indicating that it was not a problem. Then, Tu Wanhua was still a little unnatural. Shintong beside her didn't say anything, and didn't know what he was thinking. Let's eat first. I'll show you some camel paws and stewed ostrich meat, and I'll definitely be able to coordinate your accommodation when you come later. Raising his hand to check the time, Tong Jichuan said again. Camel paws? The two were stunned again. Well, this is the specialty of Bingdu Village. You must have never eaten it. Tong Jichuan laughed again. No. Let's go! Unknowingly, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, At the gate of a Yuan, an off-road vehicle parked in the exclusive parking space. Soon, the car door opened. Zhong Ruofei and a middle-aged man got out of the car. "Mr. Wang, how is it?" After making a gesture to the man to go to the Bingda Cultural Tourism office building, Zhong Ruofei spoke. The middle-aged man's name is Wang Tianqi. He is the expert mentioned by his girlfriend Fu Yu who can move the ruins to build a real-life CS base. This afternoon, Wang Tianqi came to Bingda village at around 3 o'clock. Then, under the leadership of Zhong Ruofei, he first took a tour of the existing ruins, and then drove to the Yadin landform. No problem. There is no problem at all whether it is here or the new site, and after it is built, it can be used as a model for the real-life CS base for publicity. When mentioning the ruins, Wang Tianqi's face showed a hint of emotion. This is really the dream place for those who love real-life CS players. Many players have actually been looking for such a place. But the ones that are built by yourself cannot be compared with this one. How much does it cost? Hearing that there was no problem, Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. 20 million, including building a real-life CS base for you. After a moment of silence, Wang Tianqi reported a number. 20 million? What about the construction period? Hearing the cost, Zhong Ruofei nodded and asked again. He estimated that this was about right, although the overall relocation of the ruins sounded incredible. Since the other party was professional, they must have their own methods. And the ruins in Bingdu village were all brick walls, adobe walls, and small ruins, so it was not difficult. And as long as the ruins were moved there, the real CS base would not be much more difficult. At most, there would be some equipment and locker rooms, and some fences outside. That is, the new place is 40 kilometers away from the core area, otherwise the overall cost should be reduced. As for cash flow, although Bingdu village is now full of construction sites, Bingda Cultural Tourism's cash flow is becoming more and more abundant. The Fengguang Photoelectric Park only paid 30 million yuan for the first phase of the project, and the construction funds for the new clinic were solved by themselves, and the Bingdu bus station used the financial funds of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. In addition, since the second day of the Chinese New Year, all industries under Bingda Cultural Tourism have been basically fully staffed, and the net profit has not only increased every day, but also become more and more stable. Now there is a cash flow of 120 million yuan on the books. In addition, after the upgrade and renovation of the food stalls and barbecue restaurants, the profitability of Bingda Cultural Tourism will be taken to a higher level. And with the gradual entry of those restaurant chains, Bingda Cultural Tourism will be able to earn a large amount of rental income. In other words, before the pedestrian street is renovated and paved with bluestone slabs and the underground pipeline corridor is built, there will be no problem with the capital chain even if other projects are launched. Of course, it is not that Bingda Cultural Tourism does not want to transform National Highway 215 into a bluestone ancient building pedestrian street as soon as possible. But if the National Highway is not rerouted, those heavy trucks passing through will still have to take this road. The construction period is probably at the end of July. Here, Wang Tianqi didn't know Zhong Ruofei's idea. After making an estimate, he replied, "The end of July? So slow?" However, Zhong Ruofei frowned instantly after hearing the time. "Mr. Zhong, this is already considered fast. These ruins are not difficult to move. But there are many collapsed objects in the ruins. These also need to be moved." Seeing the client's doubts, Wang Tianqi hurriedly explained. "But?" Zhong Ruofei shook his head slightly. If the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival did not strive for the news broadcast, it would be fine. Now that it is striving for it, it must be completed around June. "Mr. Zhong, then how about mid-July? This is already the limit." After a moment of silence, looking at Zhong Ruofei's frowning brows, Wang Tianqi gritted his teeth again. "Mid-July? No, mid-June." After pondering for a long time, Zhong Ruofei looked at Wang Tianqi. "What, mid-June? Mr. Zhong, this is really impossible. It's almost the beginning of March now. Our team..." Wang Tianqi's eyes widened. "I'll give you another 2 million. But just when he wanted to continue to explain to Zhong Ruofei's next words made him swallow the second half of his sentence. "Another 2 million? If possible, we will sign the contract directly. But if the Live CS Club cannot be operated by mid-June, you may not get the full project payment." Zhong Ruofei said again. "This, Mr. Wang, you should think about it carefully. We are in a hurry. If the project cannot be completed by mid-June, it will not be too late to start the project in the second half of the year. In addition, don't worry, our Bingda Culture and Tourism will never default on the project payment. As long as your project is completed and accepted, it will be paid in full. We can even find a notary office first, and transfer the project payment to a third-party account. Raising his hand to check the time, Zhong Ruofei said again. Well, then, Mr. Zhong, I think I can give it a try. Hearing this, Wang Tianqi finally couldn't hold back, and gritted his teeth. Are you kidding? On the one hand, he was given an extra 2 million, and on the other hand, it was unclear whether he would get the project or not. The most important thing was that he would accept the project payment to be directly deposited into a third-party supervision notarization account. As long as the boss is normal, it is generally not difficult to make a choice. Okay, then let's study it and sign the contract tomorrow. Yes. On this side, just when Zhong Ruofei and Wang Tianqi finalized the construction time and operation time of the real CS base, opposite the Card Friend's home, for tourist buses slowly stopped. Unexpectedly, Su Heng appeared at the door of the Card Friend's home. Chapter 262, 300 meters away, bordering the east end. Soon, the door of the first tourist bus slowly opened, and several men got off first. The leader was none other than Zui Xuezhong, the person in charge of the Jiuge City office. When Zui Xuezhong saw Su Heng, he immediately greeted him. Director Su. Director Zui. Su Heng also stepped forward and shook hands. This group of people was none other than the students of Xingji College, who were found by Zui Xuezhong from Lan City to do extras and internships in the crew. Su Heng originally wanted to let Zhong Ruofei make the connection, but at noon, Zui Xuezhong called and said he was coming too, so he put down his work and came to make the connection himself. Director Su, this is Dean Pang Mingji of Lanshouse Xingji College. Then, Zui Xuezhong introduced the man next to him to Su Heng. Old Pang, this is the director of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee, Director Su. Principal Pang, hello. Director Su, hello, I am Pang Mingji, you can just call me Old Pang. Su Heng nodded, and after shaking hands, they were officially introduced. Especially Pang Mingji, whose attitude was very low. Zui Xuezhong told him a lot about Bingdu Village along the way. While he was surprised, he knew that such a young and powerful researcher was destined to go much further than his roommates Zui Xuezhong. Now that he had the opportunity to meet them, he naturally wanted to make friends with them. As for the few people behind him, Zui Xuezhong did not introduce them in detail, but just said, they are all the teachers leading the internship this time. Director Su, then these students. After a pause, Zui Xuezhong looked at the college students who got off the bus one after another. Many people were curiously looking at the surrounding environment. These students can just go to the youth hostel to register with their ID cards. For internships, the crew will come to find you around 8:30 tomorrow morning. Su Heng pointed to the youth hostel next to the repair shop. The interns used a special area this time. After being arranged, they will be handed over to the team leader. Bingda Cultural Tourism only has a basic service. Okay. Zui Xuezhong nodded, then turned to look at Pang Mingji. Old Pang, then you asked the teachers to take care of the arrangements. Yes. Just like that, after some settlement, Su Heng, Zui Xuezhong, and the president of Xingji College Pang Mingji did not wait for the students, but walked to Yuan first. Zui Xuezhong came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, and of course, he had to entertain them. Deputy Director Zhang Hancheng and Li Mei had already prepared the food in advance on Yanbin Road. Director Su, Bingdu Economic Development Zone has really changed a lot every time I come here. Seeing the construction fences on both sides of the national highway, Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but sigh. In order to provide storefronts for those well-known restaurant chains, Su Heng built 40 employee dormitory buildings in one go. Adding the 2 previous office buildings and the 6 employee dormitory buildings planned for Bingda Cultural Tourism, it feels like these construction fences will be adjacent to the Color Steel building complex on the east side of the village in another 200 or 300 meters. How could Zui Xuezhong not be surprised? The last time I came here, I had to walk a long way to see buildings on both sides of National Highway 215. Now I feel like I am on a street after walking a short distance. In addition to Bingda Cultural Tourism, there are some other projects in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Upon hearing this, Su Heng humbly pointed to the fire station and police station construction sites to the east of Youth Cultural Tourism. A few days ago, the heads of the 2 units found him and talked about the facades of the fire station and police station. Su Heng then handed this small project directly to Lu Ming and asked Bingda Construction to handle it. Now, after a period of construction, The underground part has been completely processed, and the ground part is being worked on. Can other projects compare to Binga Cultural Tourism's? Looking back, Zhuo Xuezhong couldn't help but smile bitterly. The day before yesterday, a project manager in charge of the National Highway rerouting called him and complained that every time he came to Bingdu village for dinner, he would feel an inexplicable pressure. Because the projects here are paid in real time, 3 shifts, the workers there are so envious, and they are always thinking about changing jobs. In the end, in order to retain people, they also had to adopt a 3-shift system and a monthly salary model. It can be said that the pace was immediately brought up by Binga Culture and Tourism. For this reason, the progress of the project has also been greatly improved, according to the person in charge of the project. As long as this pace continues, the National Highway Rerouting Project will be officially open to traffic in early July. Our project is mainly small in scale, and the speed will slow down when it comes to large-scale projects. Su Heng said modestly. Small in scale? Zhuo Xuezhong couldn't help but glance at Su Heng. His eyes were full of, what are the Guanchua Tower and Yanbin Tower? Really? What are you planning to build here? I see it will be adjacent to the other side soon. If it is adjacent to the other side, it will really have the charm of an ancient town. Zhuo Xuezhong did not continue the topic, but pointed to the empty section in the middle. I have not considered this yet. Let's wait until the previous project is finished. When it comes to this distance, Su Heng shook his head. 300 meters is not far, but not close. The entertainment complex and the Binke special building cannot be delayed any longer. This section has no plan yet, even if there is. It will have to wait until these 2 projects are completed. Oh, that's true. There are already quite a few existing projects. It's estimated that they won't be completed by the end of July. Zhuo Xuezhong nodded. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something and spoke again. By the way, Director Su, my boss called me on the way here and said that the province issued a document saying that there will be a selection of the top 100 counties in the country at the end of the year, and asked the heads of all districts and counties in the city to pay attention to it. Top 100 counties? Su Heng was stunned for a moment. Director Zhuo, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. Right? In fact, Xiaogua conducts a selection of the top 100 counties in the country every 2 years. If you are selected, not only will various resources be tilted to a certain extent, but the heads of the top 100 counties will also be defaulted as key promotion targets for further use. But this kind of thing is basically fought over by the southeastern coastal areas, and has nothing to do with Suqing province. Since the establishment of this list, no county in Suqing province has made it to the list. Let alone, Su province alone can take more than 20 places, which is simply too strong. Although Bingdu Economic Development Zone is currently developing well, Su Heng still has self-knowledge. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is now not even as good as those counties in Lan City. No! It should be said that it is not even as good as other counties in Jiuge City, let alone others. Last time, we were able to enter the top 100 villages completely because of the average GDP. The selection of the top 100 counties has 7 indicators, which are economic strength, growth potential, affluence, green level, development level, investment intensity, innovation vitality. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone is not online for these 7 indicators. How to evaluate? It doesn't matter. But at the end of the year, the person in charge of the relevant statistical department will retrieve the data from the background. The provincial government means that the economy can't be improved, and other aspects should work harder. We can't leave everything behind. Zhuo Xuezhong sighed. In fact, he was just talking. Just let Su Heng know about this matter. The economy is always the big deal. If the economy goes up, everything goes up. If the economy doesn't go up, it's really hard to go up in other aspects. Don't worry about that. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone will definitely work hard in other aspects. Su Heng said immediately. Okay. Director Zhuo, we'll go directly to the banquet hall when we get there. Deputy Director Zhang is already waiting for us. Mr. Zhong and Mr. Shui from Bingda Culture and Tourism will also come over later. While chatting, unknowingly, the 3 of them have already arrived at the core area. Deputy Director Zhang? The Vice President of Yanqing University? When he heard this, Zhuo Xuezhong's expression changed. The appointment was finalized by Song Shusheng. He had never met this high-ranking, low-paid, top-level academic talent who was not suppressed by other county and district leaders. Of course, he was not qualified to take care of this matter. Well, okay, let's go there quickly. Unknowingly, night fell. When Su Hang arranged with Xuezhong and Pang Mingji to stay in the hotel and came back, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. After washing his face in the bathroom and drinking some tea, Su Hang felt a little more awake. This dinner was not a business event, it was just a private dinner to thank Bingda Culture and Tourism. So even Zhang Hancheng drank a lot, in the end. Su Hang, Swiss Xuezhong, and Zhang Hancheng were in the same circle, and they were having a great time chatting. Pang Mingji, Zhong Ruofei, and Shui Yutian were in another small circle, and Su Hang didn't know what they were talking about in the end, anyway. They shook hands, and patted their chests, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. When they talked deeply, it seemed that Pang Mingji's eyes were red. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, or what. Knock. 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 Just when Su Hang was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Su, are you there? A voice came from the door. Uncle Tong? Upon hearing that, Su Hang immediately came to the door and opened it. The person who came was none other than Tong Jichuan. Xiao Su you. Tong Jichuan was about to speak, but after seeing Su Hang's condition, he took back the words. Xiao Su, you take a rest first, you'll be fine after you've had a good rest. Uncle Tong, I'm really fine, I'm just a little drunk. Su Hang waved his hand, and took Tong Jichuan directly to the living room. Although he drank a lot, his mind was definitely clear. Su Hang knew that Tong Jichuan came to him at this time, there must be something wrong. Is it really okay? Tong Jichuan was still a little hesitant. It's really okay. Su Hang shook his head firmly. Okay, I'll make it short, Xiao Su, I have something to discuss with you. After sitting down, seeing that Su Hang really had no problem, Tong Jichuan said a little embarrassedly. You say? It's like this, I have two friends who are going to come to our Bingdu village to work on a project with me. One of them will also be a doctor in our Bingdu village clinic later. I thought of looking for you shamelessly. Can I rent 2 houses in a yuan for a long time? Tong Jichuan rubbed his hands and said. Ah, your friends are coming to Bingdu village, and one is going to see a doctor? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. As soon as he heard it, Su Hang's drunkenness instantly sobered up a little. Chapter 263 Yuan is no longer open to the public. The friends of big guys are usually big guys, and ordinary people can't fit into that circle. Tong Jichuan is no exception, and Tong Jichuan's friend will soon be seeing patients at the new clinic in Bingdu village. How can Su Hang not be surprised? As expected, this patient must be a top expert in the medical field. Xiao Su, the rent should be what it is. At this time, Tong Jichuan hurriedly added. Uncle Tong, let's not talk about other things. If a family is willing to provide medical services at our Bingdu village clinic, they shouldn't ask about rent. As long as they don't think the environment at a yuan is bad, a yuan will definitely provide it for free. Coming back to his senses, Su Hang immediately waved his hand, and didn't ask Tong Jichuan about the specific situation of his two friends. Yuan provides it for free? Xiao Su, this won't do. Yuan doesn't have many guest rooms now. If it's because of me. After hearing this, Tong Jichuan immediately shook his head like a rattle. In fact, Tong Jichuan had already thought about this possibility on the way here. With Su Hang's personality, he would definitely take care of his face, and not charge any fees. But one thing is one thing. The cheapest room in a yuan costs 1,000 a day, and the most expensive one costs 3,000. If two of his friends stay together, at least 2 rooms are needed. This way, Bingda Cultural Tourism will lose a lot of money every year. This time it was just his old friend. If it was someone else, he would never come to Su Hang for this matter. If you need to stay in a hotel, stay in a hotel. If you need to stay in a clinic, stay in a clinic. Uncle Tong. To put it bluntly, yuan was originally served by our own people in Bingdu village. Now we must satisfy ourselves to a limited extent if there is a need. Su Hang signaled Tong Jichuan not to think too much. Xiao Su. This is really not okay. Uncle Tong. This matter is settled. I will discuss it with Brother Zhong tomorrow, and find a room for your 2 friends. Xiao Su. Uncle Tong. It's okay. Just like that. After a tense struggle, half an hour later, Tong Jichuan told Su Hang to drink more soda water and rest early, and then left Su Hang's single-family house. Alas, Xiao Su. This kid. Looking back, Tong Jichuan's face was full of guilt. Finally, under Su Hang's repeated insistence, Tong Jichuan finally agreed to Su Hang, and told Su Hang in detail about the situations of his 2 old friends. At this moment, Tong Jichuan had only one idea from now on. Su Hang's affairs would be the affairs of the old Tong family, regardless of size. Forget it, I'll tell them after the room is ready. After taking another look at the direction of the ordinary hotel, Tong Jichuan walked towards his own room. Since Bingda Culture Media had taken on a wedding in the past 2 days, Guanjua Tower, the inn, and the yuan were all full. Tong Jichuan only booked an ordinary hotel for his 2 old friends. It was dark at night. When the lights in the rooms of the yuan were turned off one after another, Guanjua Tower, a reserved standard room on the first floor, was still lit. Zui Xuezhong and Pang Mingji were still chatting in their drunkenness. This reserved standard room was originally prepared by Su Hang for Zui Xuezhong, because Pang Mingji had to lead a team for internship, so he booked a long-term room in an ordinary hotel early. However, we have not seen each other for a long time. We have too many things to say, so we will not go our separate ways. Old Zua. I regret it. I really regret it. Tell me why I insisted on pursuing education. Pang Mingji leaned against the head of the bed, sighing one after another. Isn't everything fine over there? Zui Xuezhong drank a lot, but was still sober. Fine? Bullshit. Do you know that our school only recruited more than 500 freshmen last year, and most of them were transferred? There were very few people who applied for our first batch of volunteers. The enrollment in July this year is expected to be even worse. Facing his old brother, Pang Mingji did not pretend, and did not brag for the sake of face. Ah, it's like this now. Zui Xuezhong couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because of the different industries, he didn't know the specific situation of university education. He only knew that Jyoga Vocational and Technical College still had a lot of students every year. So he subconsciously thought that Xingji College was still the same as in previous years. Times are different. To be honest, the salaries of faculty and staff are now paid with loans. If the enrollment in July this year is less than 500, Xingji College will no longer have any need to persist. Pang Mingji picked up the mineral water bottle on the bedside and took a sip. It feels like I mistook mineral water for wine. Can't hold on? Lao Pang, don't be ridiculous. This is not your style. Difficulties are only temporary. Seeing his old brother like this, Zui Xuezhong frowned instantly, and his face was full of worry. Once upon a time, the 4 brothers in their dormitory were full of vigor and energy after graduating from college, and vowed to fight for their own world. Later, 2 went to the south to develop. 1 started a university in Lon City, and only he returned to his hometown. Every time I saw Pang Mingji afterwards, he gave me a confident and high-spirited look. Even when he encountered difficulties, he had a feeling of invincible cockroach. It has never been like this before. Brother, I'm tired. I'm really tired. I feel like I've been suffering every day for the past 2 or 3 years. I want to relax myself by bringing interns this time. Pang Mingji took a deep breath and shook his head. Old Pang, don't worry. Tell me what difficulties you have. As long as I can help you, I will definitely do my best. Zui Xuezhong, who was lying down, sat up directly. Help, brother, if you really want to help me. Please help me keep an eye out for business owners who are capable and interested in university education, if possible. I really want to transfer Xingji College now. The sooner you sell it, the sooner you can get out of this misery. Otherwise, if you can't hold on any longer one day, it will be too late even if you want to sell it. In the end, you can only watch the place you have run for most of your life being. Speaking of this, Pang Mingji didn't say anything more, but looked at Zui Xuezhong seriously. Old Pang. Zui Xuezhong hesitated to speak. Brother, I am not talking nonsense after drinking. I know it more clearly than ever. I would never dare to say such things to others. Pang Mingji said again. But we have been brothers for so many years. You should know what kind of person I am. Once that idea comes up, it will be difficult to go back to the past. Okay then. I will keep an eye on it for you later. Thanks, brother. After saying this, the room fell into a long silence. The lights were on, but the 2 of them didn't talk anymore. The next day, the sun rose. The crew members came to the youth hostel early to discuss extras and internships with the teachers of Xingji College. On the other side, Su Hang did not go to the construction site, but found Zhong Ruofei. Ah? Why didn't Uncle Tong tell you earlier? After hearing what Su Hang said, Zhong Ruofei's eyes widened. While shocked by this incident, he was even more shocked by the identities of Tong Jichuan and his 2 friends. One was the chief researcher of the Xiaogua Traditional Medicine Research Institute, and the other was the former vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Yanda University. They were definitely 2 big guys. Especially the latter one, who will be seeing patients in the new clinic soon, which undoubtedly adds another town-level figure to the Bingu Village clinic. I only found out last night when Uncle Tom came to see me. Su Heng sighed. Does old Sher know? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei spoke again. He probably doesn't know. Uncle Tom may not have told us. If he had, Brother Sher would have come to see us a long time ago. Su Heng shook his head. That's right. So what should we do now? After a little thought, Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. This is what I think. Let's arrange it according to the standard of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Their relatives will definitely come later. Not only is the single room inconvenient, but it also makes us look rude also. Let's make room for a 2-bedroom and 1 living room for Aunt Gao. It's not a solution for Aunt Gao's father to live with Uncle Lu now. Su Heng expressed his thoughts. As for Gao Yuling, in fact, everyone had already regarded her as a villager of Bingu Village, and Gao Yuling herself was the same. As expected, she and Master Feng officially got together when they registered as permanent residents in Bingu Village. So 3 rooms with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room? After thinking for a while, Zhong Ruofei said, Yes, Brother Zhong, I think so. If these 3 rooms with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room are arranged, there is no need to open Yuan to the public. Why not leave the remaining rooms after this group of guests leave, and use them as our temporary or emergency guest rooms? If our hotel is not enough later, we can find a way to repair it. There is no need to worry about the rooms in Yuan. Su Heng nodded and said again. Although Yuan occupies a large area, it is mainly landscape, and there are only about 30 guest rooms. Now the 10 permanent residents of Bingu Village have already lived in Yuan. If 3 more 2-bedroom and 1 living room rooms are vacated, there will probably be only about 10 guest rooms left. There is really no need to open it to the public. Okay, I'll do it. Hearing Su Heng say that he would build a hotel later, Zhong Ruofei's face was happy, and he immediately agreed. Although the number of hotel rooms in Bingu Village has exceeded that of Ase County, it is actually far from enough. If the youth hostel hadn't helped temporarily, it would have been overwhelmed, and the youth hostels are now all temporary renovations of prefabricated houses and color steel houses. We will definitely build special youth hostels in the future. Besides, as long as the wind power park and substation can be put into operation, Ice Lake cultural tourism will no longer be restricted by power problems. It's no problem to build dozens more stork towers. Well, you make arrangements first. After the arrangements are made, we will go to Uncle Tong and meet these 2 top experts. Su Heng said. Okay. By the way, we settled the matter of our live CS base yesterday afternoon. According to the contract, their people will be here the day after tomorrow. Ding-ling-ling. But just when Zhong Ruofei wanted to say something else to Su Heng, his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking it up, Zhong Ruofei nodded to Su Heng first, then answered the phone. Hello. Chapter 264 The Crying Child Gets Candy? After a few minutes, Zhong Ruofei finally finished the call and came to Su Heng again. It's the operation manager of Highwell Lao. He's here to inspect the store. In the afternoon, there will be 4 restaurants coming: Shinka, Kung Fu Catering, Deiji, Leolagia. Tomorrow, there will be 7 restaurant chains including Nishua, Shibe. Mr. Li, Zhong Ruofei said. Why are you all here together? Do you want help? Hearing this, Su Heng frowned slightly. The stores visited by these restaurant chains are all ready. Just yesterday afternoon, the first 6 employee dormitory buildings were also put into the drying stage. Although these 6 employee dormitory buildings are for Bingu cultural tourism to use, the internal structure is exactly the same as that prepared for them. There is no difference between looking at this and looking at the others. No need. Xiaoyu has already informed these restaurant chains. This time I come here mainly to go through the process, to confirm the renovation time and opening time. Zhong Ruofei immediately said that there is no problem here. Fu Yu had returned to the headquarters of Qintian Business Management Group the day before yesterday. The catering companies that received Fu Yu's call actually understood that opening a store in Bingu Village was simply to give face to Qintian Business Management, nothing else. That's fine. Xiao Su, how do you calculate the rent standard? After a pause, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and spoke again. As for the rent standard, let's communicate with those catering chains first. They set up stores according to the standards of second-tier cities, and they must have the rent standards of second-tier cities. Although we can't compare with second-tier cities, our customer flow will definitely not be much less than that of second-tier cities. After thinking for a moment, Su Heng expressed his thoughts. Bingu Village really can't give a definite rent standard now. First of all, The years they rent, and the number of floors are different, like Mishua, a chain that caters to the general public, not to mention opening up the ground floor of the employee dormitory. Even a small room is enough. That's right. Zhong Ruofei nodded. I can't guarantee anything else, but if these restaurant chains are opened in Bingdu Village, there will definitely be no shortage of diners. Not to mention tourists and Bingdu cultural tourism employees. I'm afraid even those who come to Bingdu Village for medical treatment will go there to consume. Because there is no such store in Ase County, there are only a few scattered in Jioga City, and there is no such complete store in Bingdu Village. The only comparable city in Suqing Province is the provincial capital Lanzhou. Anyway, just talk to them one by one. Yes. Just like that, the two chatted for a few more minutes. Zhong Ruofei looked back at the east end of the village and said, Xiao Su, I'll go pick up the people first if there's anything else. Call me anytime. I'll get the house vacated in EU and done by tomorrow at the latest. Okay. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Although it was early spring, the warmth continued. The wind blowing in the face was warm and comfortable, very pleasant. At Bingdu Supermarket, several employees were busy, chatting with each other. Manager, when will our Bingdu Supermarket expand? Is there any specific news? At this time, a staff member who had just finished tidying up the fruit area looked up at the supermarket manager Wang Qian. That's right. Our supermarket is too small now. It is crowded during peak hours every day. Sometimes it is inconvenient for customers to wait for their goods while we are restocking. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, another one immediately took over the conversation. Although the commercial forms in Bingdu Village are becoming more and more diverse, there is only one supermarket. The workers, tourists, employees, crews, etc. basically spend their money in the supermarket. At 6 or 7 p.m., people queuing to check out and people entering the store to buy things are crowded together. If the supermarket did not have 10 employees now, it might not be able to handle it. Now these employees have only one idea, to quickly expand the scale of Bingdu Supermarket, so that even if it is busy, at least they can move around, unlike now. It is always crowded. Mr. Zhong hasn't been notified yet. Hearing this, Wang Qian sighed and looked at the employees. But I heard that Secretary Su is building a new store for the food stalls and barbecue restaurants, just opposite the ordinary hotel. How come there is no news from us? After hearing Wang Qian's reply, an employee showed disappointment on his face and couldn't help but ask again. This? I heard that Manager Ding from the catering department found Mr. Zhong. And Mr. Zhong finally found Director Su. And Director Su specially approved it. Wang Qian said again. Now most of the first batch of employees who came to Bingdu Village have become managers or supervisors. They chat with each other whenever they have something to do. A lot of things come from the food stalls. Ah, Manager Ding found Mr. Zhong? Several employees were stunned. Yeah. Manager, you can also find Mr. Zhong. There's a saying that the crying child gets candy. If you don't take the initiative to find Mr. Zhong, our new supermarket may be postponed indefinitely. Coming back to his senses, an employee couldn't help but say, I'll look for Mr. Zhong? Wang Qian's face was moved. In fact, she had this idea when she heard the news some time ago, but she thought it was inappropriate. The industries under Bingdu Culture and Tourism are crowded with more than just Bingdu Supermarket. Sometimes, there are queues in front of beef noodle restaurants and cultural and creative shops. We can't see one upgrade and all the others cry and shout to upgrade. Then will Bingdu Culture and Tourism's other projects be carried out? Finally, she endured it. Manager, if our supermarket can hold on. It doesn't matter, just wait, but in a few months, our Bingdu Economic Development Zone will hold the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Think about it, now there is only one supermarket in Bingdu Economic Development Zone. If the scale is not expanded, it will not be able to satisfy tourists from all walks of life, and it will most likely get a lot of bad reviews. The impact at that time is probably. The employee stopped talking halfway. Although everyone knows that this is just a village, with a sign of Economic Development Zone, but since a large part of the visitors to Bingdu Village are tourists from other places, the employees of Bingdu Cultural Tourism basically regard this place as a scenic spot, rather than an administrative village or economic development zone. Then I'll go look for it. The more the employee talked, the more Wang Qian was tempted. Manager, this kind of thing must be done as soon as possible. But what do you say when you find Mr. Zhong? What kind of supermarket do we want? We dare not say how big it is. Thinking for a moment, Wang Qian couldn't help but say again. This is easy. Anyway, we just say that our supermarket is not big enough now. Just build one that is big enough. Let Director Su and Mr. Zhong make their own decision. At this time, a female employee who had not spoken for a long time came over. Just say it is big enough? Wang Qian's eyes lit up, and she immediately gave a thumbs up. That's a good idea. I will go to Mr. Zhong tonight. Wait for your good news. Yes. Little did they know that, just when the supermarket employees thought that the crying child would get candy, the food stall, looking at the pictures on the phone, Ding Santian and Wang Quan, the person in charge of the barbecue restaurant, looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. Until the end, Wang Quan finally couldn't help it, looking at Ding Santai with a face full of resentment. Manager Ding, what did you say to Mr. Zhong at that time? How come you opened such a big barbecue restaurant? I really can't handle it. A few days ago, Ding Santian and Wang Quan heard that the new food stalls and barbecue restaurants had started construction. They were so excited and happy. Every day they thought about moving to the new store as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Ding Santai just ran into Lu Ming at the entrance of the bonfire square and asked a few more questions. Because Lu Ming wanted to catch up with the progress of the new clinic, he directly sent the renderings of the new clinic and the new barbecue restaurant to Ding Santai. So, there was the scene before us. The two had talked about the new store more than once. But they never thought that the new store would be like that. It felt like it was not a food stall at all, but a imperial kitchen. Such a food stall would be quite explosive in any city in Xia country. At that time, I said it would be enough. Ding Santai looked at Wang Quan weakly. Just now Wang Quan said that he couldn't handle the new barbecue restaurant, but how could he handle the new food stall? Just enough, Manager Ding. You are really good. How dare you say this to Mr. Zhong and Director Su? Hearing this, Wang Quan stroked his forehead helplessly. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Ding Santai was stunned. Of course there's a problem. At the end of last year, I was chatting with Mr. Liu. Ding Santai kept complaining that Director Su's standards were different from ours, and asked us to be more cautious when we spoke. Wang Quan looked at Ding Santai. At this point, the case has been completely solved. The new food stall and the new barbecue restaurant are 100% proposed by Director Su. This Ding Santai scratched his head. His expression was extremely complicated. Now that we know, what can we do? They asked us to renovate the store, and the construction has been underway for a long time. We can't go back and say that the store is too big and we can't control it. Can you give us a smaller one? If that happens, how can we continue to work in Bingda cultural tourism? After a long silence, Ding Santai looked at Wang Quan again. It's too late to say anything now. The most urgent thing is to see how to support these two stores? Support? Wang Quan sighed for a long time, and didn't look up at Ding Santai until 2 or 3 minutes later. After thinking about it, it seems that there is no other way for me. I can only come up with new ones. New ones? Ding Santai touched his chin. Well, now the main products of the barbecue restaurant are roasted camels and ostriches, yak meat. Then we can add some other special varieties, such as crocodile meat, pigeon meat, quail, farm sika deer, red deer, reindeer, alpaca, turkey, guinea fowl, pheasant, partridge, muscovy duck, mallard, ostrich, emu and other species that are edible according to Xia country regulations. After gathering all these, add the normal roasted whole lamb, red willow meat skewers, sizzling classic lamb skewers. Bingdu Barbecue Restaurant can definitely be regarded as the barbecue restaurant with the most complete categories. I dare not say that it is worthy of the storefront of the new barbecue restaurant, but at least it is acceptable. Wang Quan expressed his plan, but at this time, his face still had an expression of, this is what I plan to do with the barbecue restaurant. I don't know about your food stall. Chapter 265 Geoga City doesn't dare to do this. Your idea is quite interesting, that is, the supply of these animals. Ding Santai did not notice Wang Quan's expression, and after listening, he showed a thoughtful look. Let the farm raise them. Wang Quan spoke directly. It is said that at the beginning of this year, Bingda Culture and Tourism held a meeting for middle level and above when I was at work. In addition to selecting a farm manager, Zhong Ruofei also said that the core business of Bingda Farm will still be to serve Bingda food stalls and Bingda barbecue restaurant. Now the rice, flour, grain and oil store in Bingdu village has fresh meat again. Ordinary beef and mutton are available. Those restaurant chains and vendors in the vendor area can use meat here. Otherwise, Bingda Farm alone cannot support so many users. It is estimated that all the animals have been cleared out before the market period. But I heard from Mr. Zhong that day that the farm seems to be moving later. Ding Santai couldn't help asking again. The new farm manager promoted by Bingda Culture and Tourism is called Li Wanlong, who was previously the breeding supervisor at the farm. As Wang Quan said, although the farm is independent, Li Wanlong will come from time to communicate with the food stalls, the banquet hall, and the barbecue restaurant, and ask about the demand and the specific slaughter volume. At the same time, the food stalls, the banquet hall, and the barbecue restaurant will pay the farm for meat according to the market price. The reason for this is simply for accounting. Overall, they are all under the Bingda Culture and Tourism. Unlike the clinic and Bingda Culture, which are completely separate, this does not affect the farm. It is still 2 kilometers away from the inn. And it is even farther from us. It will take at least the next year or 2 to wait for the core area buildings to be built there. Wang Quan waved his hand immediately. In fact, all employees of Bingda Culture and Tourism knew that the farm would definitely move in the future, and would move far away from the core area. But definitely not this year. Then let's discuss it with Director Li tonight. It will probably take some time to build the new food stall and the new barbecue restaurant. As long as we prepare in advance and raise a small amount of each, it will still be in time. After that, Ding Santian immediately took out his mobile phone and contacted the farm director Li Wanlong. Manager Ding, if the barbecue restaurant is like this, what are your plans for the food stall? Ding Santai was so surprised that Wang Quan was stunned. Food stalls? If the farm can really supply these animals, wouldn't it be okay for the food stalls to serve these special dishes? The same goes for the Yanbanlu. Ding Santai smiled calmly and said so. The Bingdu Economic Development Zone Management Committee office is on the west side of the square office building, only a few dozen meters away from the existing food stalls. At this time, Zhang Hancheng handed the document he had just printed to Li Mei again after reading it in his hand. Shaoli, I think the conditions can be changed. He said so. Ah, the conditions are changed again? Li Mei was stunned. She had just printed out this document. Since the city added 13 new positions to the Bingdu Economic Development Office, under Su Hang's arrangement, Zhang Hancheng and Li Mei started the recruitment plan. The office is now short of a chief clerk and a deputy chief clerk, as well as 11 ordinary clerks. According to the plan, Li Mei first drafted a set of application conditions, and then handed it over to Zhang Hancheng for review. After Zhang Hancheng confirmed that there were no problems, he handed it over to Su Hang for final signature, and finally reported it to the city, which would make unified arrangements for recruitment or talent introduction. In this document just now, Li Mei initially proposed that the conditions for chief clerks, whether applying for the examination or for talent introduction, must have a master's degree. Deputy chief clerks and ordinary clerks must have a bachelor's degree. However, the College of Deputy Chief Clerks must be a university ranked in the top 50 in Xiagua, and it is a fixed position, but not a fixed position. When they first came to Bingdu Economic Development Zone, they were still treated as clerks. They would be formally arranged as deputy chief clerks after working for 3 years. The diploma of chief clerks is directly a doctorate, and the others are masters, for deputy chief clerks. Masters who graduated from the top 50 universities in Xiagua are given. After a little thought, Zhang Hancheng said, "Ah, it would have been better if she hadn't heard it." After hearing it, Li Mei was stunned. In fact, the recruitment standards she had drawn up before were almost the same as the recruitment conditions of the city's offices. If they followed the standards given by Zhang Hancheng, I'm afraid even the city of Lan would have to think about it carefully. Not to mention Jioga City. Director Zhang, isn't this standard a bit high? If we can't recruit people, we are not Yanqing after all. Returning to her senses, Li Mei whispered, "No, our recruitment standards are high. But the salary is also higher than that of other counties and districts." Zhang Hancheng seemed to see what Li Mei was thinking, and immediately waved his hand. Higher than other counties and districts? Li Mei couldn't help but take another look at the document she had just printed. Shaoli, do you think the conditions in our Bingdu Economic Development Zone are not mature enough now? Zhang Hancheng looked at Li Mei. Yes, a little bit. Li Mei nodded. That's because you didn't think it through. Let me ask you, when our new clinic in Bingdu Village is built, will the medical conditions in Bingdu Economic Development Zone be no worse than those in Jioga City People's Hospital? Zhang Hancheng asked. That's for sure. Now many citizens of Jioga City come to our village clinic for medical treatment. Li Mei nodded. Secondly, in terms of food, drink and leisure, as long as our entertainment complex and these newly introduced well-known restaurant chains can be implemented, This aspect is not worse than Geoga City. Even in some ways it is better than Geoga City. Geoga City doesn't have so many well-known restaurant chains. Zhang Hancheng said again. Yeah. Li Mei nodded again. Yesterday, when she heard that many well-known restaurant chains would come to Binga Village for inspection, her first reaction was disbelief. As a young person, she naturally knows what these well-known restaurant chains mean to people aged between 20 and 40. If it is implemented, people of this age group will definitely not find any problems with the food. Because the food you eat in first-tier cities is almost the same level. But the difference is the size of the store. Moreover, Bingu Village has its own characteristics. As for housing, the day before yesterday, Director Su and I had already discussed it. When the fiscal revenue of Bingu Economic Development Zone increases, we will transfer a piece of land from Bingu Cultural Tourism to build a talent apartment building of our own. All rooms in the apartment building will be designed as 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Excuse me. Is there such a benefit in Geoga City? After a pause, Zhang Hancheng said again. Ah, talent apartment building? Li Mei was shocked. She really didn't know this. Well, in addition to the talent apartment building, our bonus will also have its own standard. I dare not say that it will be compared with the top factories in first-tier cities, but it will definitely be higher than other counties and districts. Zhang Hancheng looked back at the door. The salary level of civil servants in Xia State is not a unified standard. There are some differences in different regions. The economically developed South is obviously one level higher than the North. Not to mention the Northwest. It is normal for public officials in the South to have an annual salary of more than 200,000 yuan. In the Northwest, all insurance, provident fund, and other welfare benefits are increased to about 100,000 yuan. Bonus at this time. Li Mei didn't know what to say. These are not made up by me, but set by the director. He said that Bingu Economic Development Zone does not accept mediocre people and those who just get by. But if they are talented, they must be paid enough. Do you still think those conditions are high now? And the director also said that it is better to have nothing than to have something of inferior quality. Zhang Hancheng said again. Not high, if that's the case? Then it's not high at all. I'll go and revise it now. Li Mei nodded heavily, and inexplicably felt a strong sense of relief in her heart. If she hadn't followed her director from the beginning, if she wanted to come to Bingu Economic Development Zone now, she wouldn't even be qualified to apply, not to mention that she is now a deputy director on probation for a year. Well, then give it to me after you revise it. I'll contact the bus station bidding now. Okay, Director Zhang. Time flies, and the sun is setting. Yiyuan, Zaya Kanglang Pavilion. Tong Jichuan and his wife were chatting with Shintong and Tu Wanhua, enjoying the sunset in the spring. It's so comfortable to stay in this place. After a long time, Shintong sighed. That feeling can't be described in words. Compared with the high-rise buildings in Yanqing, staying here really feels like being in a poem. Facts have proved that you should always trust Lao Tong's vision. On the side, Tu Wanhua also took over the conversation. Speaking of which, we met Xiao Su by chance. By the way, I have communicated with Xiao Su. Binga Cultural Tourism will make room for each of you later. And you will also live here. Tong Jichuan smiled and said, Really? Is it an annual lease? Hearing this, Shintong and Tu Wanhua were both delighted. Since they learned that only villagers from Bingu Village could live in Yiyuan permanently, they actually had no hope of living here. It was okay to have some savings, but it was still a bit painful to let them stay in this kind of guest room that costs more than 1,000 yuan every day. It's not a lease. Wait, Xiao Niu, what are you doing? Just when Tong Jichuan was about to tell his 2 old friends about his visit to Su Hang last night, he saw Niu Yin, the customer service manager, passing by Xiao Sanlong Pavilion with a lot of sheets and quilts, and asked curiously, Mr. Tong, we are moving things. Seeing this, Niu Yin hurriedly stopped and greeted Tong Jichuan. What are you moving? Why are there so many? Tong Jichuan couldn't help asking again. There were 3 or 4 waiters following Niu Yin, and their arms were full. Boss Zhong came here today and said that he wanted to vacate 3 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartments here. And after this group of tourists leave, Yiyuan will no longer be open to the public. Niu Yin didn't know about Shintong and Tu Wanhua. She just told Zhong Ruofei about the arrangement. Ah, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room? Yiyuan will not be open to the public anymore. This time, not only Tong Jichuan was stunned, even Shintong and Tu Wanhua were a little surprised. Yes, Mr. Zhong said that some other experts will live in the back of a yuan. If it continues to be open to the public, all kinds of noise, tourists may affect these experts, so. Niu Yin explained. Chapter 266. Will the funds be sufficient? Hearing this, Tong Jichuan and Wang Huiying could not help but look at each other. Shen Tong and Tu Wanhua beside them were shocked, and their faces were full of embarrassment. Anyone can tell who these 2 bedroom and 1 living room are prepared for. Xiao Niu, then you go ahead. Coming back to his senses, Tong Jichuan said immediately. Okay, Tong Lao, then I'll go over first. Niu Yin nodded to Wang Huiying and others again, and then left Xiao Songlong Pavilion with several other waiters. Last year, when her relatives heard that she was working at Bingda Culture and Tourism, the first thing they said was, "Are you going to such a remote place because you can't find a job outside?" But now when relatives call, they are much more polite. Yanzi, is it easier for you people at Bingda Culture and Tourism to see a doctor than outsiders? Can you help me? This sentence has become the norm. Of course, Niu Yin and other Bingda Culture and Tourism employees also know who gave this face. So when they meet the villagers of Bingdu Village, they will subconsciously treat them as leaders, even if they do not have any position in Bingda Culture and Tourism. Old Tong, what's going on? We can't afford it. How can we live here without any merit or reward? Bingda Cultural Tourism will lose a lot of income. As soon as Niu Yin left, Shen Tong looked at Tong Jichuan. Old Tong, why don't you talk to Director Su? Old Shen is okay. At least he will see patients in Bingdu Village Clinic in the future. I really have no merit or reward. Tu Wanhua beside him hurriedly said. It's not that Tu Wanhua doesn't want to see patients in Bingdu Village Clinic, but she mainly follows the academic research route and basically does not participate in clinical practice. I'll go ask later. Last night we agreed to provide only 2 rooms, but it turned out to be 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It's fine if it's 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, but why isn't it open to the public yet? Tong Jichuan sighed. He knew who made this decision. Old Tong, you go quickly. I go to see patients partly out of habit, and partly because of our project. I really can't afford this. Shen Tong hurriedly said again. In his opinion, visiting the Bingdu Village Clinic was completely necessary. Not helping the Bingdu Village Clinic. Even to some extent. They used the platform of Bingdu Village Clinic. Okay, I'll go ask why they haven't received tourists yet. Tong Jichuan nodded, and then began to pack up. But then again, although Tong Jichuan and Wang Huiying were very surprised, they could clearly feel that Su Hang's position in their hearts had unconsciously risen a few points, which was equivalent to giving them a big face. In addition, for Shen Tong and Tu Wanhua, although they were embarrassed, Su Hang's move left them with a very deep, good impression. Here, when Tong Jichuan went to find Su Hang, Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling were also chatting about something. Compared with Shen Tong and Tu Juanhua's embarrassment, Gao Yuling was a little shocked, but did not refuse too much. It seems that Xiao Su is urging us. Looking at each other, Feng Shuyu and Gao Yuling smiled a little embarrassedly. This year, Gao Yuling has been helping Bingda Culture and Tourism, especially some personnel matters. The current human resources manager will come to ask Gao Yuling for advice whenever he has something to do. It seems that Gao Yuling has been regarded as the HR director of Bingda Culture and Tourism. And all the villagers of Bingdu Village have long regarded Gao Yuling as one of the villagers of Bingdu Village. Even Gao Yuling herself said that she lived in Bingdu Village. It's just that she has never been embarrassed to mention it to Su Hang. After all, the reason for staying in Bingdu Village now is to recuperate for the old man, and the relationship with Feng Shuyu has not been officially made public. Now Su Hang has suddenly given them a 1-bedroom and 2-living-room apartment. In Gao Yuling and Feng Shuyu's view, it is a disguised way of urging them. What should we do now? After a long while, Feng Shuyu looked at Gao Yuling with some expectation and embarrassment. I have no problem here, but you? Gao Yuling did not dare to look into Feng Shuyu's eyes. I have no problem here. Feng Shuyu was delighted, and laughed hastily, feeling like an old tree blooming. Then I will go find Xiao Su later, and see how to apply for permanent residence registration in Bingdu Village now. After getting a positive answer, Gao Yuling looked at Feng Shuyu a little embarrassedly. In the past, everyone was just helping out and joking until now. They are officially together. It's better to go and ask. It's reasonable to go to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone police station. But our situation is special. Now we don't know whether Bingdu Village belongs to the street or directly to the Economic Development Zone. Feng Shuyu nodded. Bingdu Economic Development Zone is Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Bingdu Village is Bingdu Village. This has never changed. In the future, when Bingdu Economic Development Zone develops. Some other towns, street offices, communities, etc. may be established, but Bingdu Village will never disappear. If Xiao Su is busy, I will go to Xiao Zhang. He is now the deputy director, and he should know about this. Gao Yuling said again. Yeah. Bingdu Village was busy and happy. Opposite the youth hostel, Zui Xuezhong and Pang Mingji came to an off-road vehicle. Oh Pang, are you going to stay here all the time? Looking back, Zui Xuezhong asked. No, I'll stay for a while. When everything is completely in order, I'll go back to Lan City. There are still many things to deal with in Lan City. Pang Mingji shook his head. Oh, that's fine. Call me if you have anything. I'll go back to the city first. There are a lot of things going on in the city recently. Especially the Northwest Alliance. The Silk Road Conference is still a few months away, and they keep looking for things to do. Zui Xuezhong sighed, and said a little unhappy. Well, I'm sorry to bother you this time. I asked you to come with me. Pang Mingji said again. You're being too polite. Let's not talk about this. Zui Xuezhong waved his hand again. Okay. By the way, don't forget what I told you last night. If you find a suitable one, please recommend it to me. I really didn't want to transfer to Xingji College because I was drunk last night. Pang Mingji added as he opened the car door for Zui Xuezhong. I know. I will definitely keep an eye on this for you. Well, let me know when you get there. Okay. Just like that. 2 minutes later, the off-road vehicle gradually disappeared at the end of the national highway, leaving Pang Mingji, who was in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking. In a blink of an eye, night falls. As the weather warms up, more and more tourists come to Bingdu Village to watch the lighting ceremony at night, and every time the lights are turned on, there is a burst of exclamations. In addition, the 2 office buildings of the embroidery workshop and women's clothing have also become part of the lighting ceremony, making the scale of Night Fairy Palace expand a lot. Now many tourists have begun to look forward to the shock brought by the addition of these 2 buildings to the Night Fairy Palace after seeing the fences of the new health room and the new barbecue restaurant on the west side of the bonfire square. It can be said that, as long as Bingdu Village continues to maintain its status, Night Fairy Palace will surely become a tourist attraction like a cave on Earth, a Junshan mountain, rather than an internet celebrity place that is popular for 3 or 2 weeks and then disappears. Brother Zhong, have you signed the contract? After hearing what Zhong Ruofei said, Su Hang's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. He was busy all day today, and many people came to him in waves, especially Tong Jichuan, who came and talked for a long time. But in the end, he went back the same way he came, and finally accepted the 2-bedroom and 1 living room. As for Gao Yuling's application to register as the 11th permanent resident of Bingdu Village, Su Hang would not refuse. This was a matter of course, so he called Li Mei directly and asked her to take care of it. Not long after he dealt with this matter, Zhong Ruofei found him again and told him that the several restaurant chains that came to Bingdu Village for inspection today had signed cooperation agreements. Yes. Zhong Ruofei nodded. Things went much more smoothly than he had imagined, especially after the operation managers went around the core area and saw the filming crew, the people waiting in line to see the doctor, and the tourists. They expressed their intention to actively cooperate without saying a word, especially Heyuelo. Before anyone even went to the 3-story standalone building to see the interior, they asked where the contract was signed. The contract signed by Heyuelo is 12 million for 5 years. After a pause, Zhong Ruofei added, Ah, so high. It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. Once he heard it, Su Hang's face was immediately filled with surprise. If I remember correctly, the rent for the embroidery workshop and the women's office building was only 12 million for 5 years. But these 2 are 2 rows of the size of 6 Heyuelo. Haiwelao follows the rental standards of second-tier cities. The rent of their stores in those complexes in second-tier cities is basically 200,000 yuan per month. In addition, the minimum lease for restaurant chains is basically 5 years. So, we signed a 5-year contract directly. Zhong Ruofei explained. But is it because of my sister-in-law? Although Zhong Ruofei explained the reason, Su Hang still felt that the rent of 12 million yuan was a bit too much to bear. Xiaoyu said it. But it has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. These operation managers are following the standards. If the rent is too low, they need to give a detailed explanation to the leaders above. In addition, the catering industry has a relatively large loss on buildings. unlike office buildings such as embroidery workshops and women's clothing. Therefore, 12 million for 5 years is normal. Zhong Ruofei saw what Su Heng meant and spoke again. Oh, what about the other catering chains? Hearing this, Su Heng did not say anything else and continued to ask. Because of their own requirements and the degree of loss to buildings, the other catering chains sign contracts that are not as high as Haiwa Lao, and basically fluctuate around 10 million. Zhong Ruofei replied. In fact, these restaurant chains are all connected. As long as one is confirmed, the subsequent rent will not be too high or too low, basically the same. As expected, the rents of the subsequent chain restaurants will also remain at this level. Of course, the farther away from the core area, the cheaper the rent will be. Oh, it seems that our cash flow can be more abundant. After a little thought, Su Heng breathed a sigh of relief. It can be much more abundant. Zhong Ruofei nodded. This time, Fuyu recommended more than 30 well-known restaurant chains. Even if the number of stores used is not that high, the total amount is still not small. Then can we repair it? However, when Su Heng wanted to say something else, Zhong Ruofei suddenly thought of something and immediately spoke again. By the way, Xiao Su almost forgot just now. There is one more thing. Chapter 267, Greening in the Spring. Planting grass on a large scale. What's wrong? Su Heng's expression changed. He was just thinking that if Binga Cultural Tourism had sufficient funds, the 4 sacred beasts could start making preliminary plans. According to the previous plan, before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, I dare not say that all the 4 sacred beasts roads will be built for 10 kilometers each, but at least each road must be built for about 2 kilometers. In this way, regardless of whether the buildings in this area can be built, but at least it can make foreign tourists feel that Bingdu village has a scale of 4 square kilometers. I dare not say that it exceeds other counties, but at least it is definitely larger than Ase County. Before I came here, Wang Qian, the manager in charge of Bingdu supermarket, found me and asked if I could upgrade the supermarket here. The current supermarket is not only operating at the limit, but also cannot meet the current demand. She also said that the requirements for the supermarket after the upgrade are not high, as long as it is enough for the future. Zhong Ruofei said. Upgrade our supermarket? After a little thought, Su Heng nodded. That's right. There are more than 2,000 workers working here now, and these people have a lot of needs. And after these merchants move in one after another, the decoration will also bring a lot of floating population. Then Zhong Ruofei looked at Su Heng. Actually, after upgrading the food stalls and barbecue restaurants, he had thought about upgrading the supermarket, but he felt that there were too many projects now, one more urgent than the other, so he didn't mention it at that time. It's not too late for Wang Qian to bring it up now. Okay, I'll figure it out, anyway. The engineering team and some large machinery are here, which can save a lot of time. Su Heng replied. Will it affect our entertainment complex project? Seeing Su Heng agreed, Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, there was a little more worry on his face. The entertainment complex is of great importance. It has been linked to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival without us noticing, and it also involves the 3 uses of one lake, which must not be delayed until after July 23rd. That won't happen, I'm sure. Su Heng waved his hand very confidently. What Zhong Ruofei didn't know was that the lake digging construction team and river diversion construction team had already gone to the entertainment complex construction site in the past 2 days. While working here, there will be no delay there. Okay, call me anytime if there is anything here. I may have to go to Gyoga City in the next few days. After receiving a positive reply, Zhong Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. Su Heng always keeps his word. He would never do this if he was not absolutely sure. Go to Gyoga City? Su Heng was a little surprised. Yesterday, Zhong Ruofei said that many well-known restaurant chains would come here for inspection in the next few days. Logically, they should all be in Bingdu village in the next few days. It's Gyoga Petrochemical. They said that the natural gas opening project has officially started construction. We need to go to handle the formalities. Lao Shui has a company team building and a wedding these 2 days, so he can't leave at all. Zhong Ruofei said. Natural gas? How could you forget this? Upon hearing this, Su Heng immediately waved his hand. Brother Zhong, Bingda Cultural Tourism does not need to worry about natural gas anymore. Just hand it over to Director Zhang. The 500,000 yuan deposit that Bingda Cultural Tourism paid in advance last year will be transferred from the public account of the Economic Development Zone to the account of Bingda Cultural Tourism later. Let Bingdu Economic Development Zone take over. Zhong Ruofei was stunned. Yes, this is what Director Zhang and I have discussed. All projects involving public services in the future will be handed over to Bingdu Economic Development Zone one after another. Bingdu Economic Development Zone will take over. Su Heng nodded. Previously, Bingda Culture and Tourism took on the responsibility because Bingdu Village did not have the ability to do so. And the Superior Department, Ase County South Street Office, could not be relied on. Now, in addition to receiving various taxes from Bingda Culture and Tourism, the Bingdu Economic Development Zone will also pay taxes from Longxin Electronics, Tongdai Clothing and other companies to the Bingdu Economic Development Zone. Therefore, it is only natural for the Bingdu Economic Development Zone to take on these responsibilities. That's perfect. I was thinking about how to make time with those operation managers. Zhong Ruofei was delighted and said hurriedly, I'll call Director Zhang later. You just need to contact him. After that, Su Heng took out his cell phone. Yes. Just like that. A few minutes later, Su Heng came to Zhong Ruofei again. Brother Zhong. It's settled. You go to the Management Committee office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to find Director Zhang. He will take full charge of the next natural gas matter. He said. Okay. By the way, Xiao Su, there is another important thing. After talking about these things, Zhong Ruofei did not mean to leave at all but spoke again. Oh! Su Heng looked at Zhong Ruofei in surprise. Isn't it spring? It's the best time of the year for greening. The survival rate of the trees planted by our Bingda Cultural Tourism last year exceeded 99%. I just want to ask which greening company these trees were ordered from, if possible. We can order more this year. In addition to various trees, I want to plant some grass. Zhong Ruofei couldn't help but glance out the window while speaking. The reason why Bingdu Village is praised by tourists is that, in addition to the existing characteristic ancient buildings, it is also related to the greening of Bingdu Village. There is a vast Gobi Desert within a radius of 100 miles of Bingdu Village, and there is no grass at all. But in Bingdu Village, whether it is a Yuan or both sides of the road, as well as the bonfire square, the vendor area, the cardholder's home, etc., basically there are Chinese Sephora japonica or white poplar, and other cold-resistant and drought-resistant tree species in all places with guardrails. This will make tourists and other people entering Bingdu Village feel a sense of vitality and hope invisibly. However, the amount of greenery and green space in Bingdu Village is far from enough, and now he dares not pursue the kind of park with dense forests. Zhong Ruofei thought that after the ruins were moved away, he would cover these places with grass first, so that when the Cultural and Tourism Festival was held, it would at least look much better than now. Originally, Zhong Ruofei thought that he could contact a greening company for such a small matter. But he changed his mind. The survival rate of green plants in the Gobi Desert was too low. But the greening company that Su Heng contacted last year achieved a survival rate of more than 90%. So I wanted Su Heng to contact the company again. Greening? Okay, I'll contact them. Which areas do you plan to green first? When he heard that Zhong Ruofei wanted to do greening, Su Heng nodded immediately. In fact, as early as the end of last year, when we kept buying trees from the system had perfectly solved the problems of those trees. Now, as long as we order from the system, it will be delivered in the name of the greening company. And it's a different greening company every time. So, there's no need to worry about the outside world questioning the high survival rate of trees. If you ask, it's just bought from a landscaping company. It's just that Bingda Cultural Tourism takes good care of it. The same goes for grass seeds and turf. He had seen it in the system. Not only is the price very cheap, but the survival rate is basically above 95%. I plan to start with the greening of the banks of the river, and the green belts on both sides of several planned roads. If we add the greening in our entertainment complex, it should be enough for the time being. The rest is just some simple lawns. Zhong Ruofei expressed his thoughts. That's no problem. You estimate the types and number of trees you need, as well as the number of square meters of lawn or grass seeds, and I will make the purchase. After hearing the scope of greening, Su Heng replied after a little thought. In fact, he was thinking about whether to green the farm as well. But he changed his mind and decided to forget it. Zhong Ruofei will do whatever he arranges. And he will just take charge of the steering. If he participates in everything, he will not be a qualified helmsman. And it will limit the development of Bingda culture and tourism. At the same time, High City, Riverside, Longsheng Group headquarters, after reading the document in his hand, Wan Long couldn't help but frown, looking at a vice president opposite. What does the board of directors of Sue's Medical mean? Mr. Wang, Sue's Medical said that they will hold a shareholder voting meeting soon. Our Longsheng Group is now a strategic shareholder of Sue's Medical, with a shareholding ratio of 5%, and must attend. Upon hearing this, the vice president replied in a low voice. Shareholders meeting? What does that mean? When our group invested in Sue's Medical, it was made clear that we would cooperate with Sue's Medical on the application of small and microelectronic robots in the medical field. Other projects have nothing to do with us. Wang Long slowly leaned back in his chair. Originally, his father had been handling the Sue's Medical business, and he had never participated in or handled it. But these 2 days, his father felt something was wrong with his body, and went to the United States for recuperation in advance. So that now, he has to deal with all the affairs of Longsheng Group, including participating in the strategic investment in Sue's Medical. Mr. Wang, this shareholders meeting has nothing to do with strategic investment projects. The vice president replied. The vice president used to follow Mr. Wang, and now he is Wan Long's deputy in database. Nothing? Wan Long raised his eyebrows. Yes, it's the election of the new chairman of Sue's Medical. The vice president hurriedly said. The election of the new chairman? What happened to the previous chairman? Wan Long became more and more confused, and slowly leaned back in his chair. Mr. Wang, it's like this. The current chairman of Sue's Medical is named Su Lang, who holds about 20% of Sue's Medical shares, and several important members of the board of directors hold more than 30% of the shares. Among them, General Manager and Vice Chairman Su Fengshan, Su Lang's cousin, holds 10% of the shares. In recent years, Su Lang's strategic decisions have been inconsistent with those of the board of directors, which has caused dissatisfaction among the board of directors. So with Su Fengshan's efforts, many founding members of the board of directors decided to support Su Fengshan as the chairman of Sue's Medical. However, Su Lang is not without any help. There is a veteran on the board of directors who still supports him. In this way, Su Fengshan's side and Su Lang's side shareholding ratio is basically 50-50. So, the 50% in our hands now is very critical. Basically, whichever side you decide to support, which side will continue to dominate Sue's Medical Group. The vice president said everything he knew in one go. Chapter 268 The Upgraded Supermarket. Which side do I support? Which side will be the dominant one? Wan Long took a sip from the coffee cup on the desk. Yeah, but the chairman has said before that we must support Su Fengshan. After a pause, the vice president said again. What do you mean? Putting down the coffee cup, Wan Long looked at the vice president. Because this project of our company was discussed by Mr. Wang and several directors on Su Fengshan's side, if we support Su Lang may not fully support our cooperation project in the next operation. The vice president hurriedly explained. Oh, I heard that Su Fengshan has called Mr. Wang. In 2 days, Su Fengshan will come to the headquarters to visit you in person and discuss this matter with you. In 2 days? Is there a specific time? Wan Long glanced at the electronic calendar and frowned slightly. Now there are many things that his father has not called him to inform him, but only told the vice president, in order to improve his ability as soon as possible, so that he can take over Longsheng Group as soon as possible. It should be next week. The board of directors of Sue's Medical will be held on April 6th. After a calculation, the vice president said, Next week, that's fine. I'm going to Bingdu Economic Development Zone in late March. The things there are also very important. I can't delay it. Wan Long breathed a sigh of relief. Today is February 28th. Next week should be March 5th or 6th. It's totally in time. Boss Wang, don't worry. I will definitely not delay it. How about I contact Su Fengshan later? Let him give a definite time. Seeing this, the vice president thought for a while and said, Now the whole Longsheng Group knows that their boss Wang and the director of the management committee of Bingdu Economic Development Zone are good friends. Otherwise, it is impossible to invest 30 billion yuan in the project there. As a result, all the senior executives of the group also paid attention to Bingdu Economic Development Zone. That's fine. Wan Long nodded. Well, if the time is set, I'll send you a message. Okay. Little did they know that, just when Wan Long and the vice president talked about Sue's Medical, in a villa in Hong Kong City, a man in his 50s was chatting with a young man in his 20s. Dad, I heard that this young Mr. Wang has a different style of doing things from his father. Do you want me to make friends with him? After a moment, The young man looked at the 50-year-old man. The 50-year-old man was none other than Su Fengshan, the general manager and vice chairman of Su's Medical. Sitting opposite him was Su Fengshan's son, Su Yuan. Now Su Yuan has become a middle-level leader of Su's Medical with the support of Su Fengshan. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Su Yuan will definitely become the core figure of the next generation of Su's Medical. No need. Hearing his son say this, Su Fengshan showed a relieved smile on his face. Once upon a time, because of their age, similar status and cousins, the group regarded Su Lang's son Su Hang and his son Su Yuan as candidates for the next generation of Su's Medical. According to the board of directors, the relationship between the two is like that between him and Su Lang, and one of them is destined to become the next chairman. Fortunately, his son has gradually established a foothold in the group, while Su Lang's son actually got angry with his family at a critical moment. He has not even joined Su's Medical yet. In this case, how can he not be happy? How can he not be proud? No need. Hearing this, Su Fengshan's face has a hint of doubt. In his opinion, he and Mr. Wang of Longsheng Group are a similar age, and they are destined to get along well. By that time, it would be like adding another layer of insurance to the relationship with Longsheng Group. Well, don't worry. Although Mr. Wang has gone abroad, he is still behind the scenes. This matter was decided by Mr. Wang, and there will definitely be no changes. After the shareholders' meeting, I will find a way to introduce you to Mr. Wang. It won't be too late for you to make friends with him then. Some things can't be rushed. The more anxious you are, the more likely it is to go wrong. Waiting for a hand, Su Fengshan said. Dad, I understand. After a little contemplation, Su Yuan nodded. By the way, have you heard anything about Su Hang recently? Will he join Su's Medical? After a moment of silence, Su Fengshan looked at Su Yuan again. Probably not. I heard that Su Hang has completely broken up with his family now, and has gone to the northwest alone to write poetry and travel far away. Of course, this is not to blame others. It's all their own fault. Study well and have talent. So what, in the end? He went crazy. When Su Hang was mentioned, Su Yuan's face showed a hint of disdain. In terms of learning ability and medical attainments, diplomas, etc., he and Su Hang are not at the same level. He is a master of medicine from an ordinary medical university in China, and Su Hang is a doctor of medicine from a top university in Blue Star. But in other aspects, Su Hang is not his opponent at all. Just don't go back to Su's Medical. Su Fengshan slowly leaned back in his chair. Definitely not. Okay. Book me a ticket to High City tomorrow. I'm going to meet this Mr. Wang next week. Some interests must be explained to him in advance. Well, the night was deep, and at about 1 o'clock in the morning, after arranging the specific pouring matters for the next shift on the construction site, Su Hang returned to Yuan. Phew, after washing up, Su Hang finally lay down on the bed. These days, he slept only about 4 or 5 hours a day. Although it was tiring, the progress was getting faster and faster. As long as nothing went wrong in the middle, the new food stalls and barbecue restaurants would be able to enter the drying stage in at most 20 days. There was no other way. Those ordinary 3-story staff dormitories really had no technical content. Plus, there were more than 400 workers working at the same time. Not to mention that they looked different every day, even every few hours. It was hard to imagine that the progress of the project would not be fast. Supermarket. Leaning on the bed, Su Hang did not sleep, but called out the system. Since he had agreed to upgrade Bingdu's supermarket, he had to strike while the iron was hot, keeping up with the pace of the food stalls and barbecue restaurants. As for the grass and trees in terms of greening, they were actually trivial matters. As long as Zhong Ruofei listed the list, it could be easily done in 10 or 20 minutes. Enough is enough. Now Bingdu village has more than 3,000 stable floating populations, and after the new clinic is put into use, the floating population may be even more. In addition, the employees of chain restaurants, etc. After a little thought, Su Hang immediately sent a thought to the system. System, list me some antique buildings suitable for large supermarkets. The daily passenger flow is probably around tens of thousands. You can find them according to this standard. Swish. The system responded quickly, and after a while, hundreds of pages of antique buildings appeared on the mall panel. There is no other way. Now we can only build this kind of building with modern interior and antique exterior. Otherwise, there will be no time. Huh? These buildings are quite interesting. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at them. After looking at them, Su Heng was a little surprised. The ancient buildings that the system gave for supermarkets were very different from what he imagined, especially the one ranked first. It looked very good at first glance, and he didn't even want to look at the patterns below after seeing it. Recovering his senses, Su Heng looked at the price marked in the system mall again. 2 million pawn value, I can accept it. Rubbing his hands, Su Heng didn't hesitate anymore, and directly sent a thought to the system. Okay, this is it. The sun rose and set, and 2 days passed in a flash. Busy time is always short, especially for Bingu Village. Many employees just feel like they are flying every day. Before I knew it, it was dark, especially at the west end of the village. After this period of hard work, the underground part of the new clinic has been completed, and the ground part is next. With 2,000 people on hand, the ground part of the 12th floor and the 21st floor will be poured very quickly. As long as the interior decoration is well coordinated, the new clinic can enter the ventilation and formaldehyde removal stage in at most 45 days. However, at this time, Lu Ming on the clinic construction site stared at a project manager who came to him with wide eyes. What? They need a pile driver again? Hasn't it been transferred from the front? Isn't it enough? Mr. Lu, Director Su said that he wanted to build a supermarket, so. The project manager said a little embarrassedly. Build a supermarket? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yeah, Director Su said it was something that was easy to do. The project manager said hurriedly. Easy to do? How big? Do we need to prepare a lot of building materials? Lu Ming's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. That shouldn't be the case. Director Su told me it was just an ordinary supermarket, just a little bigger than the current scale. The project manager hesitated and said, just a little bigger than the current scale? I don't believe him. So, I'll go find Director Su later. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't want to talk to the project manager anymore. Okay. Just like that, about 10 minutes later, Lu Ming appeared on the construction site next to the food stall. Uncle Lu, why are you here? Seeing Lu Ming, Su Heng was surprised. Everyone has been busy these days, each of them has their own things to do, and has no time to take care of other things. Xiao Su, I heard that you are going to open a supermarket again. Lu Ming didn't waste any words, and went straight to the point. Well, our supermarket can no longer meet the current demand, so I thought of opening one next to the food stall. This is not a big project, so I didn't tell you. Su Heng nodded. After that, he took out his mobile phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to Lu Ming. Uncle Lu, this is the rendering. Not a big project, let me see. Lu Ming took the phone. Wait, this. However, the next moment, looking at the renderings on the phone, Lu Ming didn't know what words to use to describe his mood at the moment. Although he had prepared himself mentally in advance, and even comforted himself more than once. It's no big deal, isn't it just an ordinary supermarket? At most. I will prepare more building materials and live 10 days, or half a month less. But the moment he saw the renderings, his mind still froze instantly. Xiao Su, is this a supermarket? After a long time, Lu Ming came back to his senses and slowly looked up at Su Heng. If he could still tolerate the inns, food stalls, banquet halls, etc. in front, he really couldn't tolerate this supermarket. Chapter 269 Infrastructure Madness. Yeah. Su Heng nodded. Even if this is a supermarket, the current size of our Bingu village may not be able to support it. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming spoke. Apart from the shape, the size of the supermarket was beyond his thinking. The size is a little big for the current Bingu village, but Uncle Lu, do you think, after this construction, we don't need to keep upgrading it? Otherwise, if we build a barely passable one today, the supermarket manager will come to complain that the place is too small after a while, and the construction will be repeated. For Bingu construction, it will more or less affect the efficiency. Su Heng looked at Lu Ming seriously. Of course, in addition to this, Su Heng had another reason that he couldn't tell outsiders. That was to make the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival sprint for the evening news broadcast on July 22nd. The more imposing the buildings here are, the stronger the reception capacity is. And the greater the hope. Otherwise, when the interview team comes to see, your Bingu Economic Development Zone only has one supermarket, and it's so stingy, how can you organize the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival? So, this design plan came up. But, hearing this, Lu Ming was speechless for a moment. Obviously, I feel that this design is a bit too much. But after Su Heng's explanation, it seems to make some sense. A few days ago, they talked about the relocation of the farm, The farm is now facing the same upgrade problem. The supermarket has been upgraded. Will the beef noodle restaurant, barber shop, cultural and creative shop also be upgraded? These shops seem to be operating at full capacity recently. After a moment of silence, Lu Ming spoke again. There are some things he really needs to ask in advance, otherwise he will have to endure a big shock every time. Of course, the shock is a minor matter. The main thing is the constant preparation of building materials and the high pressure of time. These stores will not be open. Upon hearing this, Su Hang immediately replied, "Really not?" Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of suspicion. "Really not? After the new food stalls, barbecue restaurants, and supermarkets are built, won't the old place be vacant? Beef noodle restaurants and cultural and creative stores can be moved in. Besides, the project is already very tight. After the entertainment complex is built, we have to prepare for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival." Su Hang shook his head. When the supermarket is under construction, not to mention the supermarket manager coming to him, even if the villagers of Bingu Village come to him, there will be no other projects before the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Okay, if you need help here, just tell me. The next project of the new clinic will be much easier. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The stone hanging in his heart finally fell. As long as it's not scary next time, everything will be fine. As for this supermarket, the renderings and construction drawings are out. What else can we do? We have to finish it in the shortest time possible, even if we risk our lives. Time went by day, and as the foundation of the new Bingu supermarket was dug, the atmosphere in Bingu village became increasingly tense. Ordinary tourists, patients who came to see a doctor, and crew members filming may not feel it, but other construction teams with projects in Bingu village lived in fear every day. Just because they had to worry every day whether their workers would suddenly jump to the project department of Bingu Cultural Tourism. Especially the National Highway Realignment Project, which was the hardest hit area. In the end, they had to grit their teeth and raise the treatment to the same level as Bingu Cultural Tourism before things got better. Even so, the boss of the contractor for the National Highway rerouting has only one idea now. He does not want to stay in Bingu village for a moment. The project progresses as fast as possible. Leave immediately after it is completed. If it continues, not only will the capital chain collapse, but also there will be big problems, because a large part of them needs to be financed. For this reason, Bingu Culture and Tourism has gained a new title from these old engineers, Infrastructure Maniac, which is a level higher than the Infrastructure Maniac. There was even a contractor who said, Bingu Culture and Tourism will sooner or later break the Xiaoba construction record of building a building every 7 days. In the end, he vowed to eat poop while standing upside down if he didn't break it. In addition to the rapid progress of the National Highway Rerouting Project, on March 5, under the chairmanship of Zhang Hancheng, Deputy Director of Bingu Economic Development Zone, the construction of the 5th level bus station in Bingu Economic Development Zone officially started at the place where the National Highway was rerouted. At the same time, the embroidery workshop and women's clothing were also officially registered at the Industrial and Commercial Branch of Bingu Economic Development Zone, and the decoration began. On March 12, under the auspices of Su Hang, the enclosures of the 3-story single-family buildings provided by the well-known restaurant chains in Xiagua were all removed and entered the drying stage. Finally, after the coordination of Zhong Ruofei, a total of 24 well-known restaurant chains in Xiagua signed a 5-year lease contract with Bingu Culture and Tourism. The income from the lease fee alone reached 200 million. The single-family buildings with the enclosures removed were only about 300 meters away from the east end of Bingu village, so many tourists thought they had arrived at the real core area when they arrived at the east end of the village, and directly gave up the bus and began to choose to walk into the village. In the eyes of those tourists who had never been to Bingu village, even the ordinary 3-story building is very unique and worth experiencing. The most important thing is that with the construction of the real CS base, the original ruins of Bingu village were gradually moved to the Yadan landform, and Zhong Ruofei asked Su Hang to get some trees and grass. This makes tourists feel different when they enter the village. There is no longer the feeling of desolation and ruin, and a piece of flowered cloth embroidered on a rotten leather coat. Instead, it feels like walking into an ancient town in another world. Moreover, the buildings of these ancient towns are integrated. That is, the core area does not border the west end of the village. If the west end of the village borders this side, then the reputation of Bingu village will definitely be raised to another level. On March 17, at 10 a.m., Su Hang looked at the drawings in his hand, and after confirming that there were no problems again, he turned to look at Zhang Daping. The fence can be removed in the afternoon, Su Heng said. After nearly 20 days, 400 or 500 people worked in 3 shifts, and worked non-stop. The new food stalls and the new barbecue restaurant in Bingdu were finally completed, and the next step was the drying and interior decoration stage. It will be much simpler, to some extent. It is a small miracle. Director Su, after removing the fence, will all our people go to the supermarket construction site next door, or will they also give a part to the entertainment complex? The small lake area over there has been almost dug. Zhang Daping looked at the people coming and going in the core area, and the ancient buildings around through the construction green net, and his face was full of emotion. He was the first batch of workers to come to Bingda Cultural Tourism to work, and his feelings were much deeper than others. No need, put all the manpower into Bingda supermarket. Hearing this, Su Heng shook his head. Entertainment complexes have their own way of building entertainment complexes. As long as the inner lake and drainage are done in advance, water curtain movies and cinemas are not as difficult as imagined. Okay, Director Su, then I'll go and notify them. After a moment, after Zhang Daping left, Su Heng thought about it, and quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhong Ruofei's number. Brother Zhong. Xiao Su, what's wrong? Do you need any coordination or help? The next moment, Zhong Ruofei's voice came immediately. No, the food stalls and barbecue restaurants will remove the fences this afternoon, and test the lighting effect in the evening. After that, you should notify Manager Ding and Manager Wang, who is in charge of the barbecue restaurant, and let them keep an eye on the interior decoration. In addition, you can also prepare some things for the new store in advance. There are definitely not enough waiters and barbecue chefs and cooking chefs, Su Heng said. Okay, I'll ask them to start looking for people. There are quite a few in the dormitory building now. Zhong Ruofei was delighted and said hurriedly, That's it. I'll go to the supermarket construction site later. Okay. Time passed. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Geoga City. Government building. The sun shone through the window on the flowers and plants in Song Shusheng's office, giving the office a little artistic conception. But at this time, Song Shusheng frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. Song Shusheng, who was sitting opposite the desk, was also like this. It's really too much. What do you mean by putting the overall situation first? Theirs is the overall situation. But what we hold in our city is not the overall situation. After a long time, Song Shusheng finally couldn't hold it back, and he slapped the table and exploded directly. Alas! Zui Xuezhong glanced at the document on his desk, and was hesitant to speak. He didn't know what to say. Just this morning, the Geoga City office received another document from the Northwest Alliance. The document stated that in order to build the Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival into a brand cultural tourism festival, the prefecture-level city TV stations in the Alliance will start warming up for the Silk Road Conference from May. The document also clearly requires that local TV stations should not promote the same type of activities during the warm-up publicity, so as to avoid publicity conflicts and affect the publicity effect. That's not all. The document also proposed at the end that the art groups in each prefecture-level city should select the best dancers to go to the new province to perform large-scale song and dance choreography. When Zui Xuezhong saw the content of this document, he immediately found Song Shusheng. The document is really nothing for other prefecture-level cities. Anyway, there are no other similar activities, and it is impossible for a large-scale event to be promoted by a small local station like theirs. But this is really unacceptable for Geoga City. In this way, the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival no longer has the right to be promoted by Geoga City TV station. The dancers were also Zui Xuezhong. He originally thought that even if the Bingdu Economic Development Zone did not have much funding, the city could still let the art department produce 2 or 3 high-quality art programs. Now the backbones have been withdrawn. What else can be done? The most important thing is that the Northwest Alliance has to issue documents from time to time for this Silk Road Cultural Tourism Festival. It is impossible to say that it is not annoying. Later, Song Shusheng immediately called the person in charge of the Northwest Alliance after seeing the document, and once again explained the relevant situation of the Bingdu Economic Development Zone in Geoga City to hold the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, to see if Geoga City can make an exception. Geoga City's own tourism festival. It is really unreasonable for its own TV station not to promote it. But the person in charge of the Northwest Alliance only had one reply: this is a unified policy, no special treatment, and asked Yoga City to put the overall situation first. Later, Song Shusheng called the person in charge of the relevant department in the province, hoping to coordinate. As a result, the province called the Northwest Alliance and got the same reply. In desperation, the relevant person in charge of the province could only tell Song Shusheng to be patient this year. When it is Sucheng Province's turn to host the event next time, you can also ask the other party to do the same. In this case, how could Song Shusheng not go crazy? Chapter 270. I'm afraid that tourists will make up their own minds. Leader, what should we do now? Depressed as he was, after Song Shusheng gradually calmed down, Zui Xuezhong asked in a low voice. People who can reach this level naturally won't get angry like elementary school students, and the documents should be executed. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. How is Bingdu Economic Development Zone doing recently? Rubbing his eyebrows, Song Shusheng looked at Zui Xuezhong. It is still mainly based on infrastructure projects such as water and electricity, and is making full preparations for the landing of those investment companies. Speaking of Bingdu Economic Development Zone, Zui Xuezhong said hurriedly, the last time I took my college roommate to Bingdu Economic Development Zone was still vivid in my mind. In Zui Xuezhong's eyes, Bingdu Economic Development Zone did nothing else except engineering, and had no time to do anything else, so naturally they would not prepare anything related to the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival. Well, this is also the top priority. Song Shusheng sighed helplessly. It was not until a moment later that he spoke again. So, you call Director Su later, and tell him that serving those two key enterprises is the priority. As for the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival, if it is really too busy in the end, just ignore it. Ignore it. Zui Xuezhong was startled. Well, although the Northwest Alliance did not consider our Geoga City this time, judging from the current actions, this Silk Road Conference should be quite a big deal. The media will focus on the Silk Road Conference. As long as we hold a symbolic ceremony here and inform the Xia country's cultural and tourism department, it will be fine. We have to catch one of the two ends. It doesn't matter if Geoga City is humiliated this time. If we can make these two key enterprises land, it can also be regarded as a disguised way of saving the face we got back at the Northwest Investment Promotion Conference. Song Shusheng slowly leaned back in his chair. Well, we must grab one of the two ends. Zui Xuezhong nodded in agreement. Little did they know that, just when Song Shusheng and Zui Xuezhong were about to let Su Hang completely give up the Frontier Cultural Tourism Festival and focus on the key points after being humiliated this time, Bingdu Village, the core area, as the food stalls and barbecue restaurants revealed their true appearance, many tourists and guests staying in ordinary hotels were stunned when they saw the two classical and magnificent twin buildings. My God! What is this? What is it used for? It looks super high-end. After coming back to their senses, the first reaction of many tourists was to go to the reception desk to ask for clarification. In their eyes, although these two ancient buildings are not as good as the Banquet Building and the Guanchua Building, they are definitely amazing. However, a few minutes later, when a group of tourists learned the real purpose of these two ancient buildings, they were stunned again. What? Food stalls and barbecue restaurants? Some tourists almost dropped their eyes. They thought of various possibilities, but they didn't expect it to be these two. It's a barbecue restaurant and a food stall. The staff nodded to confirm again. They may not know other things, but this is still very clear. Wait, if the food stalls and barbecue restaurants move into these two ancient buildings, can they still be called food stalls and barbecue restaurants? Will the prices of dishes and barbecues soar? At this time, a tourist couldn't help but express his concerns. These two buildings are not much weaker than the top private restaurants in Xia country. How can the prices of dishes be low? Ordinary people will feel that this is not a place they should go to just by looking at it. That's right, food stalls and barbecue restaurants are for the common people. If the prices go up, next to him, another tourist also had a little more worry. This time he came to Bingdu Village to see the sunset and the night palace, and also to experience the roasted camel and roasted ostrich that are rarely found in other places. That won't happen. The prices of the dishes in the food stalls and barbecue restaurants will remain the same when you go to the new store. The staff immediately waved their hands. The boss had already reminded him of this, so there was no doubt. Ah? The price remains the same? Is it true? Hearing this, the tourist breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not believe it. Really? The receptionist nodded again. But why did Bingdu Culture and Tourism do this? It's too extravagant. If such a building was placed in other cities, it would probably be a small landmark, But in your case, it's just an ordinary food stall. The tourist was relieved. But the doubts on his face became more and more intense. That's right. Who would do this to expand the store? The tourist next to him nodded. It may be related to the Frontier Culture and Tourism Festival to be held in July in our Bingu Economic Development Zone. After thinking for a while, the receptionist said so. In fact, she didn't know why an ordinary food stall was built like this. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was only this reason. Ah? You are going to hold a cultural and tourism festival here? It would have been fine if the receptionist didn't say it. Once he said it, the tourists around him immediately became interested. Yes. July 23rd. The receptionist reported the time very accurately. What activities will this Frontier Cultural and Tourism Festival have? Can you reveal it in advance? After getting a positive answer, the tourists at the reception desk couldn't help but get excited. It's too unclear at the moment. I heard the leaders talk about it a few times before. It seems that there will be a camel and horse parade. The receptionist shook her head. Camel parade? No more? A female tourist asked hurriedly. I heard the leader say that there seems to be only this one. Because of insufficient funds. Only this one? And insufficient funds? Don't be kidding. For the Border Cultural Tourism Festival. The food stalls and barbecue restaurants are directly turned into this. You told me that there is no money for the Cultural Tourism Festival, and there is only a camel and horse parade? Who would believe it? Hearing this, the female tourist's eyes widened and her head shook like a rattle. That's right, I can't even think about it. You guys at Bingu Culture and Tourism must have prepared some big moves, and it's still kept secret. That's right, if there were no big projects, it wouldn't be like this. And have you noticed? The fences next to the food stalls are no less imposing than this one. If that's the case, can you book me an ordinary hotel from July 22nd to 25th? I guess this camel riding parade is also special. That's right, I want one too. You're making me itch. Then I want one too, not for anything else, just to see Bingu Culture and Tourism's big moves. After being reasonably questioned by the female tourist, the tourists next to her also spoke up. Some even took out their ID cards directly to book an ordinary hotel room. Seeing this, the receptionist didn't know what to say for a moment. It's not right to explain, and it's not right not to explain. Don't stand there, book a room. Just like that, in the midst of the noisy discussion, the receptionist could only book a room according to the requirements of these tourists. However, what the receptionist didn't expect was that at 6 p.m., during the meal time, the rumors about the Border Cultural Tourism Festival were already spreading all over Bingu village. What? Someone grabbed a room in advance? Why? Because Bingu Cultural Tourism will have a big surprise at the Cultural Tourism Festival on July 23rd. Is it true? It must be true, otherwise why would people grab a room? What big surprise is that? I don't know the details yet, but now there is a rumor saying that it is a Gobi Parade of Beasts. Gobi Parade of Beasts? Oh my god,